transmigrating as a member of the Uchiha clan, endowed with an innate affinity system. I discovered that by fully cultivating this affection, I could acquire the abilities of others. Thus, through a series of unforeseen events, a naturally malevolent Uchiha found himself as the Fifth Hokage. Uchiha Obito declared, "I shall create a world where Rin, hate, and Kakashi exist." Uchiha Itachi remarked, "My capacity and the burdens I bear pale in comparison to hate." Uchiha Shisui asserted, "Only hate, my elder brother, can inherit the mantle of the Fifth Hokage and truly transform the Uchiha clan." Senju Tobirama and Shimura Danzo exclaimed, "What? The naturally malevolent Uchiha brat has actually become." Chapter 1, Uchiha Hate. In the year 42 of the Leaf Village, at the Ninja Academy, a middle-aged man donned in a white Hokage robe and a Hokage hat fervently addressed the assembly. "Wherever the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire burns eternally. The blaze shall continue to illuminate this village and nurture the budding leaves." The speaker was none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In his prime, his voice resonated powerfully. The students below, captivated by his words, were filled with fervor and dreams. Among them, a 5-year-old boy dressed in a stylish white shirt yawned in boredom. The red and white fan emblazoned on his back revealed his identity as Uchiha Hate. "How tiresome is this will of fire, when will it conclude?" Hate silently lamented, casting an indifferent glance at the boy beside him. Uchiha Obito, who sported a hairstyle reminiscent of a hedgehog in goggles, gazing eagerly at the third Hokage on stage. Obito in his youth still possesses a certain charm, just as depicted in the original narrativia, boy who dreams of becoming Hokage. Regrettably, he is quite the romantic fool. Hate discreetly shifted his gaze toward another youth, a white-haired boy masked in black, concealing half his face. His signature deadpan gaze betrayed his identity as Hatake Kakashi, known as the man who is perpetually even. However, just as Hayate's attention fell upon Kakashi, the latter met his gaze. Truly, Kakashi is a genius among geniuses with remarkably quick reflexes. Having been caught in his observation, Hate felt no embarrassment. Instead, he boldly scrutinized Kakashi. His 3 primary objectives were these two, alongside the future Azure Beast of Konoha, Might Guy. In the Shippuden series, Guy opened the 8 gates and nearly delivered the final blow, being hailed as the strongest M8T this moment. He stood a few meters behind, as he was a latecomer and positioned toward the back. Hayate's interest in these 3 stemmed from the ubiquitous system that transmigrators typically possessed. The system, grandiosely named the Supreme Invincible Affection System, boasted a magnificent title, yet its function was rather simplistic. Upon his initial arrival, Hate, cradled by the system, was filled with ambition, ready to compete with Naruto and Sasuke for the title of the ultimate wielder of power. However, after thoroughly examining the system, he chuckled. Disregarding the first 6 words, the core of the system truly lay in the notion of affection. Affection represented the relationship between Hate and characters from the original narrative. The stronger the bond, the more abilities could be acquired from them. For instance, Obito's ninjutsu, physical techniques, chakra, and even the eye technique Kimui. Yet to obtain Kimui, Hate estimated he would need to reach a level akin to that of a close friend, comparable to the bond between Kakashi and Obito in the future. As for mere friendship or teacher-student relationships, those held little promise. In the original story, Obito had eliminated his mentor, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, along with his kind-hearted teacher, Kushina Uzumaki. It is noteworthy that Obito experienced the very meals that Naruto would never taste in his lifetime. Furthermore, during the Nine Tails turmoil, Obito even went so far as to threaten the newborn Naruto, generously providing a few heating pads. He was indeed born for this. Yet Obito, consumed by his romantic notions, merely desires to create a world with Rin, and in the grandeur of love, it is difficult to express any dissent. After all, a person who cannot even muster the courage to confess their feelings dares to wage war against the entire world for their Bella Vita sentiment that is rather touching. However, one cannot help but wonder why Obito does not simply utter, "Revive, my beloved." In any case, Hate harbors no grand expectations for Kimui. He merely wishes to foster a good relationship with Obito to glean some Sharingan power. Currently, among the Uchiha clan members, Obito is indeed the most amiable. The others are either excessively proud, expressionless, or mentally unstable. Hayate sincerely wishes to avoid interactions with his kin, despite being a member of the Uchiha himself. After a considerable time, the third Hokage concluded his fervent discourse on the will of fire brainwashing, and the students began to disperse. Hey, Hayate, how did you refer to me yesterday? You rascal. As soon as the speech ended, Obito seized Hayate, his voice filled with mock fury. Tail end. Obito, you scored last in the exam yesterday. Is that not the tail end? Hayate teased, a smile gracing his face. Huh, you're not much better, scoring second to last. That's sufficient, just enough to surpass a certain tail end. Hayate retorted with a smirk. You. Obito pointed at Hayate, his face flushed, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Kakashi interjected coolly. What's the point of two tail ends bickering? Shut it, stupid Kakashi. Obito glared at Kakashi through gritted teeth. Hayate, unperturbed, merely chuckled at Kakashi's jibe, showing no concern. To be honest, like the strategist of the seventh Hokage, he too had placed second to last. Merely aiming for that position did not imply incompetence. After all, a tail end could forge a better bond with another tail end, present. Hayate aims to cultivate a wave of affection with Obito before the latter succumbs to darkness in the coming years. Over the past few years, he has managed to accrue a single Tomo Sharingan and a myriad of ninjutsu from Obito, occasionally even manifesting some sage-like qualities. In comparison to Kakashi and Guy, Obito undoubtedly offers the best value. Let's go. Obito, you won't be late for this class, will you? The teacher might call your name and scold you don't drag me down with you. With his hands in his pockets, Hayate stood, waiting for Obito, who was still entangled in a quarrel with Kakashi, unable to restrain his reminder. I know, second to last. Good to know, tail end. As Obito was about to retort against Hayate once more, Rin stood before them, smiling at the trio. Come on, Obito, let's hurry to class. Don't mind Hayate and Kakashi, they mean well. Upon hearing Rin's voice, Obito immediately abandoned Hayate and Kakashi rushed to Rin's side, then abruptly halted, his face reddening, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. Ahaha, who told Hayate and the others to call me tail end? Rin giggled, covering her mouth, saying nothing as she took Obito's hand and led him toward the classroom. As for the solitary figure trailing behind, he muttered softly. That insufferable romantic fool, abandoning his longtime bro without a second thought. Kakashi, possessing the skills of Chunin, had keen hearing and passively caught Hayate's complaint. Boring, Kakashi remarked, hands in his pockets, walking past Hayate. In the classroom, Hayate settled into a seat at the back by the window. He had selected this position years ago, inspired by a saying from his previous life. The back row by the window, a birthplace of kings. As a proud transmigrator destined to be the main character, one who knows the trajectory of the plot and bears a system, how could he not occupy such a throne? Ahem. I digress, the preceding was purely Hayate's daydream. After all, the system is rather lackluster, its initial stages are weak, and its effectiveness in the later stages relies on the accumulation of affection, as for Obito and his companions. They were quite similar to their portrayals in the original work. Obito sat beside Lin, with Kakashi in front of him. It was a summer day, with a gentle breeze and the sun shining just right. Accompanied by the soothing sounds of the lecture, Obito, who was always lagging behind, had already succumbed to slumber, his head resting on the desk. Yamato had grown accustomed to Obito's habit of sleeping during class. After all, there was a reason he was considered the underachiever. However, he couldn't help but wish Obito would at least place a piece of paper under his head, as drool was nearly spilling onto his desk. With a sigh of resignation, Yamato shifted his position, just as the teacher glanced over. Upon noticing Obito's head resting on the desk, the teacher furrowed his brow and promptly threw a piece of chalk, striking Obito squarely on the forehead. Chapter 2. The Tsundere Boy. Uchiha Obito. The teacher's roar echoed, yet Obito remained oblivious, still sprawled on the desk, completely unaware of the teacher's growing ire. Obito, wake up. The teacher is watching you. Lin gently nudged him a few times, but he remained lost in his dreams. It was Yamato, who, seizing the moment, pinched Obito's side and gave a hard tug. Yamaro. Obito jolted awake, glaring at Yamato, his finger pointing accusatorily as he shouted, You bastard Yamato! Do you wish to challenge me? Uchiha Obito. Ignoring Obito's outburst, Yamato pointed subtly at the teacher at the podium and whispered, "You've been caught sleeping in class. Underachiever, da-da." Obito instinctively glanced at the teacher, scratching his head awkwardly before mustering a sheepish smile. "I'm sorry, teacher. I truly didn't mean to." The teacher, witnessing Obito's eager apology, yet likely to repeat the same mistake, sighed silently. He contemplated Obito's youth, recognizing the potential for change, and his gaze hardened as he declared, "Obito, how many times have you slept in class?" Without granting Obito a chance to respond, the teacher continued, "Arriving late, sleeping during lectures, ranking last in exams, not even an Uchiha. Yet I feel ashamed on your behalf. Think about it. Every Uchiha child in the Ninja Academy excels, consistently ranking in the top 10, and then there's you." Once the teacher finished, an eerie silence enveloped the classroom. Even the sparrows outside were startled by the teacher's fierce presence and took flight from this place of turmoil. Obito lowered his head, muttering dryly, "But Yamato is also from the Uchiha clan, and he's an underachiever too, teacher." The teacher glanced at the well-behaved Yamato and scoffed before bellowing, "Get out!" In the corridor outside the classroom, the warm wind swept by, yet it did little to warm Obito's slightly cold heart. "Bastard Yamato, you promised to keep an eye on me. You should have reminded me when the teacher was looking." Obito leaned against the wall, gazing into the distance, silently grumbling. Even though he recognized his fault, he still desired to shift the blame. After a few moments of venting, Obito's mood lightened considerably. He squatted down, cradling his face in his hands, staring vacantly at the Hokage building in the distance. "Hey, are you admiring the Hokage building?" A familiar voice drifted into his ear. Upon hearing it, Obito instinctively replied, "Of course. I, Uchiha Obito, am destined to become Hokage." That's quite an aspiration, but I must say, I find it hard to believe that an underachiever could ever become Hokage. Yamato stood beside Obito, leaning against the wall. "Company, are you really that kind-hearted?" Obito turned his head away, reflexively retorting. However, the rising affection points indicated that Obito's mood was unusually positive at this moment. Ding! Uchiha Obito's affection points increased by 20. Current affection 203. Affection points have reached 200. Reward 2 Tomo Sharingan, 0.2 chakra. Yamato smiled, realizing that Obito had inherited the typical Uchiha trait of being tsundere. Deeply moved, yet unwilling to admit it, he spoke nonchalantly. Yamato, not particularly skilled in offering comfort, understood that companionship was paramount, and many matters required personal reflection that, of course, given Obito's carefree nature, it wouldn't be long before he completely forgot this incident and returned to sleeping in class. Yes, that was quintessentially Uchiha Obito. System, open the panel. Yamato mentally issued the command, and a light blue screen materialized before his eyes. Uchiha Yamato. Strength, Genin 89100. Chakra, 0.6. Attributes, Fire, Wind, Lightning. Bloodline limit, Sharingan 2 Tomo. Not awakened, Sage body insufficient. Purity not awakened. Special abilities, none. Note 1. Power can be stored, and the host decides whether to awaken the Sharingan. Note 2. 1 chakra unit equals the chakra amount of a young Kakashi. 0.6 chakra. But I should be able to release and strength ninjutsu, Yamato pondered, recalling the severely depleted chakra of young Kakashi, silently shaking his head. With Kakashi's current state, even a Raikiri would nearly deplete his reserves. The journey ahead is long. After school, Yamato and Obito, both residing in the Uchiha compound, walked home together. Yamato, how did you leave the classroom during class?" Obito asked, his face slightly flushed with embarrassment. "I just walked out directly," told the teacher. "And that was it," Yamato replied with a smile, gently patting Obito's shoulder. "You know, Obito, I rarely pay attention in class. For me, it's better to breathe fresh air outside the classroom than to suffocate inside." Upon hearing this, Obito paused for a moment, recalling a term Yamato had once used, tsundere. Yamato had left the classroom for his sake. Typically, he was quite obedient and would never do anything to offend the teacher. A wave of emotion surged within Obito. His longtime good friend, someone he had played with since childhood, truly understood him. Ding! Uchiha Obito's affection points increased by 1. Ding! Uchiha Obito's affection points increased by 3. Affection points have reached 210. Reward. Partial Sage Body. Initial Sage Body awakening conditions reached 61. A series of system notifications left Yamato feeling bewildered. He hadn't said much, yet Obito's affection points surged by 13. He even received a portion of the Sage Body. To reach an affection point of 100 was roughly equivalent to being good friends. With increasing difficulty as the points rose higher, Yamato's spirits lifted, and he thought of treating himself while bringing Obito along. After all, dining alone at night could feel rather lonely. "Hey, Obito, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to a lavish dinner, da-da?" Obito thought he had misheard, quickly asking, "Yamato, what did you just say?" "Can't hear me, underachiever? I said I'll treat you to a lavish dinner." Upon hearing Yamato's offer, Obito dismissed the underachiever remark. After all, the one paying was the benefactor. A light jab here where there was inconsequential. However, recalling Lin, he scratched the back of his head and replied, "Sorry, Yamato, I promised Lin I'd go see the lanterns tonight. And oh, problem one treat is the same as 2. Obito, why not invite Rin over tonight and enjoy a meal at the barbecue restaurant together?" "Absolutely." Obito mused that Rin would likely not decline and ultimately agreed. As they conversed, they soon found themselves at Obito's home. While walking, Obito waved farewell to Hitaki, saying, "See you tonight. Just remember not to be late, you straggler." With that, Hitaki turned and departed, his steps noticeably quicker than usual. "That scoundrel Hitaki!" Obito's exclamation echoed in the air, while a subtle smile graced Hitaki's lips, lifting his spirits even further. Chapter 003. The crisis of White Fang Hatena's residence is situated in a relatively secluded area of the Uchiha clan, in close proximity to the training grounds and the Forest of Death. The closer one gets to home, the fewer people one encounters upon arriving at his doorstep. He could barely discern a few ninjas engaged in training. With a creak, he pushed the door open, removed his shoes, and neatly placed them aside, instinctively calling out, "I'm back." No reply came, and the black and white photograph on the table provided the answer. Indeed, Hatena was an orphan, having lost his parents at a young age. In the world of Naruto, it was quite common for ninjas to be orphaned. Even a quartet could barely muster a complete set of parents. Right? Team 7. It is worth noting that both of Hatena's parents were jonin, who met their heroic demise while on a mission, leaving behind a substantial inheritance for young Hatena. Most of this wealth was the savings accumulated by his parents. Unfortunately, during the period when the Uchiha clan was targeted, the village provided compensation at the bare minimum standard. As he walked into his father's bedroom, he noticed a bookshelf that was neatly lined with various books. Approaching the shelf, he pulled out an inconspicuous book from the edge. With his index and middle fingers raised, he released chakra, causing the bookshelf to slide aside, revealing a hidden passage. Climbing down the stairs, he soon arrived at the basement. There, he found numerous scrolls and shimmering gold. The scrolls were a collection of ninjutsu gathered by his parents over the years. Hatena had counted them once, estimating around a dozen mid-level ninjutsu and a few higher-level techniques. The quantity was not overly abundant, predominantly consisting of fire release and jinjutsu. As for the gold, it was inherited from his grandparents. A saying goes, in times of prosperity, antiques flourish. In times of chaos, gold endures. In the turbulent era of warring states, nations could crumble at any moment, yet gold would always retain its value. Hatena paid no mind to these treasures and directly approached a suitcase. Upon opening it, he discovered it was brimming with cash. The scent of ink wafted from the bills, intoxicating him with a sweet aroma that filled the air. He carefully counted a few notes and tucked them into his pocket, as if nothing had transpired, before returning to the main room. The gathering spot was a barbecue restaurant, which had a fair amount of screen time in the manga and was a favorite of the Akimichi clan's chubby member. Naturally, the establishment with the highest screen time was Ichiraku Ramen, but that ramen shop was not yet open and would require some time before it was operational. Due to financial constraints, the trio of Hatena, Rin, and Obito chose to dine in the main hall, where the atmosphere was bustling and rather noisy. "Hatena, this barbecue place is quite expensive. Should we consider another option?" Rin, who had known Hatena and Obito since childhood, was well aware of his financial situation and was reluctant to let him spend excessively. "It's all right, 3 kids don't eat that much. Besides, we've already sat down and prepared the money. It would be inconvenient to leave now." Hatena smiled. "Yeah, Rin, let me tell you, Hatena has quite a bit of money in his pockets. After all, it's rare for him to treat us. We must take advantage of this opportunity. Obito chimed in, snickering. He had long wanted to take advantage of Hatena, who often teased him as the tail end of the crane. Fine then. Rin, noticing that neither Hatena nor Obito had objections, buried her own concerns. She had brought some of her savings just in case Hatena's funds fell short, ready to supplement him. After you, milady, Hatena graciously offered the menu to Rin, who selected a few relatively inexpensive dishes before passing the menu to Obito. Hey Hatena, what do you like to eat? Obito, suffering from indecision, stared blankly at the menu, utterly lost on what to choose. Beef belly and lettuce. I enjoy wrapping the grilled meat in lettuce, Hatena replied with a light chuckle. All right, let's go with that. Knowing that Hatena was well off, Obito promptly ordered several pricier items. Initially, he intended to order the most expensive options, but reconsidered, realizing that if Hatena were to exhaust his inheritance, it would be concerning for him. Thus, Obito, feeling a pang of conscience, opted for a more modest selection. As Hatena glanced at the menu, he noticed the disparity in prices between the items listed, and his lips involuntarily twitched. He could easily deduce which dishes Obito had chosen. Hatena's assessment of Obito was that he had a conscience, albeit a limited one. Have you heard? Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, abandoned a high-ranked mission, severely damaging the village's interests. It said that Lord Tsukumo did it to save his comrades. But could there be more to the story? The comrades he saved even scolded him to his face. In my opinion, the village's interests take precedence above all else. Damaging the village indirectly harms us, doesn't it? From what you say, isn't Lord Tsukumo a criminal in Konoha? The conversation from the adjacent table was loud enough for Hatena and the others to hear clearly. Konoha's White Fang, Lord Tsukumo? Could he be Kakashi's father? Obito muttered under his breath, his voice gradually rising in surprise as he continued. Hey, you two gentlemen, are you referring to Konoha's White Fang, Lord Tsukumo Hatake? Unable to contain himself, Obito approached the two middle-aged men and asked loudly. Yes, that's Tsukumo Hatake, one of the men replied with a hint of disdain. Sir, Lord Tsukumo is a jonin who has undertaken numerous high-ranked missions and is a hero of Konoha. How can you speak so carelessly? Obito retorted. A hero? Can a ninja who abandons missions be considered a hero? Especially one who forsakes a mission of great importance to the village. Exactly. Kids like you should read more. A ninja's priority is to fulfill their missions. What about comrades? Aren't they more important than the mission? Obito shouted. Comrades? Tsukumo Hatake is a ninja, not a villager. His priority is the mission. Upon hearing the scornful tone, Obito immediately engaged in an argument with them. For him, comrades were undoubtedly more significant than missions. Furthermore, they were slandering his friend, Kakashi's father. Has the incident of White Fang's suicide begun? Hatena lowered his head, his gaze growing increasingly profound. The opportunity to gain Kakashi's favor had finally arrived. Hatena lifted his head and inadvertently caught sight of a silver-haired youth wearing a black mask. The unmistakable dead fish eyes confirmed it was indeed Kakashi. Yet, for some unknown reason, Kakashi was sitting alone, grilling meat by himself, frequently casting glances toward the two men arguing with Obito. All right, Obito, the barbecue is here. Rin noticed Obito's face reddening, clearly on the verge of continuing the argument. She grasped his hand, urging him back to their seats. Rin, didn't you hear them slandering Kakashi as father? Obito protested. Seeing Obito's determination, Rin felt helpless, holding onto his hand, fearful he might resort to violence. Chapter 004. A battle of wits. Is completing missions truly the most vital aspect for a ninja? Hatena stood up, addressing those who criticized White Fang with a solemn inquiry. If a ninja does not abide by the rules and fails to complete missions, how are they any different from worthless trash? One of the men countered, dripping with sarcasm. Hatena chuckled derisively, responding, only the weak are bound by rules, while the strong break them. Furthermore, Lord Jiraiya once said that a ninja is defined as one who can endure everything. To endure the accusations of failing to complete missions, to withstand the inner reproaches, to lie low and bide one's time, awaiting the opportune moment. A single statement. Tasks may be undertaken at any moment. Yet companions possess but a single life. The middle-aged man scoffed dismissively at the youthful figure before him. Ninjas like Hatake Tsukumo undertake missions of utmost significance for the village. Should such a mission fail, the repercussions would be profoundly detrimental. What does a mere child comprehend about such matters? Of utmost significance, you say? Pray, what is the nature of this mission? Hayate inquired coolly. How would I know? It pertains to the secrets of Konoha, the middle-aged man retorted impatiently. If it is indeed a secret, should it not be a topic of discussion among you? Moreover, who truly knows the objectives of the mission or the dangers it entails? Only the parties involved and the village's upper echelons possess such knowledge. Konoha's White Fang is a force to be reckoned with, rivaling the Sannin. If he believes the mission ought to be abandoned, should it not be so? The sheer difficulty of the task means that, should Tsukumo perish, the village would lose a formidable guardian, and the other four great nations would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to declare war on Konoha. Is that a result you would find satisfactory? Humph. Foolish individuals often cling to their own assumptions, believing themselves to be correct, unaware that their actions may lead others into the abyss. Upon finishing his words, the entire barbecue establishment fell into a hushed silence. Indeed, his words bore wisdom, particularly the assertion that should Lord Tsukumo perish while executing the mission, the village would be deprived of a strong protector, thereby inviting conflict from the other great nations. Is that an outcome you would welcome? Would you be satisfied with the war that such a result would engender? Would you find it acceptable that more villages would suffer as a consequence? Rather than allowing Konoha's White Fang to perish on this mission, it would be wiser to abandon it and save a companion. This is the rational choice. Of course, whether this is the optimal decision in light of the specifics remains uncertain. However, who besides the individuals involved, or the third Hokage and other high-ranking officials, truly knows? In any case, Konoha's leadership has intentionally sealed the details of the mission, rendering verbal disputes inconsequential. Humph, Hayate is right. Do you wish for Lord Tsukumo to die and instigate war? Obito immediately chimed in, vocally condemning those who slandered White Fang. To stand on a moral high ground and criticize others is a trivial endeavor. Furthermore, Hayate's reasoning was sound, and the details of the mission remained vague. In an instant, the two most fervent critics fell silent, neglecting even their barbecue as they settled the bill and left the establishment, their tails tucked between their legs. Concurrently, the voices that had once criticized White Fang faded away, and more individuals began to think rationally. Ding. Hatake Kakashi's favorability increased to 13. Ding. Hatake Kakashi's favorability increased to 17. Hatake Kakashi's favorability has currently reached 73. Reward. 02 Chakra. Konoha's body technique secret. 1,000 years of death. 1,000 years of death? Hayate recalled childhood memories, his face flushing with embarrassment. Such a mischievous jutsu, learned after a single viewing. Was further study truly necessary? Fortunately, the reward of 02 Chakra made it somewhat acceptable. Hayate paused, glancing at the corner of the barbecue shop, but Kakashi's figure had already vanished. Yet, the increasingly favorable impressions indicated the other's turbulent emotions. Hey, Hayate, you're quite impressive today, eloquently expressing yourself. At that moment, Obito approached, draping an arm around Hayate's shoulder with a grin. Of course, I have always been quite impressive, Hayate retorted, rolling his eyes at Obito. Heh, Obito turned his head away, contemplating how Hayate, who typically refrained from engaging with classmates, had suddenly become so eloquent, sensing something amiss. Nonetheless, the outcome was favorable, and he thought little more of it. At that moment, a waitress approached with a platter. The dish held exquisite, translucent slices of meat, accompanied by an enticing aroma wafting through the air, causing the three to salivate profusely. All right, I'm ready to dig in, Obito declared, unabashedly grabbing a piece of meat, prepared to shove it into his mouth. Before he could act, another pair of chopsticks intercepted him. What are you doing, Hayate? Trying to pick a fight? Obito pouted. Are you foolish? We haven't even started cooking yet, Obito, Hayate replied, regarding him as if he were a simpleton. Rin, concerned that Obito and Hayate might quarrel again, tugged at Obito's sleeve. Oomph, it's all marinated already. Hearing her speak, Obito stubbornly retorted, instantly forgiving Hayate as he placed the meat on the grill. The charcoal sizzled against the meat, and with a brush of cooking oil, it began to crackle. Soon, the savory aroma of barbecued meat enveloped the surroundings. After 2.5 minutes, the meat was nearly done. Obito eagerly stuffed a piece into his mouth, the scalding meat igniting his taste buds, nearly causing him to spit it out. Ah, hot, hot, hot. Pathetically foolish, as expected of the straggler, Hayate couldn't help but mock. Seeing this, Rin merely covered her face, stifling a laugh. Damn you, Hayate. Obito glared at Hayate, becoming increasingly agitated, and stood up in frustration. Foolish Obito, Hayate shot back, showing no leniency. All right, you two, quiet down. Rin pressed down on Obito's head with one hand, forcing him back down. And you, Hayate, speak less as well. Noticing Obito's indignation, Rin added. Hee, Hayate chuckled. In a world devoid of the internet, teasing Obito was one of his few sources of amusement. On the other side of Konoha, at Kakashi's home. Father, I am home. Kakashi announced as he entered, removing his shoes and placing them neatly on the rack before proceeding inside. Before him stood a man with silver hair, akin to Kakashi's own. Despite his rather ordinary features, upon closer inspection, one might find him somewhat handsome. Undoubtedly, this man was Hatake Tsukumo, known as Konoha's White Fang. He was also Kakashi's father. However, the renowned White Fang of the ninja world bore an air of weariness and confusion in his gaze. His hair was disheveled, indicating that he had not attended to it for several days. Moreover, dark circles adorned his eyes, suggesting a prolonged period without restful sleep. Kakashi gazed at his father, his mouth slightly agape, wanting to say something, yet ultimately remaining silent. Kakashi, do you have something to discuss with me? Tsukumo managed a strained smile and inquired. And no, nothing. Kakashi replied as he walked straight into his bedroom, closing the door behind him. This child. Tsukumo shook his head, raising his voice slightly. Have you eaten dinner? Yes, I have. Remember to sleep early. Staying up late is detrimental to your health. Lying on his bed, Kakashi stared at the ceiling, momentarily lost in thought. He recalled the villagers' criticisms of his father over the past few days, then remembered Hayate's words, murmuring softly, as a ninja, what holds greater importance? The mission or one's companions? Chapter 005. Obito's absurd journey to school the next day, early morning. Hayate woke early to wash and prepare himself. Unlike Obito, he had no habit of being perpetually late. After breakfast, as he exited the Uchiha clan grounds, he recalled Obito's reprimand from the previous day. Perhaps I should call out to Obito, lest he arrive late again. Upon reaching Obito's doorstep, Hayate politely knocked on the door. Grandma, I'm here to fetch Obito for school. Before long, a hunchbacked old woman opened the door. Recognizing Hayate's familiar face, she called upstairs, Obito. Little Hayate has come to take you to school. Huh, Hayate? Just let me snooze a little longer, Grandma. Obito's lethargic voice drifted down from above. This child. The grandmother shook her head, gently addressing Hayate. Dear, please go wake Obito up. You can come inside and sit for a moment. No need, Grandma. I'll go wake him myself, Hayate smiled. All right, off you go. He*s upstairs, in the room on the right side of the hallway. With soft footsteps, Hayate traversed the quiet hallway, envisioning the antics that would ensue with Obito, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. He stealthily approached the bed where Obito lay, and with a sharp crack, the blanket was completely tossed aside. Hey, what are you doing? Obito, still groggy, was momentarily taken aback by the familiar yet infuriating visage of Hatena, suddenly reminded of something. Rubbing his slightly flushed face, he exclaimed indignantly, You rascal, Hatena, I, Uchiha Obito, will not rest until I settle this with you. In his fury, Obito clenched his fists, preparing to strike. Hatena deftly dodged Obito's punch, while simultaneously grasping his fist. Get up, Obito. Who told you to sleep in? Besides, you know you can't defeat me, Hatena laughed heartily. You scoundrel, Hatena. Just as they were about to unleash their brawl, their grandmother approached. Observing the two poised for combat, she smiled and said, Breakfast is on the table, little Obito. Take it with you on your way, you don't want to be late. Obito nodded, gritting his teeth as he cast a glare at Hatena, saying nothing as he descended the stairs. Hatena followed closely behind. Watching her grandson and young Hatena's retreating figures, their grandmother smiled, lost in memories. Oh, the youth truly radiates energy, she mused, recalling their journey to school. What's wrong, Obito? Are you angry already? Hatena teased, noticing Obito's expressionless face. You rascal, Hatena. Obito exploded at the comment. At that moment, an elderly woman approached, leaning on a cane, walking unsteadily. Grandma, let me help you. The kind-hearted Obito immediately abandoned Hatena to assist the elderly lady across the street. Meanwhile, Hatena watched, thinking to himself that Obito's tardiness might indeed be due to helping old ladies cross. However, helping one wouldn't take long. Yes, it must be Obito's habitual late rising. Like today, having just assisted one elderly woman, Obito had barely walked a few steps when another elderly lady, similarly leaning on a cane, appeared before him. It won't take long, Hatena thought silently, standing idly by the roadside. Yet another elderly lady needed assistance. "Grandma, let me help you," Obito exclaimed. "What a good boy you are, little Obito," the elderly lady smiled. "I'll help too." Hatena, unable to contain himself, thought that if they helped quickly, they could arrive at school sooner. He couldn't believe there were so many elderly ladies needing to cross the street. It wasn't as if they were on a group outing. The two boys safely guided the elderly lady across the road. Just as they turned around, a stranger of an elderly lady, also leaning on a cane, approached unsteadily. Goodness! The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the classroom. The two boys, one after the other, pushed open the door and stood awkwardly at the entrance, simultaneously uttering, "Excuse us, sensei." Obito was well acquainted with the routine for being late and quickly explained, "Teacher, on my way to school, I encountered." Before Obito could finish, the teacher interrupted, "I understand. Obito, you were delayed helping an elderly lady cross the street, correct?" Ignoring Obito's slightly embarrassed expression, the teacher turned his gaze to Hatena. "And you, Hatena, what was your reason?" Hatena scratched the back of his head, feeling rather awkward, but given the teacher's stern demeanor, he reluctantly explained. "I assisted Obito in helping an elderly lady cross the street." This declaration elicited laughter from the entire class, filling the classroom with a jovial atmosphere. Hatena felt even more embarrassed, nearly digging his toes into the floor. Goodness, Obito's way to school is absurd. A road several hundred meters long, and every few steps, there's an elderly lady needing to cross. Is Obito somehow destined to encounter elderly ladies? "Those two Uchiha fools," Asuma muttered, a pen between his teeth, chuckling softly. He had always been rebellious, even towards his father, the third Hokage. The Uchiha clan, often in the spotlight at the Ninja Academy, provided Asuma with great amusement in undermining them. As for Hatena, one of his three major goals was Kakashi, who had initially changed his opinion about Hatena and Obito the previous night. However, his image crumbled instantly, like a house of cards. Punctuality is a fundamental principle of being a ninja. Regardless of the task at hand, the first priority for a ninja is to be on time. After all, one cannot keep their employer waiting, can they? Kakashi held a particular disdain for those lacking the spirit of a ninja. Fortunately, rising goodwill wouldn't diminish. Nor would the rewards be forfeited. Otherwise, Hatena would surely regret accompanying Obito to school. Listening to their explanations, the teacher's expression darkened. Yet upon seeing that neither Hatena nor Obito appeared deceitful, he ultimately allowed them to enter the classroom and take their seats. There was no helping it. The teacher was simply too soft-hearted. The morning lessons swiftly passed, and just before the lunch break, the teacher announced, "This afternoon is practical class. Be prepared." During the lunch break, Hatena, holding his bento, leaned against the corridor railing to eat. At that moment, Kakashi approached, his face obscured by a black mask. His expression was unreadable, yet Hatena sensed a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Kakashi, did you come to see me for something?" Hatena paused with his chopsticks. As he could roughly guess Kakashi's intentions, especially considering the increased goodwill from the previous night, Kakashi leaned on the railing, gazing into the distance. "Hatena, you should know about my father, right?" Hatena nodded, smiling as he replied, "Konoha's white fang, Tsukumo Hatake, a master of the blade." However, there's been a rumor circulating in the village recently, claiming that Lord Tsukumo abandoned a crucial mission for the sake of his comrades. Consequently, the village suffered significant losses, and many villagers, including those he saved, have been criticizing him. After Hatena finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped them. Perhaps the rumor had unearthed painful memories for Kakashi, who fell silent for a moment before regaining composure. Kakashi regarded Hatena, posing the question that had long troubled him. "Hatena, for a ninja, what is more important, the mission or one's comrades?" Chapter 006. Practical class. When you ask this question, it seems you have already made a choice in your heart. Hatena refrained from directly answering Kakashi's question. He wasn't skilled in verbal dueling, particularly when faced with such a polarizing, complex, and contradictory dilemma. If he were in Tsukumo's position, Hatena would undoubtedly prioritize the mission over a temporary ally. Yet, he couldn't express that. If he answered, he would have to fabricate a lie. And given his acting skills, coupled with Kakashi's keen insight, it was likely he would be found out. Hatena was aware of his own limitations. A choice? For someone like you, who is consistently late, surely comrades hold greater significance. Kakashi returned to the classroom, hands in pockets, though his gaze revealed an even deeper confusion. Hatena understood. Yet he found himself torn between his father, the villagers, and his own feelings. He felt lost. In the afternoon, at the training ground, various small groups excitedly gathered, engaging in lively conversations. As in his previous life, any class not spent sitting in a classroom reading was cherished by students. Moreover, the moment they stepped outside, smiles naturally adorned their faces. At this time, Obito draped an arm over Hatena's shoulder, grinning as he said, "Hatena, be careful in this practical class. The title of the class dunce will soon be yours. Is there a possibility that you might still be the last?" Hatena retorted, not holding back against Obito. "No way." Obito exclaimed, "For this day, you, Obito, have long prepared, you rascal, Hitaki." Haha. Upon hearing this, Hitaki merely smiled and remained silent. If Obito were truly to shed the reputation of being the bottom of the barrel, it would only occur when the sun rises from the west. Of course, that is assuming he does not fall into darkness, which he did not mention. "What do you mean, you scoundrel Hitaki, you do not believe in me?" Obito glared at Hitaki with a gaze reminiscent of a dead fish eye, and as another bottom dweller, he became agitated. Foolish Kakashi could look down on him since he was the top of the class. But Hitaki, being merely second to last, how dare he? Boring. Hitaki shrugged, uninterested in this fool. Just as Obito was about to explode, the peacemaker Rin gently smiled and said, "All right, Obito, stop arguing, the teacher is coming soon." Hearing the familiar voice, it was Rin, and Obito immediately calmed down, his face slightly flushed as he looked at her. "Rin, you know, I actually do not wish to argue with that guy, Hitaki." Rin beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped. "Let us go, Obito, we need to gather with the teacher." Rin took Obito's hand and led him towards the teacher. Upon seeing this, Obito promptly abandoned Hitaki and cheerfully followed along. "You abandoned me again, that infuriating romantic." Hitaki muttered under his breath as he watched Obito and Rin's retreating figures. Practical classes differ from theoretical ones. They require hands-on experience, akin to a blend of physical education and laboratory work. Generally, first-year practical classes train students in shuriken, throwing, and simple combat. However, being a ninja entails much more than this. Training encompasses a wide array of skills such as body substitution techniques, wilderness survival, reconnaissance, and counter-reconnaissance, among others. But for first years, there is still plenty of time, and thus they focus on foundational skills like shuriken throwing. The training equipment provided by the school consists of unsharpened shuriken to ensure consistency in feel, weight, and standards. As Hitaki gripped the shuriken, he felt the familiar chill against his palm. He had encountered shuriken at a young age. Both his parents were jonin and often trained to care for little Hitaki. His mother frequently brought him to the training grounds. During this period, he merely observed, having yet to engage directly, perhaps due to his fixation on watching his father train. His father, believing Hitaki had a fondness for shuriken, gifted him one on his 3rd birthday. From that day onward, his father would sometimes take him along to train, providing hands-on instruction. Thus, Hitaki acquired a fair amount of shuriken techniques. Everyone holding shuriken, the teacher stood at the front, smiling at the students. Seeing no one respond, he continued, "Kakashi, come up and demonstrate for your classmates." All right. Kakashi, holding a shuriken, had yet to reach the platform when suddenly 3 shuriken flew through the air. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air echoed as all 3 shuriken struck the target dead center. The speed was so astonishing that many did not even react in time. Nonetheless, their astonishment was palpable. Truly, Kakashi's movements were fluid and efficient, embodying calm analysis. As expected of Kakashi, his moves appear so effortless. He looks so cool. I want to have Kakashi's children. The small fan club erupted into a frenzy of admiration. Kakashi was akin to Sasuke from Team 7, with a handsome face and a genius persona attracting many admirers. Rin, like the rest of the fan club, gazed intently at Kakashi, igniting Obito's jealousy. However, Rin's admiration for Kakashi stemmed more from respect than affection, a nuance that Obito's youth and experience did not allow him to discern. Of course, admiration turning into affection was quite normal, and the future remained uncertain. Curse that foolish Kakashi. Obito seethed with jealousy, muttering to himself. He glanced at the expressionless Hitaki and asked, "Hey, you scoundrel Hitaki, why are you so indifferent while foolish Kakashi steals all the limelight? I have no crush, nor am I a lovesick fool." Hitaki glanced at the irate Obito and replied nonchalantly, "You should be grateful that I sent you up there. Otherwise, The spotlight would be on you, albeit the outcome might not be favorable. Humph. Obito scoffed, fully aware of Hitachi's sardonic tone. Still, I have prepared a move. A powerful jutsu, just you wait and see. Oh. Noticing Obito's earnestness, Hitaki shot him a surprised glance. He thought to himself, could this guy be secretly training, learning from his clan? After all, the Uchiha clan was renowned for their shuriken skills. Mastering even the basics would surely allow him to outshine all the other kids except Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi quietly stepped down, paying no mind to the murmurs of his classmates. The teacher aptly remarked, Kakashi's demonstration was splendid. His movements seemed casual, yet upon closer inspection, they were remarkably precise. To reach Kakashi's level, you will need at least a year or two of rigorous training. Everyone must learn from Kakashi and avoid being lazy. Got it, teacher. The students eagerly nodded, though their thoughts remained unspoken. After all, who enjoys comparing themselves to the CR de la CR? Why invite discomfort upon oneself? The teacher scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Obito, who had been late that morning, along with Hitaki. Next up, Uchiha Obito. Obito, engrossed in boasting to Hitaki about the prowess of the jutsu he had learned, failed to notice the teacher calling him. It's your turn, bottom of the class. Hitaki tugged at Obito's sleeve to remind him. I heard you. Obito retorted defiantly, flashing a confident smile, then declared loudly, watch closely, Hitaki. I will only demonstrate once. This confident tone delighted the teacher, surprised the classmates, and instilled doubt in Hitaki. When had the bottom of the class become so assertive? Chapter 007. An embarrassing moment. In front lay a row of targets, and behind stood curious onlookers. Obito stood casually, hands in his pockets. Suddenly, he moved. With a swift flick of his sleeve, countless shuriken were launched from his hands. In an instant, a 360-degree spray of shuriken flew out, astonishing everyone present. Shuriken throwing technique. Obito exclaimed with flair. What awaited him, however, was the teacher's hefty fist. Obito, I instructed you to aim for the target, not throw them at your classmates or me. The teacher, with several shuriken caught between his fingers, had acted reflexively. Had Kakashi and the others not helped absorb some of the pressure, Obito might have harmed some classmates. I'm sorry, teacher. Seeing Obito's innocent yet pitiful gaze, the teacher felt his resolve soften and reluctantly said, All right, you may step down, but do not let this happen again, Obito. Yes. Realizing he had caused trouble, Obito nodded vigorously, fearing the teacher would change his mind. Where did you learn that technique, Obito? It wasn't tea from that lecherous man, was it? Hitaki inquired with a laugh. How do you know? Obito gasped in shock. He had learned the technique in secret by a hidden waterfall, and no one should have known. Haha, I know everything, Hitaki said mysteriously. Get lost. You scoundrel Hitaki, trying to make a fool out of me. Hitaki's knowledge was largely conjecture. Many in Konoha could perform the technique, but only one would dare to teach it, Jiraiya. In the original story, he was very much akin to Obito in several respects. However, Jiraiya's teachings were more advanced, aiming to demonstrate the shuriken shadow clone technique. After Obito, it was Hitaki's turn to step up. He noticed the teacher's gaze and realized he might be under scrutiny. There was no escaping it. He had just been late that morning, and his class ranking placed him right next to Obito. Such a lackluster student, yet garnering as much attention from teachers as a top scholar. After some contemplation, Hitaki ultimately resolved to follow the path of an obscure strategist, deliberately keeping his scores just above the passing mark, neither too high nor too low, precisely on the edge of what the teachers deemed acceptable. A fleeting glance from the teacher towards Hitaki prompted a few encouraging words, but little else was said. Following the shuriken training, the combat segment commenced. The teacher, holding the student roster, began to announce the pairings. In the first match, Uchiha Obito faced Might Guy. As the words fell, Obito confidently strolled onto the arena with his hands in his pockets. Hey, Watermelon Head, were you the one laughing the loudest just now? Guy scratched his head, looking utterly bewildered. He had been so engrossed in his youthful training that he had overlooked Obito, and his poor memory rendered events he hadn't paid attention to as if they never occurred. You dare look down upon me, Uchiha Obito. Obito bellowed, shaking his fist in indignation. Both he and Guy were at the bottom of their class, their theoretical scores dismal. Among the underachievers, who wouldn't scorn the other? Just as the teacher waved the flag to signal the start of the match, a familiar voice rang out. Obito, go for it. Turning towards the source of the voice, Obito saw Rin. His face flushed, ensnared in a jinjutsu stronger than any other, his thoughts swirling. Rin is watching me. She's even cheering for me. Does she like me? Should I respond? Suddenly, a swift kick shattered Obito's daydream, sending his protective goggles tumbling to the ground. The victor was Might Guy. The teacher sighed as he observed Obito, sprawled on the ground, rubbing his face. Gazing into Obito's naive and foolish eyes, he often felt a sense of failure in his educational endeavors. Meanwhile, Hatake found the whole scene rather amusing. Truly, he felt the love-struck fool before him was beyond saving. As Rin pulled Obito away, the teacher announced the next match. In the second bout, Uchiha Hatake faces Sarutobi Asuma. As Asuma eagerly stepped into the center of the arena, Hatake nonchalantly declared, "Teacher, I concede." What? The teacher was taken aback. The match hadn't even begun, and already Hatake surrendered? Moreover, he was a child of the Uchiha clan. Young and brash, Asuma couldn't help but look down on Hatake's immediate concession. He sneered, "Is the esteemed Uchiha clan too cowardly to fight?" Hatake, finding the second-generation shinobi bothersome, dismissed him. Losing a match was one thing. Voluntarily enduring a beating was quite another. However, winning could capture the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen and perhaps even the Fifth Hokage. Such a pointless endeavor was not worth Hatake's time. Of course, had he been more confident, he would have given Asuma a serious challenge. If you can't speak, then be silent. Outside the village, you are nothing. Hey, are you really an Uchiha? Afraid to battle? Asuma continued to taunt, utterly disdainful of what he perceived as cowardice. Yet, Hatake remained resolute in his decision to avoid conflict with Asuma. After all, as an Uchiha, engaging with a second-generation shinobi could lead to political repercussions. A good relationship could invite trouble from the Uchiha clan, while a bad one could provoke the Hokage's faction. And Asuma was a known troublemaker. "Hatake, you truly do not wish to compete?" The teacher inquired with a hint of disapproval. "I apologize, teacher. I caught a chill last night, and am not feeling well." Hatake replied sincerely. However, the teacher couldn't help but notice the robust color in Hatake's cheeks. The teachers at the Ninja Academy were akin to university instructors. As long as one offered a plausible excuse, even if it was a fabrication, it would be accepted. Soon, the teacher waved the flag, announcing the outcome. The victor is Sarutobi Asuma. Oh, Hatake, to concede before the match even begins. What a disgrace to the Uchiha honor. Obito began to disparage as soon as Hatake stepped down. "At least I am better than some who ended up on the receiving end of a beatdown," Hatake replied coolly. Provoked, Obito retorted, "Damn it, Hatake, I was ambushed. I didn't dodge. If it weren't for that despicable Might Guy, I wouldn't be in this position." Rather than reflecting on his own shortcomings, he deflected blame onto Guy. A reaction Hatake found unsurprising. It was unlikely he would admit that he was influenced by his crush. Attention returned to the training ground. At that moment, Asuma stood idly with a blade of grass in his mouth, quite displeased at not having fought Hatake. Habitually glancing over at Sakura, he saw her alongside Rin. Both captivated by Kakashi, their eyes filled with admiration. How infuriating. His crush favored another man. Asuma felt as though grass had sprouted atop his head, turning green with envy. In a fit of anger, he declared to the teacher, "Teacher, I challenge Kakashi." Chapter 008. Asuma's Wrath. "Asuma, are you certain you wish to challenge Kakashi?" The teacher inquired curiously. Hearing this, Asuma glanced at Kakashi and recalled his reputation as the top student, suddenly filled with regret. However, once words were spoken, there was no turning back, especially with Sakura's gaze now fixed upon him. If he were to retract his statement, he would be mortified. "Of course, teacher. Competing against someone who concedes before a match is pointless. I haven't even warmed up yet," Asuma said nonchalantly, despite the grass in his mouth. The reason for the grass was to appear nonchalant and cool. As soon as he uttered those words, all eyes in the arena turned towards him. "Asuma, the son of the Hokage, is worth watching." Heh, Kakashi is the son of the esteemed Shodame. What does lineage matter? Kakashi is still the top student, while Asuma. One student chuckled, but did not continue. The teacher regarded Asuma seriously before turning to Kakashi. "Asuma has requested a friendly match. What do you think, Kakashi?" "Sure." Kakashi replied succinctly, as was his nature. The two then positioned themselves on either side of the arena, facing one another. Asuma observed Kakashi's calm demeanor, feeling a twinge of anxiety. After all, the individual before him was the legendary prodigy, often praised by his father, Kakashi Hatake. With a snort, Asuma steeled himself. "For Sakura, I shall not falter." As the teacher waved the flag, the match officially commenced. Asuma made the first move, rushing forward with his kunai. The clash of kunai echoed, sparks flying as they met. Kakashi's gaze shifted, quickly identifying Asuma's eagerness as a flaw. Yet, recalling his father's instructions, he hesitated for a moment before acting. Opportunity. The thought flashed in Asuma's mind as he pressed the attack, relentlessly swinging his kunai. However, Kakashi's battle experience was evident, and through a series of deft maneuvers, he deftly evaded the onslaught. At that moment, Asuma felt a familiar gaze upon him. It was Sakura, the so-called genius, the top student. Was not so impressive after all, merely a bit more renowned. Asuma, wishing to impress his crush, feigned nonchalance. However, Kakashi remained unfazed, focused on how to allow Asuma to lose gracefully. Perhaps it was his father's counsel reminding him not to bully classmates with his strength. After all, his father had taught him that power was meant to protect friends and the village. Yet, watching Asuma grow increasingly arrogant, Kakashi felt a flicker of doubt. If conquering an opponent is a mission, then a ninja must ensure victory. But what truly holds significance, companions, or the mission? As Kakashi became distracted, Asuma charged forward once more. With a flurry of kunai, he managed to suppress Kakashi. Is this really Kakashi? He is not so impressive after all. With a blade of grass held between his lips, Asuma felt an increasing exhilaration. He glanced casually at Hong amidst the crowd. She is watching me. I must crush Kakashi and make Hong rethink her feelings. The so-called genius is merely my rival, Sarutobi Asuma. Asuma declared, reveling in his own bravado. Enough. Kakashi could no longer tolerate it. He performed a substitution jutsu to escape Asuma's onslaught. Just as Asuma stood there, bewildered at the wooden figure that had replaced Kakashi, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. If this were a mission, you would already be dead. Asuma felt a faint chill in his throat. It was the aura of a kunai. What on earth? When did he perform a substitution jutsu? At that moment, the teacher waved a flag to declare victory. Hatake Kakashi versus Sarutobi Asuma. Kakashi wins. With the battle concluded, the cheers of the girls rang out. Wow, Kakashi is so cool, winning in a single blow. That icy demeanor, those impressive moves, I adore him. What are you all yelling about? Don't you dare steal my Kakashi. Get lost. He is mine. Watching the girls cheer for Kakashi, the defeated Asuma felt a surge of displeasure, especially since he had earlier mocked his opponent. Suddenly, Hong's face appeared before him. She, too, was cheering for Kakashi. Embarrassment, humiliation, anger, and resentment swirled within his mind. It's over, Asuma. Kakashi stood before him, forming a sign of reconciliation. Yet, to Asuma, this gesture felt like a glaring mockery. Enough. I don't need your insincere pity, son of the White Fang. Asuma exclaimed in frustration. White Fang. The moment those words escaped his lips, the training ground fell silent. Among the children in class, most were descendants of prominent clans. White Fang was a taboo topic. Few within the clan dared to mention it. The teacher, too, felt flustered. A son of White Fang and a son of the Hokage. It was a challenging situation for him. Moreover, the son of the Hokage was verbally attacking White Fang. In that instant, the teacher's mind raced, ultimately admonishing Asuma. Asuma, this is a school. Contests are to assess each individual's strength, not to attack others' families. Noticing the disapproving glance from Hong, Asuma felt a mix of regret and indignation. Why do my classmates favor Kakashi? Why does the teacher favor Kakashi? Why does even Hong favor Kakashi? I refuse to accept this. I am not wrong. White Fang is the failure, the so-called failure in the eyes of the villagers, the failure of Konoha. Asuma shouted. Upon finishing his outburst, Asuma scanned the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on Kakashi, stating bluntly, for the sake of his companions, he abandoned the mission, leading the village to suffer significant losses, and in the end, everyone blamed him, even the companions he saved. Isn't that the definition of failure? Listening to Asuma's tirade, Kakashi momentarily lost focus, the sign of reconciliation slipping from his hand. Fragments of memories flooded his mind. Walking home, villagers pointing and cursing his father, returning home, where his father forced a smile despite being weary, saying it didn't matter, yet internally troubled by the villagers' scorn. The most painful moment for his father was when a companion he had saved openly criticized him. The buried doubts resurfaced in his mind. For a ninja, what is more important, companions or missions? Father, was your choice truly the right one? Chapter 009. White Fang is a hero, not a failure. Hatake and Obito exclaimed in unison. You go first. Obito glanced at Hatake before turning his head away. All right. Hatake nodded awkwardly, sensing that the atmosphere they had built was now shattered. In my heart, White Fang is a hero. Hatake thumped his chest and declared loudly. What kind of hero is that? One who abandons missions. Ridiculous. Asuma was willing to risk everything for his pride, to reclaim his honor, and for Hong, he dared to speak anything. If his father, the third Hokage, were present, he would undoubtedly receive a scathing reprimand. It was one thing to be reckless at home, but to speak so carelessly at school? Does he truly believe White Fang's blade was ineffective? Hatake scoffed, coldly retorting. Senior White Fang has undertaken numerous A-rank missions. Do you, as the Hokage's son, not even know this? A failure who has never completed even the lowest ranked mission has no right to mock Senior White Fang. Oh right. I almost forgot. You're not even a ninja. Ha ha ha. Hatake imitated Asuma's earlier mockery, laughing loudly. Hearing those words, Asuma found himself at a loss for how to respond. Indeed, given White Fang's contributions, he undoubtedly deserved the title of hero. There is no fault in that. As for failed missions, no ninja can guarantee the success of every undertaking. Not even the legendary Sannin, nor his own father, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. But why does that underachieving Hatake dare to speak to me in such a manner, and to mock me so freely? Asuma sneered. An Uchiha who concedes at the onset. How dare you speak to me, the victor? Oh, you think you've won? Hatake shot a cold glance at Asuma, his expression unyielding. Do you wish to fight? Taking on a failure like you, even if you and Obito teamed up, you wouldn't stand against me even with a finger. Asuma retorted directly. Unable to defeat Kakashi, could he not triumph over someone ranked just above the bottom? As for dragging in Obito, who cares? He bears the infamous name of Uchiha. Teacher, I want a rematch with Sarutobi Asuma. Hatake directed his gaze towards the teacher. Very well. Given the current atmosphere, the teacher had no choice but to comply. Moreover, he had initially intended for Hatake to face Asuma. So, how about it? Second Hokage, dare to come? Hatake said coldly, his tone laced with derision. Why wouldn't I dare? Asuma formed a sign of opposition towards Hatake, but Hatake remained unfazed. Do you not even understand the rules? Uchiha, you are a failure. Asuma taunted. A failure is not worthy of being my opponent. Hatake coldly replied. As the two stood opposed, the teacher raised his flag, announcing the commencement of the duel. Uchiha Hatake versus Sarutobi Asuma. Begin. As the flag fell, Asuma charged forward immediately. Gripping a kunai tightly, he focused intently on Hatake, determined to teach the wicked Uchiha a lesson. Bang! With a left hook. Hatake knocked the kunai from Asuma's grasp, while simultaneously seizing his arm. In an instant, Asuma found himself completely subdued by Hatake. How is this possible? Asuma stared incredulously at Hatake's impassive face. He could hardly comprehend how this underachiever could incapacitate him so swiftly. After all, the battle had just begun. It's over. Failure. Unlike Kakashi, I won't show you any mercy. Hatake tightened his grip, causing Asuma to cry out in pain. He collapsed to the ground. Looking up at the retreating Hatake, wishing to rise, but finding his body unresponsive. Hatake's single strike had drained him of all strength. Tell me, is Konoha's White Fang a hero? Hatake questioned, facing away from Asuma, basking in the sunlight. Asuma instinctively wanted to retort against the words ringing in his ears. Suddenly, he was reminded of the terror he felt when Kakashi and Hatake had effortlessly defeated him, along with his father's solemn admonitions. Words eluded him. Do you see, Kakashi? The White Fang of Konoha is a hero, Hatake remarked, gazing at Kakashi, who stood alone in the corner. Indeed, foolish Kakashi, Uncle Shumo is a hero, not the useless waste Asuma described. Obito chimed in enthusiastically. Kakashi, absorbing their words, slightly parted his lips. Memories of the villagers' pointed fingers and the reproach of his father's comrades flashed through his mind. What truly mattered to a ninja, the bonds with comrades or the significance of the mission? This inquiry escaped his lips, no longer confined to his thoughts. You merely silence others through force, yet their beliefs remain unchanged, Hatake. Kakashi asserted. Have they really not changed? Hatake countered earnestly. At that moment, Kakashi recalled the instance at the barbecue shop when Hatake had swayed the villagers' opinions. He hesitated. Do you remember what I said during our break? When you posed that question, you already possess a choice within your heart, do you not? Hatake spoke softly. He gazed into Kakashi's eyes and, with a smile, extended his hand. Why not have a match, Kakashi? Perhaps by the end, you will find your answer. Hatake had a strategy in mind for challenging Kakashi. Had he not observed Naruto, who wielded the power of the Kyuubi, defeating opponents before unleashing his verbal prowess. Victors always command respect during their triumph. Moreover, Kakashi's ultimate choice resonated with the essence of camaraderie. Very well, Kakashi nodded slightly, perhaps having already made a decision, but requiring assistance to activate that choice. The teacher, pleased to witness Kakashi's awakening, acquiesced. Uchiha Itachi versus Kakashi Itachi. The teacher raised the flag high, and both Itachi and Kakashi formed their opposing seals. The battle commenced. As the words and flag descended, the two sprang into action. Itachi charged forward, fists clenched, empowered by Obito's formidable taijutsu, each punch accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. The sound of air being sliced rang out repeatedly. Bam! 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 Fists and arms collided, defense and offense in a dazzling interplay. Each blow and block executed with such speed that it reached the level of a seasoned genin. Obito watched in astonishment, questioning how Itachi, who was also a bottom-tier ninja, could possess such strength. Furthermore, there was something inexplicably familiar about his movements. Suddenly, Obito shouted, "Come on, foolish Kakashi. Defeat that scoundrel Itachi." In stark contrast, Asuma, seated on the ground, was rendered speechless. He could scarcely believe the extraordinary prowess displayed by Itachi and Kakashi. Such speed and taijutsu were beyond the capabilities of ordinary genin. Were they not? These two were of the same age and class as him. In the midst of battle, Itachi remained oblivious to Obito's betrayal, his pupils darting as he relentlessly tracked Kakashi's actions. Abruptly, Kakashi drew a kunai from his waist amidst the exchange of blows. The blade flashed dangerously close to Hitachi's face, reflecting his handsome features. Damn, that was too fast. Itachi quickly retreated, drawing his own kunai, eyes fixed on Kakashi. Swish, swish, swish. Kakashi launched a flurry of kunai, each movement precise and rhythmic, akin to a dancer attuned to the cadence of music. Itachi mirrored this, his reflexes sufficient to parry Kakashi's advances, despite being slightly weaker. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of kunai clashing created a melodious symphony, harmonizing with their synchronized movements, resembling a captivating performance. Even the boisterous Obito was riveted, fearing to miss a single moment. Oh, your taijutsu is slightly inferior. Itachi grunted as both combatants pressed against each other, exerting their strength. What do you mean? Kakashi queried, perplexed. I merely wish to borrow your hand, Itachi chuckled, his right hand moving with purpose. See, Wei, Shun, Hai Wu. He was forming seals with my hand. Kakashi realized just in time, retreating to distance himself from Itachi. Yet the final seal, In, was completed as Kakashi withdrew. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from Hitachi's mouth, expanding from the size of a basketball to a diameter of approximately 25 meters. Earth style, earth flow wall. As Kakashi formed seals midair, he pressed his palm to the ground, summoning a thick earthen wall adorned with a canine visage to shield against the fireball. Whoosh! The earthen barrier crumbled under the assault, dark smoke billowing forth, enveloping the surroundings in a matter of seconds. At that moment, Itachi sprang into action. Countless shuriken flew from his hands, each connected by thin wires, gleaming with a faint luminescence. Uchiha style, shuriken throwing technique. Itachi smiled, manipulating the shuriken while keeping his gaze firmly on Kakashi. If you cannot close the distance between us, then I shall surely prevail. Swoosh! The shuriken clashed against Kakashi's kunai, sparks flying in every direction. Kakashi retreated repeatedly, countering the impact of the shuriken. It's over, Kakashi. Unlike Obito, I shall not grant you any opportunities, Itachi stated coolly. What do you mean? Kakashi's voice echoed from behind Itachi. Realizing this, Itachi deftly swung his kunai to block Kakashi's assault. However, Kakashi was relentless, delivering a powerful kick that sent Itachi sprawling. It's over, Itachi, Kakashi declared, his masked visage betraying no emotion as he formed the reconciliation seal. Shadow clone technique. It appears to be quite extraordinary, perhaps even the shadow clone jutsu? Itachi wiped the dirt from his face, smiling. What a pity, burdened by the Uchiha name. I cannot afford to lose. As he spoke, blood-red hues emerged in Hitachi's pupils, a black tomo spinning within. The battle had only just begun. Itachi rose, brushing off his attire as if unperturbed. One more time. The kunai was raised once more. Hitachi's speed now even swifter and his movements more ferocious. Is that the Sharingan? Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. Despite his surprise, he continued to counter Hitachi's relentless barrage. However, this time, the tides of battle had shifted. Hitachi's speed surpassed Kakashi's, and his reactions were quicker still. Kakashi's every movement appeared to unfold in slow motion before Hitachi, who discerned each action with ease. How is this possible? Is this the power of the Sharingan? Kakashi's expression was one of disbelief. For the first time, he comprehended the weight of the warning against engaging an Uchiha one-on-one. Clang, clang, clang. Kunai clashed, sparks flying in all directions. Hitachi maintained the upper hand, denying Kakashi even a moment to catch his breath. In a mere 2.5 minutes of intense combat, Kakashi's stamina waned, ultimately leaving Hitachi's kunai poised against his forehead. You have lost, Kakashi. Hitachi withdrew his kunai and formed the reconciliation seal. Kakashi, seated on the ground, mirrored the gesture. He gazed up at Hitachi's countenance, sunlight filtering through the strands of his hair. In that moment, he began to grasp the essence of his own choice. Hitachi, for you, comrades must surely outweigh the importance of the mission. Much like my father, Kakashi spoke with tranquility. Indeed, Haneda nodded slightly, casting a glance at the visibly distressed Obito beside him, and remarked with a smile, "Let me impart a piece of wisdom to you, Kakashi. In the world of ninjas, those who disregard the rules are deemed worthless, but those who fail to cherish their comrades are even less than worthless." With that, Haneda stuffed his hands into his pockets and strode away, leaving Kakashi sitting on the ground, gazing towards the horizon. The victor was Uchiha Haneda. Damn you, Haneda. You deceived me. A complete betrayal of our revolutionary friendship. How dare you return? Obito exclaimed, waving his fists in the air as he saw Haneda walking away. What was promised to be a struggle turned out to be Haneda abandoning the cause and transforming into an absolute academic prodigy, which left Obito feeling quite uncomfortable. I didn't deliberately deceive you. Oh, Obito. I should have informed you of my strength long ago, but you, my foolish friend, chose not to take it seriously. Haneda replied with a smile, unfazed by Obito's intense emotions. He fully understood Obito's feelings at that moment. Essentially, one fears their brother's hardships while also fearing their brother's success. Gently patting Obito on the shoulder, he said, "Oh, Obito, regardless of whether I become an academic underachiever or a top scholar, we will always remain friends." Upon hearing this, Obito instinctively took a step back, pointing an accusatory finger at Haneda, shouting, "Who said we are friends? You jerk, Haneda. You fool." Haneda chuckled, dismissing Obito's outburst. For the growing fondness between them had already spoken volumes. Ding. Uchiha Obito's affection 3. Ding. Uchiha Obito's affection 5. The bond between the host and Uchiha Obito has reached 230, granting a portion of Sage Body and some Sharingan abilities. The Sage Body and Ocular Power were commendable, but unfortunately, neither met the criteria for awakening. Haneda lamented, noting that the partial Ocular Power did not reach the 3-tomo standard, nor did the Sage Body. As for the Manjiki and the Sage Body of Hashirama standard, it was likely that even during Obito's descent into darkness, they would remain unattainable. Next, the focus shifted to Kakashi. It was important to note that the other was a copy ninja versed in thousands of jutsu. His most iconic techniques were Chidori and Raikiri. Chidori was a B-rank jutsu, while Raikiri was an A-rank. Notably, Raikiri evolved from Chidori. In the original narrative, the second pillar later developed Chidori Stream and Chidori Sharp Spear based on Chidori, showcasing immense potential. Moreover, Chidori was undoubtedly the most suitable technique for the Uchiha clan. Through the White Fang incident, Haneda sought to deepen his connection with Kakashi. This was the perfect opportunity to enhance their rapport. Haneda held high expectations for this endeavor. Chapter 011. The Will of Fire in the World of Ninjas. Those who disregard the rules are deemed worthless, but those who fail to cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. As Kakashi walked home, Haneda's words echoed repeatedly in his mind. He was so lost in thought that he failed to notice an elderly man ahead, and they inadvertently collided. "My apologies," Kakashi immediately exclaimed. "No harm done," the man replied, looking down at the young boy with a smile. "Are you all right? I tend to walk quickly, and well, I'm a bit on the heavier side, haha." The man scratched the back of his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "Not at all, sir. I'm a ninja. I'm not that fragile," Kakashi responded with a smile. This time, the man did not linger, waving goodbye as he departed. "Farewell, future little ninja." Goodbye, sir. Kakashi watched the slightly plump man leave, and inadvertently, his gaze caught the reflection in a nearby shop's glass. The glass mirrored his face, obscured by a black mask. Suddenly, Kakashi removed his mask. This time, the reflection revealed a child, and they exchanged smiles. Kakashi, remember that strength is meant to protect your comrades and your village. His father's voice resonated in his mind, recalling a time when he had just begun to showcase his talents and had recently enrolled in the academy. He did not respond to his father then, merely nodding silently. But now, he had found his answer. Just like the man he had just met, who, as an adult, first concerned himself with the well-being of a child, Kakashi, as a ninja, prioritized the ordinary man's safety. This embodied the will of fire, the essence of his father's dedication to protecting comrades and the village. Kakashi donned his mask once more and resumed his journey home. The setting sun illuminated the end of the street, and in that moment, his gaze was no longer clouded. Arriving at his doorstep, Kakashi opened the door, carefully placing his shoes on the shoe rack. "I'm back, father," Kakashi declared with a smile, his tone considerably lighter. His voice had remained unchanged, just as it was the previous night, yet to the attentive SHM, it felt as though a different person had returned. "Kakashi, you seem to be in good spirits today. Did something happen at school?" SHM inquired softly. Seeing his son's relaxed demeanor eased SHM's own burdens, lifting the weariness from his face. "Father, this afternoon, the third Hokage's son, Asuma, mentioned your mission failure." "I see. He must be feeling quite down." SHM waved his hand dismissively, not wanting to involve himself in the affairs of the younger generation. Besides, he had heard plenty about Asuma's rebellious nature from Tsunade. Kakashi nodded slowly, saying, "He called you worthless, but at the same time, there are others who call you a hero." "Oh, whose child is this?" SHM asked with a smile. "Uchiha Haneda and Uchiha Obito." Upon hearing this, SHM furrowed his brow, recalling when Asuma publicly branded him as worthless. Yet his expression relaxed as he pondered. Why should the affairs of children concern the previous generation? After all, the Uchihas were members of the village. Kakashi, unaware of the fleeting expression on his father's face, continued, "Haneda told me that in the world of ninjas, those who disregard the rules are deemed worthless. But those who fail to cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. Father, do you remember what you once told me? Strength is meant for protection, whether it be of comrades or the village. A ninja is not merely a tool, but a weapon symbolizing protection. This is the will of fire." Upon finishing, SHM fell completely silent, staring blankly at his son, taking a long time to regain his composure. "You are correct, Kakashi. Protection is the very essence of strength. This is the will of fire, and it is also my ninja way." After saying this, SHM suddenly broke into a genuine smile, no longer forced but rather sincere. Perhaps he found solace in witnessing his son's transformation, or perhaps he had come to terms with everything that had transpired in his own life. Ding. Hatake Kakashi Affection 5 Ding. Hatake Kakashi Affection 7 Ding. Hatake Kakashi Affection 37 Ding. Hatake SHM Affection 61. The bond between the host and Saratobi Asuma has reached 63, granting insight into the lower-level fire release techniques. The bond between the host and Hatake Kakashi has reached 153, granting 0-3 chakra, B-rank technique Chidori, and partial Sharingan abilities. The bond between the host and Hatake SHM has reached 81, granting expertise in swordsmanship. Indeed, Kakashi's affections could yield Sharingan abilities. Haneda, upon seeing the Sharingan power among the rewards, felt a renewed desire for Kamui. Among the Manjiki Sharingan techniques, Kamui undoubtedly ranked among the top 2 in terms of power. The only technique that could rival Kamui was the formidable Jinjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi. In Haneda's eyes, the former was exceptionally versatile, while the latter was lengthy yet decisive. As for SHM and Asuma, it was a 2-for-1 deal. Wait, what was up with Asuma? The second generation of the Shadow was ridiculed and swiftly defeated by his own adversary, yet his popularity inexplicably surged. Could he possibly be a true genius? Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower, Saratobi Hiruzen was intently gazing at a crystal ball. The surface of the orb projected the interior of a hot spring inn in Konoha. Inside, numerous youthful maidens were frolicking and laughing. Undoubtedly, as the Hokage, he was observing the sentiments of the populace. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the room, prompting Hiruzen to discreetly wipe the crystal ball, retracting his telescope technique. He picked up a pipe from the table, took a deep puff, and attempted to calm his restless heart. Come in. At that moment, Hitachi's teacher, Takakura Bunta, entered. His class comprised representatives from the village's prominent clans, including Uchiha, Hyuga, and Inazuka. Naturally, Asuma, the Hokage's son, was among them. Thus he had the privilege to meet the Hokage, akin to Irika's situation. Lord Third, I am here to report on the class's educational status. Has Asuma caused any trouble at school? Hiruzen inquired with a smile after taking a drag from his pipe. Takakura pondered for a moment before nodding and responding. Asuma referred to Kakashi's father as worthless and spoke about certain rumors circulating in the village. I see. I will ensure he apologizes to Sakujo in person, Hiruzen replied with a hint of resignation. As Asuma's father, he felt an obligation to clean up after his son. Noticing that Takakura had yet to take his leave, Hiruzen smiled and asked, Is there anything else, Bunta? Indeed, Lord Third. When Asuma spoke of Sakujo, Uchiha Hitada and Uchiha Obito countered him, declaring him a hero. Furthermore, Hitada even bested Asuma, and Kakashi was defeated by Hitada as well. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent for a moment. It was not surprising that his son had been defeated, especially by an Uchiha. However, Kakashi's loss raised concerns. After all, Kakashi was a prodigy among prodigies. Hiruzen had only witnessed such talent in Orochimaru and Minato. Had Hitada awakened the Sharingan, he could only attribute this remarkable performance to bloodline abilities. A single Tomo Sharingan. However, during the initial stages of his battle with Kakashi, Hitada had not activated his Sharingan. His taijutsu was only slightly inferior to Kakashi's, and he had also mastered the Great Fireball technique. It was during the unexpected use of the Shadow Clone technique that he momentarily faltered. Once Hitada activated his Sharingan, he was able to overpower Kakashi in taijutsu. Listening intently, Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe. He exhaled a plume of smoke and smiled. It seems that new leaves are sprouting in Konoha. Bunta, please observe the developments of Kakashi and Hitada closely at school. They are the budding talents of a new era. Yes, Lord Third. All right, you may leave. After Takakura departed, Hiruzen retrieved Hitada's dossier from a folder. He glanced at the information, and 4 words caught his eye, making his lips twitch as he recalled the Nara clan's child. Oh, the Uchiha clan, what a pity. Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe, slowly exhaling a smoke ring, his thoughts drifting to his rebellious son, Asuma. Bunta had intentionally withheld some information. Evidently, Uchiha Hitada had engaged in a verbal spat with Asuma, yet the details of the battle with Sakujo and Kakashi were omitted. Only the outcome was shared. Never mind. I shall request a report from him regarding the battle between Hitada and Kakashi. Just as Hiruzen contemplated this, a figure clad in a gray robe, with a bandaged right eye, entered without knocking. It was Danzo Shimura, the 55th leader of the Root organization. Dazai. This individual is a student of the Ninja Academy. I require him for the Root. Danzo handed Hitada's dossier to Hiruzen, speaking unabashedly. Danzo, you are well aware of the Uchiha's aversion to the Root. This is a fact you cannot ignore. The 3rd Hokage glanced at the name on the dossier, took a puff from his pipe, and spoke slowly. His tone was calm, yet it conveyed a firm refusal. Upon hearing this, Danzo immediately erupted. Dazai, you are too weak. The malevolent Uchiha must be dealt with. The 3rd Hokage slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. After a brief moment, realizing his tone had been overly aggressive, he added, The Uchiha are undeniably a part of this village. This is an irrefutable truth, and I must consider their opinions. Furthermore, the matter regarding Sakujo should come to an end. He will never attain the position of the 4th Hokage, at least not during the trust vote. Danzo, you know what you must do. The 3rd Hokage took a puff from his pipe, his initial words soothing, while the latter part was a blatant threat. Hearing this, Danzo furrowed his brow, his left eye narrowing slightly. As for the rumors, I will dispatch someone to handle them. Regarding the wicked Uchiha Dazai, you should understand how the teacher views the inherently malevolent Uchiha clan. Danzo rasped, seemingly reasoning, yet subtly coercing. Enough. Cease this matter, Danzo. The Uchiha are Konoha's Uchiha, just as they were during the teacher's time. You will regret this, Dazai. Danzo's left eye widened, staring intensely at the 3rd Hokage. I am the Hokage. The 3rd Hokage stood tall, hands pressed firmly on the table, glaring at Danzo. Bang! The door to the Hokage's office slammed shut, and a gray-robed figure exited the Hokage tower. gradually fading into the shadows until he completely vanished. Simultaneously, a small figure rushed into the office. Unbeknownst to Hatada, the events unfolding in the Hokage Tower were of no concern to him. Even if he were aware that Danzo had set his sights on him, he would remain unfazed. For he had already secured two powerful allies, Hatake Sakujo and the Uchiha clan. At that moment, within the Uchiha clan grounds, news of Hatada's victory over the rare genius of Konoha, Kakashi, reached the ears of Uchiha Kenji, the clan leader, who decided to meet Hatada personally. Clan leader. Hatada greeted somewhat awkwardly at the door. To be honest, he felt a bit shy and was not particularly fond of interacting with strangers. However, when necessary, he would oblige, as was the case now. Hatada, please take a seat, the clan leader said with a gentle smile. He gestured to another young man, around 16 or 17 years old, with a stern expression. Hatada guessed he was yet another stoic individual. This is my son, Uchiha Fugaku. Hatada, if you don't mind. You may address him as Brother Fugaku, the clan leader smiled. Upon hearing the stoic young man's name, Hatada paused. Wasn't this the father of the tragic hero who faced off against 7 opponents and was related to Sasuke? Here was a chance to connect with a future Manjikyu Sharingan wielder and perhaps even secure an alliance with Itachi. Moreover, Fugaku himself possessed the Manjikyu Sharingan. Hatada promptly greeted. Brother Fugaku. Fugaku nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He was not skilled in conversation, but his father's request compelled him to seek out a topic. Hatada, your academic performance at school has been commendable, hasn't it? Do you not know how to engage in conversation, or have you not reviewed my records? Hatada was momentarily taken aback, but quickly donned a radiant smile. There was no room for awkwardness when the prospect of a Manjikyu was on the line. It's been quite good, Brother Fugaku, he responded without missing a beat. Then your grades must be excellent, surely among the top in your class. Yes. I recall that the children from other clans also performed admirably, generally ranking within the top 10. Fugaku continued discussing academic achievements. He heard his father say that Hatake would undoubtedly be defeated by the genius among geniuses, Kakashi, and thus, Hatake's achievements must be extraordinary. Discussing an individual's merits can significantly bridge the distance between people. The term extraordinary is indeed apt, considering that a Uchiha ranking near the bottom of his class is quite remarkable. Cough cough. At this moment, the clan leader entered, carrying a tray adorned with a teapot and teacups. Observing the leader's graceful movements as he prepared and poured the tea exuded a classical elegance, revealing his profound appreciation for the art of tea. Fugaku, well, Hatake's results might not be particularly promising, the clan leader remarked. Not at all, clan leader. Ranking second to last is quite commendable, especially since it puts him right next to that guy, Obito, Hatake replied nonchalantly. Obito? Could he be the disgrace of the Uchiha? That person is at the very bottom of his class, a truly extraordinary existence in the entire grade. Which Uchiha has such poor grades? Well, I suppose there's one right here. Fugaku was aware of Obito due to his lively nature and frequent assistance to the village's elderly, which earned him a good reputation. In contrast, Hatake, overshadowed by Obito's disgrace, bore the burden lightly, compounded by his naturally reserved demeanor and a limited social circle, rendering him an unnoticed presence. Chapter 013. Uchiha Fugaku Hatake. Considering you have surpassed Kakashi's prowess, becoming the top of your class should be a mere formality, correct? The clan leader smiled. Approaching that, but my theoretical scores aren't particularly strong. Surpassing Kakashi will be a challenge. He has likely nearly mastered the knowledge of the Ninja Academy. Hatake responded. Haha, then you must continue to strive. The clan leader patted Hatake's shoulder with a warm smile, establishing rapport first before addressing matters of importance. Once the connection was strengthened, it would naturally lead to serious discussions. However, the clan leader first shot a stern glance at his son, Fugaku, before broaching the serious topic. Hatake, I have heard that you have awakened your Sharingan. Is that correct? The clan leader inquired softly after taking a sip of tea. Yes, Hatake nodded, acknowledging it without hesitation. There was nothing to conceal, after all. Upon revealing the Sharingan, he had already resolved to rely on the formidable legacy of the Uchiha clan. Clan leader, I'm uncertain when I awakened it. I simply felt that I could not lose to Kakashi, and it just manifested. However, at that moment, I felt immense sorrow, as if it stemmed from my parents. This narrative, of course, had been carefully crafted beforehand. The Sharingan had awakened, but not fully. Certain stimuli were required for complete activation. This was evident in both Obito and Sasuke. One awakened it in a fit of rage after a tragedy, while the other's Manjiki remained hidden for over a decade until a certain reckless young man provoked him, leading to its initial awakening. Naturally, the former's awakening was driven by a focus on familial bonds, while the latter faced severe bloodline rejection due to transplantation from another clan. In summary, Hitaki believed the clan must have documented his circumstances. The clan leader, believing Hitaki's account, smiled and explained, You likely awakened around the age of 4. At that time, your chakra was insufficient to meet the conditions for full awakening, but later, due to certain stimuli, it naturally activated. The clan leader was considerate, making no mention of Hitaki's parents' death, which endeared him to Hitaki. Clearly, their previous conversation had hinted at the clan leader's favorable disposition toward him. The clan leader likely desired to forge a bond akin to brotherhood between Fugaku and Hitaki, as evidenced by Hitaki's gradual shift in addressing him as uncle. I recall you saying, when you were on the verge of losing, bearing the name of Uchiha, I cannot lose, correct? The clan leader expressed with delight. Yes, Hitaki nodded emphatically, displaying a sense of pride. Of course, the reality was that he merely wished to impress. Hitaki, you have done well to uphold the honor of the Uchiha at school, and as clan leader, I am quite pleased. Fugaku has mentioned this, seeking to reward you, albeit modestly. Upon reflection, I believe a genius deserves the privileges befitting his talent. So I have agreed. The clan leader spoke with genuine sincerity, revealing the authenticity of his character. However, upon hearing Fugaku's name, Hitaki realized that the clan leader was paving the way for his son. Is that so, brother Fugaku? Hitaki turned to Fugaku, expressing his delight. Of course, Fugaku replied, feeling somewhat guilty, but quickly composed himself upon catching his father's piercing gaze. What do you wish for, Hitaki? Fugaku added. Hitaki feigned deep thought, as Fugaku and the clan leader refrained from interrupting. Silence enveloped the room for half a minute until Hitaki finally spoke. The shadow clone technique. That guy Kakashi relied on it to outmaneuver me. I cannot stumble in the same place again. A high-level ninjutsu? The clan leader feigned hesitation, though his eyes continually darted towards his son, signaling him. Father, just grant Hitaki's request. Fugaku exclaimed, somewhat excitedly. He is right. The Uchiha cannot afford to falter in the same manner a second time. The clan leader glanced at his son and then at Hitaki, ultimately sighing and conceding. Very well. Hitaki, the shadow clone technique is indeed a high-level ninjutsu, and while it is precious, a genius within the clan should enjoy the privileges that accompany his talent. Thank you, brother Fugaku. Hitaki expressed his gratitude immediately. After a moment, he seemed to notice the clan leader's displeased gaze and quickly added, and thank you, clan leader uncle. Once Hitaki finished expressing his thanks, the three shared a smile. Hitaki had received an additional reward, which was precisely what he had hoped for. The clan's support against the pressures from the higher-ups in Konoha. Moreover, the clan leader bestowed upon him the coveted shadow clone technique. The shadow clone technique's utility transcended mere reconnaissance and deception. Its most extraordinary aspect was the sharing of experience. This meant that the clones shared the same innate talents and training speeds, and upon dispersing, the accumulated experiences would revert to the original. What did this imply? It meant the potential for double, triple, or even multiple times the experience. Consider the likes of Naruto, who deemed himself not particularly bright, yet trained with hundreds of shadow clones simultaneously. Was this not akin to wielding a cheat? Of course, Hitaki did not expect his mind to function as Naruto's did, capable of absorbing such vast memories simultaneously. However, as a transmigrator, his mental fortitude was undoubtedly superior to that of an average individual, allowing him to withstand greater psychological pressure. Moreover, with the added support of the Sharingan, it meant that Hitaki could easily activate another cheat without issue. As for the other two, Fugaku felt genuinely pleased by Hitaki's gratitude, having assisted another and received a spiritual reward in return. The clan leader, on the other hand, delighted in securing a talented youth for his son. The proud father, paving the way for his son, was visibly emotional. The trio conversed for quite some time, lingering until the sun dipped low in the sky. More often than not, the clan leader guided the conversation between Hitaki and Fugaku. As the clan leader and Fugaku escorted Hitaki to his doorstep, the clan leader watched Hitaki's departing figure, smiling as he said, Hitaki, if you encounter any issues regarding ninjutsu in the future, feel free to seek out your brother Fugaku. Is that all right, brother Fugaku? Hitaki turned back, appearing somewhat bashful. Upon hearing this, the clan leader subtly patted Fugaku's thigh, a gentle reminder. Of course, Hatake, I don't mind the trouble, Fugaku replied with resignation. He was not particularly fond of teaching others, not even his own son. After much perseverance, Fugaku finally mastered the great fireball technique. While his younger son Sasuke remained a challenge he was reluctant to teach. Observing how effortlessly Itachi learned the technique after just one instruction, it became evident that Fugaku's feelings towards Sasuke were more complicated. Undoubtedly, he loved both of his sons deeply. However, teaching children can indeed be exhausting and mentally taxing. In Chapter 014, the Shadow Clone Technique, Hayate cheerfully declared to Fugaku, "If I have any questions, I will surely seek your guidance, dear brother Fugaku. Please do not find it bothersome." His playful demeanor served as a prelude to future inquiries. Typically, such remarks might elicit annoyance, yet the endearing young boy was an exception. "Very well," Fugaku replied, glancing towards the horizon, feeling the weight of his responsibilities, yet compelled to acquiesce in the presence of his father. Once Hayate's figure had completely vanished, the clan leader guided Fugaku back home. "What are your thoughts on this young man named Hayate?" The clan leader inquired slowly. "A gifted clansman, and somewhat charming, father." Fugaku replied candidly. "Indeed, you ought to refer to him as your younger brother. His awakening of the Sharingan at the tender age of 4 is remarkable, standing out in the entire history of the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, do not underestimate Hayate. He is quite intelligent and performs admirably, though the performances of children often contain flaws. Nevertheless, he genuinely seems fond of you, Fugaku." As he listened to his father's words, Fugaku couldn't help but recall Hayate's bright smile. "Is that so, father?" Upon returning home, Hayate neatly arranged his shoes and instinctively called out, "I'm back." The house remained silent, but he had grown accustomed to such solitude. He approached his desk, unfurling a scroll that contained the intricacies of the Shadow Clone Technique. The neatly inscribed characters revealed the experiences of the scroll's previous owner during their training. The Shadow Clone Technique was conceived by the inherently malevolent Senju Tobirama, granting the clones both substance and will, unlike ordinary clones. The technique required a sufficient amount of chakra, as dividing one's chakra too thinly would result in fragile clones that could hardly withstand any confrontation. "I should possess around 13 chakra cards now," Hayate mused, mentally issuing a command as a pale blue screen materialized before him. "Uchiha Hayate, Strength, CH Nin, 13100. Chakra, 13 cards, Attributes, Fire, Wind, Lightning. In, Bloodline Limit, Single Tomo Sharingan, 3 Tomo Power, 73, Sage Body, Unawakened, Beginner, 76, Special Abilities, none 13 cards, quite respectable. Even discounting Kakashi's inflated prowess, I should manage to train with 3 or 4 shadow clones without issue. The only challenge lies in my mental endurance," Hayate thought, a smile creeping onto his lips as he glanced at the panel. Achieving the status of a CH Nin at 5 years old is indeed a mark of genius. With the 3 Tomo and Sage Body nearly complete, I can only wonder what my Manjiki Sharingan will manifest. After all, the Sharingan is a reflection of one's inner self, and the awakened techniques will stem from one's own desires. What, then, are my desires? Hayate pondered, redirecting his focus back to the scroll. His innate talent was not extraordinary. Mastering the Shadow Clone Technique would require at least a week's effort, in addition to familiarizing himself with Chidori. The techniques acquired from the system only offered methods and insights. For Hayate, learning was simple, but integrating it into practical combat necessitated personal training. His plan was to first master the Shadow Clone Technique, then have the clones practice Chidori, thereby accelerating his training. That night, deep within the Death Forest, lay a concealed underground base. Danzo sat upon a stone chair, while 3 masked ninjas knelt before him, reporting their findings. "Lord Danzo." After school, Uchiha Hayate visited the home of clan leader Kenji, where he conversed closely with the young clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Upon hearing this, Danzo narrowed his eyes and inquired in a low voice, "How is Shikaku faring lately, particularly after Kakashi returned home this afternoon?" A man wearing a fox mask replied, "Lord Shikaku and Kakashi left around 8 in the evening to dine at a barbecue restaurant. They seemed to enjoy their meal, and Lord Shikaku consumed a fair amount of alcohol." The masked man hesitated, then added, "Unlike before, Lord Shikaku appeared less concerned with the opinions of the villagers." As silence enveloped the room, Danzo's fingers drummed against the stone table, murmuring, "It seems he has moved on." After a moment, His gaze shifted back to the root ninjas before him. Let the rumors about Kakashi conclude this evening, by tomorrow morning. I do not wish to hear a single disparaging word about the hero of Konoha. Additionally, regarding Uchiha Hate, here, Danzo glanced toward the dark passage leading to Konoha. For the sake of the village, Uchiha Hate, this inherently malevolent Uchiha child, must be brought under root control. However, until then, we must observe closely without alarming him. Yes, Lord Danzo, the ninjas replied, bowing before departing. Danzo continued to gaze into the shadowy corridor, as if perceiving a glimmer of light within. A wave of distant memories washed over him. Hisashi, my teacher, I shall prove that I am right. I am the one most fit to become Hokage. The following morning, as the sun ascended, Hate finished his breakfast and prepared to head to school. This time, he did not seek out Obito, as he found Obito's route to school rather absurd and wished to avoid tardiness that might tarnish his reputation. Upon entering the classroom, he scanned the room and, as expected, found Obito absent, though Kakashi had arrived early, engrossed in a book. Noticing Hayate's gaze, Kakashi looked up, slightly tilting the book to reveal a sunny smile. Good morning, Hayate. Taken aback for a brief moment by Kakashi's greeting and the brief removal of his black mask, Hayate smiled in return. Good morning, Kakashi. While conversing, he made his way to his seat. Observing the book Kakashi held, he noted the cover read 6th grade, likely a Konoha textbook. Curiously, he asked, Kakashi, why are you reading a higher grade book? We're only in 1st grade. In response, Kakashi set the book down, having donned his black mask again without Hayate noticing. He looked intently into Hayate's eyes and replied seriously, I got used to it. I had originally planned to graduate early, aiming for the end of this academic year. You're planning to graduate early? Hayate feigned shock. Indeed, Kakashi continued. I used to think there was little to learn in school, believing that becoming a ninja was the only path forward. However, now, Kakashi met Hayate's gaze earnestly. I realize there is still much I need to learn. While ninjutsu is crucial for a ninja, it is not the entirety of being one. I wish to uncover something here, even if I am uncertain what that is. Meeting Kakashi's sincere gaze, Hayate placed a hand on Kakashi's desk and smiled. I see, Kakashi. But remember, ninjutsu is also vital for a ninja, do not neglect it. Of course, Kakashi nodded, replying earnestly. I won't lose in our next battle. It's a promise. As the conversation unfolded, Hayate now extended his right fist. In response, Kakashi appeared somewhat flustered, attempting to mirror the gesture. At that moment, their fists collided. Suddenly, Kakashi felt as though he comprehended the lesson he needed to learn. The system notification chimed, leaving Hayate momentarily bewildered. What on earth? How could Kakashi's affection for him soar like a rocket, surpassing the 200 threshold? It was worth noting that Obito had taken 3 entire years to reach such a level. Moreover, Hayate distinctly recalled not uttering any particularly sentimental words. Could it be self-strategy? It seemed the childhood friend couldn't withstand the forces of destiny. As Kakashi regained his composure, he recalled his father's request and inquired, Hayate, you're free tonight, right? What is up, Kakashi? Hayate mused inwardly about the motive behind Kakashi's words. My father wishes to invite you to dinner tonight, to meet my new friend. Kakashi confessed, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. A friend, you say? Hayate mused aloud, causing Kakashi's heart to race. Very well, I, Uchiha Hayate, acknowledge you. Hatake Kakashi is my friend. Just name the place, and I shall be there tonight. Upon hearing this, Kakashi exhaled a sigh of relief. Yakiniku, you should know where it is, Hayate, Kakashi replied. The two continued their conversation, discussing various trivial matters. When the teacher entered the classroom, Hayate turned around and took his seat, yet his mind was consumed with thoughts, oblivious to the empty space beside him. Konoha's White Fang invited me for dinner. My affection must have risen as a gesture of gratitude. I recall that the system does not register affections below 50. 81 affection, almost at the friend level. After this meeting, Danzo would likely hesitate to extend his influence over me. With 2 pillars of support, I have double the assurance. As long as I refrain from folly, my position in Konoha is secure. With this thought, Hayate felt a sense of relief from concerns about the 55th generation Hokage, a rat in the gutter. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. A young boy, wearing goggles on his forehead, burst into the classroom. Pardon me, sensei, Obito exclaimed, one hand resting on the door. Panting heavily. No need to explain, I already know. Helping an old lady cross the street, I presume? The teacher remarked expressionlessly. Ah, So you already knew, sensei. Obito scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Observing Obito's silly demeanor, the teacher sighed. You may leave, Obito, but you cannot be late again tomorrow. Even the teacher doubted his own words. He had secretly investigated Obito and found that he truly did assist old ladies across the street in the mornings. It was a self-comforting thought. Thank you, sensei. Obito bowed deeply and joyfully returned to his seat. Rin, however, was somewhat annoyed as she whispered, You're late again, Obito. This is the 5th time this week, and today is Friday. Seeing Rin's pouty expression, Obito felt inexplicably drawn to her, his face turning slightly red. Come on, Rin. Obito didn't he mean to be late? Hatena interjected softly, a hint of concern in his tone. He was acutely aware of the perilous journey Obito faced each day, a street approximately 100 meters long, filled with countless old ladies. How could he not be late? Just spoil him, Hatena, Rin replied, her voice laced with irritation. At that moment, the teacher caught wind of their conversation and turned his gaze toward Hatena and the others. You seem to be enjoying yourselves, Hatena. How would you solve this problem? The teacher asked, pointing to a question on the blackboard. I don't know. Hatena glanced at the question, replied bluntly. The teacher scrutinized Hatena. Are you certain? Indeed, I truly do not know, Hatena responded candidly. He had only perused the textbook on the first day of school, finding little of interest to learn. Since then, he had hardly paid attention in class, mostly reminiscing about the original storyline. Seeing Hatena's calm rejection and nonchalant demeanor, combined with the natural charm of the Uchiha, the girls in the class were smitten. Oh my, I can't take it. Hatena looks so handsome even when refusing. He has both talent and looks. Sisters, I'm falling for him. Isn't Kakashi more appealing? A group of shallow girls chattered. Be quiet. I admire every handsome man. The voices around him polluted Hatena's ears. He distinctly recalled that this was not the treatment Kakashi received. How had he, having bested Kakashi once, suddenly garnered such attention? It seemed the girls who turned left were the most outrageous. Until another conversation drifted into his ears, causing Hatena's expression to turn peculiar. Asuma, that Hatena kid is showing off again, and he can't even solve basic problems. A boy complained. Show some respect. Address him as Hatena. He is my most esteemed rival. Asuma replied impatiently. But, Asuma, he did beat you up yesterday. The boy retorted. Nonsense. That was an act of affectionate teaching. Asuma declared. Yesterday, I snuck into my father's office and perused the files of Shikaku. He completed 27 A-rank missions and 123 B-rank missions. How could I dare to tarnish such an esteemed predecessor? Moreover, Asuma lowered his voice instinctively. I discovered that my father has been condoning the vile actions of Danzo in disparaging Shikaku. Cough, cough. It is only through the teachings of my lifelong rival, Uchiha Hatena, that I realized my father is unworthy of his position. Then why don't you expose this matter to the public? The boy inquired, puzzled. At this, Asuma's face flushed, and he awkwardly replied, I was warned by my father. In any case, Uchiha Hatena is a rival deserving of respect. From now on, mind your words. Asuma declared. I shall also overthrow my father's corrupt reign and become Hokage. Yes, Asuma, the boy replied, his eyes shining with admiration. Chapter 016. Bringing Kakashi to the clan. Filial piety. True filial piety. A resounding act of devotion. One wonders if the third Hokage would strike down this wayward son on the spot upon hearing this. Yet, the nefarious Danzo was aptly described. It deserved commendation, especially with the addition of Born of Two. However, Hatena glanced back at Kakashi, who wore a mask, and met his gaze. You heard all that, didn't you, Kakashi? Hatena asked quietly. Indeed, Kakashi nodded lightly. As a prodigy who graduated at 5 and became a CHNIN at 6, his hearing was exceptional. There was no way he could have missed it. Hatena, what my father truly cares about is not the Hokage, but Konoha and the people living within it. Like my father, the will of fire in my heart has never been about the Hokage. Kakashi spoke softly. It seems you have emerged from the darkness, Kakashi, Hatena smiled. Indeed, after all, there is sunlight shining down. Silence. Before Kakashi could finish, the teacher's fury erupted from the podium. With a loud bang, he slammed his fist onto the desk, bellowing, it is class time. Hatena, Kakashi. After the outburst, the teacher pointed around the classroom, shouting, and you all. Each of you is chattering away. Look at the chaos in the classroom. Pardon us, sensei. Hatena quickly apologized, pulling Kakashi as they dashed out of the classroom. Kakashi and I will leave. We shall not disturb your class. The teacher stared in astonishment at the two figures swiftly disappearing through the classroom door. This was not how the scene was supposed to unfold. He had merely spoken a few words. He hadn't issued a punishment. He did this for the sake of Hatena and Kakashi. Watching the two disappear into the distance, the teacher suddenly felt a pang of pain in his chest, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. That Hatena fellow was excessively arrogant, daring to skip class so brazenly, truly a model for our generation, with a mixture of admiration and envy. Obito thought to himself. However, why did Hatena choose to skip class without him, instead opting to take along that fool Kakashi? That damn Hatena had abandoned him. How outrageous. Outside the ninja school, Kakashi was being dragged out by Hatena. He glanced back at the school gates, feeling an uneasy sensation wash over him. Hatena, isn't it inappropriate for us to skip class? Kakashi, ever the model student, said with a hint of guilt. Upon hearing this, Hatena immediately launched into a grandiose spiel. Kakashi, you are far too concerned with rules. At this rate, you will inevitably find yourself shackled by them one day. A true man. Stop. I know you simply don't want to stay in the classroom, Kakashi interrupted, cutting through Hatena's rhetoric. He had been lost before, but that did not mean he was foolish. He understood Hatena's character quite well. All right, you guessed correctly, Hatena admitted, spreading his hands. However, this time, skipping class is still for the sake of learning. Learning? The word sparked an idea in Kakashi's mind. Hatena, being of the same age yet able to surpass him, must have achieved this through perseverance and hard work. He must be secretly honing his skills in unknown corners, only to shine brilliantly later. Yes, learning, Hatena nodded, explaining, I met an older brother yesterday, Uchiha Fugaku, who is a jounin. How about we seek his guidance? An Uchiha jounin? Kakashi's eyes lit up. Ever since his defeat against Hatena, he had developed a profound curiosity about the Uchiha clan. If he could witness the true strength of the Uchiha, it would be worth the trip. Lead the way, Hatena. I can hardly wait, Kakashi said with excitement. Hatena guided Kakashi to the Uchiha clan's territory. As the figures of outsiders appeared within the Uchiha grounds, they attracted several curious glances. However, seeing a young Uchiha bringing others into the compound was not particularly alarming. After all, the clan's grounds were not something to be hidden away. Is this the Uchiha clan's territory? It's quite large, though a bit desolate. It seems mostly populated by Uchiha members. Kakashi remarked softly as he surveyed his surroundings. Hatena explained yes. Due to the villagers' prejudices against the Uchiha and the clan's own arrogance, few outsiders venture here. However, the Uchiha are not inherently bad. Many have merely succumbed to mental trauma, becoming obsessive. Many clan members have begun to close themselves off, pursuing power. To be honest, I also prefer not to interact with my clan members, except for Obito. That guy is genuinely warm-hearted. Kakashi, curious, asked, living in such an environment must be quite painful, right? Fortunately, most Uchiha are just excessively proud. They do take care of their own. For instance, as an orphan with no one to look after me, the clan provides me with a stipend each month, and the other Uchiha children have never bullied me. For us Uchiha, bullying the weak is a disgrace. Here we are, Hatena announced as they approached the Uchiha training grounds. Before them lay a small grove filled with targets, and numerous shuriken and kunai were embedded in their centers. The clan leader had informed Hatena that Fugaku often trained here. Fugaku, I'm here. Hatena called out to the grove, inwardly thinking. I am creating an opportunity for the Uchiha to turn their fortunes around. You'd better not be ungrateful. Ah, it's you, Hatena, Fugaku replied, sounding somewhat annoyed. His tone laced with impatience. Yes, it's me. I've brought a classmate, the child of Lord SHM. 2 children? This is more trouble, Fugaku silently mused. He reluctantly jumped down from the branches, appearing before Hatena and Kakashi from the concealed grove. Ahem, Hatena, are you here to seek my guidance on ninjutsu? Fugaku asked with a stern expression. Yes, Fugaku, I am having a bit of difficulty with the shadow clone technique, so I thought of you first, Hatena replied, introducing Kakashi. Fugaku, this is my friend, Kakashi Hitaki. He is the top student in our class and year. Hatena thought to himself, I've hinted so clearly. Hurry up and build connections. The opportunity to ally the Uchiha with the legendary White Fang of Konoha is almost within reach. Fugaku, maintaining his stoic demeanor, replied, I see. Kakashi, while the Hitaki clan excels in swordsmanship, the Uchiha also have strong practitioners, but I am not well versed in it, so I cannot teach you much. Upon hearing this, Hatena felt as if he might shatter his teeth from grinding them in frustration. he was nearly overcome with anger. Put politely, it meant, I lack the ability to teach you. To put it bluntly, it meant, I do not wish to teach you, so please leave. What a hopeless teammate. It's no wonder the Uchiha have fallen to the brink of extinction. Fugaku must bear some responsibility for this. Forget it, for the sake of the Manjiki. I will take matters into my own hands. You can't possibly fail to understand this, can you? Chapter 017, Training, Part 1, Ahem. Hatena cleared his throat and smiled at Fugaku. Kakashi is quite proficient in ninjutsu as well. Fugaku, you excel in jinjutsu and fire techniques. Why not teach us a thing or two? Seeing Hatena's smile, Fugaku recalled his father's instructions and reluctantly nodded in agreement. All right, I do excel in jinjutsu and fire techniques, but I know a great many ninjutsu, so wait a moment while I think. After a brief pause, Fugaku continued. How about the Phoenix Fire technique and the Heart of the Fox technique? Both are advanced ninjutsu that would be suitable for your learning. At this, Hatena turned to Kakashi, who nodded slightly and responded with a smile. Sure thing, Fugaku. Fugaku chose to ignore Hatena's enthusiasm and led the two to the edge of a small lake. The lake was not very large, and there were few people around. Watch closely. I will demonstrate first, Fugaku said, beginning to form hand seals. Due to the demonstration, his hand seal speed was slow, approximately one seal every half second. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Several small fireballs erupted from Fugaku's mouth, as if they possessed their own will, dancing gracefully through the air. Only after a few seconds did the fireballs descend upon the center of the lake, creating ripples upon impact. This is the Uchiha clan's signature basic ninjutsu. Pay attention to the sequence of seals. Before Fugaku could finish his sentence, he noticed Kakashi had already begun forming seals. Rat, tiger, dog, boar, tiger. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. 3 seconds later, several fireballs erupted from Kakashi's mouth. The fireballs circled the lake before finally landing in its center, splashing water everywhere. Fugaku stood by, utterly dumbfounded. A genius who could learn with just one demonstration was simply outrageous. It is important to note that the Phoenix Fire technique has a certain level of operational difficulty, being more challenging than the Great Fireball technique. Yet Kakashi had learned it with just a single glance. Truly astonishing. After completing his ninjutsu, Kakashi quietly stepped back, leaving the stage for Hatena. What? It's my turn? Hatena was taken aback. Kakashi, you learned it in one look, but I can't. You're putting me in a very awkward position here. Clearing his throat, he turned to Fugaku and said awkwardly, Fugaku, I was injured yesterday, and I'm not feeling well. So I will just observe from the sidelines. Hatena did not want to be compared to Sasuke and his peers, making it seem as if Sasuke's talent was significantly inferior. There is no way. Our own external assistance is akin to Sasuke's, only provided in the later stages. It pales in comparison to genuine genius. Thus, hate. Fujitake did not mind and added with a smile, then pay close attention and learn thoroughly. As he spoke, Fujitake suddenly wore a mysterious smile. He turned to Hate and Kakashi, saying, Next, I will teach you illusion techniques. Of course, the teaching process will encompass both casting and dispelling. I shall instruct you in tandem, so keep up. With a leap, Fujitake landed on a nearby tree. Glancing back at Hate and Kakashi, in the blink of an eye, Fujitake's figure vanished again, darting through the woods like a wraith. Kakashi, follow me, Hate exclaimed, leaping after him. Observing this, Kakashi followed suit, albeit with a furrowed brow. Illusions, huh? I wonder when Fujitake-senpai cast it. As they moved swiftly, the shadows of the trees flickered past, yet they found themselves increasingly distanced from the lake until it was entirely out of sight. Suddenly, Kakashi halted. Hate, do you not sense something amiss around us? Upon hearing this, Hate also stopped, looking at Kakashi in confusion. What is amiss? Hurry up, or Fujitake-kenai will shake us off. Hate urged. Kakashi frowned, leaping to block Hate. I suspect we've fallen under an illusion, Hate. Have you not noticed that the distance to the trees has not changed since we began? Moreover, we keep returning to the same spot. Kakashi analyzed calmly, but Hate dismissed his concerns. The Death Forest is like this. Perhaps Fujitake-kenai is merely leading us in circles. You are mistaken, Hate. Just as he finished speaking, Kakashi gathered chakra in his palm and struck Hayate's chest without hesitation. Why, Kakashi? Are we not friends? Hate, knocked to the ground, held his chest in disbelief as he gazed at Kakashi. You are the one who would have discovered the illusion faster than I, Fujitake-senpai, Kakashi replied softly. At this, Hayate's expression gradually morphed into that of Fujitake. Well done, Kakashi. But you have lost track of hate. How will you dispel the illusion alone? Kakashi furrowed his brow, concentrating chakra in his palm and forcefully striking himself. Illusion dispelled. Yet, the scene before him remained unchanged. Kakashi cast a deep glance at Fujitake. Damn it. The most exquisite illusion is one where you are fully aware of being ensnared, yet remain unable to break free. As an academic, Kakashi understood the principles of illusion well and knew how to counter them. In essence, illusion techniques manipulate one's five senses to create deceptive realities. The means of dispelling them may seem straightforward. The afflicted can disrupt their own chakra to break the spell. Alternatively, they might rely on sheer willpower to force their way out. However, Fujitake's illusions were anything but simple. When Fujitake cast his illusion, was the chakra within the afflicted truly their own? Did the jutsu they performed actually occur? As Kakashi pondered this, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. If Fujitake-senpai were his enemy, or if this were a battlefield, he would already be dead. Take your time, Kakashi. We have plenty of it. Fujitake said expressionlessly before his figure gradually faded, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, Hate, with his back to the lake, murmured, Fujitake-senpai, this game is rather dull. Have you already discerned the truth? A flock of crows flew past, coalescing into the shape of Fujitake. These are eyes that pierce through deception. Hate, you ought to understand. As he spoke, Hayate's pupils began to whirl, revealing a single Tomo Sharingan. You may attempt to break free. There is a disparity even among Sharingan. Fujitake opened his 3 Tomo Sharingan and stated impassively. Listening to the words in his ears, Hate did not act immediately. He closed his eyes, standing still as if in communion with something. Found it. Hate reopened his eyes, gathering chakra in his palms and striking it against himself. Fox Heart Technique, Dispel. In an instant, his chakra was disrupted and everything around him transformed, his vision returning to the lake. Hate turned around and saw Fujitake's stiff expression break into a smile. He shifted his gaze to Kakashi, who was still pacing in place, evidently ensnared deeply within the illusion. Chapter 018. Training, Part 2. It seems your talent for illusions is commendable. Hate, Fujitake approached, placing his right hand on Hayate's shoulder. It must be the result of your Sharingan. Hate replied without missing a beat. Is that truly the case? Fujitake chuckled, revealing his 3 Tomo Sharingan. In the battle of illusions among the Uchiha, what matters is the power of the eyes. A single Tomo against 3 is quite laughable. Even a double Tomo fares no better. Yet, you have succeeded, Hate. Hate reflected on the process he undertook to dispel the illusion. He had sensed Fujitake's illusion the moment it was cast, but was unable to prevent it. The methods Hate considered for dispelling the illusion were limited to 2. 1. Self-harm. Using physical pain to awaken oneself. The other, a more conventional approach in the ninja world, which involved disrupting one's chakra flow. For the sake of training, Hate deemed self-harm unnecessary and immediately sought to locate his chakra. In the face of a sophisticated illusion, one's chakra could be concealed or even manipulated. What one perceives is merely what others wish for them to see. Only by uncovering their hidden chakra can the situation be resolved. This was the insight. Hate easily located his chakra without exerting much effort. Reflecting on this, he quickly identified the crux of the matter. His mental strength was extraordinary. As a traveler who had lived 2 lives, Hayate's mental prowess surpassed that of ordinary individuals, especially with the enhancement of his Sharingan. It appears my talent for illusions is indeed remarkable. Fujitake-senpai, Hate chuckled lightly. I have a task for you, Hate. Fujitake extended his hand from his kimono. Behold my Sharingan. This is the method to perform the Fox Heart Technique. The world before Hate shifted once more, but this time the transformation was slow, as if time itself had decelerated. During this process, Hate could distinctly perceive the changes in his chakra. The source of this transformation was Fujitake's chakra, which emanated from his eyes, invading Hayate's mind and ultimately spreading throughout his body. This process was essential for executing the Fox Heart Technique. At that moment, Fujitake's voice echoed in Hayate's ears. An Uchiha with a Sharingan can cast illusions without hand signs. It suffices to let the enemy gaze upon their eyes. Even a mere instant is enough to ensnare the adversary in a mirage. Your task is to pull your friend, Kakashi, back from the realm of illusion into reality. Fujitake's figure gradually transformed into a flock of black crows, taking flight. Accompanied by the cawing of the crows, Hayate arrived at a grove, where Kakashi stood before him. How did you get here, Hayate? Kakashi looked up in surprise at the figure who had intruded upon his vision. Fujite Kanai sent me to rescue you. Hayate replied in a joking tone as he approached Kakashi, stopping 2 meters away. Kakashi remained cautious, not fully trusting this unexpected arrival. It seems you have sensed the illusion. Haven't you, Kakashi? Hayate said softly, his expression turning serious. Before Kakashi could respond, Hayate continued, gaze into my eyes, Kakashi. As he spoke, Hayate revealed his single Tomo Sharingan, locking eyes with Kakashi. In an instant, Kakashi's pupils revealed 3 spinning Tomo, while Hatada clutched his eyes in pain. It's not that simple, Hatada. You are also ensnared in the illusion. Unless you first extricate yourself from it, you cannot disrupt my chakra, Kakashi analyzed rationally. Then what should I do? I have only just begun to master the fox mind technique. Attempting to break the illusion directly has yielded the results you see, Hatada replied hoarsely. His eyes continued to throb, seemingly affirming Fugaku's words. A single Tomo against 3 was indeed laughable. You can still utilize your chakra, correct? Kakashi inquired. Yes, Hatada replied. Hearing this, Kakashi slowly approached him, extending his left fist. You mean, this is an illusion, Kakashi, Hatada said, somewhat perplexed, thinking Kakashi wanted him to disrupt his chakra. The fox mind technique merely leads one astray. What you see is still my true form. Chakra? Very well, I understand. Hatada extended his right fist, meeting Kakashi's left. At that moment, Kakashi emanated 2 distinct chakras, one mundane, the other ominously dark. Now, Hatada. I understand, Hatada said, opening his single Tomo Sharingan, locking eyes with Kakashi. In that fleeting moment, Hatada's understanding of the fox mind technique's principles began to flow into Kakashi's mind. The 3 chakras began to intertwine, colliding and disrupting the flow of chakra within both Hatada and Kakashi. Illusion release, they exclaimed in unison. Upon the dissolution of the illusion, the 2 found themselves once again by the lake. Unlike the world of illusions, they were now very close, yet no physical contact was made. It appears you both have grasped the principles of illusion to a preliminary extent, rather than the superficial understanding often presented in textbooks, Fugaku remarked, somewhat surprised. He had initially thought they would need to struggle further to discern the crux of the issue. Unexpectedly, Kakashi quickly recognized that his body within the illusion remained his true form, while Hatada was capable of releasing chakra. Hatada, too, understood this in a short span, drawing forth Kakashi's chakra through his own and imparting the principles of the illusion to him. Subsequently, Kakashi was able to unravel the illusion, utilizing his chakra to disrupt Hatada's. Thus, the 2 illusions employed by Fugaku were entirely dispelled through the seamless cooperation of Hatada and Kakashi. Kakashi was not only a genius in ninjutsu, but also a tactical prodigy, while Hatada proved to be a capable ninja, instinctively aware of his necessary actions. Fugaku silently evaluated the 2. It seems that both Kakashi and I have begun to grasp the principles of illusion, Hatada smiled. Indeed, however, to wield it proficiently. Further practice is essential, Fugaku replied calmly. While he was astonished by their performance, he refrained from excessive praise, fearing it might instill arrogance in the 2 youths. Hatada, your talent for illusion is commendable. Regarding the application of the Sharingan in illusions, feel free to consult me in the coming days, Fugaku advised. Certainly, thank you, Fugaku and I. Hatada responded. Noticing this, Fugaku nodded slightly, then turned to Kakashi. To be honest, he felt a certain admiration for this prodigious outsider. Kakashi's talent was undeniably formidable. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would undoubtedly emerge as a powerful figure in the future. There was great fulfillment in being a mentor to such an individual. Chapter 019. The clan leader almost lost his composure. Kakashi, your talent in the realm of illusion is not as pronounced as Hatada's, yet your mastery of ninjutsu is exceptionally refined. I personally advise against dedicating excessive time to illusions. It suffices to grasp a few necessary techniques and methods for dispelling them. For this, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. Naturally, for other domains, I recommend consulting your father, Hatake Tsukumo. He is a true powerhouse. Understood, Kakashi nodded earnestly. Thank you, Fugaku-senpai. Fugaku nodded slightly, then began to address the mistakes that Hatada and Kakashi had made earlier. In the afternoon, at the clan leader's residence. After imparting his teachings to Hatada and Kakashi, Fugaku slowly pushed open the door and stepped inside after removing his shoes. How did the instruction go, Fugaku? The clan leader inquired, recognizing the familiar footsteps with a smile. He was watering a pot of orchids, and after finishing, he set down the watering can and looked up at Fugaku. "Father, you knew?" Fugaku asked, somewhat surprised. However, reflecting on his father's status, he deemed it unsurprising. Tsukumo's son entered the clan grounds, so naturally, someone reported to me. The clan leader approached a table, gesturing for Fugaku to sit, and added, "I trust you enjoyed your time with Kakashi and Hatada?" Fugaku recalled and replied, "It was pleasant enough." Hatada was quite lively and talkative, while Kakashi remained composed and spoke little. The clan leader frowned. This was not the response he had hoped for. "Relay the details of your instruction to me through illusion." Understood. Fugaku promptly activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, and at the moment their Sharingan met, the scenes of instruction replayed vividly. In a small grove, Fugaku was practicing with Kunai and Shuriken when suddenly, a youthful voice broke through from outside the grove. "Fugaku and I'm here." Hatada and Kakashi appeared, standing remarkably close, almost shoulder to shoulder. "Ah, it's Hatada," Fugaku remarked with mild annoyance. Witnessing Hatada approach with White Fang's son, Fugaku exhibited a hint of impatience. The clan leader felt as though he could deliver a scolding. Does he not understand how to build rapport with other clans? The clan leader momentarily suppressed his irritation, determined to continue observing. "Yes, it's me. I've brought along a classmate, Lord Tsukumo's child," Hatada said cheerfully. Fugaku suddenly recalled something, descending from the branch with a resigned expression. "Ahem. Hatada, are you here to seek my guidance on ninjutsu?" Fugaku inquired with a stern demeanor. "Can you not greet White Fang's son with a hint of warmth? You appear as if someone owes you money. Will you not build connections?" The clan leader turned to Fugaku's ethereal image, his expression one of exasperation. Control yourself. Control yourself. Do not lose your temper." At that moment, Hatada's voice rang out again. "Indeed, Fugaku and I thought of you right away as I struggled with the shadow clone technique." Hatada continued, introducing Kakashi. "Fugaku and this is my friend Hatake Kakashi. He ranks first in our class and year." By revealing his association with Kakashi while praising his accomplishments, Hatada cleverly conveyed Kakashi's identity, which greatly impressed the clan leader. Discreetly disseminating information, Hatada was the very epitome of an intelligence ninja. Yet, Fugaku maintained his stoic expression, offering no gratitude. "I see, Kakashi. The Hatake clan excels in Kenjutsu, although the Uchiha also boasts skilled practitioners. I am not well versed in that area and cannot teach you anything." Upon finishing his statement, the clan leader could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "I will teach you." The clan leader spoke rapidly, his emotions running high, leaving Fugaku bewildered. Nevertheless, he inquired with concern, "What is it, father? You asked me what it is. Can you not see what Hatada is doing? Ah, speak." The clan leader's long-buried temper erupted, his voice booming. However, the scene continued to unfold. At that moment, a cough interrupted. It was Hatada, his face still adorned with a radiant smile. Upon seeing that smile, the clan leader's anger diminished significantly. "Is my son not aware? Does Hatada not understand?" Indeed, Hatada's next statement swiftly remedied the situation. "Kakashi is also quite adept at ninjutsu, Fugaku and Since you are skilled in illusions and fire techniques, why not teach us a thing or two?" Fuya nodded helplessly and said, "All right. I indeed excel in illusion techniques and fire release. However, I possess a plethora of ninjutsu. Please wait a moment while I ponder." He then added, "I believe Hatada would make a better clan leader than you." The clan leader waved his hand dismissively, the gesture so vigorous it nearly struck Fuya. Had he not heard Fuya's agreement, that hand would have surely found its mark. Observing this, Fuya hastily retracted the illusion, his expression one of bewilderment. Though his gaze remained clear, the clan leader, infuriated by the clarity and apparent foolishness in Fuya's eyes, found some solace in recalling his son's age, along with the satisfactory talent and strength he possessed, forcing himself to suppress his anger. As the Uchiha clan leader who had survived under the watchful eyes of the second Hokage, he had cultivated a degree of patience. "Do you comprehend why Hatada sought advice on the shadow clone technique, only to switch to fire release and illusion techniques?" the clan leader asked, suppressing his ire. Fuya hesitated for a moment before responding. "Is it because I am more adept at fire release and illusion techniques? That is but one aspect. Hatada utilized it to thwart your inquiries," the clan leader replied, his expression unyielding. "And what else?" He probed further. He scrutinized Fuya's eyes, reading only confusion within them. At that moment, The clan leader seriously doubted whether his son had invested all his points in muscle, failing to inherit even a fragment of his wisdom. Recalling the close relationship between Hatada and Kakashi, Fuya suddenly exclaimed, "It's Kakashi." Upon hearing the name, the clan leader was momentarily overjoyed, believing his son had finally seen the light. However, Fuya continued, "Hatada and Kakashi are good friends, someone to be trusted." The clan leader nearly collapsed from rage. His friend. It is Kakashi. Do you not understand that Kakashi's father is the Leaf's white fang? He bellowed. I understand, father, Fuya mumbled. His head bowed and an expression of innocence on his face. He spoke nothing but the truth, devoid of deceit. Now, listen carefully. Remember what I say. The clan leader expressed profound disappointment, his expression darkening to an almost suffocating degree. Since the death of Lord Hashirama and the ascension of the second Hokage, the Uchiha clan had endured relentless suppression from the Hokage faction, whether under the second or the third. Currently, Tsunade, the third Hokage's disciple, harbored great disillusionment towards the village, and Jiraiya showed no inclination to intervene. In this era devoid of warfare, the village found itself consistently eclipsed by the three legendary shinobi. The Hokage faction was left with only the third Hokage, Orochimaru, and 3 weakened elders. Outside of the Hokage faction, few strong figures remained, most maintaining a neutral stance towards the Uchiha clan, with the strongest among them being Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake. Fuya, you should be well aware that Tsukumo Hatake's strength rivals that of a Hokage. Hatada is leveraging his relationship with Kakashi to assist the Uchiha in garnering Tsukumo's support, thereby countering the higher echelons of Konoha. Of course, this alone is insufficient, yet it suffices as long as the Uchiha refrain from causing disturbances. Chapter 020, Tsukumo Hatake Beep. Uchiha Kenji's affinity rises to 13, beep. Uchiha Kenji's affinity rises to 27, beep. Uchiha Fuya's affinity rises to 39. The host's affinity with Uchiha Kenji reaches 76, gaining 0-2 chakra and partial Sharingan power. The host's affinity with Uchiha Fuya reaches 86, gaining 0-3 chakra and partial Sharingan power. Congratulations to the host for achieving the 3-Tomo Sharingan standard. The next level is the Manjiki Sharingan, 9100. The incessant notifications from the system echoed in Hatada's ears, causing him to halt his steps momentarily. What's wrong, Hatada? Kakashi inquired, noticing Hatada's unusual demeanor. Nothing, Hatada replied with a smile, the chakra swelling within him now calmed. He glanced up at the sky, the sunset casting a warm glow upon his cheeks. Instinctively, he shielded his eyes and asked, Shall we go, Kakashi? Should we visit your home, or head to the barbecue? Let us go to my house. My father is eager to meet you, Kakashi replied. Meanwhile, in the death forest outside the village, a root ninja clad in a fox mask swiftly traversed a tunnel until he reached an office, where he slowed his pace. Reporting in, Lord Danzo. Uchiha Hatada and Hatake Kakashi skipped class this morning and headed to the Uchiha clan's territory around 9 o'clock. The masked man knelt on one knee, devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Danzo glanced at the wall clock and asked in a grave tone, Why did it take you so long to report? I was apprehended by an Uchiha Jonin and detained by the guard team. Released at 5:32 in the afternoon, the masked man replied. Useless. How dare they? Danzo slammed his hand on the stone table, his voice dark and foreboding. After a brief silence, he continued, Where did Uchiha Hatada and Hatake Kakashi go next? Don't tell me you're unaware. The masked man promptly replied. They headed towards Lord Tsukumo's residence. It appears that Kakashi intends to bring Uchiha Hatada home. Bang! The sound of Danzo slamming the table resonated, accompanied by a sharp reprimand. This is outrageous. How dare Tsukumo Hatake associate with an Uchiha? The masked man dared not breathe, fearful of drawing Danzo's ire. After 2.5 seconds, Danzo calmed down and said, You, Oni Mask, and Demon Cat, will be led by Muramasa. Immediately proceed to Tsukumo Hatake's home and covertly document every interaction between Tsukumo and Uchiha Hatada, leaving no detail unrecorded. Yes, Lord Danzo. The Jonin-level Muramasa led the 3 elite nin away from the office in an instant. At the Hatake clan's residence, Kakashi and Hatada entered the house in succession. I'm home, father, Kakashi quietly announced. I heard you skipped class today. Is that so, Kakashi? Tsukumo's voice came from the study. At this, Kakashi fell silent. Truth be told, it was his first time skipping class, his first act of defiance against the so-called rules, and he was uncertain how to face his father. I was the one who took him out of class, Uncle Tsukumo, Hatada interjected. As he spoke, Tsukumo's figure appeared before them, his long silver hair resembling Kakashi's, adorned with a Konoha forehead protector. His piercing gaze seemed capable of seeing through one's very soul. Hatada glanced into Tsukumo's eyes, but quickly averted his gaze, feeling overwhelmed by the pressure of their shared stare. An invisible aura seemed to envelop Tsukumo, subtly conveying a potent sense of intimidation. It was hard for Hatada to fathom that a man with such an aura would choose to take his own life due to the criticisms of villagers and comrades. Likewise, Tsukumo scrutinized Hatada. Based on Hatada's words and the Uchiha clan emblem on his clothing, he instantly recognized the identity of the person before him. You are Uchiha Hatada, are you not? Tsukumo smiled warmly as he spoke. The moment he opened his mouth, the invisible aura dissipated, and he radiated a comforting warmth. Hatada inwardly sighed in relief and nodded. Indeed, I am Uchiha Hatada, the new generation's #1 prodigy of Konoha who has defeated Kakashi. Upon hearing this, Kakashi rolled his eyes silently. Yet, Tsukumo discerned that Hatada was merely relieving the pressure he felt by using a rather juvenile declaration. Well, skipping class is not advisable. If necessary, you may request leave from your teacher, Tsukumo said with a smile. Hatada dismissed the significance of skipping class, already planning that once he mastered the shadow clone technique, his original self would hardly need to attend school. Meanwhile, Kakashi hastily explained, Father, Hatada and I skipped class to learn from Senior Fuya. Senior Fuya is a jonin of the Uchiha clan, highly skilled in fire release and illusion techniques. I can demonstrate. Father. Shuamao glanced at Kakashi, waved his hand, and smiled. There's no need for you to explain these matters to me, Kakashi. You have grown up. Many things do not require your words. Of course, if it's a matter of sharing, I would be delighted to listen. Is that so, Father? Kakashi looked up at Shuamao, who wore a smile that seemed genuine. In that instant, Kakashi felt a sense of relief wash over him, yet simultaneously, a void lingered within, as if something had been lost. Let's not stand. Let us sit and converse. Shuamao took Yuta's hand and led him to a table, adding, I apologize for the lack of refreshments at home. It's all right. Drinks are for children, Yuta replied, sitting straight in his chair. You need not be tense, Yuta. Consider this place your own home. Observing Yuta's rigid posture, Shuamao quietly wondered if he had perhaps exerted too much pressure earlier. As both Shuamao and Kakashi were not particularly loquacious, an awkward silence enveloped the room until Yuta took the initiative to break the ice. Uncle Shuamao, I heard from others that you have completed over 20 high-level missions. Are high-level missions very difficult? Only ordinary genin can handle them. Yuta spoke with a hint of admiration and longing. High-level missions, Shuamao stroked his chin and smiled. They are manageable. Most do not pose significant life-threatening risks, though one may encounter formidable opponents. The truly challenging ones are those that involve infiltration and intelligence gathering. Such tasks require meticulous consideration. Simply taking a life is rather straightforward. For someone of Shuamao's caliber, killing was indeed a trivial matter, merely a swift strike that severed the head from the body. How ostentatious, Yuta thought to himself. When suddenly struck with inspiration, he exclaimed, I've heard that Uncle Shuamao has dominated the ninja world for over a decade thanks to his unparalleled skill, the legendary Hitaki sword technique, which even many skilled practitioners of the Uchiha sword style find daunting. Chapter 021, Swordsmanship Test. Shuamao remarked, It's not extraordinary. Any swordsmanship or technique, when practiced to a certain level, becomes quite similar. What truly matters is the will of both combatants. If you have ventured to the land of iron, you would understand that the spirit behind the blade far outweighs mere technique. In fact, the Uchiha sword style is technically more refined than the Hitaki technique. If you do not intend to specialize in swordsmanship, I would recommend you learn the Uchiha style, especially since you have awakened your Sharingan. Shuamao discerned Yuta's underlying thoughts and added, Of course, Yuta, if you wish to learn, I would be happy to teach you, especially since Kakashi is also studying. Having another student would not be a hindrance. Is that truly possible, Uncle Shuamao? Yuta exclaimed joyfully, tilting his head. Shuamao nodded gently, smiling. If you are willing, then certainly. However, before we proceed, I must assess your swordsmanship skills. Let's head to the training ground. We can test your abilities just in time for lunch. As they spoke, Shuamao cast a casual glance out the window at the treetops, quickly retracting his gaze. Outside, the 4 members of the root organization, who were monitoring Yuta and Shuamao, felt a chill run down their spines under Shuo Mao's watchful eye. They observed the departure of Yuta and the others, hiding among the branches, too frightened to move. Even their captain, Muramasa, hesitated to issue a command to pursue them. He could not ascertain whether Shuo Mao would resort to violence, especially in a secluded training area. "Captain, they have gone far. What should we do?" The man in the fox mask whispered. "Follow them at a distance. For Konoha, for Lord Danzo, we must obtain intelligence on the relationship between the Uchiha and Shomao, even if it costs us our lives." Muramasa gritted his teeth, determined. At the Hitaki family's training ground, Yuta and the others stepped into a spacious area. Shuo Mao retrieved 2 wooden short swords from a row of wooden racks at the edge, tossing one to Yuta. The wooden short sword, dark brown in color, felt somewhat heavy, even more so than iron blades. Yuta swung the blade a few times and executed a flashy flourish before retracting the sword. It felt slightly cumbersome in his grip, leading him to speculate that this was a training sword specifically designed for the Hitaki clan. Nevertheless, the weight was manageable and would not significantly hinder his performance. Shuo Mao observed Yuta's demeanor, recognizing the latent skill hidden beneath his seemingly casual movements. Strikingly familiar. Shuo Mao felt a deep connection with Yuta. "Kakashi, you may watch from the sidelines," Shuo Mao spoke softly. As Kakashi positioned himself at the edge of the training area, Shuo Mao's gaze turned toward Yuta. "Shall we commence? The battle will begin with the fall of this coin," he declared, holding a coin aloft. Upon Yuta's nod, he tossed the coin into the air, simultaneously drawing his short sword from his waist, adopting a defensive stance. "Be cautious, Yuta, though the short sword is wooden. It can still inflict pain upon impact," Shuo Mao warned. "Bring it on, Uncle Shuo Mao." Yuta activated his Sharingan, gripping the short sword tightly. He sensed a rapid shift in Shuo Mao's aura, a predatory presence that surged toward him. This atmosphere intensified the pressure on Yuta, igniting a sense of exhilaration. As the coin fell, he charged forward. Clang! The swords clashed, producing a resounding echo. In that moment of contact, Yuta realized that Shuo Mao's strength far surpassed his own. He had to leverage his advantages and utilize his Sharingan. Without hesitation, Yuta withdrew his short sword and leapt backward, dissipating the force of Shuo Mao's strike. In midair, he concentrated chakra into his sword, executing a 360-degree spin, utilizing the resulting momentum to propel himself forward. The combined acceleration of gravity and the counterforce allowed Yuta to close the distance to Shuo Mao in mere moments. Swish! The blade sliced through the air but was evaded by Shuo Mao's agile sidestep. Anticipating Shuo Mao's movements, Yuta descended, using his smaller stature to his advantage, slipping beneath Shuo Mao's legs and positioning himself behind him. Clang! This strike could not be easily dodged as Shuo Mao had to pivot and use his sword to parry Yuta's attack. "Well done, Yuta," Shuo Mao praised. Unable to contain his admiration, Yuta, focused on his offensive, paid no heed to the compliment and continued to assault Shuo Mao with a series of strikes, all of which were deftly evaded by Shuo Mao's sidesteps. "His speed is astonishing. Even though I can see his movements clearly, my body cannot keep up." Yuta squinted, contemplating his strategy when Shuo Mao made his move. In the blink of an eye, Shuo Mao appeared to Yuta's right, swiftly swinging his short sword. At the moment the blade made contact with Yuta's white shirt, Shuo Mao adeptly switched from the blade's edge to the flat side. The sword grazed Yuta's waist, producing a soft friction sound. Had Yuta not reacted with utmost urgency, he surely would have been struck. Yuta raised his sword, executing 2 rapid backward jumps to create distance. Breathing heavily, sweat dripped from his brow to the ground. That was close. No, if Uncle Shuo Mao had not switched to the flat side at the last moment, I might have already lost. Yuta's gaze remained fixed on Shuo Mao, his grip on the sword hilt now slick with perspiration. The pressure of Shuo Mao's prowess was overwhelming, leaving him no room for relaxation. "Your reflexes are impressive. Perhaps that is the power of the Sharingan," Shuo Mao remarked, spinning his sword in a flourish before retracting it. He lifted his right leg, gradually advancing toward Yuta. With each step, his speed increased, and his aura grew increasingly formidable and menacing. A chilling and foreboding atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, silencing even the chirping sparrows perched upon the branches. Golu, with trepidation, lifted his gaze to Shumo, unable to suppress the instinctive swallow in his throat. In that moment, he grasped the helplessness faced by the other ninja villages when confronted with Konoha's white fang. Sweat trickled down from his forehead, tracing a path down his cheek and falling from his chin. As he watched Shimura approach step by deliberate step, he clutched his short blade tightly, yearning to retaliate, yet the blade remained still, as though ensnared in an illusion. "Draw forth the resolve to kill me," Shimura uttered coldly, raising his own weapon in tandem. At that instant, time appeared to stretch into a languorous eternity. Gulu observed Shimura drawing nearer, the blade rising from his waist until the edge loomed threateningly above him. Unable to contain himself, Gulu shouted, simultaneously raising his short knife to deflect the descending blade. Utilizing the force transmitted through the blade, he swiftly retreated, distancing himself from Shimura by over 10 meters before halting, breathless and wide-eyed, brandishing his short knife as he stared at Shimura. "Let this be the end. To confront me and wield a weapon signifies that you possess qualities lacking in the majority of ninjas," Shimura remarked, retracting his knife and allowing his imposing aura to dissipate. Chapter 22. The banquet. Feeling the oppressive aura dissipate, Gulu lowered his somewhat heavy short knife and found himself unable to resist collapsing onto the ground. The pressure exerted by Shimura had been overwhelming. This sense of powerlessness was an experience he had never encountered in either of his lifetimes. Once Gulu regained his composure, Shimura continued, "You have sensed the will embodied in the blade, have you not? All the techniques I employ are merely foundational. You possess the capability to master them. Yet the weight of the knife in your hand pales in comparison to that of mine." Upon hearing this, Gulu recalled the sensation of facing Shimura head-on. It felt as though he were ensnared in an illusion, time slowing to a crawl, rendering him unable to escape. Gulu nodded, responding, "This will feels as if it were an illusion, interfering with my mind, akin to a hellish sight that reveals terrifying entities. However, this fear does not arise from within me, but from the external, namely you." Indeed, Shimura inclined his head slightly, casting a glance at Kakashi. "And you, Kakashi?" "Like Gulu," Kakashi replied. Gulu's observation was astute. This will resembled an illusion, yet it diverged from it. Illusions impact the opponent or adversary through the five senses, whereas will does not require such means, Shimura elaborated, his terrifying presence re-emerging. This is the first manifestation of will, fully releasing one's murderous intent or aura from the body and soul. Many formidable individuals can achieve this. I have witnessed the second Hokage unleash such an aura. When he did, most people could not bear to gaze upon him. With that, Shimura's imposing aura swiftly receded, rendering him seemingly unremarkable. Yet, with his Sharingan activated, Gulu could sense an overwhelming dread emanating from Shimura's blade. This is the second manifestation of will, controlling one's intent and concentrating it within the blade. Most individuals cannot perceive this state. Only at the moment of contact with the blade does the will erupt forth. This form is conducive to concealment, guaranteeing a lethal strike, although it is ineffective when overused. Remember, for a warrior, it is a contest of will. For a ninja, it is a matter of survival. This implies that a ninja can imbue their blade with additional elements, such as chakra. The essence of the Hatake sword technique lies in the fusion of chakra with swordsmanship, and the amalgamation of will with technique. Shimura paused momentarily, drawing forth the short blade from his back and channeling chakra into it, executing a gentle swing. An invisible blade sliced through the air, leaving a faint mark upon the ground. This merely incorporated formless chakra. The Hatake sword technique predominantly employs wind and lightning chakra. You should have learned about the properties corresponding to these two chakra types in school, yes? Wind represents cutting and is suited for close to mid-range confrontation. As Shimura's chakra properties shifted, it concentrated like a blade. With a swift stroke, he cleaved through a large rock 5 to 6 meters ahead, leaving only a delicate line behind. Lightning, on the other hand, is more prone to dispersion, making it suitable for mid to long-range encounters. With another swing, the blade crackled with electric energy. In the blink of an eye, a nearby tree trunk was struck by lightning, splitting apart with a thunderous roar. The towering tree collapsed, sending plumes of dust into the air. This time, the severed section lacked the neatness associated with wind chakra, resembling jagged gears, uneven and chaotic. The root ninja concealed within the treetops was already drenched in sweat. One strike like this could truly be fatal. At that moment, Shimura sheathed his short blade and spoke slowly. The adept application of the Hatake sword technique necessitates the integration of various chakra types. In summary, use wind for close combat and lightning for long range. As for the will within the blade, to be frank, without over a decade of practice, you cannot hope to master it. Even the warriors of the Iron Country, after decades of arduous training, have only a scant few who grasp it. This is why I further recommend that you study the Uchiha sword technique, Gulu. Upon hearing this, Gulu chuckled and replied, Uncle Shimo, you have stated that advanced sword techniques are fundamentally similar. Within the Uchiha, there is likely no sword technique that can surpass yours. So I would be better off learning from you. Besides, I possess both wind and lightning attributes, making me well suited for the Hatake sword technique. With that, a confident smile graced Gulu's face. Observing this, Shimo refrained from further commentary and cheerfully remarked, let us go for barbecue. If we linger any longer, we may find no seats available. In Konoha Village, the barbecue restaurant, the three of them occupied a private room on the upper floor. The decor within the room was quite traditional and simple, featuring a table and 4 square stools. In the center of the table stood a grill, and the trio casually chose their seats. At that moment, a young and beautiful waitress entered, holding a menu and greeting them with a smile. Welcome. May I inquire what the guests would like to order? Though the waitress addressed them collectively, her smile was evidently directed towards Shimo. Taking the menu, Shimo handed it to Gulu across the table, saying, Gulu, you may order first. There is no need to be polite. All right. Gulu nodded slightly, glancing briefly at the menu. I can only say that I am afflicted by choice paralysis. Deciding to forego deliberation, he promptly declared, 1 serving of pork belly with lettuce. And an iced orange juice, please. Didn't you say you don't drink beverages, Gulu? Kakashi interjected unexpectedly. Beverages are delightful. Does that mean adults do not enjoy drinks? Besides, I am still a child. Gulu retorted without a hint of embarrassment. He casually passed the menu to Shimo, smiling. What would you like to order, Uncle Shimo? 2 barbecue sets. Shimo initially contemplated ordering alcohol, but upon hearing Gulu's words, he felt it inappropriate to drink in front of the 2 children. He then added to the waitress, and 2 iced orange juices. Thank you. Kakashi cast a silent glare at Gulu and his father. It was agreed that he would make his own decisions, yet here he was, with his father ordering for him. Once the waitress departed, the trio felt at ease to converse. Uncle Shimo, don't you drink? Gulu inquired curiously. Shimo waved his hand, replying, the 3 prohibitions of a ninja. As a ninja, one must always be ready for duty. Alcohol can impair judgment, so I refrained from drinking. Upon hearing this, Kakashi shot his father a silent glare. Over the past few days, his father had been indulging in alcohol daily. Just entering his room, one could detect a strong odor of liquor. Noticing Kakashi's expression, Shimo's face flushed slightly, and he chuckled softly, attempting to brush off the subject. Haha. Gulu, how did you manage to skip class with Kakashi this morning? Well, skipping class is not a good influence, Gulu replied. Shwomo discreetly tugged at Kakashi's pants, chuckling softly. Upon hearing about skipping class, Hatena instinctively recalled his efforts to align Uncle Shwomo with the Uchiha clan. Chapter 023, The Dark Side of Konoha. He offered an awkward smile and replied, yes, just a trial, to let Kakashi experience the feeling of disregarding rules. In truth, this sensation was fleeting, a momentary taste of freedom. Hatena spoke honestly, yet concealed another motive within his truth. Shwomo, oblivious to Hatena's intentions, chuckled a few times and remarked to Kakashi, in that instant of breaking the rules. One can indeed feel a sense of freedom. However, this freedom unbound by rules is not true freedom. Such liberty will inevitably be constrained by another set of rules. Kakashi, Hatena, remember this. True freedom lies in living by rules you set for yourself. These rules possess boundaries, embody human ethics, and entail a degree of self-restraint. They do not justify instilling terror and slaughter in pursuit of so-called freedom. Do I not eat beef? Hatena mused, resting his chin on his hand. Memories of his school days flooded back, climbing walls to escape class for internet CAFS, or sneaking a phone from the teacher's office to play in the dormitory. In those moments, he indeed felt liberated. Yet, was this freedom truly beneficial? Ultimately, he found himself fearing the possibility of being discovered by his teacher, thus creating new rules. Shaking his head, he cast away the tangled thoughts. After all, he was merely a child. Why should he ponder such complex philosophies of life? At that moment, a waitress entered, pushing a small cart. Here is your iced orange juice, young man, she said with a smile, handing Hatena a glass. Thank you, he replied, his face lighting up with a radiant smile once more. At the edge of Konoha, in the forest of death, 4 masked men swiftly leaped between the branches. Suddenly, A man wielding a short knife appeared before them. With long silver hair and dressed in casual attire, his demeanor shifted when he unsheathed his blade, his gaze turning fierce and filled with murderous intent. Upon meeting his eyes, the four from the Root organization felt a wave of anxiety, sweat beading on their foreheads. Kikuki Shwomo, what do you intend to do? We are ninjas of the Root, under Lord Danzo. Muramasa brandished a kunai, attempting to steady himself. Just a lesson. Shwomo replied coolly. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of steel cut through the air, severing Muramasa's mask. The silver blade grazed his pale face as Shwomo had already positioned himself behind him, leaving no time for reaction. Swiftly, 3 more flashes followed, shattering the masks of the Root ninjas, revealing their true identities. Muramasa raised his kunai, instinctively ready to strike, only to hear Shwomo's quiet command, "Do not move." To do so is to court death. Overwhelmed by Shwomo's imposing aura, Muramasa was paralyzed with fear, cold sweat soaking his shirt. "What do you want, Lord Shwomo? We are ninjas of Konoha," he stammered, his tone now noticeably subdued. The night breeze rustled against their faces, stirring the withered leaves. Time seemed to pause until Shwomo sheathed his knife and slowly began to depart. After taking a few steps, he turned back, casting a cold glance at the four. Inform Danzo that matters concerning children should not involve adults. Furthermore, the Root, as ninjas of Konoha, should focus on the village's missions, not surveilling its citizens. With that, Shwomo vanished in an instant, leaving the 4 Root ninjas frozen in place, too afraid to move. After a long silence, Muramasa finally spoke. "What are we waiting for? Return and report this to Lord Danzo." At his words, the remaining 3 snapped back to reality. Understood. Danzo sat in a stone chair, his left eye slightly closed, his expression impassive. In that moment, he exuded an unsettling calmness that unnerved Muramasa and his companions. "Yes, Lord Danzo." Lord Kikuki Shwomo also stated that the Root should perform the village's tasks, not monitor the villagers. Muramasa spoke cautiously, fearful of provoking Danzo's displeasure. "I understand. Withdraw all personnel surveilling Uchiha Hatena. Moreover, the news of Kikuki Shwomo personally mentoring him must not leak." Danzo commanded flatly. "You may leave." "Yes, Lord Danzo." The 4 responded hurriedly before swiftly departing. Danzo remained seated, his left eye half closed, lost in thought. Suddenly, he stood, gazing at the dimly lit passage leading to Konoha. The tunnel was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of oil lamps on the walls, barely revealing its interior. "Hisashi, you are too weak," Danzo muttered absent-mindedly. Recalling something, he returned to his seat and retrieved a confidential document from the drawer. "It seems the plan must be expedited. Do not blame me, Hisashi. I shall prove that I am the one most suited to become Hokage." Meanwhile, Hatena returned to the clan grounds with a cheerful stride. At that moment, a figure burst forth. "You jerk, Hatena! You actually skipped an entire day of class with that fool Kakashi." Obito exclaimed, shaking his fist angrily. "Uncle Shwomo invited us for a meal." Hatena caught Obito's fist and teased, "What's wrong? Feeling a bit under the weather? Who cares about you, idiot?" Obito huffed, turning away with a feigned indifference. Yet, Hatena knew that to truly understand Uchiha's heart, one must look into his eyes, not listen to his words. "All right, enough of that. Obito," Hatena said as he moved to Obito's right, attempting to place a hand on his shoulder, only to have Obito evade him. "I apologize. Please forgive my abrupt departure." "That should suffice, right, Obito?" Hatena said with a hint of exasperation. After a moment, Obito's lips curled slightly upwards, though he forcefully suppressed the smile, grumbling, "Fine. I begrudgingly forgive you. But why didn't Uncle Shwomo invite me? I even called him a hero at school." Suddenly, Obito recalled something, indignantly adding, "It must be that fool Kakashi speaking ill of me behind my back." With that, Obito draped an arm over Hatena's shoulder. "Come on. Let us hang out at my place. After all, you're all alone at home with nothing to do." Hatena glanced at his watch. "It's nearly 8:30. We have class tomorrow. Forgive me, Obito, but I must decline this time." As he spoke, Hatena lightly tapped Obito's forehead. "You jerk, Hatena. Why did you tap my forehead?" Obito erupted in fury, throwing a punch at Hatena, which he easily dodged. However, Obito's right hand followed through, grabbing Hatena's left wrist. "I don't care. You're home alone anyway. Why not stay at my place?" Chapter 024, Sleeping Together with Obito. Hatena looked into Obito's eager eyes and, with a resigned nod, finally agreed. "All right, but I must insist that you wake up when I call you tomorrow morning. Otherwise, we'll be late. Oh yeah, let us go home together. And I won't be late, you jerk Hatena, Obito exclaimed, raising his left hand in excitement. Obito's home was relatively close to Hatena's, about 400 to 500 meters away, a journey of just over 10 minutes. Along the way, Obito chattered incessantly, sharing his feelings about the teacher's views on the two classes' top students skipping class. Before long, they arrived at Obito's home. "Grandma, I'm back," exclaimed Hayate, accompanied by Dato. Dato casually kicked off his shoes as he entered, but it was Hayate who neatly placed both their shoes on the shoe rack. "Little Dato has returned. Oh, and little Hayate is here too. Please, have a seat," Grandma's gentle voice echoed from within the house. As Hayate stepped into the living room, he noticed Grandma heading toward the kitchen, where a spread of already cold dishes lay on the table. "Little Dato, little Hayate, the food has cooled down. Let me warm it up for you," Grandma said, glancing back at the two. "No need, Grandma. I've already eaten." Hayate waved his hand dismissively. "Not a problem. Consider it a late-night snack," Grandma replied, carrying a plate as she walked into the kitchen. "I'll help you, Grandma," Dato said, following her with a dish in hand. This scene made Hayate feel a bit awkward, prompting him to hurriedly grab a plate and follow suit. "I'll join too." However, a thought crossed his mind. Why hadn't Dato eaten dinner at home? Was it because of Rin, or could he have possibly waited for me all evening? Hayate felt a wave of warmth mixed with guilt. Typically, he and Dato walked home together after school. After their meal, the two boys found themselves in Dato's bedroom. The room was surprisingly spacious, adorned with only a few items, and notably, it lacked a bed. Hayate found it amusing that Dato's room contained a desk, a lamp, and an overflowing bookshelf. Despite having visited many times, he was always drawn to the sight of the bookshelf. It was hard to believe that a room with such a lackluster reputation could be filled with books. Just then, Grandma entered, carrying bedding. She spread the mattress on the floor and neatly folded the blankets. Before leaving, she reminded them, "Little Dato, remember to sleep early and don't be late. Little Hayate, if you need anything, don't hesitate to call me." "All right, Grandma," the boys chorused in unison. Once Grandma departed, they exchanged glances, and Hayate broke the silence first. "Do you practice at night, Dato?" "Why would I practice at night? What about you, Hayate?" At this, Hayate couldn't help but twitch his mouth, realizing he had overestimated Dato's dedication to nighttime training. However, his curiosity about the bookshelf resurfaced, prompting him to ask, "Why do you have so many books on your shelf if you don't read any of them?" "Those are my parents' books, not mine," Dato replied nonchalantly. "Oh, I see. Then let us go to sleep. We have nothing else to do." Hayate draped a thin blanket over himself, staring at the ceiling while pondering his training regimen. His rough plan entailed skipping class with Kakashi in the morning to learn fire style and illusions, practicing swordsmanship with Uncle Shumo in the afternoon, and mastering Shadow Clone and Chidori at night. As for tonight, he resolved to simply keep Dato company and unwind. After secretly observing Dato for some time, he couldn't help but yawn. "What are you thinking about, Hayate?" "About training. Is that really important?" Dato tilted his head, looking at Hayate. "Isn't it?" Hayate countered, though he hesitated as he spoke. With the Third Great Ninja War, he could evade it by graduating and joining the Guard. The night of the Uchiha massacre was still far off, and perhaps by then, he would have awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, sufficient to handle any crisis. As for the Fourth Great Ninja War, with Naruto and the Sage of Six Paths as his backup, what was there to worry about? Thus, he pondered the purpose of his current efforts in training. Suddenly, Hayate gazed earnestly at Dato and smiled. "Perhaps it is to change our predetermined fate." "Predetermined fate?" Dato echoed softly, then exclaimed, "What nonsense. I, Uchiha Dato, don't believe in such things." "Hayate, when did you become so mystical?" "I don't know," Hayate replied quietly, still staring at the ceiling. He too was unsure why such thoughts had crossed his mind. It felt like a fleeting moment of inspiration. The next morning, as the sun gradually ascended, its rays streamed through the window, warming Hayate's face. He sensed something heavy pressing down on him and groggily opened his eyes. To his surprise, Dato was clinging to his leg, drooling. "Ah!" Hayate kicked Dato away, standing in anger. "What the heck?" Dato yelled, rubbing his sore, reddening face. "Why are you hugging my leg and drooling?" "What?" Dato bolted to the window and spat. Afterward, feeling unsatisfied, he grabbed a cup from the desk, gulped down water, and spat it out the window. "Great. We're both done for." They sat on the ground, back to back, feeling despondent. However, Hayate quickly regained his composure. So what if I was hugged while sleeping? Everyone has been held as a child. I might as well think of myself as Dato's father. Let us go, Dato. After washing up, we'll have breakfast and head to school. I'm not bothered by it. Why are you? Why did you kick me then? What? Do you have a problem with that? Hayate activated his single Tomo Sharingan and flashed a cold smile. And no. Dato quickly closed his mouth, knowing he couldn't win against Hayate. At that moment, Grandma approached, observing the banter between the two with a gentle smile. Breakfast is ready on the table, little Dato, little Hayate. After you eat, make sure to head to school. All right, Grandma, they replied in unison, sharing a glance. After breakfast, Hayate pulled Dato outside, his expression serious. Dato, listen closely. I'll go first, and then you follow. What are you talking about? Dato looked bewildered. I simply don't want to be late, Hayate said, hastily guiding Dato through the streets of the Uchiha compound toward the heart of Konoha. This area was bustling with people, making it the ideal spot to encounter an elderly lady. Taking cover behind a lamppost, Hayate cautiously peeked ahead. The morning crowd was sparse, with no elderly women in sight. Let us go, Hayate urged, hastily leading Dato across the street to a corner. He peeked around, but saw no target, and quickly pulled Dato along. Exhausted, Dato broke free from Hayate's grip, leaning on his knees to catch his breath. I can't take this anymore, Hayate. It's just an old lady. What is the big deal? You don't understand, Hayate replied, glancing at Dato before scanning their surroundings. Dato, with his innate tendency to encounter old ladies, was akin to a gambler destined to lose. Utmost caution was essential. After waiting for Dato to catch his breath, Hayate extended his hand. Let us go, Dato. If we delay any longer, the old lady will arrive. As he spoke, Hayate cautiously looked up. An elderly woman was indeed approaching, leaning on her cane and walking unsteadily down the street. Suddenly, she stopped and looked at Dato, her face lighting up with a warm smile. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the school corridor. Accompanied by the sound, a boy's voice rang out in complaint. I told you to stick close to me. You didn't believe me, and now look, we're late. Humph, what's wrong with helping others, you jerk Hayate? Shut up. As they bickered, Hayate and Dato reached the classroom door. Private Masai, Sensei, Dato opened his mouth to explain, familiar with the routine. But the teacher interrupted him. I understand, Dato. You helped an elderly lady cross the street, which delayed you, right? All right, no need for further explanation. Teacher, I was just about to explain, but I was interrupted. You need not elaborate, Hayate. I am aware that you assisted Obito in helping an elderly lady cross the street, correct? The teacher rubbed his temples and continued. All right, you two may leave. Remember to pay attention in class. And Hayate, do not skip classes if you have matters to attend to. Please request leave and cooperate with the teacher's duties. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Hayate awkwardly smiled. When had the teacher become so conscientious? It made him feel somewhat embarrassed about skipping class. Unlike last time, this tardiness was met not with mockery from a few, but with admiration, respect, and envy directed towards Hayate. Wow, Hayate is wearing black today. He looks even more handsome and cooler than in a white shirt. I can't take it anymore. Hatate's smile is so sweet and warm. He seems to be smiling at me. You lot, do not dare to steal Hayate from me. Draw your swords. Former good sisters. A group of young girls, their eyes sparkling with affection, gazed at Hayate in awe. Having defeated Kakashi, Uchiha Hayate had already been late twice this week and once skipped class, yet he remained formidable. It seemed he needed to exert himself even more. This was youth. Youthful brother Mike Guy thought excitedly. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who had dined with Hayate the previous night, kept his gaze fixed on Hayate until he returned to his seat. Breaking the rules once again, Hayate, you truly are the son I have pursued for a lifetime, Kakashi mused silently. Hayate, however, was disinclined to pay attention to the frenzied girls, and he remained unaware of Guy and Kakashi's thoughts. At this moment, his gaze was intensely fixed on Obito beside him, wishing he could have kicked him a couple more times that morning. His plan had been so clever, his reconnaissance so flawless. Yet, because Obito had taken a brief rest, he was directly under control for nearly an hour. What are you staring at, Hayate? Obito asked, feeling somewhat flustered under the intense gaze. What do you think? Hayate coldly retorted before turning away. He no longer wished to engage with him. Next time. No, there would be no next time. He would never attend school with Obito again. The bell rang urgently, and ultimately, Hayate chose not to skip class. He decided to show a modicum of respect for the teacher and request leave at the office. However, Just as he reached the classroom door, a foreign hand landed on his shoulder. The unfamiliar palm was strong, filled with determination. Hatada turned to see a striking watermelon head that nearly blinded him. I have a bad habit of wanting to challenge geniuses. The speaker was Guy, who excitedly extended his index finger and said, "So, Hatada, let us wager our youth and engage in a fiery duel." Seeing one of his three major goals, might Guy approach him, Hatada feigned hesitation and begrudgingly agreed after a moment. "All right, Guy, what do you wish to compete in? Ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, or perhaps shuriken?" Upon hearing the string of options, Guy's indecision kicked in. He pondered for a moment, dismissing ninjutsu and jinjutsu as he was not proficient in them. As for taijutsu, that was his forte, which he intended to save for last. After eliminating all options, Guy's eyes brightened, and he gazed at Hatada with fervor. "Then let us start with shuriken, Hatada?" "Very well," Hatada nodded, "but I must clarify, I do not have much time. If you truly wish to challenge me, then keep up." Remembering something, he added, "and be prepared to skip class." With that, Hatada shoved his hands into his pockets and headed towards the stairwell, seemingly intent on going to the training ground. Watching Hatada's retreating figure, Guy gritted his teeth and followed. Compared to boring theoretical classes, dueling with the top talent, Uchiha Hatada, was the essence of youth. Guy recalled how he had spent the past days using geniuses like Kakashi as targets for self-discipline. In that moment, his resolve became unwavering. Defeating Hatada would mean he had also triumphed over Kakashi. Perfect. Upon reaching the shuriken training ground, Hatada, hands in pockets, politely asked, "Shall you go first, or shall I?" "You go ahead," Guy eagerly replied, eager to witness Hatada's true skill with shuriken. During Hatada's battle with Kakashi, he had displayed an extraordinary level beyond his usual self, incomparable to days past. All right. Hatada casually retrieved 3 shuriken from his waist pouch. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 piercing sounds echoed as 3 targets were struck, each hitting the bullseye. In that moment, Guy was left speechless, thinking, could this truly be genius? Not long after, Guy regained his confidence. Making such a genius his target for self-discipline was the essence of youth. Without further hesitation, Guy also took 3 shuriken from his pouch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 piercing sounds followed, but unlike Hatada, Guy's shuriken only grazed the edge of the same target. "I lost. Yoshi, as punishment, I shall run around the school 5,000 laps. If I fail, I shall walk on my hands for 5,000 laps." Upon hearing this, Hatada looked at Guy in confusion. "Aren't you going to continue the competition?" Guy gave him a thumbs up. "If I can't do that, then I shall challenge you again." Upon hearing this, Hatada suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Oh no. Would Kakashi and Guy's camaraderie be passed on to him? However, he quickly shook off the thought and walked outside the school. The duel with Guy was merely a small interlude. Today's training had only just begun. Chapter 26, an unexpected reward arriving at the Uchiha clan training ground. The familiar grove greeted him. "Fugaku, I'm here." Hatada called into the grove. Unlike last time, Fugaku quickly leaped down from the trees. "Ah, Hatada, why didn't Kakashi come today?" Fugaku smiled. "No worries, he stayed at school for class, reviewing some materials on sealing techniques." Hatada waved his hand dismissively. "Honestly, it would be a burden for Kakashi to skip class with me. By the way, Fugaku, are we training Jinjutsu or Fire Style today? Aren't you training Shadow Clones?" Fugaku retorted. Upon hearing Shadow Clone, Hatada thought, could Fugaku have truly realized something? Shadow Clones aren't too difficult. I'll practice that tonight. "Weren't you going to teach me Jinjutsu yesterday, Fugaku?" "Oh, right." Fugaku pondered for a moment, recalling his father's words. "Then I shall teach you 2 practical Uchiha Jinjutsu, the Kageyum technique, a form of the hypnotic eye, and the mirror technique, Kagami Tenshi." Kageyum, Kagami Tenshi? Aren't these the Jinjutsu used to swiftly defeat Orochimaru and Yuhi Kurenai? Hatada's eyes shimmered with excitement. He was finally about to learn something impressive. "Both of these Jinjutsu require the Sharingan to perform, and since you have awakened it, I shall teach you. After mastering these 2 Jinjutsu, you will have no weaknesses in the realm of Jinjutsu, sufficient to handle the vast majority of ninjas." As he spoke, Fugaku activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. He merely glanced at Hatada, and in an instant, the Jinjutsu took effect. Hatada instantly found himself trapped in a mental realm. At that moment, he was pinned down by 4 thick pillars, his limbs completely restrained, unable to move. "Ah, it hurts." Just a single gaze, and he was ensnared by Jinjutsu. Was this the power of the Sharingan? Hatada's body trembled slightly, the sensation of pain seemingly torturing his very soul. Feel it well. This is an important ninjutsu passed down in the Uchiha clan. Most people cannot access the advanced applications of the hypnotic eye. Fugaku's figure appeared before Hatada, his three-tomo Sharingan slowly spinning, emanating an eerie aura. Do you perceive it? The usage of ocular power. This mental realm is entirely constructed by me, within my world. All your freedoms shall be confined. Fuyue slowly approached Hatada, gazing down upon him with a chilling demeanor. You are attempting to break free, aren't you? Unfortunately, in my realm, unless others intrude, a one-on-one encounter will not allow you to escape. Fuyue's monotonous voice echoed in Hatada's ears as he lifted his gaze, activating his single-tomo Sharingan. Yet, in the presence of the three-tomo Sharingan, the single tomo appeared feeble. The sensation of pain and the despair of helplessness enveloped Hatada, reminiscent of Orochimaru's vulnerability and fear when faced with 7 opponents. Suddenly, four colossal pillars vanished, and Hatada's vision returned to a small grove. The verdant trees, the melodious chirping of birds, and the fragrant grass all seemed so vividly real. Hatada collapsed weakly to the ground, feeling utterly drained, especially in his limbs, as if he had undergone surgery, with persistent aching. This was his first experience with a deceptive illusion, and his body was not yet accustomed to such sensations. A few more encounters would suffice. Fuyue approached, patting Hatada's shoulder with a smile. Ah, more to come, Hatada exclaimed, a hint of trepidation in his voice. This visceral pain felt akin to the torment of severe interrogation, and he had no desire to endure it a second time. In that moment, as he looked at Fuyue, he increasingly perceived him as a devil incarnate. Fuyue observed Hatada's youthful visage and chuckled. This is the clan leader's arrangement. Most Uchiha have yet to receive the privilege of individual guidance from a Jonin. Furthermore, to learn these two illusions, one must make considerable contributions to the Uchiha clan. So, take pleasure in it, Hatada. Upon hearing this, Hatada understood the rationale behind Fuyue's instruction on the two new illusions. It seemed the reward for bringing Kakashi to the clan had been realized. Moreover, there was an intangible reward, the heightened regard the Uchiha had for him. This concealed benefit stemmed not only from his innate talent, but also from the political influence of his bond with Kakashi. Enlightened, Hatada's lips curled into a slight smile as he inquired, Brother Fuyue, how long will it take to learn these two illusions? Fuyue raised a finger and replied with a smile, given your demonstrated talent in illusions, the first will take approximately a week, while the latter will require at least a month. A week? That's about the same as the shadow clone technique, Hatada mused silently. He pushed himself up from the ground. Come on, Brother Fuyue, I feel invigorated. After a morning of training, Hatada felt as if his body were malfunctioning, utterly devoid of strength. A full afternoon of rest barely alleviated his condition, causing him to miss his planned sword practice with Uncle Shomo. Just as he was preparing to have dinner, a figure suddenly appeared above him, startling Hatada. Let us have a youthful duel, Hatada. It was Guy, hanging from the ceiling with his striking watermelon-like hairstyle, facing Hatada. I have no time, Hatada replied, typically a person who maintained a certain distance. Being intruded upon in his home was quite displeasing. Coupled with his physical exhaustion, it was even less likely he would engage. He set down his chopsticks, walked to the door, and opened it, saying, It is quite impolite to enter someone else's home without the owner's permission, Guy. All right, I'll come find you next time. Guy paid little heed to Hatada's words, giving a thumbs up with a cheerful grin that nearly overwhelmed Hatada. Startled, he quickly glanced at Guy's affection score towards him. 121. Damn, how can a childhood friend not compete with an unexpected arrival? When did this happen? Hatada stared in disbelief as Guy left his doorway, until he vanished from sight. Quietly checking the system log, he finally understood when it had occurred. Indeed, it was the moment earlier that morning when he had agreed to duel Guy. In just a few hours, Guy's affection for him had surged by over 100 points. The only regret was that he hadn't unlocked the 8 gates, but had instead acquired a turtle-summoning beast to use as a stepping stone, along with the Leaf Whirlwind, Leaf Great Whirlwind, and Leaf Strong Whirlwind techniques. The former was one of the few ninjutsu Guy could perform, while the latter represented one of his most iconic physical techniques. Once Guy set his sights on a target, he would eagerly approach. Forget it. I'll ignore him for now. Time to eat, and then take a bath, Hatada thought, quickly finishing his meal. He spent a while on the sofa examining the 2 illusion scrolls that Brother Fuyue had gifted him before heading off to bathe. Chapter 027. The youthful rival arrives in the misty bathroom. Hayate lay in the tub, hot water soothing his weary body. Blissful, he closed his eyes, savoring the comforting bath. Suddenly, he sensed someone watching him and quickly opened his eyes to glance outside the window. There, hanging from a tree, was Guy's bright watermelon head. Upon seeing Hayate look over, Guy immediately gave a thumbs up and shouted, "Let us have a youthful duel, Hayate." Hatate's face darkened as he silently hung a towel in a modest position, then shut the bathroom window, locking it securely. The world has quieted. He reclined back in the tub, but his mood for soaking was entirely ruined. After half a minute, he grabbed a towel to dry off, donned his pajamas, and prepared for bed. Just as he lay down, turning his head slightly, he saw Guy's bright watermelon head reappear in the moonlight outside the window. "Let us have a youthful duel, Hayate. Get lost." Hayate could no longer contain his frustration and cursed. "What kind of person seeks me out during meals? In the bath? And even while I'm trying to sleep?" Usually good-natured, he was at his wit's end. But suddenly, an idea struck him. He climbed out of bed and opened the window. Guy immediately extended his thumb and grinned. "Yo, Hayate, you're finally ready to have another youthful duel with me." "No, Guy. I believe your perspective is fundamentally flawed," Hayate replied, straining to suppress his irritation. Challenging a genius to elevate oneself requires a gradual approach, not reckless ambition. You should be challenging Kakashi instead of me, the stronger Uchiha Itachi. As my defeated subordinate, he and I are evenly matched at 6-4. Only by defeating him will you earn the right to be my rival. Seeing Guy's eager expression, Hayate patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "Go on, Mike Guy, make defeating Kakashi your first step into youth, and then stand before me." At this, Hayate mimicked Guy's gesture, giving a thumbs up. "Yo, Guy, that's what youth is all about." Upon hearing the declaration of youth, Guy was filled with excitement. If Hayate hadn't held him back, he might have tumbled out the window. "That's right, Hayate. This is youth. I will make defeating Kakashi my first step into youth, and then I will challenge you again." Upon hearing this, Hayate could barely suppress a grin. With this maneuver, he had effectively handed Guy over to Kakashi while retaining his opportunity to unlock the 8 gates. A perfect 2-for-1 deal. Indeed, this is youth. The moment you defeat Kakashi, I will accept your challenge. Go, Mike Guy. Take that brave first step into youth. After bidding farewell to Mike Guy, Hayate couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the cool and aloof Kakashi facing the fervent Mike Guy. In a nutshell, for every bit of discomfort Guy felt with Hayate, Kakashi would experience double the distress. "Forgive me, Kakashi, I'm merely doing this for you, providing you with a worthy opponent for a lifetime." Hee. With Guy's departure to Kakashi, Hatate's life returned to its normal rhythm. Regularly skipping classes or feigning illness to spare the teacher's feelings, I would seek out Fugaku to study illusion techniques, practice swordsmanship with Kakashi in the afternoon, and at night, refine my skills in Chidori and shadow clone techniques. After 3 days and 2.5 nights, at the Uchiha clan training grounds, within a small grove, Hayate stood quietly on the grass, his gaze distant. At that moment, his pupils were a deep crimson, with a black tomo slowly swirling within, facing Fugaku, who had similarly activated his Sharingan. The two locked eyes, and as a leaf fell between them, Hayate made his move. His complexion turned pale, and he staggered back a few steps, one hand covering his right eye. Seeing this, Fugaku quickly retracted his Sharingan, hurried forward, and supported Hayate with concern, asking, "What's wrong, Hayate? You were so close to breaking the Kage's shackles." "I was overwhelmed by the memories of my shadow clone at school being shattered, disrupting my mental state and causing a backlash from the illusion," Hayate weakly explained. "Do you want to return to school now?" Of course, Hayate nodded, knowing he would need to explain himself to the teacher if caught. After saying this, he closed his eyes, pondering how to elucidate the matter to Obito and the others. Furthermore, today's events might attract the attention of the third Hokage and the 55th generation of Kage, Danzo. Let us rewind 10 minutes. Hayate was idling at the training ground, sitting on the tiles alongside Obito, exchanging idle chatter. "Hey, Hayate, aren't you worried that Kakashi is training so hard that he might surpass you?" Obito pointed towards Kakashi, who was diligently practicing with Shuriken. "Even if he does, it's merely a testament to his talent and diligence. We, the stragglers, rely on persistence and effort, which is incomparable," Hayate replied nonchalantly. "In the world of Hokage, if becoming the strongest were merely a matter of effort, then only Might Guy would achieve it. True masters either rely on their bloodlines, technology, or are favored by fortuitous circumstances. If the original storyline unfolds, Obito will eventually encounter a legendary figure named Madara, subsequently gaining immense power and ascending to a level akin to the Sage of Six Paths. In essence, true strength is only found at the extremes, either at the top or the bottom. What's the difference besides talent? Obito asked, puzzled. Hayate chuckled, choosing not to elaborate. At that moment, Guy suddenly emerged from the treetops above Hayate. Let us engage in a youthful duel. Hayate, Guy, with his striking watermelon hairstyle, leaped down from the tree. Upon hearing that somewhat familiar voice, Hayate's smile instantly froze. In the past, such a challenge would have been welcomed, but now, he was merely a shadow clone that had endured a lengthy class. He could not withstand vigorous combat. This was also the reason Hayate's clone was idling alongside Obito. Without hesitation, Hayate declined. Guy, save the challenge until after you've defeated Kakashi. You're still too weak to be my opponent. I have already triumphed over Kakashi, Hayate. Let us engage in a battle of destiny, fueled by your burning youth. Guy insisted excitedly. That's impossible, Hayate retorted, firmly doubting it. According to the original storyline, Guy could never surpass Kakashi unless he opened all 8 gates. Even though their later confrontations were somewhat abstract, Guy had never defeated Kakashi. Guy, I can assure you that Kakashi deliberately lost to you. Defeating you would have been effortless for him, Hayate added. Afterward, Hayate glanced in the direction where Kakashi had been practicing shuriken, only to find Kakashi had inexplicably vanished. Damn it. Realizing the implications of this, Hayate connected all the dots. Hayate, how can you evade the vow of youth? This is a battle of fate. My lifelong rival. Guy grasped Hayate's hand, fervently insisting. Gazing into those ardent eyes, Hayate felt a shiver run down his spine. First, tell me what you and Kakashi competed in. Ahem. Guy recalled the awkwardness and cleared his throat, quietly explaining, rock, paper, scissors. Kakashi kept throwing rock, and I finally caught on to his pattern and won with paper. This truly was a breathtaking showdown, practically delivering victory to Guy on a silver platter. You've got some skills, Kakashi. Hayate had no expectations for Guy, with his obliviousness, to grasp why Kakashi had deliberately let him win. He nodded. All right, shall we continue our previous shuriken duel? No way. Hayate, I know my shuriken skills are lacking. I need to challenge you in my strongest form, for this is youth. Guy asserted. Then what do you propose? Taijutsu? Guy nodded eagerly. Yes, Taijutsu. I have trained hard for a week, and my skills have significantly improved. This time, I will defeat you. Hayate hesitated but ultimately shook his head. That's probably not feasible. Let us do it tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Guy was instantly disheartened. He had set a personal rule that unless he accomplished 5,000 ascents and descents, he would not challenge Hayate. With Hayate's refusal, his self-imposed constraint was rendered ineffective, and he could only train normally tomorrow. Must it truly be tomorrow, Hayate? Guy clung to Hayate's leg, tears streaming down his face. This display made Hayate feel a wave of discomfort. However, for the sake of the 8 gates, he endured. After all, it was just a shadow clone, not his true self. Obito, observing the scene, could no longer remain passive. The fact that Hayate was being pestered by Guy was infuriating. Moreover, why was it that he received a kick for falling asleep beside Hayate, while Guy faced no consequences? Damn watermelon head. Get your piggy paws off me. Obito exclaimed indignantly. Who are you? Hayate's friend? Guy looked up at Obito, confusion etched on his face. He felt an inexplicable familiarity, but could not place Obito's identity. Damn watermelon head. I haven't forgotten how you sneak attacked me last time. Obito's temper flared, and he swung a fist at Guy, who effortlessly caught it. Who are you? Why are you so worked up? Do you know me? Guy bombarded him with questions, further inciting Obito's anger. Hayate's entanglement with Guy was already irksome enough, but now this watermelon head dared to look down on him? Did he think Uchiha Obito was the type to be jealous? I don't care what challenge you have against Hayate. I'm simply annoyed by you now, and I want to beat you up. Obito declared, giving Guy a dismissive gesture with his thumb. Upon hearing Obito's challenge, Guy excitedly gave him a thumbs up. All right. You've got some youthful spirit, Hayate's friend. Damn it. I am Uchiha Obito, the future man destined to be carved in a Hokage rock. Remember this name. Sure. Uchiha Runt, let us get started. It's Obito, you watermelon-headed fool. I'll send you flying. Obito, less agitated than before, quickly retrieved 3 shuriken from his pouch and hurled them. Although his aim was not precise, it effectively restricted Guy's movements. At the same time, Obito drew a kunai, gripping it firmly as he charged at Guy. Damn watermelon head, take this. Obito infused his kunai with chakra, significantly enhancing its power. Aware of his own limitations, he prepared for a decisive clash with Guy. Seeing this, Guy became excited. All right, Uchiha Runt. I acknowledge your enthusiasm. I shall unleash my self-created strongest attack to greet your youthful peak. Konoha Hurricane. In the midst of his declaration, Guy leapt high, channeling all his strength into his right foot. Witnessing this, everyone at the training ground couldn't help but turn their attention. Was Guy aiming to take Obito out for good? Kakashi, along with the two stragglers, observed from the shadows, swiftly rushing over to intervene. The instructors present were equally alarmed. A child wielding a kunai and another delivering heavy kicks, both reckless in their actions, inevitably leads to a disastrous outcome. Alas, poor Obito, what a fool he is. With a sigh, Hatena rubbed his temples and rose to his feet, taken aback by the sheer irrationality of the two. At the moment they were about to collide, Hatena leaped forward, positioning himself between them. With a swift motion of his left hand, he pushed Obito aside, while simultaneously lifting his right leg to execute a leaf whirlwind counterattack. Yet, he had overestimated the stamina of his shadow clone, as well as the strength of Kai, who had been training diligently. Bang! Hatena's figure was struck down, dissipating into a cloud of smoke, vanishing in an instant. What on earth? How did Hatena just disappear upon impact? Hatena, you idiot, what have you done? Just as Obito, furious and armed with a kunai, charged at Kai, Kakashi intervened. Calm down, Obito. That was merely a shadow clone. The real body is probably... Kakashi paused, having surmised Hatena's whereabouts, but kept silent out of loyalty to his friend, especially with their teacher nearby. Kakashi, surely you must know where Hatena is, the teacher inquired darkly. Hatena had been absent from class for a while, and it was disheartening to see him return only as a shadow clone. I'm sorry, but I don't know, sensei. Kakashi replied, shaking his head resolutely, committed to keeping his friend's secret. However, he added, I'm sure Hatena will explain everything to you personally. Before the relocation, the Uchiha clan's compound wasn't far from the Ninja Academy, roughly a 20-minute journey. Hatena arrived swiftly, making it in just 10 minutes. In the office, the teacher reprimanded Kai and Obito with a ruler in hand. Hatena knocked on the door and entered. My apologies, sensei. I caught a chill last night and am feeling unwell. Seeing Hatena's sincere apology, the teacher couldn't help but feel conflicted, yet was powerless to act against him. After all, Hatena was one of his most exceptional students, indeed one of the finest in the history of the Ninja Academy. Yet, why did Hatena always resort to this excuse? Could he not come up with something different, perhaps a bit more creative? The teacher sighed internally, stating, Hatena, as your teacher, I sometimes wonder what I can teach you. Each time I ponder this, I feel a sense of failure and guilt about my educational endeavors. Noticing the teacher's distress, Hatena quickly reassured him, It's all right, sensei. I think your teachings are quite effective. Indeed, sensei. I also believe you are an outstanding teacher. Hatena's classmate, Runto, chimed in. The trio of underperformers, who rarely paid attention in class, echoed his sentiments. The teacher couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. If only those three had paid a modicum of attention, he might have believed their words. Well, I suppose I'll report this matter to the third Hokage. The fate of such a talent is not mine to decide. Ultimately, the teacher said little more, issuing a few words of guidance to Hatena before allowing the trio to leave. Chapter 029. Your youth was not wasted, Hatena. I am truly sorry. This incident was caused by my reckless destruction of your shadow clone. Kai bowed at a 90-degree angle in apology. Hatena waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's nothing. My shadow clone was too weak. It's not your fault. He helped Kai to his feet and added, By the way, our challenge is still on. Shall we not proceed with it now? Now, really, Hatena. Kai rushed up to Hatena and embraced him, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. This passionate display left Hatena somewhat taken aback. He wasn't Lee and didn't engage in such antics. Nevertheless, he understood Kai's character well enough not to be particularly offended. Meanwhile, Obito, witnessing this scene, couldn't contain himself any longer. You idiot. Get your filthy hands off Hatena. Obito yanked Kai away from Hatena. He had never embraced Hatena like that. Why did Kai have the audacity? Seeing Obito about to confront Kai again, Hatena quickly interjected, Kai, let us head to the training ground now. All right, let this fateful duel commence at the peak of our youth. Kai declared enthusiastically, giving a thumbs up. At the training ground, Hatena and Kai stood at opposite ends, with Obito reluctantly serving as the referee, clutching a little red flag. His teeth gritted in annoyance as he glared at the two. At that moment, Kakashi, who had been avoiding Hatena, along with Asuma and a throng of admirers, closed in. Ah, Hatena looks so cool with his hands in his pockets. He exudes an air of mastery. There he is, the aloof and handsome Hatena. I'm in love. Hey, don't block my view. You're ruining my chance to admire Hatena's looks. Hey, aren't you all concerned about the outcome of the match? Surely. Hatena won't lose against the slacker. Ugh, so loud. Hatena's expression soured as he overheard the fanfare surrounding him. Finally grasping the annoyance that plagued his brother when faced with a crowd of infatuated girls. Hatena, it seems you are quite popular, Kai remarked with a smirk. I suppose so, Hatena replied coolly, stepping out of his pockets and adopting a fighting stance. Kai, too, grew serious, steeling himself for the challenge. If he lost, he would have to run 5,000 laps around the school. And if he didn't finish before dark, he'd have to do another 5,000 laps in a handstand. With determination, Kai recalled the image of his father being ridiculed by two Chunin. Back then, he had felt helpless and weak, unable to retaliate. As Kakashi had said, your father was mocked like that, yet you couldn't even stand up for him. I must defeat Hatena and prove that hard work can surpass genius. Father. Kai's gaze hardened with fervor. At that moment, Obito raised the flag and proclaimed loudly, Hatena versus Might Guy, the ninja battle begins. As the words and flag dropped, Hatena sprang into action. He refrained from using his adept Jinjutsu or activating his Sharingan, opting instead to engage Kai using only his physical prowess. Bang! Hatena's fist struck Kai's arm with force, yet Kai remained unmoved. The impact reverberated through Hatena's hand, leaving it tingling. Kai's strength is far superior. Is this the power of the blue beast who has dedicated all his skill points to taijutsu? Hatena thought, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he jumped back, evading Kai's horizontal kick. He narrowly dodged Kai's right hook as well. The air crackled with the sound of Kai's attacks as Hatena deftly evaded, momentarily finding himself at a disadvantage. Well done, Hatena. It seems I must give it my all. As he spoke, Kai unfastened the weighted sandbags strapped to his legs, revealing a confident smile. To the onlookers, it appeared that Kai was somewhat overestimating himself. What is the big deal about removing sandbags? Why act so grand? Just wait and see how Hatena wipes the floor with you. In the midst of the battle, Kai paid no heed to their words, fixated on Hatena, his fighting spirit rising. All right, be careful, Hatena. Kai leaped gracefully into the air, executing a 360-degree sweeping kick aimed at Hatena. Leaf whirlwind. The sheer force of his legs compelled Hatena to concentrate his chakra in his arms to block the attack. The weight of Kai's kick crashed against Hatena's arms, pushing him backward. As the aftermath of the attack stirred up countless dust, obscuring the view, where had it gone? Hatata was compelled to activate his Sharingan, searching for Kai's location. In that moment, Kai's figure suddenly appeared behind Hatata, launching another leaf hurricane. Bang! In midair, a piece of wood was kicked out from the dust, and Kakashi, using a body flicker technique, caught the wood and placed it on the ground. Stay back. The real battle begins. The girls surrounding the training ground were startled by the sudden appearance of the wood and quickly retreated a few steps. Kai, I acknowledge you. Such taijutsu ranks among the top 5 of all the opponents I have encountered. Unfortunately, my taijutsu surpasses yours. Hatata's face turned slightly red, and his eyes gradually filled with excitement. This intense battle, rather than a one-sided thrashing, ignited his blood. Kai, let me defeat you with your signature move. Proving that your youth has only just begun. Hatata concentrated all his chakra and the strength of his waist and legs into a single point. In that instant, his aura began to shift, tinged with the presence of a formidable warrior. Sensing Hatata's turbulent energy, Kai also began to gather his strength. All right, Hatata. Then I shall ignite the climax of this youthful spirit with my self-created leaf, great whirlwind. The sound of air being torn apart, accompanied by the whistling wind, rushed forth, scattering the surrounding dust. Two intense gusts began to clash, neutralizing and expanding. Leaf great whirlwind. Leaf strong gale whirlwind. The two powerful strikes descended, completely dispersing the dust and revealing two figures. Although Kakashi was aware of the outcome, he remained curious and gazed towards the center of the training ground. The referee, Obito, was equally transfixed, his eyes revealing astonishment and relief. I lost, Hatata. I never expected you to grasp my technique at a glance and execute it even better than I did. Kai lay on the ground, gazing helplessly at the sky. He deeply questioned whether he could truly surpass a genius solely through his own efforts. You are strong, but I am stronger. Hatada stood before Kai, looking down at him and speaking softly. Really, Hatada? Hearing the acknowledgement, Kai turned to Hatada, meeting his earnest gaze. Hatada nodded. Your strength has reached the level of a genin in my eyes. Keep striving, Kai. On the day you truly defeat Kakashi, challenge me again. Upon hearing Hatada recognize his efforts, Kai shed tears of excitement. In that moment, he seemed to see his father lifting the exhausted version of himself. All right. Your efforts have caught up to the pace of genius. Keep going, Kai. Your youth has not been in vain. With those words, his father's smile and the symbol of encouragement, a thumbs up, floated before Kai's eyes. Chapter 030. Early Graduation? Meanwhile, Kakashi, overhearing Hatada's words, wore a remarkably dark expression. Memories of the fear he once felt under Kai's influence resurfaced suddenly, when a burst of boisterous laughter erupted from outside the arena. Ahahaha, you lost, watermelon head. Competing with Hatada is simply overestimating your capabilities. I, Uchiha Obito, hereby declare that in the match between Hatada and Might Guy, Hatada emerges victorious. Obito joyfully raised a flag, announcing Hatada's triumph. At that moment, Kai gave Obito a thumbs up. Thank you for the encouragement, Uchiha Obito. Upon hearing his name, Obito exploded in anger, retorting, You watermelon head. My name is Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito. After Hatada and Kakashi assisted Kai in leaving, a curious boy picked up the sandbag that Kai had carelessly discarded. With a firm pull, he found that the several kilogram sandbag lay on the ground, nearly unmoving. At that moment, he was astonished. Oh my! How is Kai's sandbag heavier than a barbell? Hearing this, others on the training ground approached with curiosity. They attempted to lift the sandbag. Yet even the seemingly sturdy boys could only manage to hold it at waist level for a mere 5 seconds. Could it be that Kai is a genius in taijutsu? Everyone who attempted to lift the sandbag couldn't help but marvel. Hearing this, the girls walking nearby were taken aback, their steps unconsciously quickening. Meanwhile, at the center of Konoha, in the Hokage's office, Hatada's teacher, Takakura Bunta, returned to the third Hokage's office after a week's absence. Hokage-sama, Takakura Bunta said respectfully. The third Hokage, seated in his swivel chair, set down the documents at hand and smiled. Ah, Bunta, has there been any trouble with Asuma and the others? Takakura Bunta looked at the amicable third Hokage, feeling considerably relieved. Asuma has been fine, but regarding Hatada, how should I put it? I feel that with his talent, there's nothing more I can teach him. Takakura Bunta scratched the back of his head, feeling as though he had let the Hokage down. Oh, the third Hokage recalled Hatada's unparalleled talent, silently inhaling a puff of smoke. He slowly exhaled a smoke ring, inquiring, Has Hatada done anything unusual at school? Takakura Bunta shook his head repeatedly, nothing much. Just that he learned last year's graduation exam's shadow clone technique, and can even perform the forbidden technique, the shadow clone jutsu. Hokage-sama, I feel I have nothing left to teach him. It seems his presence at the Ninja Academy is merely wasting time. Speaking these words, Takakura Bunta's face flushed with embarrassment. Feeling ashamed of being a teacher unable to impart knowledge, it appears that the sprouts of the new era are indeed exceptional. The third Hokage's gaze flickered with surprise. His own most outstanding student, Orochimaru, at that age, likely couldn't compare to Uchiha Hatada. The shadow clone technique, a forbidden technique invented by his teacher, demands precise control over chakra. Yet, he is ultimately an Uchiha. The third Hokage silently took another puff of smoke, setting down his pipe and pulling out the list of students graduating this year. Each student on this list was qualified to graduate, fulfilling the conditions for forming a 3-man team. The third Hokage picked up a pen, searching for suitable replacements. Suddenly, the figures of Shikamo and Asuma emerged in his mind. The image growing clearer, a plan that could achieve multiple objectives also surfaced. The third Hokage set down his pen, picked up the pipe he had just placed on the table, and took a slow puff. As he exhaled the smoke rings, he had already made his decision. Well then, Bunta, although Hatada has excelled in ninjutsu and meets the graduation standards, his theoretical knowledge remains lacking. He consistently scores in single digits on tests. There is still much he needs to learn, and you must patiently guide him, especially regarding his understanding of the village and the will of fire. The third Hokage stated as he slowly rose. He gazed into the distance at Hokage Rock, where beneath it, students from the Ninja Academy were training, laughing, and playing. Wherever the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire continues to burn. The flames will persist in illuminating the village, allowing the new leaves to sprout. Bunta, The burden on your shoulders is still heavy. Hatada and the others are the fresh sprouts. We are the flames illuminating Konoha. At their immature age, we must guide them onto the right path. Hearing the deep hopes of the third Hokage, Takakura Bunta couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of shame. The Hokage placed such profound trust in him. How could he let the other down? Thinking of this, Takakura Bunta responded with conviction, "Yes, Hokage-sama. I will teach Hatada earnestly and live up to your expectations." After sending off Takakura Bunta, the third Hokage gazed at the ninja academy for a long while. "Oh, the Uchiha clan. If it were you as the teacher, how would you treat him?" The third Hokage cast his gaze upon a document resting on the table, which detailed the invitation from the daimyo of the Land of Fire for him to visit the daimyo's residence. "Qingniao, you must promptly proceed to the Uchiha clan's territory. Locate Uchiha Hatada and request his presence in my office." The third Hokage directed towards a shadow where no one else was paying attention. At that moment, a man adorned with a large bird mask approached the third Hokage, kneeling on one knee. "Yes, Lord Hokage," he replied. Meanwhile, Hatada was not at the Uchiha clan's domain. He was en route to Kai's home. After being injured by Hatada's kick, Kai had been treated in the infirmary and was temporarily unable to walk. As a result, Hatada reluctantly assisted in carrying Kai home alongside Obito. "Kai, your taijutsu is quite impressive. Who did you learn from?" Hatada inquired, feigning ignorance. "My dad," Kai responded, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face as he mentioned his father, Might Guy, who was a perpetual genin. What did that mean? It meant that since graduating from the ninja academy, he had remained a genin, often cited as a cautionary example. Due to his singular focus on taijutsu, Guy frequently faced disdain from his peers and ridicule from other ninjas. However, Hatada viewed Guy not merely as someone who practiced taijutsu, but as someone who epitomized it. This sentiment would also apply to Kai in the future. "Your father's taijutsu must be remarkably strong," then, Hatada remarked with a smile. "Indeed," Kai affirmed with a serious nod. "In my eyes, my dad's taijutsu is the strongest." "What strongest taijutsu? Isn't he just a perennial genin? What is there to be proud of, you watermelon-headed fool?" Obito interjected, making a thumbs-down gesture, only to be met with Kai's thumbs-up in response. "Thank you for the encouragement, Uchiha Obito. You watermelon-headed fool. How many times must I say it? I am Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Obito. Let me say it one last time. I, Uchiha Obito, am destined to become the Hokage and have my likeness etched on Hokage Rock. Remember that." Chapter 031. The perennial genin. One is face-blind, and the other is a fool, Hatada sighed, covering his eyes and shaking his head in disbelief. It was hard to imagine that one was the future Kai Emperor and the other was Uchiha Madara, who would declare war on the ninja world. As they continued their playful banter, they arrived at a relatively secluded training ground in Konoha after about 10 minutes. At that moment, Guy was practicing by walking on his hands, engaged in his taijutsu training, while two chunin stood nearby, pointing and discussing him. "Still playing training games, are we, perennial genin?" It's not easy for a perennial genin. With no ninjutsu, they can only focus all their energy on taijutsu, one chunin remarked, prompting laughter from the other. One of them noticed Kai being supported by two kids and mocked. "Oh, the perennial genin's son can't even play training games now? Yeah. I wonder which kid used ninjutsu to hurt him," he added. Hearing the mockery, Guy and Kai remained unfazed, instead giving the two thumbs up. "Thank you for the encouragement." The two chunin, unreservedly commenting, said, "This father and son duo is like a couple of lunatics. Others insult them, and they thank them instead. Let us just keep our distance." Before the second chunin could finish, Obito, displeased, pointed at them and shouted, "Shut up. You are not allowed to insult Hatada, a recognized opponent." Upon hearing this, one chunin noticed Obito's small fan on his clothes and derisively remarked, "Ah, a child of the Uchiha clan. Why aren't you following your elders to bully the villagers? Ha ha ha. Isn't the police force quite formidable?" The other agreed. This infuriated Obito. How could the honor of the Uchiha be tarnished by two mere chunin? Just as he was about to rush over to teach them a lesson, a shadow zipped past like the wind. For dealing with such individuals, direct action was the way to go, Obito thought. Before he could regain his composure, Hatada had already dispatched the two chunin with swift kicks, one foot resting on the head of one of them. These two worthless chunin may have been bullied by the top student Kakashi, but to be defeated by me, who only relies on taijutsu. They might as well go back to school and retake their classes to avoid embarrassing themselves. Furthermore, remember this, you two good-for-nothings. The Uchiha disdain to bully the weak. Now scram. With that, Hatada kicked them several meters away and casually strolled towards Kai and the others with his hands in his pockets. Watch your back. Guy rushed to stand in front of Hatada before the two fallen Chunin could utilize any ninjutsu. He noticed the pair of single Tomo Sharingan slowly spinning. Jinjutsu hypnosis. The ninjutsu of the two Chunin was completely interrupted, leaving them in a state of unconsciousness. Hatada, hands still in his pockets, continued walking towards Kai and the others. As he passed by Guy, he softly remarked, "Uncle Guy, there's no need for concern. In the presence of these eyes that can see through all illusions, any covert actions will be rendered futile." Upon hearing such grandiose words, Obito couldn't help but exclaim, "Cool. So cool, Hatada. Teach me this super cool technique, please. I beg you, Hatada." Obito threw Kai aside, pleading earnestly as he clung to Hatada's arm. "No, you cannot learn it without the Sharingan," Hatada said, retracting his Sharingan and shaking his head silently. Seeing Obito still clinging to his clothes, Hatada, with a hint of exasperation, added, "The hypnotic I must be released through the Sharingan. However, I could teach you other ninjutsu." With that, Hatada paid no further attention to Obito's antics and curiously turned to Guy, asking, "Uncle Guy, given your speed, it should have been effortless to defeat them. Why did you allow them to insult you?" "Strength is meant to protect one's comrades, and I am a ninja of Konoha," Guy replied without a moment's hesitation. "I see." Hatada smiled, finding no surprise in Guy's response. After all, his son Kai had never utilized the 8 gates during his duel with Kakashi. "By the way, are you friends with Kai?" Guy suddenly recalled and asked, tapping his head. "Not at all." Obito shook his head vigorously. "I have a terrible student relationship with that guy." Hatada glanced at Kai and, smiling upwards, said, "I suppose so. Kai is an opponent I acknowledge. His taijutsu is formidable, and his will is as resolute as iron." Upon hearing such high praise from Hatada, Kai felt a blush rise to his cheeks. It was the first time someone had lauded him in front of his father. Recognizing his taijutsu, Kai couldn't help but boast, "Dad, he is Uchiha Hatada, a genius surpassing Kakashi." "Is that so?" Guy exclaimed, unable to contain his joy at the top student's praise for his son, pulling Kai into a tight embrace. "I knew it, Kai. Your youth will never come to an end." "Indeed, Dad, youth never ceases." The father and son embraced, tears streaming down their faces in a touching moment that left Obito dumbfounded, instinctively taking a few steps back. Had Hatada not been present, he would have long since fled. Ding. Might Guy's affinity increased to 12? Ding. Might Guy's affinity increased to 13? Ding. Might Guy's affinity increased to 7. Hostess affinity with Might Guy reached 183, granting an understanding of Chunin-level taijutsu, activating Konoha's Diamond Wind, and unlocking Jinjutsu. Hostess affinity with Might Guy reached 86, gaining an introductory understanding of the Iron Fist system. 183, and still no 8 gates? Hatada pondered for a moment, waiting for Kai and Guy's youthful exuberance to settle down before tentatively suggesting, "Uncle Guy, I heard Kai say he learned all his taijutsu from you. I feel that Kai's taijutsu has its own system and great potential, though it appears somewhat immature. Taijutsu is an indispensable part of being a ninja. May I learn from you for a while?" Upon hearing such admiration for his taijutsu from Hatada, Guy could not help but nod in delight. "Of course. However, I lack experience in teaching geniuses. My instruction to Kai has been rather rudimentary." With his index finger raised, Dai explained, "I refer to this training method as self-restraint exercise. In simple terms, it involves challenging oneself to confront difficulties by deliberately imposing a penalty for any unfinished tasks. By cornering oneself and establishing personal rules, one can be motivated to complete the challenge. For instance, my rule is that if I fail to run 5,000 laps around the village before nightfall, I must walk 5,000 laps in a handstand. If I still cannot achieve it, I will perform 5,000 weighted push-ups." At this point, Dai grew excited. "Would you care to try it, Hatada? This method is highly effective." Observing Dai, Hatada was uncertain whether he was speaking the truth. In the original text, Kai trained in this manner, but how did it relate to the 8 gates? Moreover, his time did not permit such training. The 8 gates were merely a desperate card, not his entirety. Just as Hatada contemplated how to decline gracefully, a ninja wearing a bird mask suddenly appeared before him. Chapter 032, Meeting the Third Hokage, a Mission? "Uchiha Hatada, I am a ninja from the Umbu, and the Hokage wishes to see you," the masked ninja stated monotonously. Upon seeing the mask, Hatada immediately associated it with the Umbu and root. He was uncertain of the ninja's allegiance. If the ninja belonged to Root, following him could lead to significant trouble. Hatada cautiously inquired, "What does the Hokage want with me? I am just an ordinary Uchiha child. I do not know. Hurry and come with me," the masked ninja replied, his tone devoid of emotion. This only deepened Hatada's hesitation. "Can I go with Uncle Dai?" Hatada probed again. "The Hokage has requested only you," the masked ninja said, growing slightly impatient. "It's fine. Uncle Dai can take me to the Hokage's building," Hatada insisted. Hearing this, the masked ninja hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Hatada then relaxed. With Uncle Dai around, whether it was the Umbu or Root, no one would dare to abduct him in plain sight. Hadn't the 7 mist ninjas been defeated just a few years prior? That poor Pipa Shirzong was so frightened that he began asking everyone if they knew someone named Dai. The trauma was indeed profound. Hatada, no longer worried, tugged at Dai's hand and smiled. "Could Uncle Dai accompany me? I would appreciate it." "Sure." Though Dai was puzzled as to why Hatada insisted on his company, he did not refuse, considering his relationship with Kai. Watching them depart, Obito cursed under his breath. "Damn Hatada, abandoning me again. And to be summoned by the Hokage. This is infuriating." After sulking for a while, Obito suddenly had a thought. Clenching his fist and gazing toward Hokage Rock. "One day, I, Uchiha Obito, will become Hokage, and then I will summon that scoundrel Hatada to my office every day." In contrast to Obito's frustrations, Kai wore a look of melancholy. He watched as the 2 Chunin, previously defeated and hypnotized by Hatada, scrambled away in fear. In this instance, the 2 Chunin dared not glance at them, nor did they utter a single word of reproach. They were not only afraid of Hatada's strength, but also of the masked man who claimed to be an Umbu. The Umbu were under the Hokage's command. "If only I possessed Hatada's talent and strength, I could earn the Hokage's recognition and protect my father's youth," Kai murmured as he gazed at Hatada's receding figure. Though he faced ridicule, he always responded with a smile and a thumbs up. Yet, he could never forget the day he was bullied or the ninjas who mocked his father as a perpetual low-ranking ninja. Inside the Hokage building, in the 3rd Hokage's office, the bird-masked ninja escorted Hatada and knocked on the door. "Hokage-sama, Uchiha Hatada has arrived." "Ah, it's Aotori and Hatada. Come in." A warm, kind voice came from within. Aotori led Hatada into the office. Inside, the 3rd Hokage sat in a swivel chair, his desk piled high with documents, resembling a small mountain. As Hatada entered, the 3rd Hokage, puffing on a pipe, continued to handle paperwork, appearing quite busy. It was only after Hatada stood at attention and Aotori vanished that the 3rd Hokage set down his pen and papers to look at Hatada. "Thank you for your patience." "Hatada," the 3rd Hokage said, smiling. "It's no trouble at all. I understand that Hokage-sama's work is demanding and involves critical matters for the village. I appreciate you taking the time to meet with me," Hatada replied, feigning surprise. Although he was unaware of the 3rd Hokage's intentions, he knew he must maintain the proper demeanor. Seeing Hatada's response, the 3rd Hokage nodded approvingly, satisfied with his attitude. His efforts to perform this little act to convey his regard for Hatada had not been in vain. "Hatada, I have heard much about your performance at the Ninja Academy from Takakura Bunta. I understand you have learned the shadow clone technique and have skipped several classes. Is that correct?" The 3rd Hokage said, his face adorned with a friendly smile, speaking in a somewhat casual manner. The more someone maintained a smiling visage, the harder it was to discern their true thoughts. Unable to fathom the 3rd Hokage's intentions, Hatada decided to speak candidly. "Yes. The lessons at school are rather tedious. Attending seems pointless. As for the shadow clone technique, that was a gift from the clan leader, and I learned it in no time." Hatada spoke the truth. Though he concealed much information, such as his relationship with the clan leader and the reason for receiving the shadow clone technique. "I see." Noticing Hatada's apparent honesty, the 3rd Hokage took a puff from his pipe, smiling. "However, Hatada, your theoretical scores are quite poor. I reviewed your last exam paper, and there were hardly any words written, indicating a somewhat lackadaisical attitude." At this point, the 3rd Hokage looked into Hatada's eyes and asked, "Do you remember the essay on the Will of Fire?" Hearing this, Hatada felt a twinge of embarrassment. During the exam, he had written only a few lines before dozing off. How could he recall any specifics? "Hokage-sama, the exam was too dull. I fell asleep at my desk," Hatada explained softly. Cough, cough. The 3rd Hokage could barely contain his amusement at this honest response. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, That was an essay about understanding the will of fire. I am curious to know what your interpretation of the will of fire is. The will of fire? Upon hearing this, Hitada finally grasped the third Hokage's ulterior motive. He sought to recruit him, much like Shisui or Itachi, to serve as an enforcer or spy within his faction. For Hitada, who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, responding to such questions was merely a matter of following formulas and routines. Without hesitation, he replied, "Wherever the leaves dance, the fire persists. The flames illuminate the village, nurturing new growth." Hitada recited a famous poem of Konoha and continued, "The will of fire in my heart embodies companionship, the village, the protection of family, safeguarding everyone, and the willingness to sacrifice oneself for the betterment of the next generation." Though Hitada's words were grandiose, the third Hokage listened intently, thoroughly satisfied. Hitada's sentiments encapsulated the core philosophy of the will of fire, a spirit of love for the village based on bonds and a selfless spirit of dedication. Such an interpretation of the will of fire resonated with him. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, he arrived at a decision. "If only the villagers shared your awareness, Hitada," the third Hokage suddenly lamented. After this, he picked up a document from his desk. The document pertained to the Fire Country's daimyo inviting the third Hokage to the daimyo's residence. This document was classified and of great importance, yet the third Hokage allowed Hitada to inspect it freely. In the land of fire, the feudal lord has a young daughter whom he cherishes deeply. Haneda, being of a similar age, is deemed suitable to make contact with the princess. I hope you can accompany me to the Lord's residence to glean insights about this year's financial allocations from the Lord to Konoha. Specifically, the timing is set for Saturday, Sunday, or holidays. Chapter 33, The Hokage's Guard. The feudal lord? The princess? Financial allocations? Can you imagine that I would trust any information from a mere child? Moreover, would the feudal lord dare to deny Konoha its funds? Haneda harbored profound skepticism regarding the reasoning presented by the third Hokage. He pondered more about the political motives behind it. For instance, by allowing himself, a prodigious Uchiha youth, to engage with significant village affairs, it could serve to draw the Uchiha clan closer. Understandably, as a child, he could not partake in substantial political discourse, but his involvement would imply a great deal. Naturally, his talents are also worthy of the third Hokage's attention. Haneda quickly responded, his cheeks flushed with excitement. "Hokage-sama, can I truly do this? Your capabilities are more than sufficient, and there is no other child in the village who can replace you." The third Hokage replied gently. "But Kakashi could also do it. Hokage-sama, I am quite uneasy about this mission. Would it be possible to bring Kakashi along?" "Kakashi?" The third Hokage recalled Shikaku's recent cold demeanor towards him and nodded. It would not significantly impact the effort to win over the Uchiha if Shikaku were also brought into the fold. Scratching the back of his head, Haneda hesitantly asked, "Hokage-sama, may I bring one more person? Just one, a relative of yours?" The third Hokage immediately thought of someone from the Uchiha clan. "No, it's a friend's father named Might Guy." Haneda shook his head. "Might Guy?" The third Hokage mused silently. He was not among the Jonin or even the Chunin. At that moment, Haneda's voice returned, imbued with a hint of pleading. "Uncle Guy has been a genin for many years and is often ridiculed by other ninjas, earning the nickname Eternal Genin. I wish to help him, Hokage-sama." The third Hokage contemplated for a moment before acquiescing. "Very well, let him temporarily join the Hokage's guard, tasked with ensuring my safety." To the third Hokage, adding a non-Uchiha genin was inconsequential. Furthermore, Haneda's request was for the sake of his friend and comrade. Having just imparted the will of fire, it would be improper to refuse. Coupled with Haneda's earnest appeal, it became even more difficult to decline. As for Haneda's motivations in bringing Kakashi and Guy, there were threefold. Firstly, there were political implications. Kakashi, backed by the White Fang of Konoha, was someone the third Hokage understood well. This meant Haneda's support was not only from the Uchiha clan, but also from Shikaku. The third Hokage had to consider Shikaku in the equation for safety. Secondly, there was the matter of his own safety. Who could predict whether the 55th Hokage might strike while he was away from the village? Such foolishness had been committed by that dark figure in the ninja world. There were formidable foes such as Shisui, Sasuke, and Orochimaru. The most notorious enemies from outside the village included Pain and Konan, all of whom were shadow level or even beyond. Danzo had committed numerous blunders. With Guy's ability to open the 8 gates, any attack would be met without fear. The third motive was to cultivate goodwill. In pursuit of the 8 gates, he sought to secure some benefits for Uncle Guy, which required no further justification. Following this, the third Hokage did not engage in lengthy discussions with Haneda, merely chatting about school life before allowing him to depart. Stepping out of the Hokage building, the air felt significantly sweeter. Engaging with the old fox of the third Hokage was mentally exhausting, as one had to constantly organize their thoughts and decipher his intentions. Uncle Guy, I have both good and bad news to share with you. Which would you like to hear first? Haneda smiled at Guy, who was waiting at the entrance of the Hokage building. Good news and bad news. Guy paused his push-ups, looking curiously at Haneda. Let us hear the bad news first. The bad news is that you might not see Kai for the next few days, as he will be leaving Konoha for a while, Haneda said cheerfully. And the good news? Guy's gaze shifted to Haneda's smiling face. A deepening sense of confusion washed over him. Could it be that the Hokage wished to assign a mission to him? Why not directly inform him? The good news is. Haneda deliberately paused before exclaiming joyfully. Uncle Guy, you have been selected for the Hokage's guard. The Hokage's mission scroll will be delivered to you shortly. Congratulations, Uncle Guy. What? The Hokage's guard. Guy momentarily froze, then suddenly burst into laughter, only to be overwhelmed by tears of joy. Since his graduation from the Ninja Academy, he had spent over a decade as a genin, undertaking menial tasks like delivering items or catching cats. Each encounter with former classmates and colleagues inevitably led to the taunts of being the eternal genin. Now, the prospect of being chosen for the Hokage's guard to protect the Hokage's safety felt like a monumental shift, one so vast it seemed almost surreal. However, Guy quickly realized a pressing question. Why would an eternal genin like him be selected for the Hokage's guard? Typically, the ninjas serving in such a capacity were at least special jonin rank, while he had only executed a handful of minor tasks as a genin. With this thought, Guy swiftly turned to Haneda. It was you who recommended me to the Hokage, wasn't he it? Haneda nodded gently. Uncle Guy, your skills are far beyond those of a mere genin. I noticed your potential when you sought to assist me before. I believe your strength and talent should not be confined to executing lowly tasks. You deserve a grander stage to showcase your aspirations, Uncle Guy. Suddenly, a figure clad in a bird mask leaped down from the Hokage building, halting before Guy and presenting him with a scroll. This is the Hokage's official appointment letter for you, my Guy. Please review the specifics at your leisure. After delivering the scroll, he handed another to Haneda. Tomorrow at 7 a.m. Gather at training ground number 13 in the Forest of Death. Do not be late. With that, the figure vanished from sight, leaping onto a rooftop and disappearing into the distance. As soon as the masked ninja departed, Guy eagerly unrolled the scroll. The grand lettering of Hokage's guard reignited tears of joy, and the weight lifting from his heart was palpable. Guy embraced Haneda tightly, overwhelmed with happiness, excitement, and gratitude. Haneda, I truly do not know how to thank you enough. A gentle breeze caressed the scene, and the setting sun cast its glow down the street. The crimson hues illuminated Guy's sturdy figure, shimmering like a constellation. Chapter 34. Uncle Guy, he does not deceive me. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Guy clutched the red and yellow scroll, racing down the street. He maneuvered past telephone poles and through bustling crowds until arriving at a modest 2-story house. With a heart full of excitement, he grasped the doorknob. After a moment's hesitation, he pushed the door open. I'm home, Kai. Guy struggled to contain his exhilaration, but upon seeing Kai approach, he could no longer hold back. Kai, look at what your father is holding. The appointment letter for the Hokage's guard. The name Hokage's guard was unfamiliar to Kai, yet the mention of the Hokage hinted at its extraordinary significance. Raising his index finger, Guy joyfully explained, the Hokage guard, as the name implies, is responsible for safeguarding the safety of Lord Hokage. Each member of this team is either an exceptionally skilled jonin or a battle-hardened jonin, all personally selected and appointed by Lord Hokage. Is that true, Dad? Kai asked excitedly, tilting his head. Indeed, youth will neither deceive you nor betray you, Kai. Dai crouched down and embraced Kai, pouring out all his grievances and excitement onto Kai's clothing. Yes, Dad, this is what youth is all about, Kai exclaimed, equally exhilarated. After a considerable time, a rumble echoed from their stomachs, leading Dai and Kai to exchange amused glances. Let us go, Kai. To celebrate this most passionate moment of youth, let us indulge in a barbecue. But Dad, barbecue is quite expensive. Kai hesitated. Think of it as your belated 5th birthday gift, Kai. I apologize for not having taken you to such places all these years, Dai said, holding Kai tightly and stroking his head with an air of regret. Beep. Might Guy's affection 13. Beep. Might Guy's affection 16. Beep. Might Guy Kai's affection 9. The host, and Might Guy's affection reaches 173, granting an understanding of Chunin-level taijutsu. Minor proficiency in the strong fist style. The host, and Might Guy Kai's affection reaches 227, granting the method to train in the 8 gates of life. The 8 gates of life. Hayate gazed at this forbidden technique, which could reach the level of the 6 paths, with excitement sparkling in his eyes. This was the ultimate technique that allowed Kai to almost kick his way to victory during the 4th Great Ninja War. It contained numerous corresponding techniques: the inner lotus, the morning peacock, the day tiger, the evening elephant, and the night Kai, each more formidable than the last, with the final one prompting the revered Madara to declare Kai the strongest. It is worth noting that Madara Uchiha is a man who regards almost everyone as beneath him, save for Hashirama Senju. As Hayate eagerly flipped through the memories regarding the training of the 8 gates, he fell into a daze. The 8 gates technique is said to be a forbidden art that transcends the physical limits of the body. Its training method involves repeatedly breaking one's physical limitations to cultivate a powerful will, ultimately achieving the ability to perform the 8 stages through a prolonged state of adaptation and formidable resolve. Isn't this training method precisely what Uncle Dai described? Indeed, he speaks nothing but the truth. With a complex heart, Hayate made his way to the clan leader's home. As for the 8 gates technique, he would not count on it for now. He would practice it when time permitted. In a classical courtyard, a long table was set with 3 chairs, where 3 individuals sat opposite each other. Are you saying that the 3rd Hokage personally assigned you a mission to accompany him to the daimyo's residence and gather intelligence on the princess? The clan leader looked at Hayate in astonishment, and upon receiving a nod from him, fell into silence. Fugaku, what are your thoughts? The clan leader asked with a contemplative gaze. Father, I believe that there is a possibility of completing this mission, Fugaku replied earnestly. This nearly exasperated the clan leader, who thought of chastising his son for his naivety. Were it not for Hayate's presence, he would have certainly scolded Fugaku for his ignorance of political intricacies. Gazing into his son's clear yet Navi eyes, he sighed deeply and said to Hayate, "You have done well, especially in involving White Fang. This way, the 3rd Hokage will have to consider White Fang's feelings in whatever he plans to do with you. Moreover, Hayate, remember never to take the 3rd Hokage's words at face value. Always observe his actions. He is a profoundly hypocritical man, presenting a friendly facade to almost everyone in the village, which makes him seem sincere and amicable. However, his words do not align with his deeds. I trust that, with your intellect, you will discern the truth in time, even if you cannot see it now. Remember, the Uchiha clan is your greatest support. Even White Fang is merely an outsider. Rest assured, your uncle, the clan leader, and your brother Fugaku will always trust and support you." Pausing momentarily, the clan leader continued. However, this time, the 3rd Hokage isn't lying. He likely wishes to ally with you and ease the tensions between the Hokage faction and the Uchiha, much like the 2nd Hokage did when he took the mirror as his disciple. Hayate listened in silence, nodding, "I understand. I will observe Lord Hokage's character closely." Though he said this, Hayate was acutely aware that the 3rd Hokage was either foolish or malevolent. Just look at the treatment of Naruto, the hero's child. In the original narrative, from a young age, he was mocked and targeted by the entire village, surviving on expired milk and instant noodles. Consider Naruto's lineage, son of the 4th Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki, the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Reflect on the sacrifices made by his parents to protect Konoha. So, where did the legacy of the 4th Hokage and the Uzumaki clan go? This point is irrefutable. Although Kishimoto portrayed the 3rd Hokage positively, he hardly understood the essence of being Hokage. The timeline is exceedingly convoluted, and the narrative displays obvious inconsistencies, leading many fan authors to resort to conspiracy theories to patch up the logical gaps left by Kishimoto. The clan leader glanced into Hayate's eyes and knew that he was not lying. Well, it's good that you understand. Should you encounter any troublesome matters in the future, feel free to seek me out. I can help you resolve them. As the Uchiha clan leader, I still possess some influence. I will remember that. Thank you. Uncle clan leader, Hayate bowed in gratitude. Beep. Uchiha Kenji's affection 11. Beep. Uchiha Kenji's affection 7. Beep. Uchiha Fugaku's affection 9. The host, and Uchiha Kenji's affection reaches 103. granting understanding of Chunin-level fire release and partial Sharingan abilities. The host and Uchiha Fugaku's affection reaches 141, granting 0-3 chakra and partial Sharingan abilities. It seemed that his political influence today, combined with trust in the Uchiha, had garnered the clan leader's favor. As Hayate walked halfway, he suddenly sensed someone watching him from the shadows. An Umbu? Indeed, this news was likely something the third Hokage wanted me to convey to Uncle Clan Leader. I wonder when I will be able to escape this chessboard. Silently, Hayate opened the system panel, and a faint blue light illuminated before him. Chapter 035. The Assassination Plan for the Third Hokage. Uchiha Hayate. Strength. Chunin, 71100. Chakra. 18 units. Attributes Fire, Wind, Lightning, Yin, Yang. Bloodline limit. Single Tomo Sharingan. Mangeki 21. Sage Body. Not Awakened. Beginner 86. Special Abilities. 8 Gates of Life Opening. 0-100. Hitaki Swordsmanship Entry. 23100. 1. Obito's affection has increased, but I have not recorded it. Thus the progress of the Sage Body has slightly advanced. 2. The Yang attribute stems from Rin, who possesses medical ninjutsu. The timeline in the narrative shows a time span, resulting in increased affection. 3. Some chakra is also a result of the time span. Above, I will not annotate further. All explanations are reserved for the author. Hayate gazed at the panel, lost in thought. He had already garnered the necessary affection from those he could interact with, and he would not have many opportunities for significant power enhancement in the time ahead. It appeared that acquiring the strength to upend the table remained a distant goal. At the Hitaki residence, a red-eyed raven descended from the sky, landing at the window. It dropped a note from its talons, pecked at the glass, and then flew away. At that moment, S.H. Ma, who was having dinner, heard the commotion and approached. He noticed the note in front of the window, picked it up, unfolded it, and fell into contemplation. After a while, S.H. Ma remarked, "That Hayate kid is quite clever, managing to pull me, his half-teacher, into this." Kakashi on tiptoe peeked at the note. Hearing his father's disparaging remarks about Hayate, he instinctively retorted, "Father, Hayate is not a cunning and treacherous person." Upon hearing this, S.H. Ma shot Kakashi a glare and replied, "I haven't finished my sentence yet, Kakashi. Hana, he is quite honest. If he hadn't written to inform me, I would have assumed that the third Hokage wished to mend the rift between us. On the other side of Konoha, where darkness converges, lies the root base. The events that transpired this afternoon in the Hokage building soon reached this place. Lord Danzo, at 5:43 p.m. today, summoned Uchiha Hana to assess the will of fire and arranged for him, along with Hitaki Kakashi and a lower ninja named Mike Guy, to join the Hokage's guard. A root ninja reported to Danzo, assessing Uchiha's will of fire? Huh. Hizashi, you truly are something else, attempting to replicate the teachings of our master, Kage. Alas, there is only one Kage, and another shall never emerge. Danzo scoffed, casting his gaze upon a confidential document resting on the stone table. The paper bore the bold red letters, "Assassination Plan for the Third Hokage." Hizashi, you are too weak, compromising with the inherently malevolent Uchiha. Though Danzo hesitated briefly about taking action against his dear friend, his resolve solidified in that moment. Do not blame me, Hizashi. Everything I do is for the village. For Konoha. Danzo closed his eyes, silently signing his name on the document, remaining wordless for a long while. Only when the root ninja took the document away and the plan commenced did he slowly open his left eye. Summon Muramasa, Kitsune, Oni, and Yao Mao. Inform them that as Hizashi travels to the daimyo's estate, they are to coordinate with other root ninjas to strike. However, their primary task is to capture Uchiha Hana and Hitaki Kakashi alive. Uchiha Hana should be captured if possible. If the mission fails, he must be killed. As for Hitaki Kakashi, regardless of the mission's outcome, he must remain alive and unharmed. Furthermore, inform them that if a Jonin and 3 Chunin cannot accomplish such a task, they need not return. Since the Hokage's travels are a Konoha secret, he does not depart through the main gate. The location is training ground number 13, near the entrance of Konoha. In the early morning, Hana finished his breakfast early and arrived at the assembly point. By then, training ground No. 13 had gathered quite a number of individuals, including masked Umbu and unmasked ninjas. They adhered to a certain order, taking turns to survey their surroundings. Hana assessed the ninjas present, 6 Umbu, along with 6 others, totaling 12. This assembly was sufficient to pose a threat to a shadow-level powerhouse. However, for the formidable Konoha, it was merely a light deployment. At that moment, Kakashi and Guy approached, seamlessly joining Hana. This mission seems rather troublesome, Hana, Kakashi remarked, his eyes resembling dead fish. It matters not. We are merely mascots, Hana replied casually. He never intended to fulfill this task. For both Hana and Kakashi, it was more about the involvement of the forces behind them. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Guy, however, appeared somewhat bewildered. Mascots, aren't we supposed to be the Hokage's guards? Upon hearing this, Hana smiled but remained silent, unwilling to dampen Guy's enthusiasm. As they conversed, a ninja wearing a bird mask approached them. He instructed, Uchiha Hana, Hatake Kakashi. Mike Guy, you three are responsible for the close protection of the Hokage. The time is approaching, commence your duties. With that, the masked Umbu ninja left, indifferent to whether Hana and the others comprehended him. Truth be told, the sudden insertion of three gilded individuals into a predetermined mission unsettled them. After all, credit would have to be shared, potentially disrupting the execution of the task. Fortunately, the Hokage understood their predicament and placed Hana and his companions nearby, essentially distancing them from the responsibilities at hand, ensuring they would not interfere with the mission. The three approached the location of the third Hokage. At that moment, the Hokage sat inside a carriage, its windows obscured by curtains, rendering the interior invisible. Now that everyone is here, we shall depart. The gentle voice of the third Hokage resonated from within the carriage as Hana and his companions took their positions. Something feels off, Hana thought, glancing at the curtains. Is it truly necessary to travel by carriage at ninja speed? The journey from Konoha to the daimyo's estate surely takes no more than 3 days. Could it be to accommodate me and Kakashi? However, he quickly dismissed that notion. With their talents and strength, there was no need for such indulgence. Never mind. With Guy around, no danger on the road could possibly threaten me. Hana shook off his complex thoughts and quietly moved alongside the carriage. Before long, the Hokage's voice emerged from the carriage. Hana, come inside. I have a few inquiries. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hana had no reason to refuse and complied. Entering the carriage, he found the third Hokage enjoying a smoke while reading a book titled The Will of Fire in Konoha. Please, take a seat. The third Hokage gestured to a tatami mat before him with a smile. Once Hana settled himself properly, the Hokage continued, I know you are a bright child, and I would like to hear your thoughts on the Uchiha and the village. Although Hana anticipated that the third Hokage would hint at such topics, he did not expect him to be so direct. My thoughts on the Uchiha? Well, Hokage-sama, I believe that most Uchiha are fundamentally kind at heart. However, due to various painful experiences, they have become obsessed with the pursuit of power, especially those who have awakened their eyes. As for the village, I cannot speak too extensively, but I view the village as a collection of countless individuals. Protecting the village equates to safeguarding one's own interests, just as the village, in turn, protects the interests of the individuals. Hana spoke candidly, laying bare his thoughts. Since the third Hokage sought to test him, he decided to be forthright with his sentiments. After all, he had Uncle Shikumo backing him. Both the third Hokage and the Uchiha would think twice before acting against him. Of course, he withheld one perspective regarding the village, that when the village fails to safeguard individual interests, defection becomes justifiable. Indeed, the third Hokage nodded slightly, noting the similarity between Hana's perspective on the Uchiha and that of his teacher, the second Hokage. He offered no commentary on Hana's views regarding the village, as they were not the answers he sought. He was more interested in discerning whether Hana valued family or village more, which was why he juxtaposed the Uchiha with the village. Yet, it remained unclear whether Hana was perceptive enough to grasp this nuance, as he had addressed them separately. Overall, the third Hokage found Hana's responses satisfactory, believing that Hana possessed the potential to become the next Kage. Subsequently, the third Hokage refrained from further discussing the village and the Uchiha with Hana. Such matters required subtlety and gradual inference. Direct questioning would yield no genuine answers. The third Hokage inhaled deeply, exhaling smoke rings with a relaxed smile. Since I assumed the role of Hokage, I have seldom focused on my two sons. Asuma, my youngest, is also your classmate. He has always been quite rebellious at home. To be honest, I am curious about the opinions of others regarding him, as it might alter my own perceptions. Hana, would you share your views on Asuma? Upon hearing this, Hana was uncertain of the third Hokage's intentions. Could it be that he was reflecting on the previous incident where he had defeated and mocked Asuma as a villain? Asuma? Hokage-sama, I believe he is quite loyal. speaks his mind, and has a strong sense of justice. When it comes to loyalty, one must admit that most delinquents possess a sense of camaraderie. To speak plainly often leads to unguarded revelations, concealing no secrets. A deep-seated disdain for malevolence is directed towards you, Sarutobi Asuma. Is that so? The third Hokage chuckled softly, pleasantly surprised by the favorable assessment of his rebellious son in Haneda. He then proceeded to recount tales of Haneda's parents, emphasizing their sacrifices for the village, incessantly indoctrinating the listeners. Yet, it remains a mystery why Haneda's parents, after such selflessness, received nothing more than the bare minimum in compensation. Upon exiting the carriage, Kakashi approached, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish, and muttered, "It's rather dull, isn't it, Haneda? Just a few more days, Kakashi, let's endure a bit longer." Haneda recalled the incident of dragging Kakashi into the depths, offering an awkward smile. Kakashi nodded, instinctively glancing at Dai, who was pacing back and forth, his gaze scanning the surroundings. It was perplexing how Uncle Dai was brimming with energy. With the Umbu present, what use were we? Kakashi's tone carried a hint of complaint. After all, wouldn't it be more beneficial to train and enhance our skills rather than engage in such loathsome political tasks? If Uncle Dai lacked motivation, we might be in trouble. Haneda chuckled lightly. Is that so? Kakashi looked at Haneda with a puzzled expression. While he did not comprehend Haneda's esteem for Dai, he trusted Haneda's judgment, thus giving Dai a bit more regard. Time trickled by. The carriage continued its leisurely advance. After an unknown number of shifts, dusk descended, and night silently approached. "Here, these are your soldiers' rations," announced an Umbu ninja, handing Haneda 3 soldiers' pills. "Is this all we get?" Haneda frowned at the dark pills, unable to suppress a complaint. "During missions, prioritize the task," the emotionless Umbu replied, intending to leave swiftly. However, the third Hokage's voice interrupted from within the carriage. "It's evening. Let us set up camp. We still have time before reaching the daimyo's residence." Upon hearing this, the hidden Umbu ninja's face flickered with displeasure and jealousy. The original plan did not involve traveling by carriage or camping at night, all altered to accommodate Haneda and the third Hokage. Nighttime is notoriously perilous. If adversaries were to strike while we rested, the consequences would be disastrous. The Umbu ninja dared not contradict the third Hokage, respectfully responding, "Yes, Hokage-sama." Yet, as he departed, he cast a disgruntled glare at Haneda and Kakashi, muttering, "3 burdens, only causing trouble." What did he mean by calling us burdens? Dai asked, watching the Umbu ninja leave. Perplexed. "Perhaps he is envious of our good looks," Haneda replied with a smile. Kakashi nodded in agreement. "Is that so?" Dai curiously retrieved a mirror from his pouch, examining his striking watermelon hairstyle. Could it be that he was indeed more handsome than others realized? The tents were portable and set up swiftly, within 10 minutes. Several tents were erected. Haneda's tent was positioned beside the third Hokage's, while the Umbu and other ninjas encircled them at a distance, forming a protective ring around the Hokage's tent. "Haneda, what are you pondering?" Kakashi inquired, sitting beside Haneda, who was lost in thought by the campfire. "Do you not find it strange? A confidential mission, yet we traverse as if on a leisurely outing. The Hokage seems unhurried, as if waiting for something, appearing almost deliberately careless." Haneda glanced at the third Hokage, who was mingling with other clan ninjas around a large campfire, and whispered, "The third only reveals himself when he summons me. Otherwise, he remains in the shadows, rarely making an appearance, yet now he steps into the light." Kakashi grew serious. "Are you suggesting there's a conspiracy?" "But Haneda, the Hokage is the strongest of all. Who would dare assault us in the land of fire?" Chapter 037. Betrayal of the Hokage's Guard. Assault from root. The strongest Hokage? Haneda scoffed. With the third strength, it's a stretch to place him in the top 5. With Hashirama and Tobirama ahead of him, how dare he boast? If Inoki were to hear this, he'd surely face societal death. Just then, an unexpected eruption occurred. In the center of the campfire, a Nara clan Chunin ensnared the third Hokage with the shadow bind technique. Simultaneously, a swarm of black insects and several shuriken affixed with explosive tags were hurled at the Hokage. In that instant, 3 out of 6 clan ninjas betrayed their own. "Protect the Hokage," someone shouted amidst the crowd. Before the Umbu could rush to the Hokage's aid, another group of masked ninjas surrounded them, numbering over 30, 5 times the Umbu, and with traitors among them. Despair washed over the hearts of the assembled ninjas. However, as ninjas, they were already prepared for sacrifice. "Which nation's ninjas are you?" Do you wish to incite war between our countries by assassinating the Hokage? A captain of the Umbu demanded fiercely. Yet, silence reigned until the smoke from the explosive tags began to dissipate. So, you two have betrayed me, the third Hokage sighed, addressing the three former loyal clan ninjas. All of this is for the village, for Konoha. Third Hokage, prepare to die? The Shurinomura clan ninja declared resolutely, gritting his teeth. Hold them off. Reinforcements will arrive soon. The third Hokage tore open a scroll, and a firework swiftly ascended into the sky, blossoming brilliantly. At this moment, the Umbu ninjas realized the full extent of their despair. In the end, it was their compatriots who betrayed Konoha. Umbu captain, you must protect the Hokage now. One of the subordinates cried. Follow orders. The captain coldly replied. Quickly forming hand seals, flames erupted from his mouth, blocking several root ninjas. Hurry. The Umbu does not require unnecessary emotions. Our mission takes precedence. Chizuru, do you not understand? The captain shouted at the hesitant young Umbu. In that moment, a fleeting sense of reluctance slipped down his cheek. Meanwhile, at the vortex's center, the campfire blazed fiercely. The flames on the wood swaying perilously in the tearing wind. Surrounding them, the shadows of the night danced restlessly, intensifying the unease in the hearts of the three clan ninjas shielding the Hokage. Damn it! Hokage-sama, give the order. We will cover your escape. One of the ninjas urged. Reinforcements were imminent, led by Jiraiya, and would arrive within a quarter of an hour. The third Hokage shook his head, drawing a kunai from his pouch. Assuming a combat stance. Just then, the root ninjas closed in from behind, their cold gazes fixed upon the Hokage. Third Hokage, you should surrender, one of the leaders stated. That person desires your complete demise. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ninja before the third Hokage could no longer contain himself. Silence. Treacherous scum. Once that person ascends to the position of fourth Hokage, we shall still serve Konoha alongside you. Surrender now. The root captain's emotionless voice echoed once more. Even in death, I shall never betray the Hokage. As soon as the words were spoken, a figure charged forward. Clang, clang, clang. The kunai clashed repeatedly, sending sparks flying. Two additional ninjas joined the fray, forming a triangular formation to shield the third Hokage. Make your move. Since you have chosen to betray Konoha, you shall die, the captain of the root coldly commanded. In an instant, several figures sprang into action. Suddenly, one figure was brutally kicked from midair, crashing down beneath a grand tree, his forehead protector clattering to the ground. In that moment, the battle's dynamics shattered, forcing the Umbu ninjas to reveal their trump cards to escape Root's entanglement and rush to aid the third Hokage. The price of this assistance was injury and even death. It seems it is time for the proud azure beast of Konoha to make its entrance, a discordant voice echoed from the chaotic battlefield, unnoticed by Root. Might Guy, a robust leaf genin, stepped forward. Concealed amidst the trees, Kakashi couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Frankly, he nearly fell from his perch upon hearing those words. Uncle Guy was merely a genin. Was he not courting death by entering such a perilous battlefield where even Jainin would perish? Kakashi thought this, as did the remaining clan ninjas around the third Hokage. An Umbu squad leader harshly reprimanded. You, Might Guy, take those two children and flee while they have yet to strike at you. Hurry, do not cause trouble. The Umbu captain understood the significance of the two children. One represented the Uchiha clan, the strongest in Konoha, while the other was Kakashi, the son of the legendary Konoha White Fang. If either were captured, it would pose a tremendous problem for the Hokage. Yet, at this moment, Might Guy was still causing chaos. The Umbu captain silently prayed, hoping this genin possessed some semblance of situational awareness. But at that instant, Guy's aura suddenly surged with intensity, transforming into a tempestuous force. Pale blue steam billowed from his body. Hana, remember, this technique is to protect what is most precious to you. It must never be used against your comrades. Guy declared to Hana. Without hesitation, he crossed his hands and forcefully spread his arms wide. The seventh gate of the 8 gates released, the gate of shock, open. Guy's presence soared once more, the ground beneath him fracturing under the weight of thick blue steam. Simultaneously, a fierce wind howled from his direction, rustling the leaves throughout the area. Amidst the roaring winds, Guy moved. A massive white tiger formed from the air, lunging toward the root ninjas with a gaping maw. The terrifying aura and ferocious energy left everyone momentarily stunned. Wait, we are part of Root. We are also Konoha ninjas. We are comrades. Daytime tiger. In an instant, silence enveloped the area, a strange stillness descending. At that moment, 7 bodies lay on the ground, torn apart by the force of the air, while at their center stood a proud man enveloped in blue steam. What had they just said? Forget it. I didn't catch that, Guy thought, glancing at the terrified root ninjas before turning to Hana and Kakashi, who followed closely behind him. You two go protect the Hokage, Hana. Kakashi. As for me, I shall confront these despicable foes. Hana stared into Guy's eyes, hesitating for a moment. He desperately wished to remain by Guy's side, clinging to him like a lifeline. Even to be a mere accessory would suffice. As for the third Hokage, a shadow-level powerhouse requiring the protection of 2 children, go on. Hana. Uncle Guy must focus on the enemies, Kakashi softly urged. All right. Hana reluctantly nodded, conceding that being near the third Hokage provided a sense of safety. After all, the Hokage would not allow them to be captured or perish here. Kakashi felt Guy's volatile, terrifying aura once more and couldn't help but remark, Hana, your judgment of people is impeccable. Uncle Guy is truly remarkable, overwhelmingly so. Nearby ninjas nodded in silent agreement, especially those Umbu who had previously doubted Guy, now firmly convinced of his strength. On the other side of the battlefield, the root captain was astonished by Guy's power, exclaiming, Who is that, so incredibly fierce? Might Guy? A mere genin, the informant hesitantly replied, questioning his own words as they left his lips. This aura, this strength, could not possibly belong to a genin. Are you certain? Not the captain of the Umbu? The root captain coldly inquired. Yes, sir. He has been ridiculed as a perpetual genin, constantly assigned D-rank missions. D-rank missions? The root captain found this increasingly perplexing. What kind of fool gathered such intelligence? A genin who has consistently performed D-rank missions? How absurd. If not for the battle at hand, the root captain would have been tempted to strike those intelligence ninjas. A genin, a true genin. Unfortunately, they remained unaware that in the future, 2 genin would surpass Might Guy in valor. As night fell deeper, Hana and Kakashi clutched their kunai, encircling the third Hokage, while the other ninjas engaged the root ninjas attempting to attack him. Thank you, Hana, Kakashi, the third Hokage said, still wearing a gentle smile. Not at all. Not at all, Hana quickly replied, yet inwardly pondered what the Hokage was truly scheming. The situation was abundantly clear. Should the Hokage take action now, Root would pose no threat. My chakra is running low. I can scarcely perform any more jutsu. I will explain everything later. I apologize for involving you in this mess. The third Hokage sighed, glancing into Hana's eyes, recalling the moment Hana specifically requested Might Guy's assistance. Did he already know? Or was it mere coincidence that he genuinely wished to aid the formidable, yet perpetually underestimated genin? At that moment, 4 unexpected guests intruded. That is the third Hokage's shadow clone, with little chakra remaining, a sensing Nin reported. Damn it, we must capture Hana and Kakashi, otherwise, the Hokage will be in grave danger. Murasaki, upon hearing the term shadow clone, began to sweat profusely. He could hardly fathom the peril that Danzo would soon face. As long as they captured Hana and Kakashi, Danzo would be spared from significant trouble. We cannot delay any longer. Attack. Hana felt his palms grow clammy as he spotted the 4 root ninjas. If captured by Danzo, would he not be brainwashed into becoming a mere automaton, executing only orders? Uncle Guy was preoccupied with other root ninjas and could not break free, while the third Hokage was just a clone with diminished chakra. His hopes were not high. He and Kakashi were at most mid-level J-nin. This was a calamity. Chapter 038. Hana, Kakashi vs. Root Elite Hokage-sama. Hana called to the third Hokage, desperately hoping he could do something. I can at most hold off 3 of them, the Hokage declared, brandishing a kunai and adopting a combat stance. He was merely a shadow clone, previously ambushed, and truly unable to do much. Damn it, let us fight, Kakashi. Hana activated his Sharingan, his expression turning serious. Kakashi leaned against Hana, drawing a silver short blade from his back. Do not look into the eyes of the Uchiha, Murasaki warned, his demeanor grave, showing no sign of underestimating the 2 children simply because of their youth. As his words fell, the 3 Nin beside Murasaki charged toward the third Hokage, while Hana and Kakashi were left to contend with the captain. The root elite possesses the advantage over you 2 children. In that instant, the battle erupted. Surrender now? Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Hana. Surely, you do not wish to shed blood or suffer injury. The esteemed individual harbors no desire for your demise. However, I find myself unable to discern the severity of the situation, and thus, uncertainty prevails. Muramasa endeavored to persuade Hatada and Kakashi to relinquish their resistance. Yet they were met with a barrage of shurikens. Is this your answer? Merely a delay. Muramasa sidestepped several shurikens. But those manipulated by Hatada were effortlessly caught between his fingers. What shall we do, Hatada? The shurikens prove ineffective. Kakashi inquired, instinctively centering his focus on Hatada. Delay. Aim for a 10-minute stall. Hatada felt a pang of unease towards the elite shinobi from the root. These warriors had undergone grueling training, emerging from the very depths of death itself. Ninja with unparalleled combat experience and instincts, risking their very lives. One could only hope for the success of the third Hokage's plan and that Jiraiya would arrive on time. Search Team 1, Kakashi. Hatada charged directly at Muramasa, his prowess lying in taijutsu and jinjutsu. He needed to engage him directly. What a fortuitous encounter, the Uchiha brat. Muramasa was exhilarated, not expecting Hatada to present himself so willingly. Do not approach. The third Hokage admonished from the sidelines. Just as Muramasa believed victory was at hand, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Leaf's great whirlwind. A swift kick flashed before him, its speed and power compelling him to retreat and evade. The whirlwind struck the ground, sending dust into the air. Kakashi immediately sprang into action, incessantly hurling shurikens from his pouch. Utilizing the dust as cover, he advanced toward Muramasa. I told you, these trinkets are useless. Muramasa effortlessly dodged the shurikens with a few deft sidesteps. Yet, at that moment, a shuriken affixed with an explosive tag darted past his vision. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. A formidable earthen wall rose from the ground, completely shielding him. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted ahead. Intriguing. Muramasa chuckled softly, but suddenly, a flurry of shurikens flew in from his flank. Uchiha-style shuriken throwing technique. The whistling of wind shurikens echoed in his ears. Muramasa instinctively raised a kunai to block, the shurikens spinning and creating dazzling sparks upon contact. Amidst the sparks, the explosive tags ignited. Damn it! How does that Uchiha brat possess so many explosive tags? Boom, boom, boom. Dust was once again thrown into the air, enveloping the surroundings. Under the watchful gaze of the Sharingan, a mound of earth formed, encasing Muramasa. Just as the mound began to crack, revealing a figure, Kakashi emerged from the haze, launching a surprise attack from behind Muramasa. Swish, swish. The clash of short blades and kunai created a flurry of afterimages, dazzling to behold. Meanwhile, Hatada charged in once more from a distance. The Leaf's strong whirlwind. The tremendous force shattered the ground, the sound of splintering would echoing. Have you had your fun, you two brats? It's over. A hand emerged from the ground, grasping Hatada's leg and twisting forcefully. Hatada yelped in pain, swiftly severing the arm with his kunai. Yet at that moment, Muramasa, concealed beneath the earth, dissipated into smoke. His true form had been hidden within the mound that had evaded the explosive tags. Just when Hatada and Kakashi believed he would reveal himself, he lay hidden beneath their very eyes. In that instant, concealed within the dust, Muramasa seized the opportunity and swiftly restrained Hatada. One hand pressed against Hatada's throat, while the other gripped his right hand holding the kunai. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted in an instant. Seizing the moment, Muramasa coldly regarded Kakashi, stating, "If you wish to spare your friend, comply and follow me. He is merely one of the targets. He can die." Kakashi narrowed his eyes, questioning, "What do you want me to do?" I said to follow. Suddenly, the reflection of a mirror caught Muramasa's attention, prompting him to avert his gaze immediately. Yet at that moment, his left hand was seized by Hatada's manipulation. "May I borrow your hand for a moment, if you don't mind?" Hatada, held at the throat, transformed into a wooden board, while the real Hatada appeared beside Kakashi. "Mirror brat, are you stalling for time?" Muramasa seethed with anger, astonished that the prize he thought he had secured had slipped away. Kakashi pretended to negotiate with himself, buying time to retrieve the mirror hidden in his hand. Under the scrutiny of Hatada's Sharingan, Muramasa was compelled to divert his gaze. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Hatada, utilizing his grip on Muramasa's left hand, completed a hand seal and executed the substitution technique. He intended to completely control Hatada's movements, but it turned into his downfall. The process unfolded with astonishing speed. By the time he realized, it was already complete. Kakashi disregarded Muramesa's impotent fury and turned to Hatada. What should we do next? Look into my eyes. Hatada's Sharingan met Kakashi's gaze, and in that moment, Kakashi understood what needed to be done. Meanwhile, Muramesa glanced at the chaotic battlefield. The numerically superior root ninjas were being scattered by Might Guy alone, and the Umbu began to retaliate. His 3 subordinates were detained by the third Hokage, making escape difficult. Muramesa squinted, contemplating his strategy. The Uchiha brat, Hatada, was particularly troublesome, yet his lack of combat experience rendered him vulnerable to a simple ploy. Kakashi's combat intelligence was commendable. He understood how to collaborate with Hatada to create opportunities, though his strength remained a concern. As long as one of the two fell, the battle would swiftly conclude. With this thought, Muramesa resolved to eliminate that inherently malevolent Uchiha brat and capture Kakashi alive. Shadow Clone Technique. Hatada conjured 2 shadow clones and tossed Kakashi 2 wind shurikens. Catch them and use that technique. Understood. Kakashi firmly grasped the 2 wind shurikens and, at the moment Muramesa's expression turned serious, hurled them forth. In the instant of releasing the wind shurikens, both Kakashi and Hatada fled backward. At that moment, the 2 shadow clones of Hatada charged toward Muramesa, attempting to buy time. Chapter 39. Because you are my Sunday, think you can escape? Muramesa's eyes flickered with panic, quickly morphing into excitement. Previously, his shadow clone had injured Hatada's ankle. They wouldn't be able to run far. And based on his years of experience, fleeing enemies were the easiest to deal with. Swish, swish. Muramesa deflected the wind shurikens with his kunai, the intense sparks and tearing sounds causing him slight discomfort. Just as he sidestepped another wind shuriken, he noticed one of Hatada's shadow clones transforming into Kakashi's likeness. In that instant, while Muramesa was focused on dodging the shadow clone, he locked eyes with Kakashi. Illusionary Fox Heart Technique. In an instant, Muramesa realized the danger and immediately struck his own hand, dispersing his chakra to nullify the Jinjutsu. However, at that precise moment, the wind shuriken that had circled around behind him transformed into Hatada's form. Simultaneously, the sound of chirping lightning filled his ears. Rending. Just as Muramesa turned back, the screech of lightning pierced through his left chest, a maximum evasion attempt. He gazed at Hatada in disbelief, witnessing a pair of single Tomo Sharingan spinning slowly. Illusionary Restraint Technique. I never imagined I would fall to the hands of these 2 brats, Muramesa mumbled incoherently. Seizing the last remnants of his consciousness, he resolutely tore open the scroll at his waist. For the sake of Konoha, for Lord Danzo, it is all worth it. Be careful. Hatada. Bang. A violent explosion erupted from Muramesa's body, a frail figure lunging toward Hatada. Why, Kakashi? Hatada gazed at Kakashi, who was desperately clinging to him, momentarily lost in thought. Because you are my son, Hayate's somber voice echoed in his ears, his pupils swiftly rotating, transforming from a single Tomo into 2. Kakashi, you cannot sleep. You must not sleep. Hayate extended his hands, a pale green chakra emanating from his palms, morphing into specks of verdant light. This was the medical ninjutsu he had acquired from Rin. It was insufficient. He lacked chakra. Hayate's eyes shifted once more, evolving into the form of 3 Tomo. In that moment, he disregarded any notions of concealing his strength or talents. All thoughts were cast aside. He yearned solely to amplify his chakra to save Kakashi. The chakra, augmented by the 3 Tomo, successfully sustained the medical ninjutsu he was performing. It was only when Jiraiya led the support team that Hayate, having exhausted his chakra, collapsed to the ground. There are still 2 injured. Where is the medical team? Where are they? My goodness, how could he have survived such devastation? Who had administered the medical ninjutsu to him? Jiraiya stood beside Hayate and the others, watching as the 3rd Hokage dissipated into smoke, murmuring softly, "Old man, what on earth are you trying to accomplish by bringing these 2 children into danger?" In Konoha, the afternoon sun shone brilliantly. Danzo approached the Hokage building with a buoyant stride. This journey filled him with immense joy, as if he were emerging from darkness into light. The Umbu personnel guarding the Hokage building did not impede Danzo. They were accustomed to such occurrences. Danzo slowly pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. The room, composed of 3 glass walls, bathed in a comforting, pleasant sunlight. Step by step, he approached the chair that symbolized the Hokage's position. His pace was deliberate, transitioning from heavy to light. Upon sitting in the chair, Danzo reclined, quietly savoring the moment he had long dreamt of. Just then, the sound of slow footsteps echoed from outside the door. He gently turned the chair to face the entrance. There stood the third Hokage, pipe in mouth, smiling as he looked at Danzo. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Why are you here, Hayashi? Have you truly waited for me for so long? Danzo's left eye widened in disbelief. Even Uchiha Hayate, representing the Uchiha clan, and Hatake Kakashi, representing Konoha's White Fang, had followed him. Why was Hayashi here? Did he not fear any repercussions? Have you had enough sitting, Danzo? I can wait a little longer, the third Hokage said, exhaling a smoke ring. Soon, Umbu ninjas donned in various animal masks appeared around them. Windows, ceiling, beneath the table, behind the counter. Why, Hayashi? Are you not concerned for their lives? Danzo could no longer contain himself, raising his voice. I dare wager you wouldn't dare kill them, unless you no longer wish to hold the position of Hokage. The third Hokage smiled, fully aware of the type of person Danzo was. Have you finished your questions, Danzo? I, too, wish to ask you why you are doing this. As he spoke, the smile faded from the third Hokage's face. Hearing this, Danzo chuckled. After a moment, he fixed his gaze firmly on the third Hokage's eyes and declared, because you are too weak, Hayashi, you still entertain the thought of winning over the inherently malevolent Uchiha clan. Hayashi, I am terribly disappointed in you. You are unfit to be Hokage. Everything I do is for the village, for Konoha. I will correct the mistakes of our teacher step by step, Hayashi. The third Hokage, while puffing on his pipe, quietly awaited Danzo to finish. He slowly exhaled a smoke ring and replied, Danzo, you are far too radical. The Uchiha have always been part of the village, just as they were when our teacher was alive. Have you forgotten our comrade, our friend, Uchiha Kagami? The Uchiha are not inherently evil. They are merely somewhat zealous, and I will correct that. Upon hearing this, Danzo could no longer hold back. The inherently evil Uchiha are the exact words of our teacher. He retorted loudly. You are far too weak, Hayashi. Sooner or later, you will regret everything you have done today. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. The third Hokage bellowed in anger. Seeing this, Danzo dragged his weary body past the third Hokage. Ignoring the many Umbu ninjas, he strode directly toward the door. Danzo, the third Hokage called. What? Do you wish to kill me? Danzo paused his steps. I merely wish to remind you, Danzo, that we will always be friends. At this point, the third Hokage hesitated momentarily before continuing. I do not wish to experience what has transpired today a second time. If you desire the position of Hokage, you should strive for it openly, rather than resorting to schemes. You are still so weak, Danzo muttered under his breath. It is precisely because of this that I am the Hokage basking in the sunlight, while you are buried in darkness. The third Hokage watched his friend depart step by step until, with a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut. There is one more thing I forgot to tell you. Danzo, the funding for your route will not be available for the coming years, and Root's activities are not permitted to appear in Konoha. Upon hearing this, Danzo halted. He responded with a somber tone. I will lead Root to gather intelligence from the major ninja villages. We will not appear in Konoha, Hayashi. Chapter 040. The Shock of Danzo and the Third Hokage. That night, a weary Danzo returned to the Root base beneath the Forest of Death. He unfurled the scroll detailing the assassination plan for the Third Hokage. The outcome of failure was already predetermined, and Danzo paid it little heed. Until news of the capture of Uchiha Hayate and Hatake Kakashi surfaced before him, he could no longer maintain his composure. A Root J-nin was actually killed by two mere children. The inherently malevolent Uchiha child had created a jutsu of at least A rank, instantly eliminating J-nin. As the village self-destructed, Hatake Kakashi actually shielded Uchiha Hayate from harm. An absurd sensation boiled within him. Danzo held the scroll before his eyes, reading each word meticulously. The more he read, the more astonished he became, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. A lowly Jinin, Mike Guy, had single-handedly defeated 30 members of Root, rescuing the Hokage's guard from the brink of disaster. One move, Day Tiger, had annihilated 7 Root personnel, including 3 J-nin and 2 special J-nin. Preposterous. Truly preposterous. Who authored this report? Where did this intelligence originate from? Danzo shouted vehemently, returning to Danzo-sama. The intelligence comes from spies placed in the Hokage building and from fleeing shinobi, a Root ninja cautiously replied. Bang! The sound of Danzo banging on the stone table echoed through the empty base. He propped himself up on the table, glaring fiercely at the passage leading to Konoha. Hayashi, you have gone too far. Night Moon. The third Hokage sat in his office, drafting an apology letter to the feudal lord. Suddenly, a surge of memories flooded in, transforming his calm demeanor into one of astonishment. Might Guy, the eternal Jinin, unleashed a forbidden technique, instantly reaching the level of a Kage, and kicked to death 7 elite members of Root. How terrifying. The mere momentum of the day tiger from the memories, the third Hokage dared not confront directly. That kick could easily result in death or severe injury. What astonished him further was that Hayate and Kakashi managed to turn the tables on the Root Jinin. It should be noted that each Root ninja had experienced multiple life and death battles, beginning their missions at least at A rank. The blood on their hands could drown a person, let alone the elite Jinin. The third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe, the nicotine stimulating his brain, allowing him to piece together the battle scene from fragmented memories. Hayate and Kakashi initially used shurikens and explosive tags to test the waters, adhering to conventional tactics. Yet, at the moment when Hayate launched his kick, he was struck by a sensation reminiscent of encountering Tsunade. Both were imbued with violence, albeit expressed through different means, Tsunade with her fists and Hayate with his legs. The elite of the Root organization, undoubtedly possessing a multitude of cunning strategies, had long orchestrated a plan to divert Hayate and Kakashi's attention using shadow clones. Meanwhile, the true body of the enemy remained concealed within an earthen mound, hidden in a location that most would instinctively overlook. In the shadows, both Hayate and Kakashi were led astray. At this juncture, a senior ninja from Root, utilizing the cover of dust, seized the opportunity to control Hayate as he broke free from an adversary's grip. However, Kakashi had begun his performance. Employing a prepared mirror in conjunction with Hatate's Sharingan, he compelled the Root ninja to divert their gaze, allowing Hayate to escape. The battlefield was a realm of rapid transformation, and Kakashi, in a moment of dire straits, swiftly devised a strategy to facilitate Hatate's escape. Hayate, comprehending Kakashi's intentions, executed an illusion technique in collaboration. Undoubtedly, Kakashi was not only a genius in ninjutsu, but also a master tactician. Hayate, too, demonstrated his proficiency as a capable ninja, adeptly coordinating with his companion. This fleeting skirmish had already reached a pinnacle unattainable by the majority of ninjas. The ensuing battle further showcased a brilliant interplay of psychological tactics and combat synergy. Hayate used shadow clones to obstruct Kakashi's line of sight, while Kakashi utilized this moment to employ his own shadow clone and transformation jutsu, disguising his true self as Hayate. This led the Root ninja to mistakenly believe that they were facing Hatate's shadow clone, while the Real clone served to obscure the vision of the Root ninjas. At that critical moment, Kakashi's shadow clone hurled wind shuriken towards the Root ninja, while Hatate's grand movement appeared to signal a counterattack. This misdirection prompted the Root ninja to instinctively assume that the duo was preparing to retaliate. Yet, unexpectedly, both Hayate and Kakashi's shadow clones simultaneously made their escape. This maneuver was nothing short of a stroke of genius, dispelling all doubts harbored by the Root ninja. The semblance of a counterattack was merely a fade, while the true tactic was flight. Who could have imagined that in a battle where delaying time would guarantee victory, two seemingly disadvantaged individuals would opt for a counterstrike? Coupled with tactical misdirection, the Root ninja was undoubtedly at a loss. What lay ahead was Hatate's true form, concealed beneath the guise of wind shuriken and Kakashi's real body. Transformed to resemble Hayate, both mistakenly perceived as mere tools for time wasting. At that moment, the counterattack commenced. Kakashi's eyes met those of the Root ninja as he cast an illusion. In that instant, the Root ninja found himself utterly unable to evade, compelled instead to dispel the illusion. Meanwhile, Hayate, disguised as a wind shuriken, had circled behind him, delivering a lethal blow with a lightning release jutsu. Simultaneously, he initiated another illusion, seeking to ensnare him completely, leaving no opportunity for escape. However, to Hatate's astonishment, the Root ninja had already executed a maneuver to disrupt his own chakra. With the last vestiges of consciousness, he initiated self-detonation. Such willpower and resolve evoked a profound sense of admiration. The third Hokage inhaled deeply, attempting to regain his composure. He reflected on that extraordinary battle, only to be engulfed in a long sigh. Hatada had unveiled a lightning release technique previously unseen, its potency at least of a high caliber. Should it be an original creation, his talent in ninjutsu was a rarity of a century. Even his most esteemed disciple, Orochimaru, could not rival it. Yet, due to Hatada's prodigious talent, the situation became increasingly complicated. Following the ambush, Hatada succumbed to unconsciousness from overexertion of chakra, while Kakashi sustained severe injuries while shielding Hatada. This incident was entirely instigated by himself and Danzo, leaving the upper echelons of Konoha, particularly the enigmatic Might Guy, relatively manageable, as a subtle maneuver would suffice to win him over. However, having already witnessed the sordid dealings of Konoha's leadership, Shikaku would prove to be a more formidable opponent. Moreover, the Uchiha clan lurked nearby, restless and poised for action. Shikaku, Might Guy, and Uchiha Kenji, along with the entire Uchiha clan, represented both high-end and mid-level combat capabilities. Should they be provoked into a coup, the consequences would be dire. The third Hokage rubbed his temples, his expression weary. He believed that individuals like Shikaku and Might Guy would not betray the village, but the Uchiha clan was another matter entirely. Uchiha Hatada, Hatake Kakashi, he would need to contemplate how to recompense them. Rising to his feet, the third Hokage inquired of the shadowy figures concealed around him. Where are Uchiha Hatada and Hatake Kakashi? Are they in any danger? They are currently being expedited to Konoha. Neither is in critical condition, came the response. And where is Tsunade now? The third Hokage asked again. Lady Tsunade is at the casino, accompanied by a student from the ninja academy named Shizune. Shizune is also in Hatada and Kakashi's class. The third Hokage murmured softly, commanding the Umbu to summon Tsunade to him. Forget it. Just inform her about Hatada and Kakashi's situation and ask her to visit the hospital. Chapter 041. Tsunade watches over my bedside in the early morning, within a private hospital room in Konoha. Hatada groggily opened his eyes to the sight of a ceiling adorned with white tiles. You're awake, little brat of the Uchiha clan. A languid female voice reached his ears. Hatada turned his head slightly, and two prominent peaks greeted him. As his gaze ascended, he beheld bright brown eyes, a violet-blue diamond mark, and light yellow hair. Was this not the legendary Sannin, Tsunade? The third Hokage had certainly spared no expense in bringing her here. According to the original narrative, Tsunade was likely at odds with the third Hokage at this juncture. Her immediate departure from Konoha with Shizune upon the latter's graduation from the Ninja Academy, alongside her attitude towards the village since assuming the role of Hokage, attested to this. Suddenly, memories of the previous battle surged forth, prompting Hatada to rub his temples in discomfort. Oh, it appears my chakra depletion is merely the tip of the iceberg. Cool fingers brushed against Hatada's forehead, imparting a soothing warmth. The pain in his eyes subsided considerably. Thank you, Hatada murmured, before urgently inquiring. Lady Tsunade, how is Kakashi faring? He is currently recuperating. He will be fine in a few days. Tsunade instinctively replied as a doctor. Soon, she realized something and asked, do you know me? Upon hearing that Kakashi was safe, Hatada felt a wave of relief wash over him. With an impassive demeanor, he replied, you are the legendary Sannin. I have seen your photograph, Lady Tsunade. I see. Tsunade retracted her hand, scrutinizing Hatada's visage. She felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity emanating from this Uchiha boy. It was a feeling she knew well. He resembled her brother and also bore a likeness to her grandfather. This was perhaps why she chose to remain at Hatada's bedside. Reflecting on the recent events in the village, Tsunade cautioned, you're in quite a predicament, little brat. Many wish to see you, you know? The clan leader of the Uchiha, Shikaku, and the elite Jonin Might Guy, personally appointed by the old man, are among them. So many prominent figures are clamoring to meet you. Supporting herself on the table, she rested her chin on her hand. The more she spoke, the more curious she became about Hatada. Tsunade had not been particularly invested in village affairs, yet she had come to learn a great deal about Hatada lately. The Uchiha clan leader's interest in Hatada, given his surname, was unsurprising. However, the close relationship between the White Fang of Konoha and Might Guy with him was puzzling. The former was rumored to have received praise from Hatada, a sentiment Tsunade could understand. She had once been drawn to Kakashi for his unwavering support when no one else stood by her. Yet, the connection to Might Guy was perplexing. How had Hatada discerned the potential within a perennial low-ranking ninja capable of rivaling a Kage? What lay at the heart of their connection? Was it merely a matter of Hatada extending a helping hand to Might Guy? Tsunade gazed at Hatata's handsome face, her curiosity deepening. In the political maelstrom of Konoha, a child thriving amidst the chaos undoubtedly possesses an extraordinary nature. Noticing Hataki's prolonged silence, Tsunade inquired, "Hey, kid, why are you so quiet?" With a slight haze clouding his mind, Hataki responded, "Lady Tsunade, did you just say Uncle Dai has been appointed as an elite jonin?" He had no desire to engage Tsunade in political discourse and swiftly diverted the conversation. Haha, the moment Mado Dai returned to the village. The old man couldn't wait to greet him at the village gate and publicly appoint him, which left Dai quite emotional. Tsunade chuckled lightly, her tone laced with a subtle hint of mockery. "Is that so?" Hataki replied, his awareness of the third Hokage's customary methods of manipulation leading him to feel unsurprised by the event. He had previously witnessed similar theatrics in the Hokage's office. The sound of slow, heavy footsteps approached, and upon hearing it, Tsunade glanced out the window to see that the Anbu who had departed earlier had returned. "All right, Uchiha's kid. The old man is here to see you, so I won't keep you any longer," Tsunade said, somewhat displeased, as she moved to the door and opened it, revealing the third Hokage standing there. Without uttering a word, she walked past him. "Lord Hokage," Hataki greeted as the third Hokage entered, promptly acknowledging him. Tsunade might disregard the Hokage, but Hataki could not afford to do so. "Hataki, judging by your complexion, you seem to be recovering well. It appears Tsunade has been taking good care of you," the third Hokage remarked, placing a basket of fruit on the bedside table. His words were always accompanied by a gentle smile, portraying him as a caring elder. However, the third Hokage subtly attributed the credit for Hataki's recovery to Tsunade, not acknowledging the true nature of the events that transpired. Before Hataki could respond, the third Hokage continued, "I apologize for last night's incident, which resulted in unexpected injuries for you and Kakashi. Rest assured, I have ordered an investigation into those behind the planning, and this will not happen again." The Hokage first offered his apologies, then assured him of swift action taken, exuding a sense of sincerity and efficiency. Yet, the specifics of the investigation and the identities of those involved remained unspoken. Hataki was acutely aware that this was orchestrated by the Root, aiming to assassinate the third Hokage and facilitate Danzo's rise to power. He and Kakashi were merely collateral damage, ensnared in a political trap, and had unwittingly caught the attention of Danzo, that scheming old fox. As for the Hokage's claims of an investigation, Hataki held no belief in them. According to the original narrative, after Danzo's failed assassination attempt on the third Hokage, nothing significant transpired, and he continued to oversee the Root, even growing more powerful. This clearly indicated the third Hokage's tacit approval of Danzo's actions. At this moment, Hataki was disinclined to engage in superficial pleasantries with the third Hokage. He awaited the arrival of the Uchiha clan leader and Kakashi's father. Once these two arrived, any schemes the third Hokage had concerning him would unravel, necessitating a significant sacrifice on his part. "My apologies, Lord Hokage, but my mind is a bit foggy at the moment. Could you please repeat what you just said?" Hataki feigned discomfort, clutching his head. Upon witnessing this, the third Hokage's smile faltered momentarily. However, his expression quickly returned to normal as he spoke in a tone of concern for his junior. "It's all right. You're just waking up, so it's natural for your mind to be unclear." The third Hokage remained seated beside the bed, appearing to wait for Hataki to regain his composure. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, signaling the arrival of another visitor. Lord Hokage, Shikaku, who was watching over Kakashi next door, entered the room. "Ah, Shikaku, please take a seat." The third Hokage thought uneasily, as he wished to avoid facing Shikaku at that moment. "Are you here to visit Hataki as well, Lord Hokage?" Shikaku asked solemnly. "Indeed. Given the circumstances, it would be neglectful of me not to check in," the third Hokage responded without altering his expression. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an awkward silence enveloped the room, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. At that moment, another figure entered. Lord Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by his son, stepped forward to respectfully greet him. "Kenzie and Fugaku have arrived. Please find a seat," the third Hokage observed as the two swiftly approached, feeling increasingly uneasy about the situation, particularly when the Uchiha clan leader naturally seated himself beside Shikaku. The discomfort intensified. "How splendid it is for the Hokage to personally visit the Uchiha clan's junior," Fugaku exclaimed cheerfully. After speaking to the third Hokage, Fugaku turned to converse with Shikaku. Shikaku, this incident is also partly Hitaki's fault, as it led to your son being gravely injured. I apologize on Hitaki's behalf. Shikaku shook his head. It's nothing. That was Kakashi's own choice. He chose to protect his comrades with his own strength, and I take pride in the decision he made. It's a lesson I've always imparted to him. Oh. Hearing you say this brings me joy for Hitaki. Having a friend like Kakashi, Fugaku replied with a smile. The third Hokage, seated beside Hitaki, felt increasingly awkward as he listened to their conversation. The more they bonded, the less favorable it was for him. Just as the third Hokage contemplated interjecting, another visitor arrived. Lord Hokage, you're here too. Mado Dai appeared at the doorway, unabashedly addressing Hitaki. I apologize, Hitaki. I failed to protect you and Kakashi last night. It's all right, Uncle Dai. You were fulfilling your duty to safeguard the Hokage, Hitaki replied with a smile. At this juncture, Shikaku also chimed in. Indeed, Hitaki speaks true, Dai. You were acting with the mission in mind, and besides, being near the Hokage was a form of security. Hearing Hitaki and Shikaku speak, the third Hokage felt even more embarrassed. Their insistence on duty and Shikaku's remark about the Hokage's security made him question if Shikaku was intentionally undermining him. Fortunately, he had used a shadow clone to divert the three, or he would have been unable to endure the situation any longer. Well, Hitaki, you certainly like to think of others, Dai chuckled, placing a carnation on the bedside table. Subsequently, he comfortably joined Shikaku and the others. The third Hokage discreetly observed this scene and suddenly felt isolated. Fugaku, who had been standing by, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Dai, for taking care of Hitaki, both on the journey there and back. Not at all. It's no trouble at all. Who are you? Dai inquired curiously. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Fugaku, a sort of mentor to Hitaki and also his elder brother figure. I have been guiding him with his Jinjutsu. Fugaku introduced himself. Oh, so you are the one teaching Hitaki. No wonder he was able to defeat Kakashi. You've done an excellent job. Dai praised Fugaku, who was somewhat taken aback by the sudden familiarity. However, in the eyes of the third Hokage, this represented a potential loss of a valuable ally he had just sought to recruit. His unease only deepened. Just as he was about to utter a few words of pleasantry, a commotion of footsteps heralded yet another arrival. Damn it, Hitaki. How could you? Obito burst into the room, momentarily bewildered by the assembly of people present, including the Hokage, the clan leader, Shikaku, and Dai. Lord Hokage, the clan leader, Uncle Shikaku, and Uncle Dai are all here. Haha. Obito scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. As he attempted to retreat, he heard Kai bellowing from behind. Obito, why are you turning back? Go in. Scoundrel, I am Uchiha Obito. As Obito's voice gradually diminished, he realized that only he could hear himself. After all, with the legendary Hokage inside, how could he act carelessly and display a lack of composure? Let's go in, Obito. Don't just stand there, Rin said softly as she approached. For the sake of his beloved, Obito had to muster his courage and step inside. Hokage-sama. Kai and Rin greeted respectfully upon seeing the third Hokage seated within. Oh, it seems the young sprouts of Konoha have arrived, the third Hokage replied with a gentle smile. However, what he truly felt remained a mystery. Hayden could tell that the third Hokage looked as though he had just consumed something distasteful. He repeatedly tried to say something, but was interrupted by the sudden entrance of others. Obito, Kai, and Rin placed their gifts down and stood beside Hayden on his left. With the elders seated and the space crowded, there was no room for benches, so they had no choice but to stand. Noticing the silence in the ward, Hayden asked, Oh, Obito, what were you about to tell me? Nothing, just checking on you. Hayden, Obito replied, shooting Hayden a warning glance not to pry further. But Hayden disregarded this and continued, as expected of my longtime friend, you are the first to visit me, and you are not late either. Haha, how could someone as punctual as I ever be late? Right, Hayden? Obito said, casting frantic glances at Hayden to maintain his image as a future Hokage. Indeed, Obito is always punctual. He has never been late with me, Hayden responded with a smile. Watching the two children engage in their light banter, the third Hokage was becoming accustomed to the awkwardness. Yet, he wondered why each newcomer greeted him first before ignoring him altogether. This left him feeling rather hurt. He had completely missed the opportunity to connect with Hayden, even though he was the first to arrive. Hayden, it appears you are recovering well. I will go check on Kakashi now, Shikaku said as he stood up from his chair. Seeing Hayden's classmates had entered, He felt that remaining would only hinder them. As Shikaku prepared to leave, the clan leader, Fugaku, also took his leave. Hayden, make sure to rest well. Your brother Fugaku and I will visit you later. Okay. Uncle Shikaku, Uncle clan leader, Hayden nodded gently. He then turned to Fugaku and said, Brother Fugaku, I remember the three-colored dango you brought me last time was quite delightful. Could you bring me some later? Upon hearing this, the clan leader instantly understood Hayden's request. Fearing Fugaku might foolishly decline, he hurriedly tugged at Fugaku's pants. All right, Fugaku replied, somewhat exasperated by his father's antics, knowing he would never refuse Hayden. Noticing that the adults were leaving, Dai also bid farewell. Hayden, take care to rest and converse with your classmates. Relax a bit. I won't disturb you any longer. Okay, Uncle Dai, take care. Hayden smiled as he said goodbye. Soon, only the third Hokage remained in the ward, with Obito, Kai, and Rin gazing at him expectantly. In that moment, the third Hokage felt as though the world was isolating him. Cough, cough. Hayden, please take care to rest, and I will come back to see you in a while. The third Hokage said after clearing his throat. His previous intention to negotiate with Hayden had been completely interrupted, and now he could only hope that the Uchiha clan leader would not be overly demanding. The third Hokage sensed that Hayden was not entirely satisfied with the outcome he had provided. Okay, Hokage-sama, please take care, Hayden smiled. Once the third Hokage left, the atmosphere in the ward changed instantly. Obito began to chatter incessantly in Hayden's ear. Scoundrel Hayden, how could you abandon me again to go on a mission with that fool Kakashi? You got injured. With your small frame, can you withstand it? Obito's tone carried a hint of grievance, causing Hayden to chuckle. All right, but I'm fine, Obito. Besides, Kakashi didn't face any real danger. He just needs a few days to recuperate, Hayden reassured him. You say it's nothing? I heard from Uncle Shikaku that Kakashi's back was left mangled from the explosion. If he hadn't received timely medical attention, he could have died. Obito exclaimed, his concern evident. Scoundrel Hayden, why would you accept such dangerous missions like that fool Kakashi? Seeing Obito's complaints filled with deep concern, Hayden continued to comfort him. All right, I promise I won't take such missions again. You know me. I prefer to stay cautious and avoid unnecessary risks. This was truly an accident. I couldn't foresee what would happen. After soothing Obito for a while, Hayden turned his attention to Kai. He had heard from Tsunade that Uncle Dai had soared to new heights, promoted directly from a genin to the elite J-nin level. Hayden couldn't help but feel curious about Kai's reaction. Hey Kai, is it true that Uncle Dai was personally appointed as an elite J-nin by the Hokage last night? Upon hearing this, Kai became elated. Hayden, it's all thanks to you. If you hadn't helped my dad secure a temporary position in the Hokage's guard, he wouldn't have received such recognition from Hokage-sama. When I came to see you, I even ran into those two Chunin from a few days ago, and they dodged me. Haha, no one is calling my dad a forever genin anymore. Instead, they are referring to him as a hero of Konoha. As Kai mentioned the term hero, his excitement intensified. He recited, what they say is true. A golden carp is not just an ordinary fish. It transforms into a dragon when it encounters a storm. Though the expression was somewhat poetic, the meaning was clear. Hayden could feel Kai's joy and gratitude through his voice and smile. However, he did not attribute all the credit to himself. In his view, it was a simple matter for capable individuals to receive the corresponding treatment. It was merely a matter of desire. Yet, Uncle Dai's situation was unique. He had imposed strict limitations on himself, working for decades without the opportunity to unleash the 8 gates. Uncle Dai's strength merely needed an appropriate stage. He had only facilitated his ascent to that stage. The true performance relied solely on Uncle Dai himself. His arrival at the center stage was largely independent of Hayden's influence. It was akin to presenting him with a ticket to the event. Hayden dismissed the notion, refusing to take all the credit for himself. Perhaps you are right, but my father and I are still very grateful to you. Kai grasped Hayden's hand, gazing deeply into his eyes. This heartfelt look left Hayden momentarily stunned. He hastily averted his gaze and glanced at the affection system. Throughout the night, the system had chimed incessantly, with Uncle Dai's affection skyrocketing to 230. Absurd. Kai's affection was even more outrageous, soaring to 280. Even the 8 gates, which Hayden had contemplated abandoning, had been awakened, and his understanding had reached the 4th gate, the wound gate. This meant that with minimal practice, Hayden could open the first 4 gates at will. To put it into perspective, Even a single technique involving the first 3 gates would be sufficient for Hayden to dominate in the field of Chunin. However, the rapid increase in affection brought to Hayden's mind the image of Uncle Dai and Kai embracing in tears. This thought made Hayden shake his head vigorously, trying to dispel the complex emotions. "All right, Kai, you've been holding Hayden's hand so tightly that it's turning red," Rin reminded from the side. "Indeed, scoundrel watermelon head. Hasten to remove your filthy hands from Hitaki." Obito followed suit. Hearing Lin's gentle voice, Hitaki turned his gaze toward her, casting a grateful glance in her direction. This inexplicable gratitude puzzled Lin somewhat, yet when she recalled Kai's excited demeanor, she interpreted it as helping Hitaki escape from Kai's fervor. Noticing the weariness etched on Hitaki's face, Lin gently tugged at Obito's hand and whispered, "Obito, Hitaki has just awakened. Let us not disturb his rest. Shall we depart for now? Kai, would you like to accompany Obito and me to visit Kakashi? I've heard he is awake." Kai, observing Hitaki's fatigued visage, nodded in agreement. "Very well, Hitaki. Obito and I shall visit Kakashi first. You focus on recuperating. By the way, do take good care of yourself. Once I triumph over Kakashi, I shall come to challenge you." "All right, I shall await your arrival." Hitaki acquiesced, secretly doubting Kai's ability to defeat Kakashi unless he opened the 8 gates. However, thoughts of Kakashi caused Hitaki to lapse into silence once more. As time meandered by, he heard footsteps gradually receding and the sound of a door opening. Unable to contain himself any longer, Hitaki called out to Obito and the others. "Could you convey a message for me? Please tell Kakashi to thank him." Once Obito and the others departed, silence enveloped the ward. Hitaki, who had grown accustomed to solitude, found the sudden quiet unsettling. He actually cherished the presence of friends and those who cared for him, even if their intentions were driven by some ulterior motive. Hitaki recalled a phrase he had encountered online. "Do not heed what the Uchiha say. Observe their eyes, for their eyes speak volumes." When the situation befell him, Hitaki, despite his bravado, admitted to himself that he had grown fond of these friends and those who held him dear. After a moment of quiet contemplation, as anticipated, the clan leader and Fugaku arrived. Fugaku entered, carrying a beloved treat for his eldest son, the dango, intending to place it on the bedside table. The table was already laden with various gifts: apples, bananas, oranges, along with carnations and lilies. Fugaku had to first tidy the table before he could set down the dango. Just as he was about to offer Hitaki a skewer, the clan leader suddenly coughed a few times and inquired, "Hitaki, what transpired last night? Were you attacked?" The news from last night was completely sealed by Lord Hokage. I could not glean any information from anyone. "Uncle Shikamo didn't mention it?" Hitaki asked softly. "He only alluded to an attack. It seems he feared causing some misunderstanding and was reluctant to elaborate. Moreover, he was not in great spirits. So I refrained from pressing further," the clan leader replied. Upon hearing this, Hitaki pondered, realizing that Uncle Shikamo remained steadfast, tolerating the sordid affairs of the third Hokage and Danzo, albeit not entirely. The clan leader's entrance and his seating beside Uncle Shikamo without expressing disgust or refusal indicated his dissatisfaction and served as a subtle pressure on the third Hokage. Hitaki had no intention of concealing the truth. He relied on the clan leader to unite with Uncle Shikamo in applying pressure on the third Hokage to strategize for their benefit. As for dealing with the true culprits, Hitaki felt that dwelling on past events would serve no purpose and would only complicate the current situation further. At the very least, Danzo would undoubtedly harbor resentment and plot against him in secret. However, in the future, he vowed to exact revenge. In his heart, he resolved that once he had gained sufficient strength, Danzo would meet his demise. Hitaki slowly opened his Sharingan, gazing at the clan leader. Upon seeing those eyes, the clan leader's expression flickered with shock, followed by elation. A 5-year-old with a 3-tomo Sharingan is indeed a remarkable feat in the annals of Uchiha history. The legendary shinobi of the past, Uchiha Madara, never reached the heights Hitaki had achieved. Observing the clan leader's reaction, Hitaki silently nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the astonishment he sought from the clan leader, along with the subsequent attention from the Uchiha clan. With the prowess of AJ Nin and his formidable background, Hitaki was poised to wield considerable influence. Clan leader, it was Danzo and the Root, under his command, who sought to assassinate Lord Hokage. Kakashi and I found ourselves ensnared in Danzo's schemes. As he attempted to threaten the Uchiha and Uncle Shikamo to ascend to the position of Hokage, Hatake succinctly summarized the incident. His words were few, yet the weight of their significance was profound. The clan leader fell into deep contemplation. Danzo's failed assassination attempt on Lord Hokage, coupled with his continued position, implied that the third Hokage had hardly imposed any punishment. Thus, what did the attack on Hatake and Kakashi signify? Hatake represented the Uchiha clan, while Kakashi signified the white fang of Konoha. Would they simply sweep this under the rug, treating it as a trivial matter? It was no wonder Uncle Shikamo had been so irate the previous night. Although the clan leader was unaware of how Hatake discerned between root and umbu ninjas, he recognized Hatake's intelligence. He would speak when willing and remain silent when not. The clan leader gravely inquired, "What do you wish for us to do, Hatake? More precisely, what do you want the Uchiha to do? Do you seek revenge against Danzo? Or?" Without hesitation, Hatake responded, "Lord Hokage is unwilling to deal with Danzo. This matter has passed. Clinging to it will only lead to discomfort for both parties. Instead, we should leverage this to strategize for mutual benefit." Such as? The clan leader, sensing Hatake's underlying intentions, cautiously probed further. The Book of Seals and the locations of the umbu. Hatake fixed his gaze upon the clan leader's eyes. The Book of Seals was for himself and Kakashi, while the umbu's locations would benefit the Uchiha. When seeking something from others, one must first offer something in return. Hatake never believed the Uchiha owed him anything. He only considered what he could bring to the Uchiha. Now was the time to repay the Uchiha. Upon hearing the mention of the umbu's locations, the clan leader understood Hatake's intentions. He regarded Hatake with admiration, pondering how fortunate it would be if Hatake were his son. Gifted and wise, unlike Fugaku, who was as unyielding as a rotting log. Hatake's previous statement had taken into account the perspectives of all parties, Uncle Shikamo, the Uchiha, and himself. As for the third Hokage, he was an adult and must be held accountable for his actions. Moreover, Hatake's demands were not excessive. They fell well within the realm of what Lord Hokage could accept. The clan leader nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall contact Shikamo to collaborate in applying pressure on the third Hokage. For now, Hatake, focus on resting. Await good news." "Understood. Clan leader, please take care. And you too, brother Fugaku." Hatake bid them farewell. "Hatake, should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I shall assist you," Fugaku offered before departing. As the ward door closed once more, a profound tranquility enveloped the room. Hatake glanced at the dango on the bedside table, picked up a skewer, and took a bite. The soft, sweet flavor spread across his palate. After consuming one skewer, he found it not overly cloying. No wonder Itachi had loved it so much as a child. Just as Hatake sipped some water to temper the sweetness, the ward door opened again, revealing Tsunade. "Young one, so you have only just begun to eat?" Tsunade settled beside him, unabashedly snatching a skewer of the dango and casually peeling a banana. Biting into the dango, she remarked, "Life is quite exhausting, isn't it? Awakening to find so many people visiting under the guise of concern, each with their own agendas." Taken aback, Hatake was perplexed by Tsunade's sudden concern for him. After all, he was the Uchiha child deemed inherently malevolent by Senju Tobirama. Hatake replied nonchalantly, "It's fine. Most people are genuinely sincere." Upon hearing this, Tsunade chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. She peeled a banana, savoring its taste until the peel was discarded into the trash, then clapped her hands and remarked, "That old man has gone too far this time. Even Jiraiya has been rather distant lately, often keeping company with his disciple, Minato." A smirk crossed her lips as she continued, "I wonder what Jiraiya has been pondering all day. He has been searching for this so-called child of prophecy for years. A few years back, he was teaching 3 children from the land of rain, and now he has taken on the role of mentor to Minato and his peers. Oh, and Kushina has even developed a fondness for that blonde-haired brat. What luck?" Tsunade mused, her words slightly slurred as she gazed at Hate, the scent of alcohol wafting from her lips. It dawned on Hate that the unusual behavior of Tsunade was due to her inebriation. Yet, what was the reason for her seeking solace in him? Could it be that he bore a resemblance to her brother, much like Naruto? Well, although his sage mode had yet to awaken, he theoretically possessed the Senju bloodline, so perhaps there was indeed a possibility. At that moment, Tsunade suddenly brought up Hayate's situation. "Heh, little brat, are you curious why the legendary Sannin is drunkenly spilling her heart out to a child so early in the morning?" Tsunade caressed Hayate's face, her inebriated gaze locking onto his eyes. "Your scent reminds me so much of my brother. and your face resembles his as well, more and more so with each glance. What a pity you are not him." As she spoke, she suddenly collapsed onto the hospital bed, her weight landing on Hayate's chest, her lips unconsciously murmuring the names Shinju and brother. She clung to him tightly, refusing to let go. Hayate found himself bemused by the troublesome woman. He had not anticipated earning any affection from Tsunade. This was merely an unforeseen incident. Those who drink to forget their worries often seek the pleasure of release. While he simply happened to resemble her brother and was fortuitously present to serve as an outlet for her emotions. Being a young boy naturally attracted women, creating a series of coincidences that led Tsunade to his hospital room. The last time she had seen him, she had been perfectly fine, even teasing him about being a Uchiha brat. Moreover, the system had not issued any notifications. Tsunade had simply projected her affection for her brother onto him. Suddenly, Hayate recalled a humorous notion. Should he shout a few slogans about wanting to become Hokage? Perhaps Tsunade would be the first to support him. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided against it. The position of Hokage was not one to be taken lightly, best left to Kakashi. Chapter 045. The debate involving the Umbu with Tsunade's weight pressing down on him. Hayate shifted slightly. He glanced at Tsunade, who was thoroughly intoxicated, and offered a bitter smile. There must be Umbu nearby. He needed someone to escort her back. It would not do to cause unnecessary misunderstandings by having her sprawled on him. He peered toward the window, where he had specifically noted the treetops, an ideal hiding spot for someone. "Hey, masked uncle. Lady Tsunade is drunk. You should take her back." Hayate called out tentatively, but after a while, there was no response. He turned to see Tsunade still resting her head on the bed, her expression hinting at discomfort. "What a troublesome situation I've found myself in. Is this what it means to be the protagonist?" he thought, offering a wry smile. He approached Tsunade's side, lifting her gently and covering her with a blanket, while he found a chair to rest beside her table. Moments later, a frog leaped down from the tree outside. The creature glanced back at the hospital room, and a figure slipped out from its mouth. "That kid almost caught me," Jiraiya lamented. "What is Tsunade doing? Drinking so early in the morning and stumbling into this boy's room? Does he not know his surname is Uchiha? If the old man finds out, it will be troublesome." Having disposed of the Umbu ninja he had been carrying, Jiraiya cast a genjutsu on him, ensuring he would forget today's events, believing he had merely dozed off. After completing this task, Jiraiya's serious demeanor shifted to a more frivolous one. "But this kid is quite kind. The patient takes care of the doctor? What excellent material for inspiration." As he contemplated inspiration, Jiraiya's gaze drifted toward the hot springs on the back mountain, his mouth watering at the thought. "Hey, the ladies must be thinking of me, right? I'll be there soon, haha." In the heart of Konoha, at the Hokage building, the third Hokage rubbed his temples. A look of distress etched on his face. To his left and right, Tsunade and Mito were engaged in a heated debate regarding compensation for the Uchiha and SHM. "Hisashi, we cannot acquiesce to their demands. The Umbu is involved in too many village secrets. This information must not leak," Mito asserted solemnly. "What do you mean by that? Are the Uchiha not part of Konoha?" Tsunade countered. Mito's words clearly implied an exclusion of the Uchiha. At this point, Konoha had yet to experience the Ninetales incident, and the village's overall attitude towards the Uchiha was one of caution, not outright rejection. Furthermore, with Kakashi's previous ties still lingering, Tsunade was naturally inclined to defend the Uchiha. Are they not bold enough to demand positions in the Umbu today? Will they not ask for the Hokage position tomorrow, seeking power for themselves? Tsunade. The Uchiha's desires will only swell further. The teacher arranged for the Uchiha to oversee the guard precisely to prevent their infiltration into the village's core. This has been the approach for years. If we allow them a taste of success, the previous oppression may rebound with dire consequences. Mito's skepticism of human nature, particularly regarding the Uchiha, was deeply ingrained. The Uchiha are prone to extremism. I have seen it too often. My impression of the entire clan has soured. Did Kakashi not participate in significant affairs of the village? Does he not love the village? Tsunade pressed on, leaving Mito momentarily speechless. The memories of the past, when the teacher had taken Kakashi under his wing and guided him, were vivid. They demonstrated Kakashi's profound love for the village, even surpassing his loyalty to his clan. That may be true, but not every Uchiha shares Kakashi's fervor for the village. He is one of a kind. I understand your fondness for him, Tsunade, but you must acknowledge that the village's interests always take precedence. Mito remarked seriously, adjusting his glasses. Their argument consciously avoided discussing the mastermind behind the assassination incident, Danzo, and did not address the legitimacy of compensation for Hayate and Kakashi. Both were victims, each backed by formidable forces. Compensation was inevitable. It was merely a matter of quantity, contingent upon the Uchiha's willingness to negotiate, which ultimately reflected in the conditions set for the Umbu. As their discussion began to quiet, the third Hokage took a deep breath, determined to regain his composure. He set down his pipe and spoke slowly. The Uchiha will always be a part of Konoha. That is an undeniable truth. Every member of the Umbu is dedicated to the village and loyal to its cause, and the selection criteria reflect this. As long as the Uchiha candidates meet the requirements, there is no reason to refuse them. Mito replied, Hisashi, I must remind you, if we concede to the Uchiha's demands, we must admit someone into the fold, which does not pertain to their love for the village. If the Uchiha only nominates one individual, we will be obligated to accept them. Otherwise, we risk breaking our promise, which would only incite the Uchiha's wrath. Hisashi is a wise man. He would not resort to such tactics. The third Hokage replied, puffing on his pipe. Just as he finished speaking, another voice emerged from outside. Hisashi, you are too weak. Yielding will only allow the Uchiha to encroach further. The inherently malevolent Uchiha clan would never be content with the status quo. Danzo strode in, his gaze fixed intently upon the third Hokage. Did I not warn you to refrain from appearing in the village during this time, Danzo? The third Hokage retorted, a hint of anger lacing his tone. Danzo, seemingly oblivious to the unpleasantness of the previous day, shot back defiantly. Everything I do is for the village, for Konoha. I will not allow you, Hiruzen, the third Hokage, to stray down a misguided path. Mito gate in, observing Danzo's fervor surpassing his own, hastily intervened. Enough, Danzo. Hiruzen is also acting with the village's best interests at heart. Danzo cast a disdainful glance at Mito. He may believe so, but his hollow, foolish ideals will only lead to further ruin. The reality is that the pride of the Uchiha will never integrate into the village, nor will another Itachi emerge. This is the undeniable truth. Hiruzen. Bang! Suddenly, the office door was smashed open, and a bold, boisterous figure emerged from the dust. Old man, you still enjoy engaging in trivial discussions with these relics of a bygone era, Tsunade remarked as she stepped through the dust, casually claiming a seat and showing no regard for the grim expressions of Danzo and the others. Tsunade, your lack of decorum is appalling. This is the Hokage's office. Danzo's left eye widened, glaring furiously at Tsunade. The Hokage's office? Tsunade chuckled dismissively. This was, after all, a place where she had grown up. The first Hokage was her great-grandfather, the second her grandfather, and the third her mentor. What was Danzo in comparison? Chapter 046. The dust settles, Tsunade coolly remarked. A traitor who attempted to assassinate the third Hokage dares to lecture others on respect for the Hokage? What would a mere girl like you know? Everything I do is for Konoha. Danzo rose, fixing his unwavering gaze upon Tsunade, yet she still refused to meet his eyes. She nonchalantly poured herself a cup of tea from the kettle on the desk and took a sip. At this moment, the third Hokage, unwilling to watch his old friend and disciple argue, quickly interjected, Danzo, Tsunade is my student. Beyond the roles of Hokage and subordinate, there exists a bond of teacher and pupil. You are far too lenient, Hiruzen. Tsunade has become who she is because of your indulgence, just like Jiraiya, one who is addicted to gambling, and the other, like you, who enjoys prying into others' affairs. And now, both have turned a blind eye to the village, wandering aimlessly outside. Enough, Danzo. Tsunade and Jiraiya are my disciples. You have no right to lecture me. Hearing this, Danzo glared fiercely at Hiruzen, roaring, You will regret this, Hiruzen. I am the Hokage. Bang! The door slammed shut with a heavy thud. At this moment, Mito gate and spoke up, Hiruzen, since you are the Hokage, it is your decision to make. After saying so, Mito exited the office. Once both old friends had departed, Konohamaru glanced at the third Hokage and then at Tsunade, shaking her head in resignation. The animosity between Tsunade and her had long been established. The real conflict arose when Tsunade had proposed pairing medical ninjas. At that time, due to the underdeveloped state of medical ninjutsu and the difficulty in nurturing medical ninjas, her proposal was dismissed. Subsequently, their relationship plummeted, with Tsunade consistently wearing a displeased expression whenever they crossed paths. Moreover, Following the Second Shinobi World War, the significance of medical ninjas became increasingly pronounced. All these circumstances underscored that Tsunade was indeed correct, further complicating their relationship. After the three had left, the office fell into silence, with one person idly smoking a pipe while another calmly sipped tea. Minutes later, the third Hokage regained his usual smile. Looking up at Tsunade, "I apologize for the spectacle." Tsunade. Observing the third Hokage's troubled yet smiling face, Tsunade sighed. "Old man, your indulgence towards Danzo is excessive. He claims everything he does is for Konoha. But is that truly the case? I know his character." The third Hokage continued to puff on his pipe. "Heh, do as you please, old man. Regardless of what happens to Konoha, I no longer care," Tsunade casually remarked. After finishing her tea, she stood up and walked towards the door. "Are you leaving the village again, Tsunade?" The third Hokage inquired. "I'm just going to check on that Uchiha brat," Tsunade replied dismissively. However, she was not lying this time. She had come to the Hokage building to advocate for that boy and, incidentally, to vex Danzo and his cronies. Recalling Hitada, Tsunade suddenly halted and turned back to ask, "Old man, what request did that brat Hitada make to you?" "It's not Hitada, it's Uchiha and Shumo," the third Hokage corrected. "They're quite similar, no difference at all." "Come now, old man, just tell me," Tsunade replied nonchalantly. Based on her recent understanding of Hitada, she knew the boy had many schemes. After meeting with the old man, Shumo, the Uchiha clan head, and others, he promptly engaged in a private dialogue with the Uchiha. And following their discussion, the Uchiha clan head hastened to pressure Shumo at the Hokage building, making demands. Tsunade was skeptical that Hitada was not involved in this planning. The sealing scroll and the location of the Umbu were tied to demands made by Hitada and Kakashi, although the Uchiha schemes were entwined with these requests. However, recently, Hitada had developed a new lightning technique, the Chidori, and I intend to trade him a technique of equal rank, the third Hokage responded. "That is quite fair, with no room for doubt. I wonder what you are hesitating about, old man." The Umbu involves many of the Hokage's responsibilities. Before he could finish, Tsunade interrupted. "The Uchiha are not outsiders." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and slowly replied, "You see things clearly, Tsunade." After Tsunade departed, the third Hokage stood, surveying the office. Within the confines of the office, aside from the hidden ninja, he was the sole occupant. His gaze drifted towards the Hokage rock as he took a puff from his pipe, exhaling a smoke ring. At that moment, the third Hokage had already made his decision in his heart. As Tsunade exited the Hokage building, she glanced back at the third Hokage, who was gazing into the distance. She paused for a moment before continuing towards the hospital. This time, it would serve as a repayment for that brat who remembered to cover me with a blanket. In truth, Tsunade was aware of her motivations for visiting. Although she maintained a facade of indifference towards Konoha, she could never forget that this was the village established by her grandfather and the home where she had grown up. She could not bear to witness Konoha being run by a cadre of decaying old men and women. Konoha Hospital. Tsunade entered Hitada's ward. At that moment, Hitada had already awakened and was seated at the desk by the window, engrossed in a book. "Lady Tsunade," he greeted, turning upon hearing the door open, a smile lighting up his face upon seeing his attending physician. "Now that your Sharingan has awakened, it's best to focus on rest for now. Studying can wait," Tsunade remarked. Glancing at the scroll and deducing that Hitada was likely reading something related to Genjutsu. "Lady Tsunade, are you here for an examination? Are you preparing for discharge?" Hitada asked with a smile. Seeing the familiar smile on his face, Tsunade was reminded of her brother who had perished due to an explosive tag. This boy bore a striking resemblance to her brother. One had someone willing to shield him, while the other was utterly alone. Tsunade silently pulled her thoughts back and said, "Brat, you are merely experiencing the after effects of excessive chakra consumption. As long as your eyes are fine, the discharge paperwork will be processed swiftly." "Lord Tsunade, do you suggest I be discharged?" Hayate inquired. This time, however, he was met with Tsunade's massive fist. "You clever little brat. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your attempts to test me." Tsunade huffed, speaking with a tone of authority. Hayate, cradling his head, protested with a look of indignation. "What cleverness? I'm merely an ordinary 5-year-old. Keep pretending," Tsunade retorted, raising her fist once more, only to pause suddenly. "I can assure you that the matter has been settled. There is no need for you to hide here in the hospital, avoiding others." Chapter 047. The ninjutsu of the sealing book. After thoroughly examining Hayate and finding no significant issues, Tsunade tossed him a discharge certificate before departing. As he watched her leave, Hayate glanced at the certificate in his hand, lost in thought. Tsunade's earlier words undoubtedly hinted that his request had been approved by the third Hokage. This meant that Hayate, bearing the Uchiha name, now had the opportunity to access the sealing book. In the original tale, the sealing book contained a plethora of forbidden techniques left by Tobirama. Among them, particularly notable were the Flying Thunder God technique, Edo Tensei, and the multi-shadow clone jutsu. The Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu, was unparalleled, once mastered. It rendered the user nearly untouchable. For instance, Tobirama was pursued by the forces of Kin and Jin but could have easily escaped had he chosen to do so. Unfortunately, he had 6 disciples to consider, and for the sake of the next generation of Konoha, he chose to remain behind. Hayate surmised that the likely outcome was Tobirama exhausting his chakra and being dragged to his demise. Another iconic figure was the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. With a single Flying Thunder God followed by a Rasengan, his speed and damage output were formidable, instilling fear even in the most skilled opponents. During the Ninetales incident, even Obito's Kamui was severely suppressed by Minato, leading to a brutal defeat. It is worth noting that a single eye of Kamui could instill dread in the 5 Kage, allowing its wielder to traverse the ninja world with impunity. This illustrates the immense potential of the Flying Thunder God technique. Were it not for the constraints of the plot, Minato could have easily evaded the Ninetales. Next, considering Edo Tensei, during the 4th Great Ninja War, Kabuto alone could sustain an entire army, showcasing its prowess on the battlefield. Particularly with the summoned powerful beings, there were dozens at the shadow level, with several surpassing that. Later, Orochimaru even developed the impure world reincarnation, achieving immortality, rivaling the potential of the Flying Thunder God. As for the multi-shadow clone jutsu, it was undoubtedly Naruto's greatest technique. Thousands of Rasengan could be executed simultaneously, with dozens training at once. Moreover, shadow clones could assist the original in gathering sage chakra from a distance, a capability that bordered on the absurd. Overall, the multi-shadow clone jutsu could be considered an advanced version of the shadow clone technique. However, it presented greater difficulty, allowing for a more substantial number of clones with virtually no upper limit. Thus, this technique was one Hayate was determined to master. When his sage mode awakened, greatly increasing his chakra, he could easily split into a dozen individuals to practice ninjutsu. Previously, Hayate had utilized shadow clones primarily for studying theoretical knowledge. But with an abundance of chakra, the situation would change. He could create more clones, each possessing a significant amount of chakra, sustaining long periods of ninjutsu training. This meant that in just a few years, Hayate could achieve what would take others decades to accomplish. In the past, Naruto rose from being a mere underachiever to a super genius who pioneered new ninjutsu, all in the span of 3 years. Contemplating these thoughts, a slight smile crept onto Hayate's lips. Edo Tensei was far too sinister. The 3rd Hokage would likely refrain from including it in the scrolls shown to him. The Flying Thunder God technique also bore some possibility, depending on the 3rd Hokage's discretion. After all, the Flying Thunder God was the signature ninjutsu of the 2nd Hokage and could not be easily concealed. However, the technique demanded a high level of talent, and Hayate never considered himself a true genius. Most of his current strength stemmed from the system. He truly did not believe he could master the Flying Thunder God. Setting aside the first 2 forbidden techniques, Hayate was resolute in his pursuit of the multi-shadow clone jutsu. It was the one most suited to his training. The others were either unattainable or overly complex, making them unnecessary to dwell upon. Yet, thoughts of Kakashi, the prodigious youth, crossed his mind, leading him to ponder the likelihood of Kakashi mastering the Flying Thunder God. In the original narrative, it was never clarified whether Kakashi had learned it. Although one could infer from the 3J Nin around Minato that he might have taught Kakashi, the outcome was that Kakashi did not learn it. But what if Minato had not taught him? During the 4th Great Ninja War, Minato mentioned that the Flying Thunder God seal could persist indefinitely, a detail he did not share with Obito. Being one of Minato's students, Kakashi might not have received the same teachings as Obito. Coupled with Minato's early demise and Kakashi's unique fighting style, it was plausible that Minato either did not teach him or ran out of time to do so. The more Hayate speculated, the more reasonable it seemed. After all, the forbidden techniques within the sealing book held no particular affinity for Kakashi. If Kakashi lacked the talent, He could always fall back on the Chidori. Ahem, at the very least, teaching him the 8 gates of opening would suffice. 2.5 days later, Kakashi was fully discharged. Under Tsunade's care, aside from refraining from strenuous activity for the past half-month, Kakashi's body bore no lasting issues. At the familiar training grounds of the Ninja Academy, where Hayate had once defeated Kakashi and proclaimed Konoha's White Fang a hero, the bonds of friendship had truly formed. Under the shade of a tree, Hayate, Kakashi, and Obito lounged, while not far away, Guy was vigorously running laps. Despite having completed only a few laps, he was drenched in sweat. However, he was no longer the same as before. Everyone in the class knew Guy was performing weighted runs, and they were aware that his father had become an elite J-nin solely through physical prowess. No longer did anyone mock Guy for being the last. Instead, they admired his perseverance. As Hayate and the others sat beneath the tree, watching Guy train, Kakashi casually asked, "Aren't you going to train, Hayate? I recall you were practicing ninjutsu at this hour." Although ninjutsu was vital for a ninja, it was not the entirety of their existence. Some things transcended others. Upon hearing this familiar sentiment, Kakashi instantly grasped Hayate's perspective. He smiled wistfully and remarked, "Indeed, some things hold greater importance than others." Once Kakashi finished speaking, a silence fell between them. Both he and Hayate preferred not to dwell on Kakashi's act of shielding Hayate from harm. Perhaps this was the unspoken understanding between friends. Obito, who had been idling nearby, looked somewhat perplexed and curiously asked, "What is it that is greater than everything else?" I recognized the words, but together they seemed quite strange. Kakashi, ever aloof, chose not to respond. Given his nature, even a simple retort would be a rarity. "One day, you will understand, Obito. It is the most significant aspect of a person, be it conscience, ideals, or emotions." Hayate refrained from elaborating further. Such matters could only be truly felt through profound understanding. Initially, he did not comprehend the meaning of strength as a means of protection, but at the moment he awakened the Two-Tomo Sharingan, everything became clear. Without the desire to protect or care for something, strength held no significance beyond mere survival. It was akin to his previous life, where he toiled for monetary gain. Aside from sustaining himself, it was primarily for his parents and those he cherished. Otherwise, with a monthly salary of 4,000 to 5,000, after deducting expenses for food and lodging, he had more than enough left to live comfortably. Why then would he labor for wealth? Chapter 048, Acquiring 2 Techniques. One Flying Thunder God, when did you start preaching like a teacher, Hatena? It seems you're quite ill. Perhaps you should lie down for a while. Oh. Hatena raised his fist, the size of a sandbag, and coldly remarked, "If reasoning fails, I shall resort to my fists." Upon witnessing this, Obito's expression shifted immediately, as expected of Hatena. He could easily resolve matters with force, yet still prefers to convince with logic. Such a cultured individual. Despite his words, Obito felt a twinge of resentment. Had he not been outmatched by Hatena, he would not have feared his logical persuasion. Unconsciously, Obito glanced at the Hokage rock and suddenly chuckled to himself, thinking, "Humph, one day I shall ascend to the position of Hokage, and then I will summon you into my office for a lecture every day." At that moment, their teacher approached, holding a red and yellow scroll. "Hatena, Kakashi, the Hokage wishes to see you. It is to reward you for completing an A-rank mission." As he spoke, the teacher's eyes shimmered with envy. An A-rank mission. He hadn't even qualified to undertake such a task, yet his students had accomplished it. An A-rank mission? Obito could no longer contain himself. His excitement palpable. That S fraught with danger and represents a significant contribution to the village. He had just been contemplating becoming Hokage, and now it seemed that 2 individuals indifferent to that ambition were growing closer to it. This fueled Obito's dissatisfaction. Yes, indeed an A-rank mission. The Hokage personally evaluated that Hatena and Kakashi's performances, along with the circumstances, warranted the honor of such a mission. The teacher spoke with a mixture of excitement and joy. Hatena and Kakashi were his students. Their achievements reflected well on him as their mentor. "Quickly now, Hatena, Kakashi, do not keep the Hokage waiting," the teacher urged. "Right. Kakashi and I will head over immediately." Hatena grasped Kakashi's hand, rushing toward the school exit, appearing quite eager. However, his haste was merely a ruse to evade the gaze of others. He had matters to discuss privately with Kakashi. After Hatena and Kakashi departed, the students who had overheard the news were left in shock. The word spread rapidly among the class. As expected of the charming, captivating, and powerful Hatena and Kakashi to undertake an A-rank mission. No wonder we haven't seen them for days. Oh my. Just thinking about Hatena's cold and ruthless face when he defeated his enemies sends shivers down my spine. Sisters, I must dash. I need to see more photos of Hatena and Kakashi. What? You even sneakily took pictures? Hand them over, and I shall spare you. A group of girls began to vie for attention regarding Hatena and Kakashi. Meanwhile, Obito, hidden in the shade of a tree, felt a surge of anger. He scanned the vicinity for Rin, relieved to find she was not mingling with those superficial girls. However, his relief was short-lived when Rin's words shattered his composure. Hatena and Kakashi are quite popular, aren't they, Rin? Why Kurenai and Rin sat side by side, hand in hand. Kakashi and the others are incredibly handsome, and their abilities surpass those of our entire year. Honestly, I admire Kakashi as well. At this, Kurenai smiled. Indeed, who would refuse a handsome boy who can protect others? With that statement, Obito found himself in the company of another heartbroken individual. The class's fervor over Hatena and Kakashi had even caught the attention of Guy, who was engrossed in his self-training. Hatena and Kakashi completed an A-rank mission. Truly, my lifelong rival. It seems I must strive even harder. Hatena and Kakashi arrived at a corridor outside the school, sheltered by buildings on either side, making it somewhat dim and devoid of passers-by. Hatena, unaware of anyone trailing him, halted and solemnly asked, Kakashi, you are aware of the rewards, correct? Yes. My father mentioned something about the scroll of seals. Kakashi replied with a slight nod. He had not paid much attention to the scroll, only that he could select whatever he deemed appropriate. Upon hearing that Uncle Sakumo had not given specific instructions, Hatena felt a wave of relief. Kakashi, if you trust me, choose the Flying Thunder God technique. It is the signature ninjutsu of the second Hokage, possessing space-time properties. Unmatched in mobility. Though I am uncertain of your aptitude for it, you should certainly give it a try. The reason Uncle Sakumo did not provide you with arrangements might be because there was nothing particularly suited for you in the scroll. Kakashi pondered for a moment and remarked, Indeed, there is nothing that fits me well. The second Hokage's water style requires an excessive amount of chakra, making it unsuitable for me, while the rest are either wood style or peculiar forbidden techniques. My strengths lie in lightning and earth styles, but the scroll contains too few lightning techniques. And those that do exist have high requirements, even less effective than your Chidori, Hatena. Upon hearing Kakashi mention Chidori, Hatena offered an awkward smile. Relieved that Kakashi was unaware of the technique's original ownership, otherwise, another dispute over copyright would arise. Upon reaching the Hokage building, Hatena noted the office's new layout. Having visited not long ago, he glanced at the brand-new office door, puzzled, for it had appeared somewhat worn during his last visit. Perhaps the third Hokage had replaced it for their reception. Knocking on the door, Hatena and Kakashi politely announced, Hokage-sama. It's Hatena and Kakashi. Come in and take a seat, came the gentle voice of the third Hokage from within. The two entered the office. Inside, the third Hokage was diligently handling paperwork. He looked up at Hatena and smiled. I heard from Kenji that you created an A-rank lightning ninjutsu called Chidori. Hatena nodded in acknowledgement. The matter of exchanging ninjutsu had already been discussed with Tsunade the previous night. The third Hokage set down his pipe and smiled. Hatena, your Chidori can supplement the village's lack of lightning techniques. I would like to request that you submit it to the village. Of course, contributing to the village is something I am willing to do, Hokage-sama. You are too kind, Hatena replied promptly. Upon observing this, the third Hokage nodded subtly, increasingly convinced of Hatena's potential to become a prominent figure. He waved his hand, and two Umbu ninjas brought forth a scroll, significantly taller than both Hatena and Kakashi. Into the office. The scroll of seals contained not only forbidden techniques, but also numerous high-level ninjutsu and combination techniques. Hatena, Kakashi, take your time to choose carefully. There is no need to rush, the third Hokage kindly advised. Hatena and Kakashi exchanged glances, each finding the ninjutsu they had planned to select. Kakashi chose the Flying Thunder God, while Hatena selected the multi-shadow clone technique and the Dark Realm technique. The multi-shadow clone technique required no elaboration, as it was already part of his plan. The Dark Realm technique, a high-level genjutsu created for use against the Uchiha clan, would enhance Hatena's already formidable genjutsu skills, making it nearly impossible for anyone to deceive his perception. Chapter 049. The entire school is abuzz, although Hatena had already made his selections in his mind. He couldn't resist glancing over the options once more. The four symbols seal, the mutual explosive tag technique, water release, water break wave, wood release, flower tree world arrival, wood release, wood human technique, wood release, true thousand hands. Gazing at the impressive array of wood release ninjutsu, Hatena's mouth watered. His sage body would soon be achieved, and it was expected that he would master wood release as well. The array of wood release techniques was simply astonishing, each one more formidable than the last. As if the wood release technique was descending like a flowering tree, once unleashed, the vines could swiftly envelop vast expanses, extinguishing the lives of all within that domain. Yet, that was not the end. Blossoms would bloom upon the vines, releasing pollen that, upon contact, would induce a state of unconsciousness. In the original narrative, even the five Kages succumbed to fainting at the mere inhalation of it, and even the formidable Madara Uchiha halted his dance during the Warring States period. This technique proved to be a formidable weapon, whether in one-on-one combat or in larger skirmishes. Subsequently, the wood dragon technique could be succinctly described as comparable to Susanoo. The wooden avatar released by Hashirama Senju matched the size and might of a complete Susanoo. Their confrontation even altered the very terrain. Truly terrifying. As for the true thousand hands, the Ninetales possessed the most authority to speak on the matter. Hashirama once remarked on its overwhelming strength, casually restraining it with one hand. A moment often ridiculed. But was the Ninetales weak? Its chakra was equivalent to that of several-tailed beasts combined. Even a fraction of the Ninetales could rival an extraordinary ninja. Naruto, back in the Valley of the End, matched Sasuke, who had absorbed the chakra of 8.5-tailed beasts, with merely half of the Ninetales. In the movies, the entirety of the Ninetales chakra could pierce through the entire moon. In this light, Hashirama's effortless control over the Ninetales' power becomes apparent. With such thoughts, Hatena silently vowed, "One day, I shall obtain all of this." He cast one last lingering glance at the compendium of wood release techniques before searching for the Edo Tensei. Unsurprisingly, the sealing book was a counterfeit, lacking the Edo Tensei entirely. Hatena's gaze wandered back instinctively to Kakashi, who was quietly observing him, waiting patiently. Upon meeting Hatena's gaze, Kakashi smiled and asked, "Have you made your choice?" "Yes," Hatena gently nodded, closing the sealing book. At this moment, the Umbu ninja appropriately took the scroll away. "Hokage-sama, I choose the multi-shadow clone technique and the dark technique." Hatena stood before the third Hokage, with Kakashi closely following. The multi-shadow clone technique and the dark technique? The third Hokage expressed mild surprise at Hatena's selection. While he understood the dark technique, given Hatena's Uchiha lineage and proficiency in Jinjutsu, the multi-shadow clone technique puzzled him. Generally, this technique is suited for those with a large chakra reserve, yet the Uchiha's chakra is not particularly abundant among bloodline ninjas. This implies a limited number of shadow clones. Furthermore, in most battles, merely one or two shadow clones sufficed. The third Hokage, perplexed by Hatena's choice, scrutinized him and kindly cautioned, "Uchiha chakra is not particularly remarkable. It may not be suitable for training the multi-shadow clone technique. Are you certain about exchanging it?" Upon hearing this, Hatena nodded resolutely. "I am certain, Hokage-sama. I am curious about the principles behind shadow clones and wish to study them." Seeing Hatena's unwavering determination, the third Hokage refrained from further comment. He shifted his gaze to Kakashi and inquired, "What is your choice?" "The flying Raijin technique, Hokage-sama," Kakashi responded. "The flying Raijin, you say?" The third Hokage nodded approvingly. The flying Raijin combined with the Hitaki clan's swordsmanship indeed presented a commendable option. His own mentor had been adept at swordsmanship, having executed the flying Raijin slash that severely injured Izuna, Madara's brother. At that time, even with Izuna's activated Manjiki Sharingan, the third Hokage had doubted his ability to defeat him. "Hatena, Kakashi, the ninjutsu you exchanged will be delivered in due time. Remember, this is a reward for completing a high-level mission and involves village secrets. Keep it confidential." The third Hokage rarely retracted his gentle smile, his expression now serious. Hatena understood his intent. The emphasis on rewards was a reminder that this mission was not tied to the political strife within Konoha's higher echelons. It served as both a reminder and a warning to them, including the Uchiha and SH-10, that such matters could only transpire once. Do not entertain thoughts of leveraging the same pressure to exploit Konoha. Hatena exchanged a glance with Kakashi, and they both replied in unison, "Yes, Hokage-sama." After departing from the Hokage building, both Hatena and Kakashi appeared considerably more relaxed. A gentle breeze caressed their surroundings, lifting their dark and white locks. Kakashi glanced at the sky. It was still early afternoon. Where to next, Hatena? Back to the academy, Kakashi. You cannot train alone yet. It would be too lonely. Hatena spoke with a hint of embarrassment, hastily adding, "Moreover, if we don't return, Obito will surely complain." "Is that so?" Kakashi chuckled as they walked side by side toward the ninja academy. The Hokage building was not far from the academy, and soon they found themselves back at school. The moment their figures reappeared on campus, the entire school erupted in a frenzy. Rows of girls leaned over the corridor railings and classroom windows, craning their necks to glimpse the playground below. At that moment, Hatena donned a striking white shirt, his black hair complementing his handsome visage. Kakashi, with his silver long hair, black mask, and dark attire, exuded an aura of coolness. However, the dark green scarf around his neck added a touch of warmth to his demeanor. As the breeze swept through, tousling their hair, the girls collectively fell under their spell. "Wow, the first-year student is so handsome. With looks like that, I'd love to be in the same class as him. I heard the handsome guy in the white shirt is Uchiha Hatena, and the one in the black mask is Kakashi Hatake. Both are super geniuses. They are the legendary Hatena and Kakashi. No wonder they're so striking. What does being handsome matter? That's merely superficial charm. But Hatena and Kakashi are ninjas who completed high-level missions. They are true gods." "What? A high-level mission? No teacher in the school has ever accomplished that, right?" Words about Hatena spread wildly through the corridors. Even those who had previously ignored them were drawn in. Witnessing their looks and the achievements behind them left many speechless. Even the teachers refrained from contradicting the students, as the accomplishments were indeed substantial. Yet amidst this, one individual stepped forward. "What use is good looks? A bunch of superficial girls. Listen up. I, Uchiha Obito, as the future Hokage, declare here. Hatena shall be my future Hokage advisor, and Kakashi will serve as my elder handling miscellaneous affairs. Everyone, align your gazes with mine. I, Uchiha Obito, shall be the future Hokage." Beneath his pale yellow goggles were unwavering eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, Hatena could not help but shield his eyes with his hand. Truth be told, he felt a wave of embarrassment for Obito. With Obito being the underachiever proclaiming himself as the future Hokage, who would believe that? Moreover, this fool had publicly implicated both himself and Kakashi. "Oh, Obito, you foolish idiot," Hatena sighed, rubbing his temples, hastily dragging Kakashi to a nearby restroom. Once they escaped the line of sight, Obito would likely return to the classroom. If he ran quickly enough, perhaps he would not be chased down. The two navigated through the school's corridors, climbing through the windows back to the classroom. By now, the crowd in the hallway had thinned significantly, with students gradually returning to their classes. Hatena quickly spotted Obito, who bore the bruises of a recent scuffle, and couldn't help but chuckle. Upon hearing the familiar laughter, Obito looked over, and upon recognizing Hatena, he lost his composure, pointing at him and shouting, "You bastard Hatena, I got beaten up. And not only do you refuse to help me seek revenge, but you're also laughing at me. Apologies, Obito. I am a professionally trained ninja, and unless I cannot contain myself, I shall not laugh." "Ha!" Yuta could no longer hold back, his laughter growing louder. "You bastard Yuta. Don't think just because I can't defeat you that you can act as you please." Obito threw a punch at Yuta, but it was caught effortlessly, unyielding. Obito swung his left fist, only for Yuta to sidestep gracefully. In that instant, Yuta struck down Obito's arm. Seizing the opportunity to caress half of Obito's face and softly said, "Stop fooling around, Obito. Let me help you heal. You bastard Yuta, who needs your help. Even if I, Uchiha Obito, were to leap from here and perish outside, I would never accept your healing." Yet, as the warm chakra from Yuta's palm enveloped him, a gentle sensation akin to Rin holding his hand washed over Obito. Even the typically defiant Obito could not help but stand still, captivated by the warmth. It truly felt so comforting. Gradually, the bruises on Obito's battered face began to fade. Witnessing this scene, Kakashi was suddenly reminded of a vague memory. It was when he embraced Yuta, escaping the blast, just as he was on the brink of death. A sun appeared before him, radiating warm sunlight, soothing and gentle, as if it seeped deep into his soul. The chakra emanating from Yuta's hand evoked that very feeling. Suddenly, Kakashi realized something, silently observing Yuta's silhouette. Reflecting, so it was you who saved me that day, Yuta. Even Lady Tsunade remarked that my survival was a miracle. You truly are my son, Yuta. In the Uchiha clan grounds, news of the third Hokage's meeting with Yuta and Kakashi reached the clan leader, who sat opposite Fugaku. He lifted the teacup from the table, his hand trembling slightly before successfully sipping the tea to calm his nerves. It seems the third Hokage has agreed to our terms. The clan leader felt a surge of excitement mixed with concern. Isn't this wonderful, father? Fugaku questioned, noticing the worry in his father's gaze. The days ahead for the Uchiha may become troublesome. We have gained too much, which could provoke the higher-ups in Konoha. The clan leader paused, handing Fugaku the note from Yuta. See, the third Hokage has already issued a warning. He does not wish to see us entangled too deeply with Shikaku. Upon hearing this, Fugaku solemnly read the note several times. Father, it seems we Uchiha must remain stable for the time being. Hearing Fugaku connect the dots, the clan leader felt a surge of pride. His son was finally showing some wisdom. Little did he know, Fugaku's temperament would lead him to force stability upon the Uchiha for over a decade. Even when many Uchiha could no longer endure the pressure from Konoha, Fugaku chose to compromise. Well said, Fugaku. The most crucial thing for Uchiha now is stability and to digest our recent gains. The clan leader praised Fugaku before asking, what are your thoughts on Yuta? Yuta? Fugaku recalled the boy's smiling face and couldn't help but smile slightly. He is very sensible, and his talent is impressive. At this, the clan leader's expression fell. That is not what I meant. I refer to his impact on the Uchiha, Fugaku. Looking at his father, Fugaku cautiously ventured. He has secured a position in the Umbu for the Uchiha and gained the trust of the Hokage's faction? The clan leader shook his head vigorously. The Hokage's faction will not trust the Uchiha. Remember that. His true assistance to the Uchiha lies in the two individuals standing behind him. One is Shikaku Nara, and the other is Might Guy. Their strengths rival that of the Kage. Gaining their favor is the greatest boon for the Uchiha. You must remember this, Fugaku. After a moment of contemplation, Fugaku asked, then how should we treat Yuta? Should it be as before? No, we must place even greater importance on him. The clan leader, glancing at Fugaku's clear yet naive expression, sighed. Let me tell you directly what to do. Grant him the right to participate in Uchiha clan meetings. Elevate his status within the clan, and instill a true sense of belonging to the Uchiha. That is the first. Arrange for dedicated protection of his safety, provide specialized instruction, and ensure practical benefits. That is the second. The third is to bind him with bonds. This is a common tactic of the Hokage's faction, and we can do the same. This is what you must do, Fugaku. On the other side of Konoha, beneath the roots of the Death Forest, Danzo clenched his jaw as he held a scroll of intelligence. Seeing the third Hokage's capitulation, he slammed his fist on the table, sending papers scattering to the floor. Hizashi, how could you be so weak as to consider compromising with the Uchiha? Is it because of that Uchiha brat, Hizashi? I despise it. How could I have hesitated and allowed you, this spineless fool, to become Hokage? An image flickered before Danzo's eyes. It was of him, Hizashi, and their teacher, fleeing through the land of lightning. When Tobirama asked who would hold the rear, he hesitated, while Hizashi stepped forward without hesitation. Danzo shattered the memory with a punch, scattering the remnants. I should have been as decisive as you, Hizashi, never wavering. But why have you now become the reflection of my past self? While I have become you, across the sea from Konoha, in the land of water, within the Blood Mist village. In a dark, eerie basement, an elderly figure with wooden pipes connected to his back sat in a chair with his eyes shut, until a black and white humanoid entity emerged from the depths. So, the Uchiha have now produced such outstanding successors? Madara inquired, his tone brooking no dissent. Kagaya understood precisely what Madara wished to know and replied, Uchiha Yuta and Uchiha Obito. 2. Not bad, Madara remarked casually before asking, what is their current status? Kagaya relayed the collected intelligence in full. Upon hearing of Yuta and his friend Kakashi's joint effort to slay an elite jonin, Madara chuckled. His talent qualifies him for the Moon Eye plan. Yet he is both clever and foolish. He will not wholeheartedly serve me. At this, Kagaya immediately flattered, Lord Madara. It is simply that Yuta does not comprehend your grand and noble ideals. Only someone as great and lofty as you would understand and strive for true peace. Madara ignored Kagaya's flattery, asking, and what of Uchiha Obito? Kagaya detailed Obito's intelligence. At this moment, Madara smiled once more. His love runs deep, be it for friends, lovers, or his village. Such profound love is the precondition for the Uchiha to awaken their eyes. It is only when one loses this love that they come to truly understand its value and grasp the darkness of this world, seeking to change it. End of this volume. Final remarks and answers to potential questions from readers. If uninterested, feel free to skip this. It does not affect the storyline. The pace of the youth arc is relatively slow, focusing on logical coherence. In terms of character design from the original work, I sacrificed a small portion to evoke animosity. For instance, Asuma. I believe he is not inherently bad, and his taunting of Kakashi stems from love, not wanting to appear foolish in front of someone he cherishes. Of course, I could have chosen an unknown minor character, but that wouldn't draw the third Hokage's attention. Novels typically emphasize structure. The White Fang chapter serves as the inciting incident, drawing the attention of the third Hokage, Danzo, and the Uchiha. Subsequently, the narrative will be shaped by the political struggles among the upper echelons of Konoha. For instance, later on, Hatake will engage with the Uchiha clan leader and Fugaku. Following this, Danzo, wary of White Fang and the Uchiha, will resort to various underhanded tactics against Hatake. Ultimately, a sudden event will bring the story to a close, namely the assassination of the third Hokage. The timeline for this assassination has been advanced by several years, but that is inconsequential, as I have indicated in the latter part of the first chapter that I would modify certain timelines to ensure narrative fluidity. To set the stage for this assassination plot, I have strategically included Guy's arrival. At that moment, Guy's challenge to Hatake echoes the original text where he challenges Kakashi, and the timing remains consistent. The subsequent interaction with Dai flows seamlessly, as Guy's interest in Hatake arises from his victory over Kakashi, which is logical. The rationale behind introducing Guy and Dai, aside from the proximity of their timelines, is primarily to provide the protagonist with a bodyguard, while also addressing a certain regret regarding the Hokage. Initially, I had no plans to write the storyline involving Tsunade, but inspiration struck, and I incorporated it. In truth, it was a means for the author to pad the word count to reach a total of 100,000 words to avoid affecting the completion rate. Cough cough. Coincidentally, the power struggles within Konoha were unfolding, and I arranged for Tsunade to assist, leading to the subsequent developments. Following this, there will be a recap of the protagonist's gains, culminating in a shocking conclusion. However, I did not execute this well. I was quite fatigued that day, and chapters 47 and 48 exhibit some flaws, though they are not significant. The only regret regarding the entire narrative is that many readers skipped the battle between Hatake and the elite Jonin from the root. I designed that battle to last a full 2.5 hours. It draws inspiration from the original confrontation between Team 7 and Zabuza, with the remainder being a psychological contest built upon previously established strengths. Note: the chapter on the shocking events contains a detailed explanation. Consequently, I noticed a considerable number of readers bypassed it, which left me speechless. It seems everyone prefers a narrative where invincibility is achieved with a single strike. Nonetheless, I personally believe that this battle does not match the moment I crafted that segment filled with twists and turns, primarily due to the limitations of strength. Otherwise, the protagonist would face a fate akin to Sasuke's. Haha. Let us delve into the realm of conspiracy theories, specifically regarding the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and his cohorts. I personally subscribe to the notion of conspiracy theories, as the evidence is quite apparent, and they serve as a compelling explanation for these events. However, I did not portray the third Hokage as excessively malevolent. Instead, I depicted him as politically indecisive and lacking vision, which can be succinctly described as foolishness. The darker side of the ninja world, often referred to as the 55th generation of the Konoha Military Council, is represented by Danzo Shimura, a quintessential radical and paranoid figure. While this is said, he has committed numerous misdeeds. Midogate, though extreme, is somewhat rational. On the other hand, Kurenai Yuhi is more of a dove. Being female and a medical ninja, she possesses a degree of gentleness. Initially, I intended to portray the latter two as foolish characters, but upon reviewing the material, I found that Kishimoto held them in relatively high regard. Thus, I designed them with differing philosophies, conveniently allowing the third Hokage to maintain a neutral stance. I would like to mention that I have also written about history and possess some understanding of political struggles. Do not assume I am entirely ignorant. At this point, readers should have a general grasp of my creative approach. Changes instigated by the higher-ups influence the protagonist's actions, thereby creating conflict and establishing adversaries. This method is particularly effective. For instance, the character of Kei is introduced as a passive participant, influenced by the struggles between Yamato and the original conspirators. This represents the highest level of influence. Below this, the faction led by the God of Night stands in opposition to Adam's faction, inciting further conflict that impacts the protagonist. Further down the hierarchy, we have the teachings. Cough, cough. I digress. Those interested can explore this themselves. In summary, I plan to continue the narrative arc established in the youth segment, propelling the protagonist's actions through the machinations of Kaguya and Madara. Throughout this process, I will gradually unveil the darkness within the ninja world through a series of events. The protagonist will evolve from a passive pawn to a decisive player. As we approach the conclusion, I anticipate eliminating 1 or 2 characters to facilitate the protagonist's rapid growth, encompassing both strength and ideology. Thus, the main storyline will unfold. Indeed, at this juncture, the narrative has yet to establish a main storyline. It relies solely on the author's guidance. Now, I shall address potential questions from readers. First, is there a female lead? Do not even ponder it. As of now, the female characters introduced are few and infrequent, virtually non-existent. However, there is a male lead, cough cough. Kishimoto tends to write female leads in a manner reminiscent of male leads. I can do that too. Reader, that is friendship, brotherhood, a bond. You understand nothing about Naruto. Second, does the author read comments? I only view book reviews. I cannot see paragraph reviews in the backend. Book reviews are what authors can see on the website themselves. Therefore, if you have any suggestions, please mention them in the book reviews. I will respond. And remember to leave a 5-star rating. Keep in mind, do not opt for installment payments. There is no need to suppress ratings. This book has never included any explicit content. As for negative reviews, no one appreciates them. I will report and ignore them. Cough cough. Unless it is from readers who have spent more than 2.5 hours reading, which means they are simply being critical. As we know, diehard fans are often harsh critics. In such cases, I will certainly scrutinize their feedback closely, word by word, and reflect upon it. 1. Some comments I do not comprehend. If I do not understand, I will not reply. 2. If I have responded to certain paragraph reviews, it is because they commented on my paragraph reviews or tagged me. I can see those in the website backend. Third, is there a group? No, the author suffers from social anxiety and feels that groups serve little purpose. I joined 2 contractual groups in another context, but none of the authors there engage in discussions about novels. Fourth, how many words do you plan to write? According to my outline, each volume will be approximately 100,000 words, with a planned total of 9 volumes. Some chapters will be lengthy, while others will be brief. The volume titles are listed below: Youth Arc, Ninja Arc, Third War Arc, Nine Tails Arc, Journey Arc, Hokage Arc, Moon Arc, Dawn Arc, Fourth War Arc. Among these, the Ninja Arc and Third War Arc may be merged, depending on my willingness to invest time in detailing the warfare. The Nine Tails Arc and Moon Arc will be relatively short, totaling only several tens of thousands of words. Combined, the total word count will be approximately 700,000 to 800,000, and I will add a bit of daily life content to reach 1 million for the conclusion. Additionally, I will increase the frequency of updates during the May Day holiday to 8,000 words per day. Please take note. During the summer vacation, I will also aim for 8,000 words per day. If I forget, please tag me. I stand by my word. Since the author is working so diligently, I kindly ask readers to offer some small tokens of appreciation. That is not too much to ask, is it? Reader, if you dare to request gifts today, tomorrow you shall face the wrath of fans. Date, April 26, 2024, Leaving a Mark. Chapter 51, Graduation Ceremony 2 years later. The time has arrived in the 47th year of Konoha. The new generation of leaves has shed its youthful innocence and is now at the threshold of graduation. Within the Konoha Ninja Academy, a conference room large enough to accommodate hundreds echoes with a somewhat steady voice. Where the leaves flutter, the fire continues to burn bright. The flames will persist in illuminating the village, allowing the new leaves to sprout. The third Hokage stands on the podium, proclaiming the will of fire. The students below watch eagerly, their eyes filled with aspirations for the future. Time seems to rewind to the enrollment ceremony 5 years ago. However, this time, they are no longer students of the Ninja Academy. They are true ninjas. Hitaki listens quietly, appearing earnest. yet deep in thought about his future plans. Originally, he intended to graduate and join the Konoha police force, thus avoiding the early stages of the Third War. By the time Konoha was compelled to send the Uchiha to battle, he would have acquired sufficient self-defense skills. However, plans have been rendered obsolete by circumstances. Based on the Third Hokage's usual tactics, it is evident that he will not allow Hitaki to become too closely associated with the Uchiha. The Third Hokage will certainly assign a mentor, likely one aligned with the Hokage faction. With this thought, Hitaki discreetly observes Rin. As Minato is a disciple of Jiraiya, he is undoubtedly a staunch supporter of the Hokage faction, implying that Obito and Rin may very well be replaced by him. Haneda subtly shook his head, casting aside his thoughts. This was not the time for such concerns. The true priority was to survive the Third Great Ninja War. The foremost prerequisite for survival was strength, a stark contrast to the background he once relied upon. The enemy would not regard who your father was or whose disciple you were. An adversary is an adversary, and even Senju Rope Tree is no exception. With this in mind, Haneda quietly activated the system, and a soft blue light screen appeared before him. Uchiha Haneda, Strength, Jonin, 53100. Chakra, 113 cards. Attributes Water, Earth, Wind, Fire, Lightning, Yin, Yang. Bloodline Limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Manjiki 67. Primary Sage Body, Intermediate Sage Body 17. Wood Release, Special Abilities, 8 Gates of Duinjia, Rest Gate, 73100. Mastery of the Konoha Sword Techniques, 71100. Note 1. Wood Release is a gift of the Sage Body. Water and Earth Chakra attributes are as well. Note 2. While the data may be impressive, the strength is lacking, indicating insufficient combat experience. Specifically in life and death battles, with Jonin-level strength, a touch of humility, and perhaps a good mentor, he would be adequately equipped for survival. Haneda mused. Just as the Third Hokage concluded his speech and began distributing diplomas, Obito had yet to arrive. It seemed he was going to be late once again. A voice from ahead caught his attention. It was Rin. Haneda glanced around and confirmed, as he had suspected, that Obito was indeed missing. He knew without a doubt that Obito had fallen prey to yet another of the old lady's traps. Oh, that fool Obito. I had reminded him countless times last night. Haneda thought, helplessly rubbing his temples, realizing he should have brought him along this morning. Before long, the Third Hokage began calling names from the list. Asuma Saratobi. Upon hearing his name, Asuma, with a grass stick dangling from his mouth, reluctantly made his way to the podium. The Third Hokage gazed at his rebellious son, a helpless smile adorning his face. He was at a loss for how to discipline him. However, he still bore the responsibility of a father. Asuma, congratulations. From this day forth, you are a true ninja. Before the Third Hokage could finish, Asuma interjected, no need for sentimental speeches, old man. You're just the same as you were when I was a child, haha. The Third Hokage chuckled, not taking offense at Asuma's words. He continued earnestly, Asuma, remember that becoming a ninja means you are no longer a child. Regardless of your past, from today on, you must hold yourself to the standards of a ninja. Perhaps due to the sincerity in the Third Hokage's tone, Asuma did not exhibit his typical rebelliousness this time. He nodded seriously and replied, understood. I will hold myself to the standards of a ninja. Seeing this, the Third Hokage smiled with relief. He handed Asuma his diploma and whispered a few words in his ear. Asuma's expression immediately transformed into one of overwhelming excitement, causing the grass in his mouth to fall absent-mindedly. The second name called was Might Guy. Upon hearing his name, Guy dashed to the podium. Hokage-sama, he exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Such youthful exuberance, Guy, just like your father, the Third Hokage remarked with a smile. He placed the diploma in Guy's hands and added, congratulations on your graduation, Guy. May your youth, like your father's, never wither in the pursuit of the village and your comrades. In response, Guy passionately declared, Hokage-sama. For the things most important to us, youth never truly ends. Watching Guy's fiery spirit, the Third Hokage's smile broadened. The fresh leaves of springtime radiated vitality, reinforcing his belief that his years of dedication to the village had not been in vain. The Third Hokage glanced down at the graduation list and called out another name. Kakashi Hitaki. Upon hearing his name, Kakashi exchanged a glance with Haneda before stepping forward to the Third Hokage. Hokage-sama, Kakashi bowed slightly, standing by to receive his diploma. Oh, Kakashi, I did not expect to call your name so early. the third Hokage said, his expression warm and gentle. In the past 5 years, I have heard countless commendable tales of your accomplishments. Through arduous and diligent training, you have transformed from a child into a true ninja. Congratulations on your graduation, Kakashi. The third Hokage handed the diploma to Kakashi, patting his shoulder. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kakashi quietly accepted the diploma, tucking it away. He had often heard his father recount tales of being a ninja and the weight of this diploma. Just like his father, upon becoming a ninja, he would be tasked with missions periodically, each carrying its own set of dangers. During wartime, his father had to rush to the front lines, sometimes even taking on command roles, leaving little time to spend with him. And this was merely the tip of the iceberg when it came to the life of a ninja. As Kakashi departed, the third Hokage called out Haneta's name. Next, Uchiha Haneta. Upon hearing the third Hokage call his name for the 4th time, Haneta swiftly made his way down the aisle. As he passed Kakashi, he smiled and asked, "How does it feel to become a ninja?" "Well, I suppose it's fine, though I wonder if we will still be able to train together in the future." Kakashi replied, a hint of gravity in his tone. The moment one becomes a ninja, many things are no longer within their control. They would be assigned to various tasks across the world and might depart at different times due to mission schedules. Their future encounters would not be as frequent as before. Chapter 052, Graduation and Class Assignment. In response, Haneta chuckled, placing a hand on Kakashi's shoulder, saying, "Why would that be? Perhaps we will still fight side by side like we did 5 years ago." After speaking, he extended his right fist, and a smile broke across Kakashi's face. In that moment, as their fists met, they both understood each other's sentiments. True friends are always close at heart, even across great distances. "We'll talk later, Kakashi." Haneta waved goodbye and walked past him to stand before the third Hokage. "You seem to have good relationships with your classmates, Haneta," the third Hokage remarked, selectively overlooking Haneta's tardiness with a smile. "Yes, I have a great rapport with my classmates," Haneta replied politely. The third Hokage smiled in return, recalling how often his rebellious son had mentioned Haneta. In that moment, his smile grew more genuine. "Congratulations on your graduation, Haneta," the third Hokage said as he handed Haneta his diploma. Looking into Haneta's eyes, he inquired, "As the most outstanding sapling of this new generation in Konoha, what do you plan to do after graduation?" Upon hearing this, Haneta's smile faltered. He contemplated for a moment, organizing his words before responding. "I suppose I aspire to become an exceptional ninja, much like Uncle Shikaku, wielding the sharpest blade while treating my comrades with kindness." "Shikaku, you say?" The third Hokage nodded thoughtfully. Given Haneta's performance over the years and his understanding of the Uchiha, the third Hokage harbored no doubts. He patted Haneta on the shoulder and smiled, saying, "Indeed, in the world of ninjas, those who do not adhere to rules are deemed worthless. But those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than that. This is something you once said. I hope you will always remember it." Hearing that classic quote from Obito after 5 years, Haneta felt a flicker of embarrassment. He had said that purely to win Kakashi's favor back then. However, in retrospect, it seemed amusing and oddly profound. One could only say that fate is indeed capricious. "I will, Hokage-sama," Haneta replied, holding his head high with a smile. After Haneta left, the third Hokage continued to call out the names of the remaining students in succession, until the moment the third Hokage called out Obito's name. The conference room fell into a profound silence, lingering with an absence of response. "Obito Uchiha? Is he not here?" the third Hokage inquired once more. At that moment, 2 individuals rose simultaneously, Hayate and Rin. Hayate cast a glance at Rin, who had stood up, and quietly took his seat again. It seemed that Obito's fate was meant for him, and he would refrain from interfering. "Lord Hokage, may I collect Obito's diploma on his behalf?" Rin asked. Her palms clenched tightly as she summoned her courage. If no one stepped forward to collect Obito's graduation certificate, he would face a delay in graduation. Even if it meant facing embarrassment in front of the entire class, Rin was willing to help Obito. Certainly, Obito's academic performance is sufficient for graduation, so there is no need for concern. "I remember your name is Rin, correct?" "You are quite the courageous girl," the Hokage replied. Rin nodded and hurried to the podium to collect the diploma for Obito. "Thank you," she murmured, bowing her head repeatedly, visibly embarrassed. "It is nothing. Obito is an outstanding child, and his willingness to help others is often mentioned. He must have been caught up in an urgent matter," the third Hokage gently remarked. Rin, her face slightly flushed, dashed out clutching the diploma. After a few more students took the stage, the distribution of diplomas came to an end. The third Hokage addressed the remaining students, his voice now devoid of excitement, carrying a weight of solemnity. From the moment you receive your graduation certificates and don the headbands representing the Hidden Leaf Village, you will no longer be students of the Ninja Academy, but true ninjas. You will form teams of 3 and, under the guidance of your instructors, undertake missions for the village. From this moment forth, you shall contribute to the well-being of your families and our village, which signifies that you will shoulder the responsibilities of adulthood. The third Hokage paused for a few seconds, as the students' enthusiasm for graduation transitioned into contemplation of the future. He continued, "Next, I shall announce the team assignments. Team 1, Mato Guy, Mitarashi Anko, and Orochimaru as the instructor. Team 7, Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Noara, with Minato Namikaze as the instructor. Team 9, Hayate Uchiha, Asuma Saratobi, and Kurenai Yuhi, with Shikaka Nara as the instructor." As the team assignments were announced, Hayate was taken aback. Although he understood the third Hokage's reasoning for assigning Guy to Orochimaru, the stark contrast between their personalities was bewildering. He found it hard to imagine how the cold and aloof Orochimaru would interact with the exuberant Guy. Would Orochimaru, known for his icy demeanor, be annoyed enough to use Guy as a subject for his experiments? Meanwhile, he was placed with Shikaka Nara, alongside his peers Asuma and Kurenai, which seemed rather unremarkable. Overall, the arrangements for these 3 teams were laden with political implications. The third Hokage assigned Guy to Orochimaru to align himself with the Hokage faction. Asuma's assignment to Shikaku clearly indicated the third Hokage's intention to cultivate a bond between them, though Kakashi's team remained true to the original narrative. It also illustrated the third Hokage's strategy to court Shikaku's favor. The combination of Kakashi and Asuma further underscored the Hokage's determination to gain Shikaku's allegiance. While Hayate pondered these dynamics, Kakashi spoke in a low tone. "It seems, Hayate, that we will indeed be apart for a while, but we remain friends." Hayate smiled, recalling Obito, and responded, "And your teammates seem quite admirable. Obito is a fascinating person, albeit a bit loud. However, being with him is genuinely enjoyable. Rin is also wonderful, gentle, thoughtful, and brave. I wish you well, Kakashi. You found new friends." Kakashi paused, momentarily taken aback by Hayate's kind words, and then smiled. "Perhaps. My father also suggested I should have more friends." Afterward, Kakashi glanced at the crowd. Once the third Hokage concluded the announcements and dismissed the students, they began to exit in waves. "Where to next?" Kakashi inquired habitually. "Let's go accompany a poor soul," Hayate replied, pulling Kakashi towards the exit. Just then, Guy approached, ready to initiate their routine duel. "Let's engage in a youthful contest, Kakashi," Guy exclaimed with enthusiasm. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Kakashi's expression immediately soured. He cast a quick glance at Hayate, who had turned away with his hands in his pockets, and his face darkened. "Guy, your lifelong rival Hayate is right here. Go challenge him. If you defeat him, it's akin to defeating me." Kakashi attempted to extricate himself from Guy's grasp, though he remained visibly displeased. No, Kakashi. Youth must advance step by step. Besides, I promised Hayate that I would challenge him only after I truly defeat you." Upon hearing this proclamation, which heralded the beginning of his nightmares, Kakashi shot another glance at Hayate, who feigned interest in a jutsu scroll. Noticing Kakashi's persistent gaze, Hayate felt a bit awkward. Realizing he had been the catalyst for this situation, he hastily interjected, "All right, Guy. Kakashi and I were preparing a surprise for a poor child. Let's postpone this for now." Guy assessed Hayate's earnest expression and then glanced at Kakashi's unwilling demeanor, ultimately conceding, "Very well, Kakashi. I shall return to challenge you later this afternoon." Upon hearing this, the smile that had just emerged on Kakashi's face abruptly vanished. "Ahem, let us go, Kakashi. We should find a place to hide," Hayate suggested, scanning the conference room for suitable hiding spots. Suddenly, he recalled the unique relationship between Guy and Obito and playfully asked, "Would you like to join us, Guy?" Meanwhile, Obito, having assisted an elderly lady, was now sprinting towards the conference room where the graduation ceremony was held, panting heavily. Just as the large white banner with 3 characters was about to descend, he finally arrived. Rin was waiting for him at the entrance. Upon seeing her, Obito was momentarily taken aback and stumbled. "Unbelievable. You were late for both the entrance and graduation ceremonies," Rin said, her voice tinged with irritation. At this point, Rin found herself at a loss for words. Well, now it seems the graduation ceremony has concluded. Hearing Rin's exasperation, Obito sheepishly replied, "But I encountered an elderly lady on my way." Rin, hearing this familiar excuse, placed her hands on her hips and retorted, "Obito, your tendency to encounter elderly ladies is far too high. No wonder Hay never accompanies you to school." Blushing with embarrassment, Obito lowered his voice, admitting, "Yeah, I keep running into them lately, like they're conspiring to ambush me. And as for hate," mentioning hate made Obito's frustration bubble up. "I've shared a bed with him several times, yet he never calls for me. You always blame others, but you know you're at fault," Rin sighed. Taking Obito's hand, unbothered by its dirtiness, and led him towards the conference room. They halted upon reaching the podium. Obito scanned the empty classroom multiple times, yet he could not find Hayate's figure. His expression darkened considerably, and a sense of dejection enveloped him. "That scoundrel Hayate has abandoned me again to seek out that fool Kakashi," Obito thought to himself, feeling the corners of his eyes dampen. In comparison to a studious individual like Kakashi, he felt utterly insignificant. Haneda places great importance on Kakashi, which is quite natural. However, for some reason, Obito feels a sense of sadness about this. After all, he is the one who has been friends with Haneda since childhood. Just as Obito is lost in his melancholy, Rin presents him with a graduation certificate, her face adorned with a gentle smile. The graduation certificate reads, Uchiha Obito. This certifies that the student has graduated from the Ninja Academy of Konohagakure. Through all storms and rains, you have remarkably persevered in your training and efforts. After reciting the contents of the certificate, Rin turns it around to show Obito the front. "Here, congratulations on your graduation." Rin smiles as she hands the certificate to Obito. Upon seeing this, tears uncontrollably stream down Obito's face. He wipes his tears with his sleeve and takes the graduation certificate. "Thank you, Rin. Although I didn't receive it directly from Grandpa Hokage, and Haneda and the others aren't here, who says we aren't present." From above, Haneda's voice reaches Obito. He jumps down, followed by Kakashi and Guy, who had been hiding above. "Congratulations on your graduation, Obito." Haneda presents him with a small yellow flower, which he picked from a flower bed near the conference room, as a token of his sentiment. Who would have thought the underachiever would also become a ninja? "But congratulations on your graduation nonetheless," Kakashi remarks with his characteristic deadpan expression. "Yash, Obito, my friend, congratulations on taking your first step into youth." Guy gives Obito a thumbs up, beaming with joy. "You idiot, Haneda, and you too, Kakashi, and you, forgettable watermelon rind. I can't believe you all hid away." Obito feels a mix of anger and amusement, and ultimately, all his emotions transform into tears of gratitude. Yet, even so, he still finds Haneda rather displeasing. He is certain that this whole scheme must have been orchestrated by that rascal Haneda. Seizing the moment when Haneda is holding the small yellow flower, Obito punches Haneda in the chest. To his surprise, Haneda does not dodge but instead takes the punch firmly. "Why didn't you dodge, you rascal Haneda?" Obito says, a blend of reproach and regret in his tone. "Consider it a means for you to vent your frustrations," Haneda chuckles, noting that Obito's punch was merely a slight discomfort. He places a hand on Obito's shoulder and smiles. "We are not late, are we, Obito?" As Haneda speaks, Kakashi and Guy lean in from either side. Glancing between Haneda and the others, then at Rin, Obito quietly shakes his head. "I'm just happy you all could come. Although I didn't receive my certificate from Grandpa Hokage and the teachers aren't here, having you all is more than enough," Obito says, his voice choked with emotion. "Haha, when did you become so sentimental?" Haneda teases, then glances at the clock on the wall, noting the hour is nearly noon. "Come on, Obito, it's almost lunchtime. Let us find a place to eat." "Where to?" Obito instinctively asks. "Let us go to a meaningful place. How about barbecue?" Upon hearing barbecue, Kakashi, Guy, and Rin express no objections. It is indeed a place of great significance. For Kakashi, it was the place that fundamentally altered the course of his life. While everyone criticized his father, Haneda and Obito were the first to refer to him as a hero. And that place is where they enjoyed barbecue. For Guy, it holds memories of his past youth. The night they went for barbecue was the happiest and most fulfilling time for him. "Hey, how come we're going back to this same old place? We've been there so many times, haven't we, Rin?" Obito exclaims loudly, expressing his discontent. However, with 3 votes in favor and 1 abstention, his opposition is rendered invalid and dismissed by Haneda. Thus, the restaurant chosen for lunch is once again barbecue. Chapter 054, What is a Dream? Just like 5 years ago, The interior of the barbecue restaurant retains its quaint and cozy style. Most of the decor is wooden, though many tables and chairs appear somewhat worn. Inside the private room, the five of them casually select a spot to sit. At that moment, a middle-aged woman enters, holding a menu, leaning slightly forward with a smile as she inquires, "Welcome. How many little friends do we have today?" "Sister, we are not kids. We are ninjas. All right." Obito corrects her loudly. "Oh, you must be freshly graduated students. You all look quite young." "My apologies, gentlemen and lady." The waitress smiles, handing the menu to Haneda, who is nearest to her. Haneda glances at the menu, noting there are no changes, and passes it to Obito beside him. "Choose whatever you want to eat and drink." "I'll just order my usual." "I'll have the same as always." Kakashi follows suit. At this moment, holding the menu, Obito suddenly suggests, "Why don't you two have some drinks? How about we all have some alcohol instead? Adults don't drink soft drinks." "Obito, drinking alcohol isn't great, is it? Ninjas aren't supposed to drink before turning 20, Rin interjects. "It's just for the experience, Rin. Besides, today is a day of celebration for our graduation. Let us have a little toast." Haneda often talks about breaking the rules, right? And the ban on alcohol is just to ensure it doesn't interfere with missions. What ninja doesn't drink? After saying this, Obito stands up with the menu, asking each of them one by one. Watermelon Head, you don't have any objections, right? Guy, who usually doesn't drink, feels unable to refuse given Obito's enthusiasm. Therefore, he remains silent, tacitly agreeing. Seeing his silence as consent, Obito turns to Kakashi and asks, "Kakashi, what about you?" At this, Kakashi looks at Haneda. He doesn't mind drinking, as his father enjoyed it. Yet, he habitually centers his decisions around Haneda. "A little experience is fine, Kakashi," Haneda encourages. Having had experience with alcohol in his past life, he neither rejects nor particularly enjoys it. To be honest, the taste of beer is rather bland, akin to drinking plain water, just with a hint of bitterness. Compared to that, he prefers sweet beverages. "Oh yeah." Obito cheers, raising the menu excitedly. He smiles at Rin, saying, "You don't have to force yourself. Us guys can just drink." Rin nods, "Okay. Please order me a meal set, and I'll have strawberry milk for my drink." Following this, Obito tallies everyone's orders and hands them to the waitress. "That's all for now. We can add more later if needed. Thank you." After the waitress leaves, Obito recalls something and moves to the front, smiling as he asks, after graduation, "What does everyone want to do aside from missions? For instance, what are your dreams?" "Mine is to become Hokage and leave my cool goggles and eyes on Hokage Rock. Hee. By then I'll surely have awakened my Sharingan, and I'll have to engrave it there. With my magnificent Sharingan, I will deter those ninja villages attempting to instigate war. Then the village can enjoy peace, and no one will suffer or die from wars." "Let us wait until you become Hokage and awaken your Sharingan before discussing that," Kakashi interjects, pouring cold water on Obito's enthusiasm. "You fool, Kakashi. I, Uchiha Obito, will definitely achieve that," Obito exclaims, clenching his fist. "I believe Obito's Sharingan will deter all ninja villages," Haneda interjects in support. "Hear that? Haneda believes in me." "Humph. Foolish Kakashi, since you enjoy berating others, why not share what your dream is?" Obito retorts. "My dream?" Kakashi hesitates for a moment. He lowers his head in contemplation. A scene of Haneda basking in the sunlight flashing through his mind. To watch over the sun like the moon, Kakashi finally states, "It's a rather peculiar notion." Obito offered a brief evaluation, then turned to Rin and inquired, "What about you, Rin-chan?" Rin, resting her chin on her hand, quickly replied, "I suppose I aspire to become a medical ninja. Healing and saving lives is quite noble. Indeed, mastering medical ninjutsu will allow me to protect everyone. Truly." Rin-chan exemplifies tenderness and kindness, always considering others. As Obito contemplated her words about protecting everyone, his face flushed slightly. After all, he was included in that count. Realizing he had yet to ask two more individuals, Obito swiftly shook his head to clear his tangled thoughts and turned to Guy. "Hey, Watermelon Head. Although you often forget others' names, you must have a determined goal, right?" "Of course. It's all about self-improvement, so I can triumph over my lifelong rival, Uchiha Hatena," Guy said excitedly as he glanced at Hatena, speaking fervently about their destined confrontation, a thought that frequently crossed his mind. Coupled with his feelings for Hatena, Guy unabashedly voiced his ambitions. However, when Obito pressed on dreams and aspirations, Guy tapped his head and said, "As for dreams, I suppose protecting my comrades and the village counts?" Suddenly recalling his father's words, he clenched his fists and declared passionately, "Yes. Burning my youth to safeguard what is most important. This is my dream." Just like before, Obito couldn't help but mutter a low remark about Guy's unwavering focus on youth. Nevertheless, he respected Guy's aspirations, as he too held something dear to protect. Obito cast a glance at Rin before ultimately turning his gaze to Hatena. "Hatena, though I truly dislike admitting it, given your talent and strength, your dreams must be extraordinary, right?" "Dreams?" Hatena initially contemplated offering a dismissive answer, but upon seeing the earnestness in everyone's eyes, he rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Memories from the past flooded his mind, intertwining with visions of the future. Obito's descent into darkness was driven by his desire to protect Rin and alter a despairing reality. While the lonely scarecrow was redeemed by the former Team 7, the benevolent Rin sacrificed herself for her comrades and the village, and Guy burned his youth for the peace of the ninja world. Yet, the fates of all seemed tragically unfortunate, though somehow acceptable. Hatena, however, yearned to shatter this predetermined destiny. He lifted his chin with a smile and stated, "Witnessing everyone safe and sound, that is my dream." "What? I thought you were going to compete with me for the Hokage title. How dull," Obito teased. "Haha, if Hatena aimed to be Hokage, you wouldn't stand a chance. So be grateful, bottom of the class," Kakashi remarked. "Shut up, you fool Kakashi. One day, I will become Hokage and prove myself," Hatena retorted. While Obito mused that the underachievers wouldn't have a chance, especially if they couldn't even pass the written exam for the Chunin selection. After a bit of playful banter, a waitress entered, pushing a cart. She placed the grilled meat and drinks ordered by Hatena and his companions before leaving. Obito raised his glass and exclaimed, "Cheers. To our dreams." Chapter 055, Team 9 at noon. Hatena was vaguely aware of being carried back, his head spinning and throat uncomfortable. He surmised that Obito had likely overindulged him, leading to his drunken state. Glancing around, he found himself in Obito's home, with Obito sleeping nearby. It was likely Rin had arranged for his return, or perhaps a member of the Uchiha clan who had been watching over him had brought him back. Hatena sat up, gazing out the window to find a bright afternoon. At this time, he would usually be practicing swordsmanship under Uncle Shimo's guidance. Rubbing his eyes to regain focus, he changed into a fresh set of clothes from Obito's wardrobe, which he left there due to their late-night chats and shared rest. Observing the sleeping Obito, who wore a silly grin and drooled slightly, Hatena decided to leave him undisturbed and head to Uncle Shimo's instead, though perhaps he should now refer to him as teacher. Walking quietly past Obito, he opened the door gently, closing it softly behind him as he hurried down the stairs. Upon exiting the corridor, he spotted Obito's grandmother at the foot of the stairs, holding a hangover soup. "Drink this before you train, little Hatena. It will make you feel better." "Thank you, Grandma." Hatena replied gratefully, accepting the soup, sensing its warmth from the bowl, indicating she had prepared it some time ago. After finishing, he bid her farewell and departed. Hatena did not head directly to Shimo's house. As per their agreement, he typically trained in the training grounds. Even if he missed practice, Shimo would carry on with his ninja training as usual. The training grounds were situated on the outskirts of the Forest of Death, belonging to the Hitaki clan. The journey took Hatena about 10 minutes. By the time he arrived, 3 individuals were already present. Shimo was conversing with his future teammates, Asuma and Kurenai. Noticing Hatena's arrival, Shimo said, "Just in time, Hatena. I was discussing the testing with Asuma and Kurenai." Testing? The mention of the topic reminded Hatena of Team 7's traditional bell-grabbing exercise. Asuma jumped in to explain, "It's a small test to evaluate teamwork." Teacher Shimo mentioned this would influence his decision on assigning missions. With excitement, Asuma exclaimed, "Hatena, we finally have a chance to fight alongside each other." "I see." Hatena, still a bit groggy, took a moment to process Asuma's words. Remembering to address him properly, he added, "By the way, didn't I say not to call me Hatena Nai? You're older than me, Asuma." "All right, Hatena Nai," Asuma replied. A stubborn child indeed, Hatena thought helplessly. Observing the camaraderie between Asuma and Hatena, Shimo nodded approvingly. Such relationships would facilitate future team training. "Let's skip the small talk. Hatena, you 3 should discuss the test," Shimo advised. "Though your individual skills are impressive, this evaluation focuses on teamwork." Upon hearing this, Hatena gripped the hilt of his sword and drew it, the familiar chill bringing him some relief from his discomfort. "Asuma, Kurenai, what are your respective strengths?" Taijutsu and wind release, Asuma replied, wielding his chakra blade. Kurenai chimed in. Genjutsu, and that's about it. Without wasting words, Hatena began devising a strategy. Asuma and Kurenai, both future Jonin, should possess fundamental ninja skills. Even if they lacked experience now, their talent would surely shine during combat. I excel in various skills, Genjutsu, Taijutsu, and Ninjutsu. I will take the lead. Asuma, you coordinate with me to restrict Shimo's movements. Kurenai, provide support from a distance, executing Genjutsu at the right moment. Understood, Asuma and Kurenai agreed. Hatena then turned to Shimo, who had drawn his short sword, wearing a smile. Ready? Shimo asked, and upon seeing Hatena and his team assume their battle stances, he kicked a stone and declared, we will begin when the stone lands. With that, Shimo flicked the stone upward, extending his thumb forcefully. The stone soared gracefully in a parabolic arc through the air. At the moment of its descent, the trio sprang into action. Kurenai swiftly retreated from the battlefield, hiding among the surrounding grass. Asuma positioned himself at Shimo's flank, awaiting Hatena's assault. The sound of chirping thunder echoed as Hatena's blade crackled with blue lightning. In a flash, Hatena moved. He swung his sword. The electricity coiling around it transformed into a serpentine bolt, surging towards Shimo. Simultaneously, he activated his three-tomo Sharingan, charging forth in a flanking maneuver along the edges of the lightning. Behind him, Yuta shouted loudly, unconcerned whether Asuma understood his true intentions, providing no further explanation. The wind chakra in his hands swiftly coalesced, a pale white stream gathering on the blade, significantly enhancing his speed. Close combat relied on wind, while long-range attacks utilized lightning. I hadn't anticipated you would employ both so effectively. It appears to be quite impressive. Shikomo's gaze sharpened slightly, as the chakra on his blade manifested a pale hue. Countless gusts of wind swirled around the blade, continuously circulating as they blew back. The sound of rushing air echoed persistently. Shikomo cast a glance at Asuma, who had positioned himself behind him, preparing to strike, instantly comprehending Yuta's strategy. Aware that he would not hold back, he allowed Asuma's assault to come forth. Meanwhile, Yuta's dual flanking attack left him with no avenue of escape. Even Kurenai, concealed in the underbrush, seized the opportunity to cast Genjutsu upon him. Ignoring his rear, Shikomo swung his blade with force. Several wind blades sliced through the air, transforming into minuscule daggers that launched towards Yuta. At this moment, Yuta was already quite near Shikomo. Not to mention close quarters, merely being able to deflect the attack would be commendable. Do not underestimate me, Shikomo. Yuta formed hand seals with one hand, his left hand ensnaring the lightning in under a second. The shriek of Chidori had yet to sound before it morphed into countless tiny needles, hurtling towards the front. The Chidori needles collided with the wind blades, causing the wind blades to be deflected and crash to the ground, instantaneously severing the grass and roots beneath. The ground was left in disarray, blanketed by shattered leaves. A new form of Chidori? When was this developed? A flicker of astonishment crossed Shikomo's gaze. This technique resembled his wind release, transformed by Yuta utilizing lightning release. At that moment, the serpentine lightning and Yuta attacked from either side, with Asuma closely trailing behind. Shikomo found himself besieged from three directions. Chapter 056. Confrontation with Shikomo. Can I only evade? Shikomo sensed the turbulent wind chakra and lightning chakra surrounding him and did not hesitate to leap into the air. He aimed to evade any attack within reach, conserving chakra, a habit of his. Just as he leaped, Yuta revealed a cunning smile. As Yuta and Asuma's attacks fell short, the released lightning serpent astonishingly returned to Yuta's blade. It transformed into hundreds of Chidori needles, darting towards Shikomo in an instant. In the air, with no foothold to land upon, his body would merely follow the path of inertia. The only option was to adjust his limbs. There was no escape from the overwhelming onslaught of Chidori needles. Below, Yuta commanded. Instantly, Asuma understood Yuta's intent, wielding his chakra blade to anticipate Shikomo's landing position. Intriguing. You have grown, Yuta. Shikomo swung his blade, his body rotating with the motion. In an instant, a small whirlwind formed, enveloping Shikomo entirely. Simultaneously, the Chidori needles were deflected by the whirlwind, crashing to the ground. The vegetation in the vicinity was struck by electricity, leaving dark spots scattered about. Yet, Yuta and Asuma's assault was far from over. The sound of slicing through the air rang out as Yuta unleashed three wind blades, each a meter long, aimed at Shikumo in a triangular formation. Each blade contained enough chakra to cleave through an entire boulder. Meanwhile, beneath Shikumo, Asuma's chakra blade approached head-on. Compared to Yuta's wind blades, Asuma was evidently less formidable. Shikumo comprehended Yuta's strategy. He had to either endure the strike or eliminate Asuma. Disposing of Asuma was simple for him. Yet his goal was to foster teamwork within Team 9. Such an outcome did not align with Shikumo's expectations. This was Yuta's calculated psychological strategy. It aimed to exhaust more of his chakra, creating favorable conditions for victory. Shikumo quickly weighed his options, and at that moment, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly flashed before him. Kurenai, hidden in the shadows, seized the opportunity while he was preoccupied with the dual assault, launching her attack. This opportunity was well-timed, taking advantage of the moments when most ninja were too preoccupied to notice anything else. Just as he was about to be ensnared in the world of Jinjutsu, Shikumo's gaze sharpened, and he made a swift decision. Then, a terrifying aura and powerful chakra surged forth from Shikumo's body. As Kurenai's red eyes locked onto Shikumo's, a sudden expression of fear crossed her features. She had been ensnared by her own Jinjutsu. Simultaneously, Asuma, feeling the overwhelming pressure of Shikumo's chakra, was immediately taken aback. He felt as though he had encountered a great terror, utterly flustered. Cold sweat streamed down his face, droplets falling to the ground. Just then, Shikumo landed beside Asuma. Within such close proximity, Asuma still dared not move. He gripped his chakra blade, each time attempting to strike, but was inexplicably halted by an unseen force, retreating instead. This force was the manifestation of human fear, a primal instinct to flee for survival. "What are you hesitating for?" Yuta urged loudly. After 5 years, he once again felt Shikumo's terrifying presence. However, this time, he felt no fear, no trepidation. He raised his blade without a hint of hesitation. "It seems the child from 5 years ago has grown and can now confront me directly." Shikumo chuckled softly. He dodged Yuta's attacks with several deft sidesteps, intentionally positioning his back in front of Asuma. While avoiding Yuta's assault, he deliberately exposed a weakness to Asuma. Asuma could no longer contain himself, letting out a roar. His eyes were bloodshot, fixated on Shikumo's back as he charged forward. Yet, Shikumo merely leaped back, effortlessly evading the attack. He nearly collided with Yuta, who was swinging his blade ahead. "I see the shadow of Yuta within you. You're quite impressive, Asuma," Shikumo praised. At that moment, Yuta glanced at Asuma, who was gasping for breath on the ground, and then at Kurenai, who had been so frightened that she was in tears. He saw reflections of his own past in both of them. One faced fear with courage, brandishing a blade. The other wished to flee from fear. "You both should step aside. This battle is still too early for you." Yuta spoke gently, without reproach. He again activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, and the blade crackled with lightning. "Next, I shall use my full strength, Shikumo. Beware of my eyes." With that declaration, Yuta instantaneously moved, appearing before Shikumo like a bolt of lightning. He did not strike immediately. Instead, he executed a leaf whirlwind, kicking up sand from the ground to obscure Shikumo's vision. Simultaneously, taking advantage of the sand as cover, Yuta moved again. Utilizing the Sharingan's ability to observe chakra flow, he perceived Shikumo's position as if through X-ray vision. The sound of footsteps drew closer. Shikumo, discerning the direction by sound, was acutely aware of Yuta's approach. Yet, who could tell if this was a shadow clone? Shikumo retracted his earlier relaxed smile. Recognizing Yuta's formidable nature through his recent actions, he understood the seriousness of Yuta's intent. He would no longer rely solely on chakra-enhanced sword techniques in combat, but rather employ his full array of abilities. "Here he comes." Shikumo focused his thoughts, swinging his blade to block Yuta's direct strike. At the same time, another figure emerged from the trees, unleashing a massive fireball. Shikumo propelled himself backward, leveraging the force of Yuta's strike, forming hand seals mid-air, and upon landing, he forcefully clapped his hands together. Earth-style, earth wall. A formidable earthen wall, towering 2 meters high, surged from the ground, effectively obstructing the fiery onslaught from behind. In an instant, flames raged and dust swirled violently. Yet, Shuamao dared not let his guard down. He was certain that Hatada would exploit the surrounding environment, a tactical approach characteristic of his adversary. True to his expectations, several razor-sharp wind blades, cloaked by the dust, shot forth. By the time they came into view, they were alarmingly close, merely 3 meters from Shuamao. With a swift motion, he deflected the foremost wind blade with his sword, while simultaneously leaping backward to evade the others. However, at that precise moment, Hitada had deftly calculated Shuo Mao's landing point. Utilizing the cover of the dust, sharp spikes erupted from the ground. This was the Earth Release, Earth Spike Technique, a skill Hitada had never before revealed to Shuo Mao. A flicker of surprise crossed Shuo Mao's eyes as he executed a backflip midair, severing the earth spikes with his blade upon landing, while continuing to retreat to evade the onslaught of the spikes. Just then, Hitada, concealed nearby, made his move. A pair of blood-red Sharingan eyes began to swirl slowly before Shuo Mao. The world before him gradually faded into crimson. Unseen, for pillars pierced through his limbs, binding him tightly. This was the Jinjutsu, Binding Chains Technique. Chapter 057. Ascension. You have grown significantly over the years, Hitada. Every move I make has been thoroughly anticipated by you. Should I commend your mastery of the three-tomo Sharingan? At this juncture, Shuo Mao suddenly chuckled softly. I recall telling you 5 years ago about the second form of consciousness, which involves controlling one's own awareness and concentrating it within the blade. What do you mean, Uncle Shuo Mao? Hitada's figure emerged from the swirling vortex, approaching Shuo Mao with curiosity about how he would extricate himself from his own Jinjutsu. It is essential to note that this realm was his mental domain. Opening an exit within another's world is only feasible with external interference or when one's spirit and will are sufficiently robust. Hitada's gaze sharpened, as if a realization dawned upon him. At this moment, Shuo Mao spoke. For a swordsman of exceptional skill, whether it be a branch on the ground or a finely forged sword, they are all blades. The same holds true in the realm of Jinjutsu and the mental domain. Before Shuo Mao, a silver short sword materialized, swiftly cleaving through the figure of Hitada, along with the blood-red world behind him. In this instant, clarity returned, and he found himself back in the tranquil training grove. Meanwhile, Hitada crouched in pain, shielding his eyes with his hand as blood tears streamed down his cheeks. This is precisely why some warriors possess immunity to Jinjutsu. Their will is formidable enough to consciously or unconsciously manipulate that very will. To contend with such individuals, ordinary Jinjutsu proves ineffective. One must ensure they remain unaware of the illusion. Shuo Mao's voice resonated from ahead, and Hitada, now regaining his composure, reflected on Shuo Mao's words. His advanced sage body conferred upon him a remarkable self-healing ability, coupled with a nurturing effect against the Sharingan. In recalling Shuo Mao's insights, Hitada instinctively thought of Hans, the so-called demigod, who had freed himself from the control of Edo Tensei through sheer will. Hans, apart from being a ninja, also embodied aspects of a warrior. It was reasonable to find such a phenomenon. In the world of Naruto, there exist not only ninjutsu, but also special systems of power. Shuo Mao approached Hitada, extending his hand to assist him up. I apologize for injuring you earlier. It's nothing, Uncle Shuo Mao. Sustaining injuries during training is quite normal. Hitada chuckled nonchalantly and added, but you ought to guide me more, Uncle Shuo Mao, huh? At this, Shuo Mao too smiled. After a moment, he addressed Hitada. In truth, there is little left for me to teach you. Everything I could impart has been shared over the past 5 years. What you lack is more combat experience. From the recent test, it is evident that you have devised your own strategies. Primarily, you obscure the enemy's line of sight with dust or smoke, leveraging the advantages of the Sharingan to close the distance swiftly. Subsequently, you combine swordplay with lightning release and wind release for combat, ultimately seizing the opportunity to conclude with Jinjutsu. Most Jonin, no, the majority of elite Jonin would find it challenging to gain the upper hand against you. Upon hearing Shuo Mao's praise, Hitada felt a sense of bashfulness. At that moment, Asuma and Kurenai rushed over, seeking Shuo Mao's attention. Teacher Shuo Mao, I and Kurenai? Shuo Mao replied with a smile. Well, Asuma, both you and Kurenai have performed admirably. You are considered competent genin. However, compared to Hitada, you still have much to strive for. Asuma, delighted by the compliment, grinned. Teacher Shuo Mao, who can compare to brother Hitada, the genius? He can even hold his own against you now. Asuma turned to Kurenai. Isn't that right, Kurenai? In response, Kurenai nodded repeatedly. She specialized in Jinjutsu, but found herself overwhelmed by Shuo Mao's aura, nearly brought to tears. It was quite embarrassing. Yet, Hitada, surpassing Kakashi, displayed no fear of Shuo Mao's formidable presence. He had even been acknowledged by Shuo Mao as possessing Jonin level strength. Kurenai gazed at Hatata's back, her cheeks slightly flushed. There is a comforting feeling in knowing that a reliable companion stands before her, especially considering how remarkably handsome Hatata is. After Hatata rested for a moment, Shuamao wiped the smile from his face and addressed the trio. There is still over an hour until dusk. Let us commence training. Asuma, Kurenai, you two should practice the tree climbing exercise I previously assigned. As for you, Hatata, come here for a one-on-one spar. In the subsequent week, Team 9 balanced training with undertaking D-rank missions to accumulate experience. Tasks like helping villagers find lost cats and dogs or driving away wild boars may seem trivial, appearing to waste time. However, this process imperceptibly honed their teamwork and reconnaissance skills. Nonetheless, the overall experience felt rather mundane. Even Hatata believed that continuing in such a manner would yield little in terms of growth. He had nearly exhausted his learning, having mastered the Uchiha clan's techniques and the forbidden arts acquired 5 years prior. Over the years, he had utilized the shadow clone technique to create several clones, practicing the transformation of Chidori and developing many lightning release techniques previously employed by Sasuke. He even attempted flying Thunder God, but it could only be said that he lacked the talent. Kakashi was in a similar predicament. However, Kakashi's innate abilities far surpassed his own, allowing him to barely grasp the threshold of flying Thunder God. As for other miscellaneous techniques like earth release, water release, and wood release, Hatata had only scratched the surface. At this juncture, to expedite his power enhancement, he saw only 2 paths. One was to kill a beloved individual to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. The other was to engage in life and death battles to amass sufficient combat experience. The former was an impossibility for Hatata, while the latter necessitated undertaking perilous missions to accumulate rapidly. As for why Hatata was so eager to elevate his strength, it was likely for the sake of his aspirations. He wished to alter the fates of Obito, Kakashi, and others, as per the original storyline. Within 3 years, Obito was destined to die in the battle at the Kanabi Bridge. Uncle Dai and Rin would perish in the conflict at the Akatsuki Mountain, where Uncle Dai would open the 8th gate to protect Guy, and Rin would die under Kakashi's Chidori. Consequently, Obito, a childhood friend, would succumb to darkness. Hatata desired none of this. His future foes were destined to include the hidden puppet masters of the ninja world, Madara and Kagaya. A week later, on a clear morning, at the location in Konoha designated for accepting and issuing missions, Asuma, unable to contain himself, called out as he observed Shuamao preparing to accept a D-rank mission. Teacher Shuamao, in our 9th team, we have undertaken 12 tasks this week. Perhaps it is time for a more challenging one? At this moment, Hatena spoke up. Uncle Shomo, we have been sparring with you for these past few days, yet we are unable to unleash our full potential, rendering our training ineffective. Why not consider attempting a more perilous mission? Indeed, Asuma nodded vigorously in agreement. Even Orochimaru from Team 3 has led Kai and the others to eliminate over 100 foes, all while tackling at least A-rank missions. It is high time we encountered some danger to test the fruits of our training. Fearing that Shomo might still hesitate, Asuma employed a provocation tactic. You are renowned as the White Fang of Konoha, Uncle Shomo. Surely, your students cannot be inferior to the legendary Sannin. Shomo glanced at Asuma, then at Hatena. Over the past few days, he had guided Hatena and the others through numerous B-rank missions to hone their skills, tasks like clearing sewer systems to cultivate patience and overcome their aversion to filth, or hunting wild boars in the mountains to enhance their reconnaissance and survival abilities. Having completed the foundational training for ninjas, it was indeed time to take on more dangerous missions. Very well, since Hatena is the only one among you who has not yet witnessed bloodshed, let us first attempt a B-rank mission. With that, Shomo perused the task list for quite some time before selecting one from the thick dossier. This one, we are to protect a wealthy merchant engaged in trade with the feudal lord. According to the intelligence he provided, a band of thieves is likely to target him for robbery within the next fortnight. Our duties will include escorting him back to the Land of Waves and assisting in dealing with the thieves over there. The mission will take place in the Land of Waves, near the Land of Water, where we may encounter ninjas from the Mist Village. Overall, the danger level appears manageable, and I can guide you throughout the mission. After acquiring the relevant task scroll from the staff, Shomo led Hatena and the others to a concealed chamber. The room was partitioned into various sections, where numerous ninjas were engaged in disguising themselves. Is this mission going to require us to don disguises first? Hatena inquired, surveying the surroundings with curiosity. No, Shomo replied. My title as the White Fang of Konoha is too renowned. I fear it may hinder your execution of the mission." While speaking, he began to alter his appearance, dyeing his silver hair black, cutting it shorter, and adopting a tousled hairstyle that rendered him markedly more relaxed. After completing his transformation, he also donned a pair of sunglasses, giving him the appearance of a vacationer, entirely devoid of his previous sharp demeanor. "This time, Hatena, you shall lead the team. I will correct any missteps you make during the mission." Once Shomo had finished his instructions, he guided Team 9 out of the chamber and toward the task distribution room. At that moment, their employer arrived. He appeared quite youthful, likely in his 30s. Yet the records indicated this merchant was over 40 and had a 17-year-old son. Sakata, wearing glasses and a black suit, maintained a professional smile as he approached Shomo and extended his hand. "Hello, I am the employer for this mission, Yamano Sakata. You may call me Sakata. This is the instructor from Team 13, Kotori Yoda." Shomo remained composed, gesturing to Hatena and the others. "These are my 3 students, all of whom graduated from the Ninja Academy with exemplary grades." Sakata offered an apologetic smile. "I truly appreciate your assistance. I recently signed a substantial contract with the feudal lord, and there is a strong possibility that rival parties may send individuals to ambush me on the road. The mission may escalate to A rank or even S rank at any moment. However, I will compensate you according to the standards set by Konoha. Mr. Yoda, are you still willing to undertake this mission?" Shomo nodded. "Time is of the essence. We should depart at once." Hearing this, Sakata felt reassured. For those who could lead a team were generally jonin. A single jonin could easily handle hundreds of ordinary individuals, especially one from Konoha, ensuring quality assurance. Sakata's convoy halted at the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village, just a short walk away. The convoy was laden with numerous specialties from the Land of Fire, with a significant portion consisting of grain. In addition to hiring Konoha's ninjas, Sakata had also employed 12 samurai. Team 9, serving as the escort, had a dedicated carriage for their transport, which, while not particularly spacious, could accommodate 4 or 5 individuals at most. Having undertaken several B-rank missions, Hatena and his companions did not express much discontent regarding the confined space. At least they were shielded from the sun and the foul odor of the sewers. Within the carriage, Shomo drew the curtains and quietly queried, "What are your thoughts on this mission? Any observations regarding the individuals or circumstances?" "It's quite relaxed. It feels as though we won't need to intervene at all," Asuma interjected eagerly. Yukihime pondered for a moment before replying, "I can't shake the feeling that our employer, with his glasses and professional smile, is somewhat insincere." "And you, Hatena?" Shomo turned his gaze toward the silent Hatena. Hatena analyzed. "Our employer emphasized his dealings with the feudal lord and mentioned the possibility of an assassination attempt by rivals, clearly indicating the need for us to take this mission seriously. Furthermore, he warned that the mission could escalate to A rank or even S rank, suggesting we are likely to face skilled ninjas. It is evident that his adversaries possess considerable resources, as he would not have brought along 12 samurai and sought out ninjas from Konoha otherwise." After listening to the trio's responses, Shomo merely smiled and remarked, "Let us observe further. Time is on our side, and for now, we can only deduce a few things from the limited information available." The carriage traveled swiftly, and after approximately 5 days, they arrived at the coastal region of the Land of Fire. The journey from the Land of Fire to the Land of Waves necessitated a boat ride. Their employer, Sakata, planned to rest at the dock for a night before departing in the morning. That evening, the night was dark and windy. Shomo stayed at an inn, with his room adjacent to Sakata's for ease of protection, while Hatena and his companions were temporarily assigned to guard a warehouse by their employer. "Why does Teacher Shomo get to rest in his room while we are stuck guarding this eerie warehouse?" Asuma grumbled, plopping down on a bag filled with rice, visibly disgruntled. "This isn't Shomo-sensei's decision. It's likely the employer's lack of trust, fearing that someone might attempt to steal from the warehouse tonight," Red interjected. "I've heard that banditry is quite prevalent in these parts." Looking to their leader, Hatena, Asuma asked, "Hatena, are we on watch tonight, or what?" Seemingly bored, Asuma contemplated slacking off, though he hesitated to voice it directly. After several days of travel, filled with tree climbing and water walking practice, they had not encountered any real danger. Rather than diligently keeping watch, he preferred playing cards or sleeping to pass the time. Suddenly, a figure appeared, cloaked. Hatena, who had been silent, spoke up, startling Asuma into drawing his chakra blade. "Hatena, where are they?" Asuma whispered. "To the left of the window. They are merely commoners, Hatena replied. Just then, 7 masked thugs wielding large machetes climbed through the window. Faced with the fierce-looking masked men, Asuma stood frozen, astonished. Are these really just commoners? Stop staring, attack! Hatena shouted, drawing his short blade from his back and swiftly darting forward. He slid beneath one of the masked men, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground while simultaneously blocking an incoming machete with his blade. Sparks flew as his short blade met the machete. But at that moment, 2 more masked men approached from the side, ready to strike. A single strike from an adult man could cleave through thick wood. This attack could spell death or severe injury. However, Hatena activated his Sharingan, and with just a glance, he immobilized the 2 who were attempting to flank him. The machetes fell to the ground, and within moments, the 2 men slumped into unconsciousness. They're ninjas. Run. The remaining 4 masked men in front of Hatata were astonished, shouting as they hastily fled outside. At that moment, Hatata drew 3 shurikens from his waist pouch and, as if casually tossing them, released them from his hand. The shurikens pierced through the lower limbs of the 4 men at a remarkably acute angle. Blood splattered onto the floor, and a faint metallic scent of blood permeated the warehouse. Asuma and Hong stood frozen, taken aback by the gruesome scene. The visceral imagery and physiological discomfort churned their stomachs, inducing a wave of nausea. Hatata turned to Asuma and Hong, calmly instructing them. The remaining 4 are yours to deal with. Ensure they do not escape. Do we need to kill them all, Brother Hatata? Asuma inquired. If possible, capture them alive. If not, killing them is permissible. I've already left a few alive for interrogation, he replied. As he spoke, Hatata threw a kunai at the previously toppled masked man, delivering a fatal blow. Simultaneously, he produced rope to bind the hands and feet of the 2 individuals under hypnotic control. With their legs wounded, the remaining 4 stood no chance of escape. Despite their desperate resistance, they were wholly outmatched by Asuma and Hong. In scarcely a minute, all 4 were subdued and captured. Asuma and Hong ultimately could not overcome their moral dilemma. They hesitated to take lives. What shall we do next, Brother Hatata? Asuma asked, his face slightly pale as he regarded the blood on his hands, feeling deeply unsettled. Interrogation, Hatata replied, his expression stoic as he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. His decision to leave the 4 men for Asuma and Hong was merely to test their abilities. For him, eliminating 7 burly men was as simple as a glance or a lightning technique. Even though these individuals were ruthless and had taken many lives, they remained mere mortals in the eyes of a ninja. Hatata prodded one man's eyelid aside, revealing a pupil adorned with the 3-tomo pattern. Tell me, why did you come to the warehouse instead of assassinating Yamano Sakata? I received orders to assassinate Yamano Sakata, but I wished to survive. So I conspired with the others to steal some grain and set this place ablaze, he confessed. Why resort to theft? Grain is not expensive, and aren't you assassins? Asuma questioned, perplexed. Food from the land of fire sells for tenfold in the land of waves. We are not assassins. We are merely civilians from the land of waves, who foolishly agreed to kill that damned vampire Sakata. Asuma and Hong were left speechless, contemplating the absurdity of 7 men traversing from the land of waves to the land of fire for mere food. Is the grain so expensive in the land of waves? Isn't fishing more appealing? At that moment, Hatata asked, is fish also expensive in the land of waves? Indeed. That vampire Sakata controls all transportation routes in the land of waves and forbids us from fishing, which has driven up the price of fish. The hypnotized individual gritted his teeth in indignation. This revelation enlightened Hatata, and he drew a kunai, poised to end the man's life. However, Asuma intervened. Brother Hatata, why must you kill them? They are just civilians. Hatata glanced at the bewildered Asuma and Hong, speaking calmly. You should consider why our employer sent us 3 and not other samurai. How did he know someone would attack the warehouse instead of targeting him? With that, he swiftly dispatched the man without hesitation. The blood that flowed from his neck intensified the already potent scent of carnage around them. You handle the rest. I do not wish to see a single survivor. If you seek justification, I can only say that among the 7, there is a traitor, our mole. Furthermore, the employer requires only a decisive stance. Understood? Asuma found himself unable to strike down the enemy with his chakra blade, raising his gaze to Hatata as he walked away. Are we to aid a villain, supporting a bad man? Hatata turned back, scrutinizing the naive Asuma with a calm tone. On what basis do you deem him a villain? Merely from the words of these men? What purpose do our eyes serve if we cannot discern the truth? He paused before continuing. He emerged from the land of fire's feudal lord's estate, so from a standpoint, he is one of us. Hatada added, if you cannot bring yourselves to act, I can assist you, but only once. The battlefield knows no good or evil, only allegiance. Afterward, Hatada lingered at the door until 7 corpses remained within the warehouse before departing. Asuma and Hong collapsed onto the ground, removing their Leaf Village headbands, contemplating the emblem of a ninja in their hands, lost in thought. At the inn, Hatada recounted the recent attack to Sakata and Shumo, omitting much of the information and simply stating that he had discovered an intrusion and acted decisively. Well done. Those 7 assassins were likely dispatched by them. I will increase the reward for this mission. Let us say 5,000 Ryo each, equivalent to a B-rank mission's price, Sakata stated as he adjusted his glasses. A fair price, Shumo concurred. If there are no further matters, you may rest. I doubt we will encounter similar incidents again. Yet, should they arise, I trust your skills as ninjas will suffice to resolve any troubles. Then we shall not impose further. Should you require us, do not hesitate to call. Shumo concluded before taking his leave, with Hatada following closely behind. In Shumo's room, Asuma and Hong sat vacantly gazing out the window until Hatada and Shumo entered. Teacher Shumo, can we abandon this mission? Asuma asked, rushing to Shumo's side. Observing Asuma's pallid complexion and then glancing at Hong, Shumo remained silent. He turned to Hatada, whose expression was unreadable, and asked with a smile, what is your perspective? Hatada responded, setting aside the righteousness of the mission. We cannot abandon it due to the employer's ambiguous ties to the land of fire's feudal lord. Furthermore, withdrawing from the mission would tarnish the reputation of Konoha. Besides, the employer has not deceived us. The terms are clearly laid out. Shumo nodded in approval, recognizing the thoroughness of Hatada's reasoning compared to Asuma's immaturity. Hatada's assertion that there was no basis for labeling Sakata a villain resonated with Shumo. The task will continue. Asuma, Hong, Hatada speaks wisely. As ninjas, we often must forsake superfluous emotions. But, Asuma began, only to be interrupted by Shumo. No buts. At the very least, you must first ascertain the truth before making your considerations. What if the truth is as it seems? Asuma pressed. Shumo turned to Hatada, his intent to evaluate clear. Hatada replied without hesitation, complete the mission before taking lives. Fulfilling the mission is a ninja's ethical duty, while killing is a matter of personal conscience. This is the most prudent approach. After all, we are ninjas. In the land of water, across the sea from the land of fire, within an underground base, a white-haired figure sat with his eyes closed. After a moment, a humanoid entity, half black and half white, emerged from the ground. Undoubtedly, this was Kagaya's manifestation in the forms of black Zetsu and white Zetsu. Lord Madara. Uchiha Hatada has departed from Konoha and is currently at the border of the land of fire, about to proceed to the land of waves. The team leader is Hataki Shumo, with teammates being Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the third Hokage, and his lover, Yuhi Hong, Black Zetsu reported. What mission have they undertaken? Madara inquired, his expression impassive and voice low and raspy. Upon hearing this, Black Absolute promptly conveyed the details of the mission while also shedding light on the circumstances in the land of waves. Upon learning of the hidden struggles beneath the water's surface, Madara chuckled lightly and remarked, how intriguing. The mission has already been issued in the Hidden Mist Village. Since SHM wishes to train Uchiha Hatada, let us assign AJ Nin to lead the way and assess his capabilities. It will also serve as an opportunity for him to witness the darker facets of the world. The journey from the Fire Country's dock to the Land of Waves took less than half a day. By early afternoon, Hatada and his companions arrived in a city named F-Bin, aptly named for its abundance and coastal location. The domain's estate was situated here, making F-Bin effectively the capital of the Land of Waves. However, despite its designation as a capital, the city resembled a mere town in the Fire Country. The streets were paved with yellow clay, while the better sections were constructed of stone bricks. Along the sides of the streets, one could find numerous open-air stalls selling fish, shrimp, bread, fruits, and knitted garments. In contrast, items of greater value, such as jewelry, were only available in the city center, highlighting the poverty that plagued the Land of Waves. After traversing a distance, they arrived at the estate of Sakata. At the entrance stood 2 imposing stone lions, and upon entering, one was greeted by intricately carved railings and painted beams, with marble lions, sculpted from fine stone, majestically guarding the ebony doors. Inside, there were artificial mountains, flowing water, and winding bridges, surrounded by the three friends of winter. The corridors were arranged in an elegant manner, with decorative railings adorning the surroundings. Hitada felt as though he had stepped back in time, reminiscent of the gardens of Jiangnan. This classical and grand estate would make even the esteemed Uchiha clan of Konohagakure feel humbled. "Gentlemen, I have a banquet to attend this evening, so I must excuse myself," Sakata said with a polite smile, addressing SHM and the others. "Will you not require protection?" SHM inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Sakata replied with a smile. "The security at my destination is quite robust. If you do not mind, perhaps you could accompany my inept son, who should currently be in the Eastern Market." With that, Sakata turned to a middle-aged man beside him and instructed, "Butler, please attend to these gentlemen." The butler inclined his head slightly towards SHM and his companions and said, "If you would follow me, gentlemen." After departing from Sakata's estate with the butler, SHM suddenly spoke up. "Butler, I have a matter to attend to briefly. Please take them ahead." "Very well," the butler responded without further thought, assuming SHM simply wished to forego the task of protecting the young master. Once SHM departed, Hitada became the focal point. Asuma and Kurenai closely followed behind him, and the butler recognized who held authority, engaging Hitada in light conversation. Upon reaching the Eastern Market, the clamor of voices reached them from a street away. A crowd had gathered around a dozen swordsmen who were protecting a young man. The stall in front of this young man had been utterly destroyed, while an elderly man lay beside it, battered and bruised, sheltering a little girl. "What are you all staring at? I'm here to beat people up and smash stalls. This scoundrel hasn't paid this month's stall rent. How dare you continue to peddle without paying?" The youth at the forefront, unperturbed by the surrounding crowd, boasted arrogantly. "You clearly have your eyes set on the granddaughter of the third master." Someone in the crowd shouted, which was met with a chorus of agreement. "Exactly. You, Yamaguchi Aikir. What do you think you are? Everyone here knows your reputation." Another voice chimed in. "Yes, bullying the weak and coercing purchases, and you dare speak of rules. If you continue causing trouble, this month's rent will double." As soon as Yamaguchi Aikir uttered these words, the atmosphere grew tense. The Yamaguchi family wielded considerable power in F-Bin, controlling nearly all maritime traffic among the merchant families. Their influence extended beyond commerce. They could dictate the very livelihoods, and even lives, of the people. It is only just to repay debts. Since this old fool cannot pay, we shall take his granddaughter as compensation. What are you waiting for? Seize them. With that, the swordsmen began to take action. The onlookers, paralyzed by fear, averted their gazes and quietly retreated. Their own lives were already fraught with hardship. They could not afford to concern themselves with others. At that moment, Hitada and his companions intervened, halting the swordsman. "Hey, how can you be so unreasonable? A few days' grace for the rent would suffice. Why resort to violence?" Asuma voiced his discontent at the audacity of someone even more arrogant than he was. "Ah, so you are ninjas from Konoha? Are you meddling in my father's affairs now?" Yamaguchi Aikir sneered, his arrogance unabated. "What do you mean by meddling? You are nearly killing someone and openly assaulting a woman. We cannot stand idly by." Asuma retorted, incredulous. Yamaguchi Aikir, taken aback by the unexpected retort, scoffed derisively. "So what if I kill? So what if I steal? These peasants are no different from the straw on the ground. Next year, new ones will sprout up. Do you, the legendary ninjas, truly regard these lowly beings with such esteem? Huh, you ninjas are far more efficient at harvesting lives than I. One of you could annihilate an entire village in a single night. Tell me, do you consider these people so worthless?" Asuma found himself momentarily speechless, caught off guard by this string of mockery. Just the night prior, he had taken the lives of several whom Yamaguchi Aikir referred to as peasants. In the grand scheme of things, they were both killers, and Asuma felt a sense of absurdity wash over him. At that moment, another voice emerged. "Have you said enough? To you? The ninjas can kill an entire village in one night, so slaying a group of ordinary people is no different than slaughtering cattle." Hitada threatened, his presence radiating a sense of foreboding. With his capabilities, refraining from violence was already a testament to his restraint. Had he not wished to observe how events would unfold, he would have already acted. Upon hearing the threat from the young ninja, Yamaguchi Aikir attempted to respond defiantly. However, the chilling aura emanating from Hitada's eyes silenced him. "I'm leaving. This is no fun anymore. he said, feigning nonchalance as he turned to depart. Yet Hatada interjected, "Who said you could leave? You owe for the damages. The medical expenses for the injured and compensation for emotional distress." At this, one of Yamaguchi Ikure's henchmen could no longer contain himself and suggested, "Young master, should I deal with this insolent boy?" Upon hearing this, Yamaguchi Ikure glanced between the burly warrior and the young boy radiating a murderous intent, and he quickly capitulated. "Forget it. A small sum is not worth my time. Just pay it and be done with it." With that, Yamaguchi Ikure tossed a stack of money without even checking the amount and left promptly. The butler, glancing back at Hatada and his companions, discreetly whispered a few words in the young master's ear before departing. As the silhouettes of the swordsmen faded from view, the elderly gentleman, referred to as the second master, hurriedly expressed gratitude to Hatada and his companions. "No need to thank me. I merely detest such behavior," Hatada replied before turning to Asuma and Kurenai. "I will go gather some intelligence. If you have no pressing matters, feel free to return or explore a bit." "All right. Kurenai and I will help the old man clean up the stall and then seek out teacher SHM for training," Asuma replied, knowing that accompanying Hatada would only hinder him. Within the city, at Yamaguchi Ikure's estate, in a secret chamber, the butler led Yamaguchi Ikure inside, whispering a few words to Sakata before closing the door behind him. Once sealed, the dim light illuminated Sakata's cold expression as he addressed his son. "Did I not instruct you to refrain from causing trouble these days? And yet you allowed them to confront you." "Father, I am assisting the family by collecting rents." The process was somewhat crude, and it happened to catch the attention of those three-leaf village ninjas, Yamano Ikuru explained. However, Sakata was well aware of his son's character. Even without the steward's reminder, he could surmise much of the preceding events. Gazing intently into his son's eyes for a long moment, Sakata suddenly remarked, "Very well. This might actually be beneficial, as it has revealed the intentions of those ninjas. They are contemplating action against me and are likely to hire ninjas from the Mist Village. This struggle has already drawn in the positions of two other great nations, and the morality of individuals has become irrelevant." As he spoke, Sakata slowly approached Ikuru. He cast a cold glance at his only son and stated, "I do not care what your nature was before, but from this moment forward, you must not step outside this home. If you wish for your father and yourself to meet a grim fate, understand?" "Yes, father. I shall not set foot outside the house again, nor will I provoke those leaf ninjas," Ikuru quickly vowed, taken aback by his father's seriousness. "Afterwards, summon the steward to see me," Sakata instructed, turning away. As his footsteps faded, sunlight poured in once more, only to be obscured anew by the heavy door. "My lord." The steward bowed respectfully. "You must find an opportunity to relay information about those leaf ninjas to the Mist Village, guiding them to a deadly confrontation. Do you intend for them to be entirely exterminated? What do you think?" Sakata chuckled coldly. "Ninjas are merely tools. If they cannot serve my purpose, then they must be destroyed." Departing from Fongbin City, the landscape was a vast expanse of fields, bordered by towering mountains that obscured the sea. Hatada transformed into a young man clad in a conical hat, traversing the narrow paths of the fields. He intended to gather intelligence regarding bandits. Soon, he passed a village, which, according to his intelligence scroll, was in close proximity to the bandit hideout. The village consisted of only a handful of houses, approximately 40 or 50, home to but a few dozen families. Among them, one household displayed a white cloth at its entrance, as if mourning a death. Yet no one was there to pay their respects, which struck Hatada as peculiar. He slipped through a window, and as he stepped inside, dust stirred beneath his feet. The furnishings were quite dilapidated, with signs of damage on the table and chairs, suggesting that no one had resided there for quite some time. Yet, the white cloth at the door appeared as fresh as if just hung, further piquing Hatada's curiosity. He recalled noticing an elderly woman sitting by her door when he entered the village, prompting him to approach her for inquiries. Swiftly, he emerged through the window and casually approached her. At that moment, the elderly woman was weaving cloth. Upon noticing his presence, she paused her work and warmly inquired, "Are you in need of directions, young man?" Hatada shook his head, pointing towards the white cloth at the opposite door. "I am a traveler from the land of fire and a writer, devoted to documenting the customs and culture of various nations. Dear lady, may I inquire if there is a legend or significance behind the white cloth hung at the entrance of a household that has lost a loved one?" As he spoke, Hatada retrieved a small notebook and pen from his waist pouch, gazing earnestly at the elderly woman. Upon hearing his question, her expression dimmed, initially reluctant to respond. She found it hard to refuse given Hatada's sincere demeanor. Moreover, he hailed from the land of fire, which she deemed innocuous enough to share with. That cloth was hung by my son, Xiaofeng. It is not a custom from the land of waves. Oh, is it because your son had a close relationship with those individuals? Hatada probed, feigning note-taking. To some extent, yes. He was very close to Takahashi. After their family was cruelly slain by the Yamano clan, he became taciturn. On that fateful day when a group found Xiaofeng, he hung the white cloth and then departed. Before leaving, he remarked, "We are like the straw in the fields. We may topple at the slightest breeze, and even without wind, we may fall. Thus, we must resist, grow fiercely, and take root in the fields." Did he not come back to visit you? Hatada inquired further. He said he did not wish to implicate me. The elderly woman replied, her expression somber, as if she understood the path her son had chosen. Suddenly, a young man in his 20s burst into the room, forcefully pulling Hatada away from the elderly woman. "Xiaofeng, you have returned," the elderly woman exclaimed, filled with excitement. "Mother, why are you speaking with outsiders about village matters?" The youth, known as Xiaofeng, glared at Hatada with hostility. "I am a traveler and writer from the land of fire, here to explore the customs and myths of the land of waves." Hatada responded with a smile, unfazed by Xiaofeng's rudeness. From the land of fire? Xiaofeng's animosity intensified. Had his mother not been present, he might have resorted to violence. The land of waves does not welcome those from the land of fire. Is this due to the Yamano family? Hatada spoke in a low voice. "You know of this? You must have misunderstood me, sir. Like you, I am merely a commoner from the land of fire." Upon uttering the term commoner, Xiaofeng's hostility lessened significantly. At that moment, the elderly woman interjected, attempting to redirect the conversation. "Xiaofeng, why have you returned? Did you not vow never to come back?" Hesitating for a moment, Xiaofeng glanced at his mother and then at Hatada. Suddenly, a flash of warmth illuminated his gaze towards Hatada, revealing a newfound trust. He took his mother's hand and declared, "Mother, I have returned to bring a better life to our village. You see, I have joined the insurgents. There are already over 100 formal members in the organization, capable of mobilizing thousands. My purpose in returning is to fulfill the organization's mission, to raise funds to commission the ninjas of the land of water to eliminate Sakata Yamano. Once Sakata is dead, those by the sea will be able to fish, trade, and transport grain, leading to a decrease in grain prices, allowing us to live better lives. Neighbors like Uncle Suzuki will no longer need to toil in the fields during planting season, nor will they need to work in the city during their idle times. Families like Uncle Taguchi's by the North Gate will finally be able to afford meat during the festive seasons. Each villager will enjoy a better life." Suddenly, Xiaofeng turned to Hatada, eagerly asking, "So, sir, will you contribute as well?" Hatada fell silent. To donate funds for hiring individuals to kill him? Based on his current investigation, the greatest evil was indeed Sakata's influence, the employer of their 9th squad. Ultimately, Hatada decided to contribute a small amount, 300 ryo, roughly the cost of 5 bowls of ramen. After departing the village, Hatada stood atop a hill, gazing at the village nestled among the fields. He observed the ordinary young man named Xiaofeng passionately rallying support for the uprising, collecting funds. Suddenly, he recalled the elderly woman's words. "We are like the straw in the fields. We may topple at the slightest breeze, and even without wind, we may fall. Thus, we must resist, grow fiercely, and take root in the fields." As the gentle breeze brushed past, his dark hair danced with the wind. Hatada reflected on Asuma and Kurenai, freshly graduated ninjas who could take the lives of a dozen ordinary people merely by overcoming their psychological fears. For someone of his Jainin caliber, the massacre of an entire village or even the annihilation of a nation was merely a matter of time. Was this struggle truly meaningful? A struggle destined to topple at the slightest breeze, Hatada murmured to himself. He endeavored to transcend the confines of Konoha's position and the identity of a ninja, adopting a vantage point to scrutinize the circumstances of the land of waves. The Sakata family wielded dominion over all the nation's vital thoroughfares, manipulating grain prices, dictating the populace's livelihoods, and even wielding control over life and death. They could freely insult and plunder the wealth of the common people, monopolizing and forcibly seizing the meager resources that remained. The lower classes exerted every effort merely to survive. while the upper aristocracy sought to extract the last vestiges of value from the impoverished to sustain their lavish lifestyles. The schism of class had already taken shape. As the tide of time surged forward, under normal circumstances, the entrenched old society would inevitably be overthrown by the will of the people. Hayate dispelled his transformation technique, removing the forehead protector and gazing at it in his palm. Yet this world was inhabited by ninjas who only focused on wealth and allegiance. Behind Sakata stood the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and Konoha, bound to the daimyo's estate, could not afford to overlook Sakata's actions. The insurgents had hired ninjas from the Hidden Mist village, which had historically been at odds with Konoha. From a standpoint of allegiance, it would be prudent for me to assist Sakata. Suddenly, Hayate recalled his previous response to Uncle Tsukumo, and a smile graced his lips. Konoha is Konoha, and I am I. While my stance cannot alter, it does not imply that I cannot change. In an instant, Hayate grasped the crux of the matter. Yet the term ninja lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. In the afternoon, he returned to Sakata's estate, devoid of the previous appreciation for the exquisite Jiangnan gardens. To him, every carved railing and painted beam was drenched in vivid blood. He arrived at the room arranged by the steward and discovered a note left by Tsukumo, stating that he had taken Asuma and the others to train in the outskirts of the northern city. Thus, Hayate departed once more. In the northern outskirts, Asuma and Kurenai were practicing water treading at a lake, while Tsukumo was preparing a barbecue with fish from the lake and surrounding edible vegetables and mushrooms. These were skewered and placed on the grill, with Tsukumo occasionally adding firewood and turning them over. Your gaze is clouded with confusion. Is it regarding this mission? Tsukumo observed the beads of sweat on Hayate's forehead, offering him a water pouch. You must be thirsty. Drink first. Accepting the pouch, Hayate took a few sips, wiped his mouth, and replied, yes and no. The mission is but one aspect, and such matters can be abandoned. Uncle Tsukumo, I simply wish to comprehend what it means to be a ninja. Upon hearing this, Tsukumo chuckled. So, you ponder such matters, questioning the very significance of a ninja due to the mission? Tsukumo stood and patted Hayate on the shoulder, saying, broadly speaking, a ninja is one who can endure all. In a narrower sense, it refers to one who possesses and masters chakra. I know you may not accept the spirit of a ninja, Hayate. Thus, let me speak of chakra, the essence of power. Legend has it that the sage of 6 paths created the ninja arts, distributing chakra to connect the hearts of individuals. Initially, chakra was employed for farming, building bridges, and creating roads, but due to human desire, it evolved into a weapon for killing. As he spoke, Tsukumo drew the short blade from his back, smiling as he asked, what do you think of this knife? Sharp enough to kill? Just as Hayate finished his response, Tsukumo used the knife to slice the grilled fish, humorously offering a piece to Hayate. And now, does it taste good? Hayate sampled the fish Tsukumo had prepared, finding it quite delectable, and the bones had been expertly removed. Quite satisfactory, he remarked, licking his lips, when suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, prompting deep contemplation. Chapter 63. The onslaught of the hidden mist. At that moment, Tsukumo continued, power holds no inherent right or wrong. The knife in my hand can both slay the enemy before me and safeguard the companions behind me. He gestured towards Asuma and Kurenai, who were diligently training, repeatedly falling into the water only to rise again. Are they training to kill? In truth, they simply wish not to fall too far behind, not wanting to be unable to protect those they love during a mission. And that is the essence of chakra, the meaning of power. Reflecting on his own purpose for training, Hayate suddenly understood everything. He was not merely fighting for his own existence, but also for his friends, Obito, Kakashi, and others. And that was the significance of power, the very essence of a ninja's existence. On the night 3 days later, a shabby boat anchored along the coast of the Land of Waves. 4 cloaked figures disembarked, stepping onto the Land of Waves. Captain, what is our target? One inquired. A merchant named Sakata, along with 4 ninjas from Konoha, including 1 J Nin and 3 Ch Nin. The leader raised his cloak slightly, inadvertently revealing the forehead protector that marked him as a member of the Hidden Mist. Exhaling a cloud of breath, he recalled the instructions of the 4th Mizukage and added, we need not concern ourselves with the one called Sakata. Our task is to confront the ninjas of Konoha, particularly one named Uchiha Hayate, for his Sharingan holds great value. Speaking of killing, the Hidden Mist J Nin displayed a sinister grin. As an elite nurtured in the Blood Mist village, he was far superior to the flowers of Konoha's greenhouse. 1 J Nin and 3 CH Nin against a freshly graduated team. Advantage is mine. The hidden mist J Nin was utterly unaware of how to lose. Just then, another cloaked figure approached, tossing a scroll to the hidden mist J Nin before departing. Upon receiving the scroll, the hidden mist J Nin squinted. It was not until he glimpsed its contents that his confusion was dispelled. It appeared they had a traitor within their ranks. In the early morning, on the outskirts of the northern city of Toyabimi, Hayate and the others were training. Over a dozen of Hayate's shadow clones stood in various positions, practicing the transformation of lightning chakra. This sight elicited envy from Asuma. Big brother Hayate, how do you create so many shadow clones? I can only manage 3 at most. The advanced ninjutsu, multi-shadow clone technique, contains instructions on how to produce more clones. Hayate explained. Then why can you produce so many clones for training while I struggle with 1 or 2? Asuma inquired. I possess extraordinary talent, Hayate replied. Could you be a bit quieter, big brother Hayate? He added, sweat beading on his forehead. I just want to work hard to become stronger. Asuma chuckled sheepishly. Just as Asuma was pestering Hayate, Tsukumo arrived. There are infiltrators here, at least 3, Tsukumo stated gravely. Upon hearing this, Hayate immediately recalled his shadow clones and ceased training. Waves of memories surged into his mind, swiftly absorbed by Hayate's exceptional mental fortitude. The chakra expended was rapidly replenished under the influence of his initial sage form. Moments later, Hayate opened his eyes, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan. At that moment, a faint white mist swiftly approached, and the silhouettes of 4-armed ninjas emerged in Hayate's line of sight. They stood atop tree branches, gazing down at Hayate and the others. Meanwhile, in the 4 districts of Toyabimi, chaos erupted. Countless brave souls rose up, wielding weapons against Sakata's men. Others seized the opportunity to loot, smashing and robbing at the markets, selling rice, grains, and salt, scattering various goods across the ground. The crowd descended into pandemonium. Suddenly, the entire city seemed to receive a signal, plunging into chaos. Yet the masters behind this city remained indifferent. In the residence of the Yamano family, Sakata paced anxiously in the heavily guarded grand hall, awaiting news from the steward. In the daimyo's estate, numerous officials reveled in a banquet, indulging in fine wine and song while awaiting word from the daimyo. The upper echelons of nobility seemed to share an unspoken understanding. The true contest lay not within the city, but in the outskirts of the northern town, where battles among ninjas unfolded. A seasoned jonin and 3 chunin stood at the ready. Hayate discerned their strength by observing the fluctuations of their chakra. He turned to Shikumo beside him and proposed, Uncle Shikumo, I shall confront the jonin while you hold off the 2 chunin. As for the remaining 1, let's leave that to Asuma and his companion, shall we? Very well, Shikumo nodded, his intent being to hone the skills of Hayate and the others. And now the opportunity had presented itself. Upon receiving the affirmation, Hayate grinned widely. He beckoned forward with a flick of his fingers and called out, What are you waiting for? Come and face me. The Mist Jonin, upon witnessing this, bared his sharp teeth and sneered, What an arrogant little brat. I wonder if you will be begging for mercy by the end of this. As he spoke, the Jonin drew his long blade. Due to the legacy of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the ninjas from the mist were masters of the blade, and it had become their standard weapon. Heart, liver, spleen, kidneys, lungs. Which one would you like to test, little brat? The mist thickened, enveloping the area in a dense white fog, reducing visibility to a mere 3 meters. For the mist ninjas, closing in within that distance meant death in an instant. That question should be directed at you, Hayate thought. His 3-tomo Sharingan perceiving every movement of the 4 adversaries. He unsheathed the short blade from his back, lightning crackling around the weapon, emitting a shrill cry akin to 1,000 birds. I hope you can endure a bit longer in my hands. With that, he surged forward. A flash of lightning darted past as Hayate almost instantaneously appeared behind the Mist Jonin. With a swift stroke, his blade sliced through the Jonin's form, exploding into a puddle of water. A water clone, Hayate mused, turning to extend his hand as the cry of 1,000 birds echoed once more. A bolt of lightning piercing through the Jonin behind him. Yet, in that very moment, the Mist Jonin let out a chilling laugh, and the situation swiftly reversed. The figure that had transformed into water suddenly regained its human form, a blade pressed against Hayate's back. Did your elders not teach you the art of the water transformation? Brat, this is the end. The blade sliced through, but no blood was shed. Instead, a cacophony of cawing crows filled the air. The portion of his body that had been struck morphed into a swarm of crows, soaring into the sky, occasionally forming the visage of Hayate. What makes you think that everything you see is real? Hayate's voice rang coldly. To outsiders, it appeared as though the two stood still, nothing having transpired. Chapter 064. A Parting Gift Illusion? Intriguing, as expected from a Uchiha. The Mist Jonin quickly formed hand seals. Illusion release. His chakra began to clash, and chaos ensued. The thick fog returning. The Jonin silently redirected his gaze. He had underestimated Hayate. In a one-on-one confrontation, one must never meet the eyes of an Uchiha. Water release. Water cannon technique. The Jonin formed his hand into a gun shape and aimed at Hayate, unleashing droplets of water that shot forth like bullets. In response, Hayate formed seals of his own. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The intense heat from the fireball vaporized the droplets, causing the surrounding mist to thicken slightly. In that fleeting moment, the Mist Jonin executed a swift body flicker amidst the fog. Clang! The short blade clashed violently with the long sword, both combatants staggering back half a step. The Mist Jonin felt a surge of alarm. The Uchiha brat's taijutsu was unexpectedly formidable. After all, he was a ninja who had emerged from the blood mist. Seizing the moment of their blades' collision, the Mist Jonin rapidly devised a strategy in his mind. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of clashing blades echoed, sparks flying in all directions. Just as Hayate swung his blade, the Mist Jonin feigned a defensive move but suddenly dropped his long sword, employing the water transformation technique to slip through Hayate's guard. In an instant, he conjured a sphere of water with his right hand, engulfing Hayate entirely. Got you, brat. Did you think I would indulge you in this game of bumper cars? The Jonin maintained the water prison, believing that if he held Hayate long enough, he could drown him. Yet a cold voice pierced his ear. What makes you think that everything you see is real? Hayate's form transformed into countless crows. Emerging from the water prison, dark silhouettes converging before the Mist Jonin. A short blade was poised at his throat. At that moment, the Mist Jonin grasped the blade embedded in the ground and swung it at Hayate, but once more, Hayate morphed into crows and evaded. Undeterred, the Jonin executed the Great Waterfall technique, attempting to sweep away all the crows. But a flash of lightning surged from behind, piercing through his chest. The Mist Jonin turned to see a pair of three-tomo Sharingan gazing coldly at him. When did you cast the illusion? From the moment I activated my Sharingan, Hayate replied, retracting the Chidori and calmly stating, now it is your turn to answer my question. Who informed you that we were training here? The ninjas of the mist would never betray their employer, the Jonin scoffed, promptly detonating the explosive tags hidden in his pouch. Boom. Blood splattered across Hayate's face, leaving a lingering warmth. Even if the mist ninja remained silent, he could surmise who was responsible. Sakata. This very location had been recommended by Sakata's steward. Turning his gaze, Hayate observed that aside from Asuma and his companion, all other battles had concluded. He addressed Shikumo. I am going to eliminate someone. Sakata of the Yamano clan? Indeed. Hayate nodded. If you kill him, how will we explain it to the village or the daimyo? Shikumo inquired. Sakata betrayed us. Killing him is justified. As for the daimyo, we will simply find a new spokesperson. With that, Hayate strode towards Toyohama, while Shikumo contemplated the battle between Asuma and his opponent. Meanwhile, at Sakata's estate, the fiercest clashes of the entire Toyohama battleground raged on. Compared to the battles among ninjas, this was far more sanguinary. Beneath the ornate eaves, samurai blades clashed, and the ground was littered with bloodied corpses and severed limbs. Countless combatants fell beneath the armor and raised swords of the mercenaries he had hired. Sakata, clad in a tailored suit with a bright red tie, stood at the entrance of the grand hall, exposed to the eyes of all. Yet, despite his open stance, no one could reach him. The sounds of battle echoed continuously as Sakata sipped tea brought by a maid, asking, has there been no word from the steward? It should still be on its way, he replied, placing the teacup down while observing the chaos unfolding nearby, feeling an inexplicable unease. The current situation was undeniably clear. The insurgents, mere brigands, were being systematically defeated by the samurai he had bribed. Yet, his sense of foreboding deepened with each passing moment. At that moment, a figure darted across the rooftops, ultimately standing atop the grand hall. Sakata turned to see Hayate, the lower-ranked ninja. What brings you here? Have you considered that I am a business partner of the daimyo, generating millions for the Land of Fire each year? Moreover, I am your employer. Do you wish to tarnish Konoha's reputation by killing your employer? Hayate remained silent, patiently awaiting Sakata to finish his discourse. As the tension mounted, beads of sweat formed in Sakata's palms, his thighs trembling involuntarily. In a beautiful story, shouldn't all villains meet their demise? This is a parting gift. With that, the sound of 1,000 birds echoed from the rooftop. Just as Sakata attempted to flee, hundreds of Chidori pierced through his body, and he collapsed helplessly onto the cobblestone path. Yamano Kazuo, who had just stepped out to assess the situation, beheld his father lying on the ground, blood pouring forth. And he cried out in terror, "There remains one last loose end. It is best to eliminate it altogether. I have long harbored a profound discontent towards you." The piercing cries of the 1,000 birds echoed once more, as a sharp bullet completely pierced the heart of Yamano. Thus, the entire Yamano family met their demise here. Hayate observed the dazed samurai and the insurgents who surged in. He spoke calmly, presenting them with two choices. 1. To replace Yamano and oversee the trade between the Land of Waves and the Land of Fire, paying tribute annually to the Uchiha clan of Konoha. 2. To die alongside him here. In the afternoon, at the port connecting the Land of Waves to the Land of Fire, a grand ship departed. Asuma watched in awe as crates of golden artifacts and stacks of cash were loaded. He was elated. The spoils amassed by the insurgents from the Sakata estate were enough to elevate his worth significantly, equivalent to at least 14 high-level missions. "Brother Hayate, we have struck gold this time," Asuma exclaimed with excitement. "It's merely money. Do you truly lack it?" Hayate retorted, leaving Asuma momentarily speechless. Both were individuals of considerable stature and certainly did not lack for riches. Yet, the thought of the insurgents offering such generous gratitude left Asuma exhilarated as he counted the bills repeatedly. In the estate of the daimyo of the Land of Waves, the news of Sakata's death prompted an inquiry from the Uchiha regarding a share of the business. "What is your opinion, daimyo?" "Simply send a small amount as a token. With the foundation left by Sakata, it won't take long to recoup." "And what of the insurgents?" "Insurgents? Are they not both righteous and thieving? There is no need for concern." Upon hearing this, the officials below exchanged knowing smiles. The daimyo added, "Remember to conceal all arrangements made in the Land of Water. Leave no one involved behind. Also, ensure all donations are sent to the daimyo's estate." Across the sea, in the Land of Water, at Madara's underground base, the figure of White Zetsu emerged from the ground. Lord Madara, Uchiha Hayate concluded the battle using only Jinjutsu. Madara opened his Sharingan and, with a mere glance at White Zetsu, absorbed all the information. Interesting. Did he begin casting Jinjutsu the moment he made contact? It appears that ordinary Jonin are no match for him. Chapter 065. Returning to the village, encountering Team 7 days later in Konoha Village. At last, we have returned to the village. Asuma exclaimed excitedly as he dashed toward the village gate. For the first time, everything in the village felt utterly magnificent to him. Watching Asuma run, Hayate smiled faintly, contemplating the long-awaited reunion with Obito, Kakashi, and the others. Team 7 must still be on a high-level mission. I wonder how Obito feels knowing I have completed a high-level task. "Uncle SHBU, we are back in the village. Shall we disperse or go for a meal first?" Hayate inquired softly. "Let us eat first. It's nearly noon," SHBU replied, glancing at the sun overhead. Thinking of the village's culinary delights, Hayate swallowed unconsciously. After days of travel, their meals had been far from satisfactory. It would be remiss not to reward themselves upon returning home. "Then let us go, Uncle SHBU. I heard there is a new ramen shop in the village called Ichiraku. I've heard it's quite good. How about we go there?" Hayate suggested with a smile. "All right, ask Kurenai and Asuma what they think. If they agree, then we shall go there," SHBU nodded. Upon hearing this, Kurenai immediately chimed in, "Sounds good, Hayate. Asuma likely won't refuse you, so let us eat there." As they chatted, Hayate and the others entered the village. Just as they turned a corner, a cat darted past, slipping through Hatate's legs, colliding with a familiar figure. "Kakashi, don't mind me, go catch the cat." It was Obito, who turned back to Kakashi. Yet, Kakashi stood still, his face alight with surprise, as did Rin. At that moment, Obito realized, looking up, "Is that you, Hayate? You're back." Obito embraced Hayate excitedly. "I didn't expect you to return so soon. I thought you wouldn't be back for a month." Hayate ruffled Obito's hair and smiled. "Aren't you supposed to be catching a cat?" After a brief moment, Obito stepped back, exclaiming, "Hey, Hayate, Who told you to mess with my hair? By the way, Kakashi, where's the cat? The cat is right here, Kurenai said, approaching with the cat in her arms. Did you take on a cat-catching mission? Yes. Thank you. Obito nodded, taking the cat into his arms, though it struggled against him, seemingly disliking him. At that moment, Rin and Kakashi approached Hatada. Rin gently stroked the cat's head, quickly calming it down, while Kakashi regarded Hatada with a hint of nostalgia. Long time no see, Hatada. It's only been about a week. It hasn't been long. Hatada replied as he approached Kakashi, raising his right fist. In response, Kakashi smiled and raised his left fist to meet Hatada's. You're right. It's only been a few days. Kakashi then withdrew his left hand, asking, I heard you undertook a high-level mission. Was everything all right? Oh, it was nothing dangerous. I just encountered some ninjas from the Mist Village, and the mission was upgraded, Hatada said casually. Although the mission had taught him much, he was unwilling to share the darker details with his friends. What? A high-level mission? Hatada, your Team 9 actually completed a high-level mission. Upon hearing this, Obito felt a pang of envy. Their Team 7 had been engaged in high-level missions for days. Even Team 3 aside, now even Hatada's Team 9 was undertaking high-level tasks. Suddenly, Obito realized how perilous high-level missions could be. They often involved Jonin. Hatada, you weren't injured, were you? Obito asked with concern. Just a Jonin from the mist. They could hardly harm me, Hatada replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Asuma chimed in excitedly. Obito, you have no idea how formidable Brother Hatada is. A Jonin from the mist. Hatada just used a gaze and a genjutsu, completely immobilizing them. The entire battle lasted no more than a minute. Mind you, this is a Jonin who emerged from the blood mist. However, as Asuma praised Hatada, Obito was somewhat skeptical. Asuma was indeed Hatada's biggest fan, and Obito felt there was something off about 8 out of 10 things he said. Really? Obito asked, looking at Hatada. Not at all, Hatada shook his head, knowing that if he admitted it, Obito would bombard him with questions. Kakashi, overhearing, understood the truth. He quietly remarked to Obito, no wonder you're the bottom of the class. You don't even realize you've been fooled. What did you say, you fool Kakashi? I'm quite clever and certainly know that Asuma is just boasting. Obito retorted. All right, Obito, Kakashi, we're all comrades here. Let us be a bit more accommodating toward each other. A young man with blonde hair and a Jonin vest approached. His warm smile was disarming as he spoke softly. Lord Minato. Upon hearing Team 7 greet him, Hatada recognized the individual before him. A ninja who embodied both gentleness and strength, nearly perfect. The future 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Hatada scrutinized Minato, who returned the gaze, smiling as he asked, You must be Uchiha Hatada, yes? I've often heard Obito and Kakashi speak of you. Haneda nodded slightly and introduced himself. I am Uchiha Haneda from Class 9, a friend of Obito and Kakashi. Kakashi speaks very highly of you. You are quite impressive, Haneda. Minato remarked with a smile, then shifted his gaze to Shikumo. It has been a while, Shikumo-senpai. How about we go grab a meal together? It's just about noon. Shikumo glanced at Rin and Hong, who were petting a cat, then looked at the gathered group of Haneda, Obito, and Kakashi, and agreed. All right. How about we go to a ramen shop called Ichiraku? Ichiraku Ramen? That place has excellent flavor. Both Kushina and I love dining there. Minato nodded gently. Hearing Shikumo and Minato's words, Haneda immediately pulled Obito and Kakashi, exclaiming, Let us go eat Ichiraku Ramen. Sure, Kakashi replied with a slight nod, while Obito was still preoccupied with the earlier question. Hey Haneda, you have to tell me, did you really defeat a Mist Village Jonin? Guess. Haneda neither confirmed nor denied it, deliberately remaining silent, which prompted Asuma to interject disdainfully. Is there really a need to guess, Obito? With Haneda's strength, it would be easy to eliminate a Jonin with a mere genjutsu. I don't believe it. Damn it, Haneda. Who's lying to me? What a loser. Chapter 066, Ichiraku Ramen. Encountering Class 3 in the midst of their noisy banter, they soon arrived at Ichiraku Ramen, a place that would later become Naruto's favorite, and one of the safest spots in the village. Once, during Pain's assault, Ichiraku Ramen remained unscathed, highlighting its high security. Boss, 3 bowls of miso ramen and 5 bowls of soy sauce ramen, please, Minato said as he settled down. He smiled at Haneda and the others. Find a spot to sit and chat. Shikumo sat next to Minato, with Kakashi, Haneda, and Obito on his right. Not long after sitting down, Obito couldn't help but exclaim, I can't believe you actually took down a Jonin from the mist. Damn it. Haneda, It seems you weren't serious when I sought your guidance. Before Haneda could respond, Asuma chimed in. Haneda-san trained so hard. It's not like you can just ask him for help whenever you feel like it. It's already generous of him to teach you anything. Who are you? Haneda is my friend from childhood, and he's also an Uchiha. If I want him to teach me, he will. Asuma retorted, listen here, Obito. I, Sarutobi Asuma, have been classmates with Haneda for 5 years, comrades in Class 9 brothers. Even I can only occasionally seek Haneda's advice. You, a slacker, would only waste his precious time. Upon hearing this, Obito could no longer contain himself and stood up, saying, Haneda, how about we train after we eat, along with Kakashi? Glancing at Asuma and then back at Obito, Haneda reluctantly nodded in agreement, as he had initially planned to rest in the afternoon. All right, Obito. However, we should wrap up training by nightfall. I have something to attend to. At this, Obito's smile brightened, while Asuma looked as if he had just consumed something unpleasant. Suddenly, a cheerful voice called from behind. Kakashi, let us have a youthful duel. Wearing a tight green outfit, Guy approached, noticing Haneda beside Kakashi, his excitement palpable. Haneda and Rin are here too. How did your mission outside the village go? The question was clearly directed at himself, to which Haneda replied with a smile. It was fine. Although it escalated into an A-rank mission, it wasn't too problematic. As they chatted, 3 more individuals approached. Leading the way was a pale-skinned man with golden snake-like eyes and long hair, Orochimaru. Following closely behind were a girl named Mitarashi Anko, munching on dumplings, and a boy named Nara Shikomaru, chewing on a kunai. An A-rank mission? Shikomo-senpai's students are doing quite well. My students just completed a B-rank mission, Orochimaru said with a smile, though his tone sent a chill through the group. Orochimaru-sensei, I was just about to challenge Kakashi to a youthful duel. Oh really? That sounds exhilarating, but you still need to keep pushing yourself, Guy, Orochimaru casually remarked, his attention fixated on Shikomo and Minato. At this moment, Shikomo smiled and said, It's not entirely my merit. The task was primarily handled by Haneda and the others. Uchiha Haneda, your Sharingan is quite impressive, Orochimaru observed, licking his lips as he spoke. After finishing his sentence, he unleashed a snake that forcibly dragged Guy away. Let's go, Guy. This ramen shop seems to have no more available seats. No, Orochimaru-sensei. I still want to challenge Kakashi. You can't win against him. Orochimaru-sensei. Youth never ceases. We must constantly challenge geniuses who work harder than ourselves. You can't win against him. Orochimaru-sensei. Silence. A snake sealed Guy's mouth, and as he protested, Orochimaru's figure gradually receded. Haneda, relieved, let go of the tension in his heart. When Orochimaru looked into his eyes, he questioned whether his Sharingan had been targeted. What is happening? Even that watermelon head has completed an A-rank mission, almost catching up to me. Obito lamented about their class's prolonged A-rank mission. He looked at Minato, saying, Minato-sensei, isn't it time to switch to a more challenging task? Look, Guy's Class 3 has completed an A-rank mission, while Haneda's Class 9 has only managed a B rank. If this continues, our Class 7 will be left far behind. Hearing Obito's complaints and requests, Minato chuckled and replied, We'll discuss it another time, Obito. Speaking of which, you still haven't even mastered walking on water. You need to focus on improving yourself. No way, Minato-sensei. You wouldn't want to be outdone by Shikomo and Orochimaru-sensei, would you? Obito utilized provocation as a tactic. Indeed, Minato-sensei. If this continues, we will be thoroughly surpassed by Class 9, Kakashi interjected. Class 9's guiding teacher was his father, and among its members was Haneda, his close friend and brother. He didn't wish to be left far behind by Haneda. Moreover, his current strength was not significantly inferior to Haneda's. He was beginning to feel weary of A-rank missions. Observing both students' sentiments, Minato scratched his head, internally apologizing to Kushina. He reluctantly agreed. All right, for the next mission, I will select a higher level one. Oh yeah, finally, we can venture out to undertake a high-ranking mission, Obito exclaimed, waving his arms excitedly, while Kakashi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, Haneda did not share their enthusiasm. Engaging in higher-level missions implied greater danger and a deeper plunge into darkness. After spending an afternoon training with Obito and Kakashi, Haneda returned to the Uchiha clan's compound. At this time, the sun was nearing the afternoon, and the sky was ablaze with crimson clouds. Haneda skillfully pushed open the door to the clan leader's residence and stepped inside. Clan leader, Brother Fugaku, I'm back. Ah, Haneda. Come in, the clan leader's voice echoed from within. After Haneda removed his shoes and entered, He found 2 cups of tea already prepared on the wooden table. I heard you secured some business for the Uchiha in the Land of Waves and collected some protection fees? The clan leader inquired. Haneda did not respond immediately, but instead asked, Clan leader, where is brother Fugaku? Is he training? He is training. Given the time, he should return soon. The clan leader replied, glancing out the window before returning his gaze to Haneda. This time, you've brought in 70 million ryo for the clan, along with a significant amount of gems and gold. Quite impressive. It's all right, Haneda replied nonchalantly, not particularly concerned about the wealth. Certainly, he harbored a sense of gratitude for the care bestowed upon him by the Uchiha over the years. Chapter 067. A conversation in the clan grounds. According to the Uchiha dispatched, the Land of Waves could yield approximately 100 million ryo annually. This sum would sufficiently cover the salaries of the clan members in the police force. Hatada, you have done a commendable service for the Uchiha, the clan leader exclaimed with evident delight. Indeed, Hatada replied, lifting his teacup and taking a sip. To be candid, he preferred not to dwell on matters concerning the Land of Waves, for it had revealed to him a different facet of the ninja world. Noticing Hatada's disinterest in the topic, the clan leader promptly shifted the conversation to Hatada's mission. The adversaries you encountered this time were not formidable, were they? With your prowess, I trust you dealt with them effortlessly. Fortunately, there was only a squad from the mist led by a jonin, with little danger involved. Hatada responded nonchalantly. A jonin? The clan leader's eyes widened in surprise. While he was aware of Hatada's exceptional talent and that he had reached jonin level early on, Hatada's tone suggested that confronting a jonin was a trivial matter for him. It was crucial to note that this jonin hailed from the Blood Mist village, emerging from the heap of corpses, not merely a self-proclaimed jonin from a minor village. However, recalling that Hatada had bested a root jonin 5 years ago, his expression returned to normal. At this juncture, Hatada added, that Miss Jonin was rather careless. I merely gestured, and he turned to me. He chuckled. Isn't it foolish to gaze into the eyes of an Uchiha? Reflecting on that battle, he found it somewhat dull. With the strength of the Mist Jonin, he ought to have been more vigilant. Alas, the mist techniques obscured his vision, preventing him from realizing that his eyes were the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Consequently, upon closing the distance, he was directly controlled. The clan leader laughed. No wonder. Your youth possesses a strong deceptive quality. Most ninjas, unaware of your information, would be ensnared by your Sharingan at first glance. As their conversation unfolded, footsteps echoed outside, and Fugaku entered. Noticing his father conversing with Hatada, he greeted them with a smile. You have returned, Hatada. I came back to the village at noon, Fugaku and I was training with friends and didn't have the chance to see you, Hatada replied. Haha, no worries. You've just begun forming your team. Nurturing that camaraderie is essential. By the way, you weren't injured during this mission, were you? Fugaku inquired as he approached Hatada with concern. Not at all, Fugaku and I. The adversaries were overly careless. I hadn't even exerted my full strength, Hatada stated. In contrast to the clan leader, Hatada preferred conversing with Fugaku. Although Fugaku lacked his father's intellect and wielded more authority, he possessed a certain simplicity. His immediate concern was Hatada's well-being, rather than probing into affairs of the Land of Waves, as the clan leader had. Observing this, the clan leader quietly excused himself, leaving the space for his son and Hatada. Fugaku, Hatada, you two carry on with your conversation. I shall step out and fetch dinner for you. Hatada, I presume you haven't dined yet. What would you like? Hatada responded, anything like what Fugaku and I is having will suffice. I'm not particularly picky. Once the clan leader departed, both Hatada and Fugaku felt a wave of relief wash over them. It's quite amusing that Uncle Clan Leader, at his age, still needs to go out for dinner. So, Fugaku and when do you plan to fully win over Makoto-ne? Hatada teased. We've already discussed it. I plan to propose first, Fugaku replied. His cheeks slightly flushed at the mention of marriage. He waved his hand dismissively. Let us not discuss that now. I'll certainly invite you to the wedding. By the way, your mission went smoothly, right? Quite so. I encountered a mist ninja, approximately a jonin, and 3 chunin, Hatada replied. The jonin was defeated by you? Indeed. From the Hozuki clan, he was destined to lose the moment he faced my Sharingan, Hatada nodded. Impressive. The Hozuki clan is quite prominent in the Mist Village. Their water techniques are formidable within the ninja world, allowing them to withstand most physical attacks, but they were unfortunate enough to be countered by your lightning release, Fugaku praised. Hatada's face flushed slightly at the compliment. It was manageable. Even without Jinjutsu, I could have easily triumphed using lightning release. Recently, I've encountered some matters and have a question for you, Fugaku and I. To you, what does being a ninja signify? Ninja? Fugaku was uncertain of the reason behind Hatada's inquiry. However, observing Hatada's expression shift from bashfulness to seriousness, he too adopted a more earnest demeanor. Resting his chin on his hand, he pondered for a moment before responding. To be honest, I'm not quite sure what it entails. To me, being a ninja is a profession. From a young age, my father instilled in me the importance of becoming an exceptional ninja. The teachers at school shared this goal, and my peers pursued it as well, so I followed suit. Later, upon truly becoming a ninja and joining the police force, managing village affairs felt akin to a job. Yet, there's one advantage of being a ninja, the power to protect those you cherish. As he spoke, Fugaku patted Hatada on the shoulder and smiled. This question must hold great significance for you, doesn't it? I apologize, Fugaku and I. Aside from my talent and strength, I feel quite ordinary. I am at a loss for an answer. Perhaps the truth lies buried within me, yet I cannot articulate it. Hatada chuckled softly. Don't fret, Fugaku and I merely seek to consult various perspectives. In truth, I already possess an answer, but I yearn for a deeper and broader exploration. Not long after, the clan leader returned with a lunchbox. Hatada jested, "See, we must trouble Uncle Clan Leader for dinner every day. Fugaku and I, you must endeavor to improve." "I shall do my utmost," Fugaku chuckled awkwardly. In truth, he too wished to marry Mikoto soon and share a life together. Hokage Tower. The third Hokage gazed at the report presented by Shikamaru, enveloped in a prolonged silence. He inhaled from his pipe, slowly exhaling smoke rings. The new leaves had already flourished. 5 years prior, Hatada had coordinated with Kakashi to eliminate a root jonin. 5 years later, he single-handedly confronted a jonin from the Mist Village, specifically from the Hozuki clan, and even controlled him with a mere Jinjutsu. Such talent and strength necessitated binding him completely. In the third Hokage's mind, images of individuals flashed by, arranged by their proximity and significance. Asuma, Kakashi, Obito, Gai, Rin, Kurenai, Minato, Orochimaru. The thought of Orochimaru gave the third Hokage a headache. His former student, aside from teaching students, had been seldom seen, only slightly better than Tsunade and Jiraiya. The third Hokage had no choice but to focus on Minato. Coincidentally, Obito and Kakashi maintained a good rapport with Hatada. Perhaps they could arrange a joint mission for Team 7 and Team 9. If Minato could strengthen his bond with Hatada, it would be even better. Chapter 068. A collaborative mission with Team 7. The following morning, as dawn broke, Hatada had just awakened and was in the midst of his morning routine. Knock, knock. A series of knocks resonated at his door. "Who is it? Obito?" Hatada called out, toothbrush in hand, as he approached the door. Upon opening it, he found a black-clad ninja wearing a bird mask, who spoke. "Uchiha Hatada, I am a ninja affiliated with the Umbu. The Hokage requests your presence at the office." With that, the Umbu ninja handed Hatada a mission scroll and vanished in an instant. Holding the mission scroll, Hatada felt a twinge of annoyance. Having just completed one mission, he was already assigned another, leaving no time for rest. Clenching the toothbrush between his teeth, he unfurled the scroll. Upon examining the list of personnel, he smiled slightly. "Kakashi, it seems we shall once again fight side by side." Having a look at how Obito has been progressing in his training, it seems he must have put in considerable effort after graduation. Hatada carefully stowed the scroll into his waist pouch. He then hurriedly jogged to the sink, rinsed his mouth, splashed water on his face, and quickly dried himself with a towel. Moments later, a loud click signaled the locking of the door. In the Hokage building, 2 groups of personnel gathered. Minato and Shikaku had arrived early at the Hokage's office, engaging in casual conversation with the third Hokage. When Hatada dashed in, pulling Obito along, Minato expressed his surprise, remarking, "Obito, you are surprisingly not late today. Is it due to Hatada?" Kakashi interjected, "Minato-sensei, it must be that Hatada specifically notified Obito, the straggler. Hatada certainly has a better sense of time than the slacker." "Idiot Kakashi. I woke up early this time. I just happened to be on the same route as Hatada." Obito retorted, visibly displeased. After all, who wouldn't he struggle to rise early when a masked stranger barged into his home and tossed a mission scroll at him? "Straggler, idiot Kakashi." Seeing the two on the verge of another quarrel, Hatada intervened with a sigh, suggesting, "Let us first hear from Shikaku and the others about the mission." At that moment, The third Hokage cleared his throat and stated, "The impromptu mission is a B rank, located at an underground black market in the northern Mizukuchi town. This black market is involved in gathering intelligence on Konoha and relaying it to Kumobikure. Teams 7 and 9 will be tasked with investigating the precise location of the black market and intercepting the intelligence. The black market operatives will not disclose any information until they receive payment, so haste is essential." Specific details have already been communicated to Minato and Shikaku. Although the third Hokage spoke thus, he had already dispatched Root to handle the matter, sending them merely to strengthen the bond between the Hokage faction and Hatada's group. "Hokage-sama, do we not need to dismantle the black market?" Minato inquired, puzzled. "The black market is entangled in many matters. Konoha often needs to leverage them, just as the 5 great nations do," the third Hokage replied. "You will come to understand this gradually, Minato." After leaving the Hokage building, Hatada began conversing with Obito and Kakashi. "How did yesterday's training in the transformation of Chidori go, Kakashi?" Hatada asked. "It was satisfactory. You have nearly mastered your Chidori Senbon." Kakashi responded. "What about you, Obito? I specifically taught you the enhanced version of the Phoenix Fire technique. Did you incorporate the shuriken into that?" "Humph. After a night of training, I've mastered it already." Asuma glanced at Kurenai and Rin, then at Hatada and the others, feeling somewhat isolated. Hence, he interjected, "Hatada, should we discuss the mission first?" "Hey, Asuma, with Minato-sensei, Shikaku, and Hatada here, discussing the mission should be straightforward, right?" Obito expressed nonchalance regarding the task. Not to mention, with just Hatada, it would be a piece of cake. After all, Hatada had just effortlessly defeated a missed Jonin. Even a B-rank mission would be trivial. Straggler. Although it's merely a B-rank mission, there could still be unforeseen dangers, Kakashi retorted coldly. "Do you look down on my friend Hatada, Kakashi?" Obito questioned. "I do not." "Stop making baseless accusations, Obito," Kakashi replied, shaking his head repeatedly. Hearing his 2 students quarreling again, this time over Hatada, Minato smiled at Shikaku, saying, "From what Obito says, it seems that Hatada is quite the capable ninja. Wouldn't you agree, Shikaku?" Kakashi had been close friends with Hatada and Obito since childhood. Moreover, if the task was merely to intercept information, it would indeed pose little challenge for Hatada, Shikaku noted. "Are you looking to train the students, Shikaku? This is a splendid opportunity, is it not? I even considered instructing Hatada not to engage in combat," Shikaku said with a smile, his words brimming with confidence in Hatada. "Is that so?" Minato turned to observe Hatada, who was mediating between Obito and Kakashi, pondering that if Hatada could face a missed Jonin directly, then Shikaku was justified in his confidence. His gaze shifted to Rin, Obito, and Kakashi. He felt little concern for Kakashi and Rin, but Obito posed a more considerable challenge. Perhaps it was time to hone Obito's skills, Minato mused. Shortly after Hatada and Obito departed from Konoha, far away in the land of water, Madara received intelligence. "Lord Madara, Hatada and Obito are heading north towards the land of fire. Their guiding teachers, Shikaku and Minato, as well as Kakashi and Rin, are also present," White Zetsu reported. Madara sat in a stone chair, eyes closed, his white hair and wrinkled face lending him an air of desolation. After a while, he asked, "What is the current status of Hatada's relationship with that brat Shikaku and his 2 teammates?" Based on Hatada's performance in the Land of Waves, it appeared that Shikaku was not only his swordsmanship instructor, but also a mentor in life. However, Asuma and Kurenai did not share the same rapport. White Zetsu replied. At that moment, Black Zetsu spoke ominously, "Lord Madara, since his friends Kakashi and Obito's beloved Rin are present, why not? Keek. This could be the perfect occasion to awaken their Manjiki Sharingan." Listening to White and Black Zetsu, Madara remained with his eyes shut, seemingly asleep. After a long silence, he opened his eyes and remarked, "Shikaku's swordsmanship is commendable. He possesses a certain level of skill. Minato has grasped the Flying Thunder God technique adequately. To provoke Hatada into awakening his eyes will be challenging. Moreover, Obito's Sharingan has yet to awaken. Let us attempt to stimulate him this time." After speaking, Madara fell silent again, as if deep in thought. After a while, he added, "Black Zetsu, send Aikir to find an opportunity to ambush Rin, Hatada, and Kakashi, inciting Obito to awaken his Sharingan and probing Hatada's current capabilities." Chapter 69. Encountering the enemy. The speed of the team's progress depends on the last member. Due to Obito, Rin, and Kurenai's comparatively slower pace, The overall speed of the group was hindered, and by the time they reached Mizukuchi town, it was already the third day. The black market typically concealed itself underground, hidden in places that passers-by would not notice. Hatada, you lead Asuma and the others in searching. Be cautious to conceal your identities. As for Team 7, at this point, Shikaku turned his gaze toward Minato. Should we split up? Or? Minato smiled. Let us split up. This town has a high foot traffic, reducing the likelihood of encountering danger. Kakashi, you take Rin and Obito to scout. Prioritize safety. After speaking, Minato tossed a kunai to Obito, gently reminding him, this is the sword of ninja love. Obito, be sure to safeguard it for your teacher. Yes, Minato-sensei. Obito curiously grasped the kunai, which, at first glance, appeared unremarkable except for the 4 characters inscribed upon it. However, given that it was entrusted personally by Minato-sensei, Obito solemnly tucked it away. Unlike Obito, Hatada and Kakashi immediately recognized it as a mark for the Flying Thunder God technique. While they had not mastered the technique, their understanding of it remained intact. It was unexpected that Minato-sensei, cared for Obito so much. Both Hatada and Kakashi thought to themselves. At that moment, Shikaku's instructions came through. Being the most experienced in the group, he was naturally entrusted with the task of leadership. I will head north, you go south, Minato. As for Hatada and Kakashi, you will each lead your teams to scout the east and west. Once he finished speaking, Obito immediately began to complain. Damn it. I have to follow that idiot Kakashi's orders again. I want to stay with Hatada. Do you think I want to be with you, straggler? Kakashi retorted promptly. Let us move. Hayate hastily led his team away, not wishing to witness another quarrel between Obito and Kakashi. However, just a few steps later, he turned back and said, I shall see you later, Obito, Kakashi. Until then. Kakashi smiled in response, then turned to Obito and Rin, saying, they have left. We should follow suit. On their way to the North Street, Asuma leaned closer to Hayate and inquired, how do we go about searching? We can search gradually or ask the right person for directions, Hayate replied, removing the forehead protector he wore. For now, let us conceal our identities. The black market is not welcoming to ninjas from the 5 great shinobi villages. Do we need a transformation jutsu? Asuma asked again. Not necessary. The crowd is quite large here. It hardly matters, and we are not significant figures. Aside from our villages, few know our identities. As he spoke, Hayate began to lead the 2 in their search, focusing on places typical of the black market, such as restrooms and izakayas. After 2.5 minutes of walking, they arrived at an izakaya. Although it was not yet nighttime, the establishment was filled with noise, with about half of its seats occupied. A drunken patron, spotting the 3 young ones entering, jested, Hey, little ones, didn't your parents tell you that children shouldn't drink alcohol? Hayate merely cast a sidelong glance at the rude drunkard, causing him to fall to the ground instantly. Onlookers mistook his collapse for drunkenness and laughed. At the counter of the izakaya sat a young and beautiful woman whose smile could ignite desire in men. However, Hayate showed no interest in her. He approached the counter and quietly asked, Do you have information about the black market, madam? Black market? What black market? Your question is rather peculiar, young one. The woman replied, resting a hand on the table, her lips painted in alluring red. Tell me where it is, and I assure you. I mean no harm to a lady, Hayate said, his expression unchanging and his tone calm. Are you from out of town? She asked. Hayate did not deny it, waiting patiently for her next words. Well then, sir, judging by your composed demeanor, you must be a ninja, she said quietly, calling upstairs. Ichiro, we have a guest. After a moment, a middle-aged man in a suit descended the stairs. He glanced at Hayate and then at Asuma and Rin, who were curiously observing him, and asked with a smile, Which guest has introduced you? I present myself. Please lead the way. Hayate stood up, casting a jinjutsu that made the man unconsciously trust him. Ah, a distinguished guest. Allow me to guide you, the man replied respectfully, gesturing towards the door. Not in the izakaya? Indeed, sir. The black market lies outside the town, he said with deference. Let on. Hayate then waved his sleeve and followed the man with Asuma and Rin in tow. As they traversed the crowded North Street, the throngs began to dwindle, and the buildings grew sparse. Soon, 3 figures approached, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin. The man leading them bore a striking resemblance to Hayate. At last, everyone is gathered. The son of the 3rd Hokage, the son of Konoha's White Fang, and 2 Uchiha children. Your heads fetch a high price. And the girls are quite appealing. Ichiro licked his lips, his gaze revealing his predatory nature. He shed his suit, revealing bulging muscles beneath, ripping the fabric apart. Asuma, Rin. You must return to the village and seek out Uncle Tsukumo. Obito, Rin, you two, Hayate, and Kakashi spoke in unison, standing protectively in front. I, Uchiha Obito, cannot abandon my comrades. Obito declared, drawing a kunai and preparing for battle. I feel the same. Asuma drew his chakra blade and said to Rin, I will protect you. Rin, hurry back to find Uncle Tsukumo. Rin, do not worry about us. Hearing Asuma's words, Obito added, exactly. Just then, Ichiro brandished a long sword, performing a dazzling flourish. Quite touching, but I assure you, none of you will escape. With a sinister grin, Ichiro sprang into action, moving with astonishing speed, almost leaving behind a mere afterimage. In an instant, he crossed over 10 meters and knocked Rin and Asuma unconscious as they attempted to flee to the village. This speed astounded everyone present. Hayate, can you see clearly? Kakashi gripped his short blade tightly, eager to rescue them, though it was not a wise decision. Barely, Hayate's Sharingan fixated on Ichiro. Yet Ichiro seemed aware of his 3-tomo Sharingan, avoiding direct eye contact. Could it be swift release? Kakashi thought, recalling the bloodline limit known for its speed. What shall we do, Hayate? Kakashi asked again. While swift release is incredibly fast, it possesses a significant drawback. Its inertia makes it difficult to change direction mid-movement. We must be wary of his attack's trajectory. Here he comes. Suddenly, an afterimage flashed past, appearing behind Kakashi. He felt the pressure and slowly raised his right leg. Just as he kicked downward, a wooden board was violently struck against a tree trunk, toppling the tree. That was a substitution technique. Had that blow landed on Kakashi, it would have resulted in either death or severe injury. Hayate's Sharingan remained fixed on Ichiro, yet his reactions lagged behind Ichiro's by a fraction of a second. Get closer together, do not separate. Hayate, sweating with tension, understood he needed to keep his eyes locked on Ichiro to protect his comrades. Have you devised a strategy yet? Ichiro mocked, his disdain evident. He swiftly moved again, but this time, rather than attacking Hayate and the others directly, he circled them rapidly. In moments, the ground was kicked up and dust flew around, obscuring their vision and causing discomfort. Yet, Hayate could not afford to close his eyes. He was the only one capable of discerning Ichiro's movements. To safeguard Obito and Kakashi, he could not afford to relent for even a moment. Suddenly, an afterimage flashed past. Hayate quickly calculated Ichiro's movements, then performed a body flicker, just as he was about to collide with Ichiro. The sound of chirping thunder echoed as lightning flickered, coalescing upon his blade. Chidori. Clang. Zzz. The clash of the short blade against the long sword unleashed a powerful explosion. At that moment, Kakashi also sprang into action. The silver blade aimed for Ichiro's heart, yet Ichiro did not evade, allowing Kakashi to act unopposed. Slicing through the air, Kakashi's blade met resistance akin to striking steel, producing sparks. His powerful strike left only a faint white mark, barely scratching the surface. Two little brats. Is that all you can do? Put a little more effort into it. Ichiro grinned widely, revealing a row of teeth gleaming like metal. This was undeniably steel release. Before them stood Ichiro, a rare double bloodline limit wielder. Fear, dread, and a hint of despair enveloped Asuma, Obito, and the others. Use lightning release, Chidori. Hayate shouted urgently. He could see that Ichiro dared not take Kakashi's blade head-on, but he had no intention of facing his Chidori, indicating that it could indeed inflict harm. Understood. As Kakashi was about to unleash his Chidori, Ikaru retreated with astonishing speed, causing Kakashi's technique to miss entirely. What should we do, Hayate? Kakashi instinctively inquired. Use that move. You know which one, Kakashi. Look into my eyes. Kakashi smiled slightly, instantly comprehending Hatate's intention. At that moment, Hayate began to form hand seals, and in an instant, more than a dozen shadow clones materialized. Multiple shadow clone technique. As Hatate's figures fully shielded the group, Obito and Asuma felt a flicker of hope reignite within them. Hayate had previously defeated a mist village jonin. Surely, with Kakashi's collaboration, they could triumph over the dual bloodline limit wielder. Moreover, the confidence radiating from Hayate and Kakashi suggested that they were well prepared. Are they all shadow clones? Huh, what use is there in numbers? They are merely paper tigers attempting to impersonate real ones. Ikaru stood high on a branch, looking down at Hayate and Kakashi while completely disregarding Asuma and Obito. Two authentic genin were beneath his notice. Kakashi, use the wind shuriken. Hatada tossed 3 wind shuriken to Kakashi, who infused his Chidori into his kunai. Understood. Kakashi immediately hurled the 3 wind shuriken, one above, one to the left, and one to the right, charging towards Ikaru. Meanwhile, Hatada stimulated his thigh with lightning chakra, enhancing his speed, and lunged at Ikaru using the lightning body flicker technique in conjunction with the Chidori flow. Wind shuriken. A trivial distraction. Ikaru had no intention of dodging, but instinctively sidestepped to evade the first wind shuriken. He swiftly maneuvered through the remaining 2 shurikens, arriving directly in front of Hatada. Facing him was the Chidori's crackling energy, but Ikaru was too fast, swiftly grasping Hatada's right hand, which was channeling the Chidori. This is bad. It's over. Obito and Asuma thought helplessly, wishing to advance, but finding themselves entirely encircled by Hatada's shadow clones. Witnessing the Chidori being captured, despair and helplessness surged within them. If even Hatada was restrained, what could they do? Suddenly, the captured Hatada transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished. The wind shuriken by Ikaru's side morphed into Kakashi, whose eyes met Ikaru's gaze. Jinjutsu, hell viewing technique. Terrifying and bloody images assaulted Ikaru's mind, preventing him from escaping with his swift body flicker. Simultaneously, the wind shuriken circling behind transformed into Hatada's form. The cacophony of 1,000 birds echoed in Ikaru's ears. Gather. Chidori. Chidori sharp spear. A bolt of lightning surged towards Ikaru's head, while a beam shot towards his heart. In an instant, blood splattered. Ikaru, leveraging his formidable will, narrowly evaded the fatal strike, but his right chest and left shoulder bore a massive scar, charred and oozing the scent of seared flesh. Just as Ikaru aimed to flee, a flash of crimson light appeared. It was Hatada's 3-tomo Sharingan. Jinjutsu, binding technique. Hatada offered no quarter, unleashing his most proficient illusion. Over the past 5 years, he had been plagued by guilt over his inadequate Jinjutsu and lack of control. He had devoted himself to mastering these arts, determined to prevent Kakashi from suffering harm once more. At that moment, the blood-red world enveloped Ikaru entirely. For thick pillars pinned Ikaru's limbs completely. It is over. This is my realm, Hatada stated calmly. I never imagined that a dual bloodline wielder like myself would fall to 2 mere children. Ikaru looked up at Hatada, frustration and resentment swelling within him. Hatada ignored Ikaru's impotent fury, his expression serene as he spoke. You are not the first. Now, I will ask, and you will answer. I will leave you with a complete corpse. Who sent you? And how did you come to know our intel? Do not tell me you are unaware. Huh? Do you think I would divulge anything at this juncture? Suddenly, a dark force tore through a corner of the blood-red world, whisking Ikaru away entirely. In reality, Hatada clutched his eyes in anguish, unable to fathom why his binding technique had failed. Hatada. Kakashi unleashed his Chidori, aiming to end Ikaru's life. Yet, against the swift body flicker, his speed seemed woefully inadequate. Bang! Kakashi was knocked over in front of Obito, with Hatada following closely behind. Just 2 children? How could I possibly lose? Now it is your turn. Ikaru bared his iron-like sharp fangs, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he gazed at Obito and Asuma. In that moment, despair fully enveloped their hearts. Chapter 071. Minato's dashing rescue. I will never allow you to harm my comrades. Obito proclaimed with fervor, his eyes rapidly transforming as the double Tomo Sharingan manifested. Obito. Both Hatada and Kakashi, who had been knocked down, turned in astonishment towards Obito's eyes. But what could the double Tomo Sharingan accomplish? Hatada's 3-tomo had already fallen to Ikaru. Hatada, Kakashi, fear not. I will protect you, no matter what. Obito brandished the sword entrusted to him by Minato, positioning it before himself, his gaze fixed intently on Ikaru. Double Tomo Sharingan, impressive. Yet, even the 3-tomo will falter before my swift body flicker. Ikaru instantaneously appeared before Obito, raising his leg to deliver a kick. However, Obito blocked it with a kunai. Screech. The kunai clashed against Ikaru's leg, leaving no mark as if it had struck steel. Ikaru, possessing both swift body flicker and steel release, embodied both speed and defense. For Obito, who had just awakened his eyes, merely catching sight of Ikaru's movements and acting upon them was already a monumental challenge. Those who are useless cannot protect their comrades. Your power is far too weak to even pique my interest, Ikaru scoffed. Compared to Hatada and Kakashi's coordinated Chidori, Obito appeared pitifully inferior. Suddenly, Hatada rose, releasing a faint blue Chidori sharp spear aimed at Ikaru. Yet, Ikaru sidestepped effortlessly, instantly appearing behind Hatada. First, I will eliminate the threatening ones, then I will deal with you pathetic weaklings. Ikaru cackled heartily, disregarding the attacks from Obito and Asuma. With Hatada nearby, Obito's proud fire techniques could not even be unleashed. Even if they could be, hitting Ikaru, who possessed swift body flicker, would be nearly impossible. Am I to simply watch my comrades perish? Obito's double Tomo Sharingan reflected utter despair. He resented his past self for not training harder, leaving him powerless to act as Hatada and Kakashi fell. Am I to merely watch him kill Hatada? Obito whispered, tears welling in his eyes. At that moment, a brilliant golden light flashed, charging towards Ikaru. Just as Ikaru prepared to strike, he was forcefully kicked away. Am I late? A gentle male voice resonated in everyone's ears. The newcomer was none other than the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, who had arrived via the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato-sensei, Obito exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Are you already near death? It seems you have done well. As Minato spoke, he spread the sword of love across the battlefield. The enemy possesses swift body flicker and steel release, Minato-sensei. Hatada shouted from the side. Steel release, you say? The troublesome fellow Minato activated his Flying Thunder God technique and instantly appeared behind Ichiro. Before Ichiro could react, the kunai in Minato's hand had already been infused with wind chakra and was launched towards him. Bang! The kunai grazed Ichiro's neck, and in an instant, it shattered. Only a thin line of blood marked Ichiro's neck, with no signs of severing a major artery. Even the adept wind chakra struggled to penetrate the enemy's defenses. Indeed, I found myself lacking in offensive capability. Minato swiftly utilized his Flying Thunder God technique to evade. In that fleeting moment, Ichiro's arm, aimed at him, came within a mere millimeter of contact. Even Ichiro, who possessed swift movement, could not compare to Minato's speed. However, that fleeting moment of attack reminded Minato of his previous encounters with the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, and the Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han. They had speed, yet could not break through the defenses of their tailed beasts. Minato's gaze shifted to Ichiro's right chest and shoulder, where dark, festering flesh and scars lay, a clear indication of the damage inflicted by Hitaki and his companions. At that moment, the sage body-wielding Hitaki rose to his feet, his stamina and chakra barely restored to 30%. With lightning release, Minato-sensei, Chidori can penetrate his defenses. Hitaki wiped the dirt from his face and spoke in a low voice. Chidori, I see. Can you still fight, Hitaki? Minato gently inquired. Yes. The moment he spoke, the sound of Chidori echoed, and a blinding blue light shimmered on Hitaki's short blade. Just press forward. Leave the rest to me, Minato smiled. As those words left his lips, the Flying Thunder God activated. Just as Ichiro intended to retreat, a blade crackling with electricity lunged toward his left chest. This moment lasted a mere 0.001 seconds. And this was Minato's speed. Pierced through the heart, Ichiro instinctively activated the seal hidden within his wristwatch. Numerous explosive tags burst forth from the seal, enveloping Ichiro entirely. He intended to self-destruct. Minato-sensei. Hitaki's words were left unfinished as a flash of gold erupted, and Ichiro's body broke free from the explosive tags. Hitaki, caught off guard, found himself back beside Obito. Prepare for the explosion, Minato gently warned. Boom, boom, boom. The words barely escaped his lips when a series of explosions rang in his ears. The transported body of Ichiro oozed a mysterious black liquid. Observing Minato's heroic silhouette, Hitaki felt an unprecedented sense of security. This man, a perfect blend of gentleness and strength, was truly remarkable. Particularly the Flying Thunder God, Hitaki envied it immensely. Such speed could not be matched even by his own swift movement. This was the true power of space-time ninjutsu. Apologies for almost being late. Minato turned back to Hitaki and the others, offering a sincere apology. Your timing was impeccable, Minato-sensei, Hitaki exclaimed with excitement. Just a second before Minato's arrival, Obito had felt despair at his inability to protect his comrades. The arrival of Minato-sensei was like a beacon of hope, instantly turning the tide. Feeling slightly embarrassed by the praise, Minato scratched his head, glancing at the three individuals sprawled on the ground. It seems this mission will be elevated in rank. Minato retrieved a sealing scroll to secure Ichiro's body. This corpse was to be sent back to the village's autopsy team, where special methods would be employed to extract information regarding Ichiro's reasons for attacking Hitaki and the others. We are ready to return. This mission has already been completed. As Shikaka-senpai has discovered, Minato said softly. Hitaki and the others relaxed completely, each retrieving their belongings that had inadvertently fallen on the battlefield. Casting a glance at Kakashi, who had fainted at some point, Hitaki chuckled helplessly before hoisting Kakashi onto his back. Observing this, Obito and Asuma exchanged delighted glances, each carrying Rin and Kurenai respectively as they departed from the scene. Chapter 072, Obito, Black Zetsu? At Mizukuchi Town, as Hitaki and the others returned. The sky was painted with crimson hues, the sun nearly setting. Inside an inn, Hitaki gathered a pale green chakra in his hands, healing Kakashi and the others one by one. Minato, watching, expressed slight astonishment. I didn't expect you to possess medical ninjutsu in addition to your exceptional lightning release. I only know a little, Hitaki replied, continuing his work, and soon Kakashi and the others began to awaken. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Hitaki, Kakashi smiled faintly. It seems it's your turn to protect me now, Hitaki. Don't say that. Minato-sensei and Obito also contributed, Hitaki replied, his gaze involuntarily averting. Hearing their exchange, Minato smiled. It was Hitaki who broke through the defense of steel release. I have been lacking in offensive techniques with my flying thunder god, the Rasengan. Hitaki recalled the image of Minato attacking Ichiro. He used wind chakra with a kunai, not the Rasengan popularized by Naruto. In a sense, Minato invented the Rasengan to complement the flying thunder god technique. After all, Minato's speed was so great that only ninjutsu without hand seals could keep up with him. As Hitaki pondered this, Obito shouted loudly, Exactly, Kakashi. I worked hard to protect you too. With that, Obito activated his double Tomo Sharingan, pointing to his eyes and boasting, See? This is my double Tomo Sharingan. My future will be carved into the Hokage rock. What I once claimed has now come to pass, you fool, Kakashi. Even with the Sharingan, the underdog remains the underdog, and in the end, it is still Hitaki who must protect you, Kakashi retorted, his tone habitual. You fool, Kakashi. I should have known better than to protect you. Obito huffed. Hearing them bicker once more, Hitaki and Minato exchanged helpless smiles. These two were always at odds, which was truly a headache. Once satisfied that Kakashi was fine, Hitaki suddenly recalled Ichiro's corpse. He was now perplexed about how Ichiro knew about his 3-Tomo Sharingan and his adeptness in Jinjutsu. Moreover, how did Ichiro manage to escape from his shackling technique? The shackling technique was an advanced application of the hypnotic eye, a top-tier existence in the realm of Jinjutsu. He had trained hard for 5 years to master it. Minato-sensei, has that corpse been sent back to Konoha? Hitaki inquired. Regarding that matter, I have already sent it to Miyaboka Mountain to be handed over to the autopsy team by Jiraiya-sensei. I believe we will receive results soon, Minato replied gently. In the distant land of blood mist, within a hidden basement, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground alongside White Zetsu. Lord Madara, Black Zetsu roused the slumbering Madara. Due to his advanced age, Madara relied on the Outer Path's golem to sustain his life. He often fell into slumber to await the arrival of the Moon Eye Plan's successor, with Black and White Zetsu executing the plans he had arranged. How goes the plan? Madara inquired slowly as he opened his eyes. Lord Madara, Ichiro fell at the hands of Hitaki and Minato-sensei, nearly perishing against the combined efforts of Hitaki and Kakashi. Had I not intervened to help Ichiro break free from Hitaki's Jinjutsu, he would have certainly met his end, Black Zetsu respectfully reported. And Obito? Madara asked in a low voice. He successfully awakened his Sharingan, and it is a double Tomo, Black Zetsu replied. It seems he harbors a deep obsession with Rin no Era. Hitaki and Kakashi, Madara remarked, resting a hand on his stone chair and tapping his fingers thoughtfully. Knock, knock, knock. After a while, the muffled sound faded, and Madara spoke again. To awaken the Mangeki Sharingan, it may only require a single step. His beloved girl is Rin no Era, is it not? Let us arrange for his best friend, either Obito or Kakashi, to kill Rin right before his eyes. At this point, Madara paused and continued. As for Obito, let us have SHM die during a mission, killed by his own teacher right in front of him. We can then leave this matter to Konoha. Danzo's route, which he established, is quite fitting, given that he has enmity with him. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu immediately flattered. Lord Madara's plan is flawless. I dare say Obito will never suspect that everything is orchestrated by you. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage, will surely protect Danzo, and this will allow us to recruit him through the power of vengeance. 2.5 days later, Obito and his companions returned to Konoha. Inside the Hokage building, the third Hokage silently took a puff from his pipe as he observed Obito and his team entering. He never anticipated that a mission of this level would suddenly escalate to such extremities. His initial intention was merely to foster a bond between Obito and the Hokage's faction, yet it nearly cost lives. Nonetheless, the performance of Obito and Kakashi astonished the third Hokage. The dual bloodline limit ninja, embodying both speed and defense, was a force to be reckoned with. Straddling the line between elite ninja and Hokage, it was astonishing that such an individual almost fell to the hands of two genin. Even though he had anticipated Obito's strength, the third Hokage was still taken aback. Given time, there might indeed be another mirror image to appear. Hokage-sama, here is the detailed report of the mission. SHM stepped forward, presenting a scroll to the third Hokage. After a brief glance, the Hokage remarked, "Well done. Ike here is a notorious bounty hunter in the black market, specializing in assassination. He has set his sights on Obito and may be interested in his 3-tomo Sharingan and the bounty on my son, Asuma." According to the report from the autopsy team, his body had been tampered with. His brain was completely destroyed at the time of death. It is highly likely that he was involved in too many secrets, which led to the black market taking action against him. Listening to the third Hokage's explanation, Obito's mind began to race. It was indeed possible that the black market had learned of his information, albeit unlikely. Although he had acted in the land of waves, that instance was swift, and there were no witnesses. The chances of being discovered were minimal, and Asuma and the others would not mention such matters to unrelated individuals. The most puzzling aspect was how Aikir managed to escape his shackles. He had seemingly resigned to his fate. Surely he could not possess a split personality? Suddenly, Obito recalled a sinister laughter. He realized that Aikir's laughter during battle was hearty, entirely unlike that of a typical schemer. In that instant, a bold hypothesis emerged in his mind. Could it be Black Zetsu? Was it possible that Uchiha Obito had become a target for the shadowy figures of the ninja world? Madara and Black Zetsu? Chapter 073, Minato Learning Chidori? Obito silently cast his gaze toward Obito. According to the original plot, it was highly probable that Madara had set his sights on him. Among the Uchiha clan, Obito was the only one who cared for the elderly, loved the village, and maintained an optimistic outlook. This was precisely the kind of person Madara needed. As for himself, being the most talented young genius of the Uchiha was a reasonable cause for being targeted. With this deduction, all the irrationalities during the battle suddenly made sense. Stepping out of the Hokage building, Obito appeared lost in thought. SHM, well acquainted with his student, chuckled and inquired, "What's wrong, Obito? Are you feeling uneasy about the bounty on your head from the black market?" "Pretty much," Obito replied, choosing not to disclose his suspicions to SHM. The idea of Madara still being alive was far too absurd for anyone to believe. Besides, why would he be the only one privy to information that everyone else was unaware of? His journey through time was his most significant secret, one he could never reveal. SHM smiled, comforting him. "The black market will not act again in a short time since they have failed once. They may even fear you due to your strength. Rest assured, while they desire your Sharingan, they must also consider the consequences of offending the Uchiha and Konoha. The cost does not equate to the reward." Obito nodded gently, deciding to bury this matter within himself. Even if Madara and Black Zetsu had their sights set on him, what could he possibly do? Contemplating this issue was merely inviting trouble. It would be wiser to devote himself to training and enhancing his abilities, thus overcoming any obstacles that lay ahead. Meanwhile, Minato walked through the streets of Konoha, burdened with his own thoughts. He pondered how to compensate for his shortcomings in offensive capabilities. Not to mention dealing with tailed beast balls, he found it challenging to break through the tailed beast's defenses. Minato recalled his powerlessness against the 4-tails Jinchuriki, Sutsuki, and the 5-tails Jinchuriki, Han. According to their statements, only a Jinchuriki could contend with another Jinchuriki, which meant his beloved would have to take the battlefield. However, Kushina could not fully control the 9-tails. If she were to engage in battle, any emotional fluctuations might lead to her being overtaken by the 9-tails. This was something Minato could never accept. If only he could perfect that technique, just as Minato was deep in contemplation. A woman with long red hair suddenly rushed from a distance and embraced him tightly. Minato, you finally returned. It was Kushina. It's been a while, Minato instinctively remarked. You seem troubled, Minato. Kushina, with her sensitive nature, sensed that Minato was not keen on meeting her today. Haha, it's nothing, Kushina, Minato chuckled awkwardly, attempting to brush off the matter. He did not wish to burden Kushina with his worries. These pains were his to bear alone. Shall we practice sealing techniques? Don't worry, Minato. I'll be strict today, Kushina said, growing increasingly excited as she looked at him. And Minato, you grasp things quickly. There are still many sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan for us to explore. Apologies, Kushina, but Minato lowered his head, avoiding her hopeful gaze. I want to practice other ninjutsu in a different place today. What technique? Kushina leaned in, peering into Minato's eyes. Her expression was earnest, almost as if she were upset. It's something I can't even tell myself. No, Minato quickly shook his head. It's because that technique isn't complete yet. It's still very dangerous. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Minato as he thought of Obito's Chidori, which could be unleashed without hand signs. This technique was perfectly suited for him, as his chakra attributes included lightning. Yet, he had not trained extensively in this area of ninjutsu. Actually, it's Chidori, which Obito created. Kakashi also knows this technique. It's at the J-nin level and quite dangerous to train. I don't want you to get hurt, Kushina. Is that so? I understand. In response to Minato's puzzled gaze, Kushina erupted. If you dislike being with me, just say so. No, I've never thought that. Minato hurriedly denied, waving his hands. Just then, Obito happened to pass by. Minato-sensei, Kushina-nichin. Obito greeted enthusiastically, calling out to Minato. How about we train this afternoon, Minato-sensei? I don't want to be mocked by that fool Kakashi again, nor do I want to keep relying on Obito for protection. What do you say, Minato-sensei? I beg you. Sorry, I have to go now. See you later. Minato dashed off toward Obito, glancing back to offer Kushina an apologetic gesture. Goodbye, Kushina-nichin. Obito echoed, following suit. Upon witnessing the scene, Kushina was about to pursue, but was obstructed by two umbu behind her. Ahead lay the boundary of the barrier. Understanding the situation, Kushina lowered her head and silently turned to leave. No one could discern her thoughts. What? Teacher Minato, you wish to learn Chidori from that guy Hatada? Obito exclaimed in astonishment. He was well aware of his teacher's proficiency in various ninjutsu. Aside from space-time ninjutsu, Minato excelled in wind techniques, sealing techniques, summoning jutsu, and sage techniques. It was astonishing that Minato, of all people, wanted to learn the lightning technique, Chidori. Are you serious, Minato-sensei? Obito asked again. There is a technique that is too dangerous, and I have yet to perfect it. I believe Hatada's Chidori would perfectly complement my Flying Thunder God technique. Take me to meet Hatada, Obito. Consider it a favor from your teacher, Minato said, momentarily shedding his gentle demeanor and speaking with seriousness. Seeing Minato's earnestness, Obito instinctively nodded. All right, half a month ago, Hatada would typically be found practicing swordsmanship at the training grounds of the Hitaki clan. However, things had changed. He now trained at the Uchiha family grounds, which were quite close to his home. Obito occasionally trained alongside Hatada, so he was aware of his current location. Soon, the two arrived at Hatada's training spot. It was a small grove, where Hatada sat atop a large stone, surrounded by a dozen shadow clones. He was currently training the nature transformation of lightning chakra. Hatada, guess who I brought along? At the sound of Obito's familiar voice, Hatada opened his eyes. The figures of Obito and Minato came into view. Obito, Minato-senpai, what brings you here? Hatada asked, puzzled. To be honest, he did not have a deep relationship with Minato, nor had his fondness reached a significant level. He suspected that Minato had come to see him through Obito. After nearly 10 years of friendship, he understood Obito well, but was uncertain why Minato sought him. Minato-sensei wishes to consult you about Chidori, Hatada, Obito announced as he approached casually. Glancing at the lightning in Hatada's hand, he thought to himself that with Hatada's immense talent and strength, he worked tirelessly. He needed to exert even more effort to keep up. Is that so, Minato-senpai? Hatada leaped down from the stone, landing beside Obito, and curiously inquired. Aren't you skilled in wind techniques? Why the sudden interest in lightning? Minato scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward about seeking ninjutsu guidance from a junior. Hatada, after our last battle, I realized that your Chidori can be released without hand signs, which would perfectly complement my Flying Thunder God technique. Hatada considered that leveraging Chidori might enhance his rapport with Minato and agreed, "No problem, Minato-senpai." However, achieving the release of Chidori without hand signs requires a high degree of proficiency and understanding of chakra nature transformation. It will take considerable time to train. Minato was aware of Chidori's difficulty, having heard Kakashi complain about it several times, and immediately affirmed, "As long as I can practice, that's fine." By the way, Hatada, do you have any ninjutsu you'd like to learn? Does the Flying Thunder God count? Hatada understood Minato's intentions. He did not want to benefit without giving something in return. After a moment's thought, Hatada smiled. "How about the Four Symbol Seal? I've heard it's quite powerful, capable of sealing-tailed beasts, though I'm unsure of its truth. I would appreciate your guidance, as my foundation in sealing techniques is rather weak." Just as Minato was about to respond, Hatada began to demonstrate the release of Chidori. "Minato-senpai, the hand signs for Chidori are rat, horse, monkey, horse, and rabbit, 5 signs in total." As he spoke, Hatada formed the signs. And at the moment the rabbit sign was completed, the sound of Chidori echoed through the air. Simultaneously, blue lightning coiled around Hatada's right hand, sparkling brilliantly. "Incredible, Hatada!" Obito could not help but exclaim, as it was his first time witnessing Hatada's Chidori release. "Could you demonstrate it again?" Minato asked attentively, fixating on the chakra fluctuations in Hatada's hand. He sensed that as Hatada formed the signs, a significant amount of lightning chakra gathered in his right hand. When Chidori was released, the lightning chakra underwent a swift nature transformation, akin to a beast pouncing on its prey. "Of course, Minato-senpai, that was merely a demonstration. I haven't formally begun teaching yet." Hatada retracted Chidori, and the sound of thunder dissipated in an instant. The essence of Chidori lies in the speed of the thrust, concentrating the high-intensity current generated by lightning chakra in the hand to synchronize with the thrust velocity. As he spoke, Hatada once again formed the signs, but this time at a slower pace, and the accumulation of lightning chakra also slowed significantly. Controlling the volatile nature of lightning chakra to decelerate its speed is exceedingly challenging. However, after 5 years of training to develop Chidori, Hatada's understanding of lightning chakra had reached a profound level. "You want me to demonstrate again?" Minato asked. And under Hatada's astonished gaze, he quickly formed the signs. Within a second, the sound of Chidori emanated from his right hand. Hearing the familiar sound and witnessing the familiar brilliance, Hatada felt a sense of defeat from Minato's innate talent. He recalled the fear of being overshadowed when he taught Kakashi Chidori. Back then, Kakashi had learned it after just 1 or 2 demonstrations, which was simply outrageous. This was the realm of true genius, a world beyond what one could achieve through sheer effort. "It seems simple. Hatada, your explanation was excellent," Minato remarked with a smile. Listening to Minato's gentle voice and seeing his relaxed smile, Hatada felt the bitterness in his heart dissipate. "Amazing, Minato-sensei. Hatada only demonstrated it twice and already mastered it." Obito exclaimed. This familiar scene made Hatada increasingly uncomfortable. He decided to wager the 5 years of effort he spent on shadow clones to see if Minato could release Chidori without hand signs. With over 1,000 shadow clones and 1,800 nights of relentless practice, Hatada could not believe that genius could surpass this hurdle. Ahem, since Minato-senpai has already learned Chidori, let me elaborate on the techniques for releasing it without hand signs. The essence of releasing Chidori without hand signs is fundamentally similar to the hand sign method. However, forming hand signs allows for temporary concentration, simplifying the rapid accumulation of lightning chakra. It is akin to enzymes in biology or catalysts in chemistry. Hand signs serve as intermediaries in ninjutsu execution. As long as one can mobilize more chakra within a short time frame and induce a rapid transformation in the nature of lightning chakra, Chidori can be executed without hand signs. For instance, like this. Upon finishing, Hatada instantly unleashed Chidori, the sound of lightning resonating, without forming any hand signs. "Incredible, Hatada." His scholarly explanation, coupled with the effortless demonstration of Chidori, left Obito starstruck. "When will I ever be able to achieve that level of skill?" Hatada smiled lightly, retracting Chidori. "The efforts of 1,800 nights multiplied by 10 will never be compensated by mere talent." After listening, Minato attempted to replicate the technique. He gathered a substantial amount of lightning chakra in his right hand, but by the time he sought to induce a rapid transformation in its nature, it was already too late. The lightning in his hand extinguished instantly. Minato tried again. reducing the accumulation of lightning chakra while hastening the nature transformation, but without enough chakra. Chidori quickly faded into dullness. Soon, Minato became acutely aware that performing the Flying Thunder God technique required precise control over the lightning release chakra he wielded. Furthermore, he needed a profound understanding of the nature transformation of the lightning release chakra, a mastery that could not be achieved overnight. Observing this, Hitachi's lips curled into a sly smile. His efforts, combined with his unique advantages, surpassed what mere talent could achieve. Even Sasuke would have to obediently invest 3 years to reach his level. Minato-senpai, Hitachi advised, the lightning release chakra is too volatile. It requires patient and diligent practice. If you dedicate enough time to honing your skills, you will undoubtedly master it. Minato offered a bittersweet smile, contemplating the need for contingency plans. The current international situation was dire, with Sunagakure stirring restlessly, seeking to incite war and seize lands from the Land of Fire. If one village was on high alert, the other 3 ninja villages were also preparing for conflict. A war in the ninja world could erupt at any moment, and he might find it challenging to master the Flying Thunder God technique before the flames of battle ignited, thus failing to protect his beloved. After a morning of intense study, Hitachi felt fatigued from instructing Minato. During the lesson, Obito insisted on joining, prompting Hitachi to summon a shadow clone to assist Obito with his fire release training and to address some issues regarding the Sharingan's application. By noon, Hitachi sat upon a stone, sipping from his water pouch, while Minato continued to train, focusing on the nature transformation of his lightning release chakra. After a hearty gulp, Hitachi wiped his mouth and inquired, Minato-senpai, what drives your relentless training? Having dedicated himself to altering the fate of his comrades and close friends for the past 5 years, he was curious whether Minato's motivation stemmed from a desire to advance Konoha. The purpose of my efforts? Minato paused, his hands momentarily halting, before responding with a smile. To protect my comrades, the village, and the ones I love. Surely, you can comprehend my sentiments, Hitachi? Minato understood the implications of awakening the Sharingan, especially the 3-tomo variant. Before Hitachi could respond, Obito interjected, indeed, Minato-sensei. What significance does power hold if one cannot safeguard what is essential? Is that so? Hitachi chuckled, then posed another question. Is this also your perspective on being a ninja, Minato-senpai? Why are you pondering such trivial matters again? Isn't a ninja merely someone who protects their comrades? Minato recalled Obito's words from 5 years prior, when he said that those who abandon missions are worthless, and those who forsake their comrades are even less than that. Obito retorted, visibly irked, yet Hitachi's attention was clearly directed at Minato, as he overlooked Obito's outburst. Being a ninja, Minato reflected on the term with a hint of nostalgia, aware of some of Hitachi's inner thoughts. As a ninja of Konoha, my duty is to protect my comrades, my village, and the ones I cherish. That is my understanding of what it means to be a ninja. However, my teacher once told me that a ninja is someone who can endure everything. Before he could finish, a tall, middle-aged man with waist-length white hair and an oil-stained forehead protector appeared beside Minato. Ah, finally found you, Minato. Not training with that fiery girl Kushina today, but here with 2 Uchiha brats instead? Not coming to practice that tailed beast bomb with me? Jiraiya's reference to Uchiha brats immediately provoked Obito's ire. Hey, pervy sage. How rude. Hitachi and I are already ninjas, not the brats you refer to. Obito exclaimed, pointing at Jiraiya with a loud protest. Indeed, you are just a brat, Jiraiya retorted. Ignoring Obito and scrutinizing Hitachi, the prodigious boy who had begun to shine 5 years ago, frequently mentioned by the old man. Jiraiya had heard that this lad possessed talents akin to those of Orochimaru in his prime, which he met with skepticism, as he held a high regard for Orochimaru. Jiraiya-sama. Hitachi greeted politely. Jiraiya acknowledged him with a nod and turned to Minato. Are you training in lightning release? I recall you were more adept in wind release, weren't you? Come on, Minato, let us head to the 3rd training ground and practice that tailed beast bomb for your little girlfriend. Minato replied, let us stay here, Jiraiya-sensei. It's convenient with Obito and Hitachi present. I can guide them in their training. Those 2. Jiraiya recalled the old man's policy of appeasing the Uchiha, and, considering Obito was his apprentice, nodded in agreement. All right, the environment here is quite suitable as well. Tailed beast bomb? Hitachi, who had been eavesdropping, mused. Could Minato be developing the Rasengan? According to the original story, the Rasengan was derived from the tailed beast bomb, and Minato had created it for Kushina, perfectly aligning with Jiraiya's reference to his little girlfriend. As Hitaki pondered, a violent explosion erupted nearby. Minato was attempting to condense something, but the orb had exploded due to the highly concentrated chakra before it could take shape. Minato evaded the blast using Flying Thunder God, but the ground bore the brunt, leaving a deep crater. "Minato-sensei, are you alright?" Obito called out, concerned. "Still too volatile. Can such highly concentrated chakra truly work?" Minato mused, reflecting on the recent changes. He noticed Obito's concern for him and responded, "I'm fine, Obito. Just be careful and keep your distance." "Alright, Minato-sensei, stay safe," Obito said, knowing he could do little else, and settled beside Hitaki. In that position, he felt secure, confident that Hitaki would protect him should anything go awry. Hitaki silently observed Minato's relentless attempts while recalling the training methods for the Rasengan. He vaguely remembered that the training involved simulating the tailed beast bomb with a water balloon and inducing chaotic movement to cause it to burst. However, due to his hazy recollection, Hitaki refrained from attempting the Rasengan. Compared to the Rasengan, the Chidori seemed better suited for someone like him, who possessed the Sharingan. Thus, he paid little further attention to the Rasengan. In merely a few minutes, Minato had attempted to create the Rasengan dozens of times until he collapsed from chakra exhaustion. The area where he trained was now riddled with craters, evidence of his relentless pursuit of the technique. Observing Minato engrossed in discussion with Jiraiya, Hitaki suggested, "Why not try using a water-filled balloon to simulate the highly concentrated chakra and guide the water to create erratic movements to induce an explosion? This way, you would conserve much chakra." "What do you know, kid?" Jiraiya, momentarily interrupted in his excited discussion with his apprentice, snapped back irritably. However, suddenly, he locked eyes with Minato, and in that moment, both understood. Could that actually work? Without hesitation, Jiraiya quickly procured water-filled balloons for Minato, who did not disappoint. After just a few attempts, he successfully burst the water-filled balloons. At that moment, Hitaki proposed, "Let us replace the balloons with sturdier rubber balls. No need to fill them with water. We can directly use highly concentrated chakra to simulate the water." A stroke of genius. Both Minato and Jiraiya realized that Hitaki's suggestion was remarkable, as if he had foreseen the genesis of the Rasengan. No, he even provided the steps for its development. Observing the astonished expressions on Minato's face, Hitaki silently shook his head. The fundamental methodology for mastering the Rasengan was either conceived by Minato or Jiraiya. Had Hitaki not vaguely remembered the original narrative, a situation akin to the one with Tobirama's rights might have ensued. As Jiraiya fetched the ball, Minato made a brief attempt. With a loud bang, the ball exploded. Simultaneously, a sphere comprised entirely of formless chakra materialized in Minato's hand. The initial form had taken shape. "Jiraiya-sensei, let us name this technique the Radiant Water Sphere." Initiating the Rotating Feathered Duel Technique. Chapter 76. Because I truly do not want to lose you. Such an absurdly lengthy and uninspired name. Jiraiya silently shook his head. What a ridiculous name. It utterly tarnishes the reputation of the Rasengan. Did Hatena really think he could name it himself? The simplicity of Rasengan is far more appealing, isn't it? Wow, the name you came up with is incredibly cool, Minato-sensei. As Obito listened to this string of impressive words, particularly the name Hatena, his eyes sparkled with admiration. Jiraiya, having stood up after patting his backside, addressed Minato. "Since this technique has been developed, I shall take my leave. The old man has assigned me several tasks, so you should rest well during this time. Do you understand?" Observing Jiraiya's serious demeanor, Minato nodded, his earlier excitement diminishing significantly. "Yes, Jiraiya-sensei." As Jiraiya departed, he glanced back at Hatena, who was resting on a stone. He smiled and remarked, "A commendable junior. It seems you have learned much from SHM." It was not until Jiraiya had completely left that Obito eagerly tugged at Hatena's clothing and exclaimed, "Hatena, Hatena, the perverted sage is praising you." "I know," Hatena retorted, pushing Obito away in disdain, when suddenly he sensed something and gazed towards a tree. Knowing she had been discovered, Kushina poked her head out. "Huh, why are you here? Is everything all right, Kushina?" Minato inquired with concern. Fully revealed, Kushina cast a fierce glare at Hatena and the innocent Obito beside him. Rubbing the back of her head, she defended herself. It's not what you think." Kushina suddenly had a flash of inspiration, her eyes shifting to the left as she whispered, "The third Hokage granted special permission for me to leave the barrier. Naturally, Minato had no reason to doubt his beloved and even concocted an excuse for her. I see. That explains why there have been fewer observers lately. On this note, Kushina bowed deeply to Minato, apologizing. I was wrong earlier to vent my anger at you. Watching Kushina's apology, Minato felt a pang of guilt. After all, he had not upheld the agreement made with her. They had promised to train together in the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. No, I should be the one apologizing. Kushina, I failed to honor our agreement. Kushina did not dwell on this. She was more concerned about the new technique Minato had mentioned occasionally. Was that ninjutsu you just created? Kushina asked. Ah, you saw that? Yes. In fact, I was willing to breach our agreement to create the ninjutsu I just demonstrated. Huh. What is going on, Minato? Gazing into Kushina's eyes, Minato paused for a moment before responding earnestly. Because we stand on the brink of war, once it erupts, the tailed beasts from enemy nations will be unleashed, and you may find yourself sent to the battlefield. Thus, I specifically developed this technique to combat the tailed beasts and the Jinchuriki of enemy nations. This way, you can avoid the battlefield, Kushina. Moreover, I can teach it to you, as your chakra is perfectly suited for this ninjutsu. At this juncture, Minato fixed his gaze into Kushina's eyes, because I truly do not wish to lose you. As the two engaged in heartfelt dialogue, Hatena found himself torn between eavesdropping and fearing he might miss something significant. His ears, however, were entirely drawn to the gossip. Yet, when he heard Minato express his desire not to lose Kushina, Hatena felt an overwhelming sense of resolve, reminiscent of Obito's protective instincts. He too was touched by Minato's love for Kushina. But at that moment, a crisis erupted. Kushina lost control, her body emanating a malevolent red chakra. She was rapidly transforming into the Nine Tails. What is wrong, Kushina? Minato began to act, but was violently tossed aside by a tail, rolling several meters away. Blood splattered from his chest, even landing on Hatena's face from a distance. Minato! Kushina shouted anxiously towards Minato, but the Nine Tails, intent on breaking free, taunted. I should have warned you not to trust anyone. This guy is using you too. The Nine Tails extended its head, revealing the Kangon seal upon its neck. Hurry, break this seal entirely, and you will be liberated from your pain. At this point, the Nine Tails began to issue blatant threats. If you refuse, I will take over and kill you. Kushina attempted to reconstruct the Kangon seal, but the Nine Tails' power was overwhelmingly strong. There was no time left. Just then, a new seal appeared, restraining the Nine Tails. The seal's design was a spiral. It was the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. The Nine Tails was taken aback, witnessing Minato in action, executing the four-symbol seal. It could hardly comprehend that Minato had enhanced the four-symbol seal to align with its own intentions. This was something the Nine Tails had not witnessed since the time of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. But what astonished it further was the sight of a pair of spinning Sharingan before its eyes. In that moment, the Nine Tails recalled the fear it had once felt under the control of that man. Who is it? That detestable Uchiha. The Nine Tails struggled to escape. Yet the powerful Genjutsu ensnared it within Kushina's mental realm. It resentfully inquired, why would a ninja as exceptional as you bind yourself to this little girl? She is a member of the Uzumaki clan, the sworn enemy of the Uchiha. Hatena, with his Sharingan activated, gazed at the Nine Tails behind Kushina and calmly replied, what does it matter to me? I simply wish to assist Minato-senpai, nothing more. You underestimate the complexities of human emotions and the depth of their connections. Before Hatena could finish his statement, several Kangon seals emerged from Kushina's back, tightly binding the Nine Tails. With unwavering determination, Kushina declared, even I shall resist. The Nine Tails, having endured repeated insults from these three youngsters, could no longer contain its rage. It opened its massive maw, a black-red sphere swelling at its lips. This was the tailed beast ball. Once unleashed, the training ground would be reduced to ruins, and all present would surely perish. Kurama. Suddenly, a familiar name echoed in its ears, causing the Nine Tails to be taken aback, halting the tailed beast ball's formation. But at that moment, a pair of spinning Sharingan seized the opportunity to penetrate Kushina's mental realm. It revealed the boy calling its name, Uchiha Hatena. Hatena pressed down on its gaping maw with one hand. Simultaneously, countless vines emerged from his hand, completely ensnaring the Nine Tails. This farce ends here. Hatena's Sharingan merely cast a glance at the Nine Tails, and it was entirely subdued. You little brat, who are you? How can you possess the powers of both Indra and Ashura? How do you know my name? With my eyes that can see through the future. And don't you think you are rambling too much? Haneda aided Kushina in maintaining the seal, turning away from her mental space with a calm demeanor. Simultaneously, he cast an illusion to make her subconsciously forget the events that had just transpired. Kushina was not a flawless Jinchuriki, and her mental state was severely compromised. She completely overlooked the occurrences within her spiritual realm, only retaining the memory of Minato sacrificing himself to uphold the seal. Back in reality, Haneda quietly observed the unconscious forms of Kushina and Minato on the ground. The sealing technique proved insufficient against the tailed beasts. Reliance on the Sharingan and wood release was essential. This was the true expertise. Chapter 077. News reaches the Uchiha Minato sensei. What should we do? Kushina-nichan is unconscious, Obito exclaimed, startled by the malevolent aura of the Nine Tails, as he watched Kushina suddenly attack Minato in confusion. First, let us tend to their injuries. Then have the Umbu take them away, Haneda replied. He was reluctant to engage with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, fearing it might provoke the sensitive nerves of Konoha's higher-ups. As he spoke, Haneda initiated a medical ninjutsu, gathering a soft green chakra in his hands. At that moment, Minato's right chest bore 3 deep gashes, as if sliced by a sharp claw, with blood seeping from the wound. Fortunately, the artery was untouched. Otherwise, even with Haneda's presence, it would have been challenging to manage. As the yang release chakra flowed forth, the previously inflicted wounds began to gradually close. Haneda wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering the severity of Minato's injuries. He could hardly fathom how Minato had managed to complete the sealing technique while gravely wounded. Such a person reminded him of Kakashi, casting a shadow of melancholy over him. For the sake of his beloved, one who would willingly sacrifice his life. This was the ninja way of Minato, a manifestation of profound love. Once the bleeding was staunched, Haneda turned his attention to Kushina. She bore no physical injuries. Instead, the tumultuous chakra of the Nine Tails had disrupted her internal pathways, given her Uzumaki lineage. A few days of rest would suffice for her recovery, akin to Haneda's own sage body, albeit lacking the enhancement of wood release. Around this time, the Umbu arrived, donning various animal masks. They assessed Haneda briefly before taking Minato and Kushina away at his gesture. Neither party spoke, yet an unspoken understanding lingered between them. That night, within the Uchiha clan grounds, Haneda entered the clan leader's residence with familiarity. As he removed his shoes and placed them on the rack, he called out, "Uncle clan leader. Brother Fugaku, I'm coming in." "It's Haneda." A gentle female voice resonated from within. Recognizing it as Mikoto's voice, he understood she had come to see Fugaku. In her youth, Mikoto sported long black hair and spirited dark eyes, resembling her future sons, Itachi and Sasuke, in some aspects. "Mikoto-nichan," Haneda greeted as he stepped inside. A cursory glance around revealed that the clan leader had wisely vacated the premises, granting privacy to his son. This realization brought a tinge of embarrassment to Haneda, as he had intruded upon a moment between Fugaku and Mikoto. "Ahem. Brother Fugaku, is Uncle Clan Leader here?" Haneda inquired, aware that the clan leader likely sought out the elders to boast about his daughter-in-law. "He should be discussing clan matters with the elder," Fugaku replied, holding Mikoto's hand with a proud smile. Noticing the silly grin on Fugaku's face, Haneda surmised that his brother was nearing a romantic milestone with Mikoto. "Indeed. I just completed a high-level mission," Haneda nodded. "Ah, weren't you supposed to undertake a B-rank mission? You weren't injured, were you, Haneda?" Fugaku quickly approached, relieved to see Haneda in stable condition. Though Haneda initially intended to boast a little, Fugaku's anxiousness made him feel somewhat guilty. "Don't worry, Brother Fugaku. With Mu and Minato-sensei around, no one could harm me." After reassuring Fugaku, Haneda shifted the topic to more pressing matters, wishing to conceal the near miss he experienced. "However, I need you to inform Uncle Clan Leader that Kushina Uzumaki, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, unexpectedly visited the Uchiha training grounds. Minato-sensei and Jiraiya were also present. Yet Kushina remained hidden until Jiraiya departed. Shortly thereafter, the Nine Tails went on a rampage. At that time, Minato was gravely injured, stabilizing Kushina's seal. "Wait, Haneda, is Kushina all right? Where is she now?" Mikoto interjected, her hands trembling with concern for her friend. Haneda glanced at Mikoto, unfazed by her anxious demeanor, knowing she and Kushina had been close for a long time. Based on their previous conversations, he speculated they had met during their time at the Ninja Academy. They've all been taken away by the Umbu. I treated their injuries, and they should be at the Konoha hospital now. By the way, Obito was also present at the training ground and witnessed everything. Haneda recounted the events in detail, omitting his use of the Sharingan and would release against the Nine Tails. His sage body was a secret he could not reveal. As for why he came to inform the clan leader and Fugaku, it was simply that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki had encountered trouble within Uchiha territory, necessitating a report. Let us go, Fugaku. Will you accompany me to Konoha Hospital? Mikoto grasped Fugaku's hand. Of course, Fugaku began to respond, but Haneda interjected, Mikoto-nichan, the Umbu have likely taken control of the situation. Going there now may lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. It's better to wait for Uncle Clan Leader to return or visit in the morning. By the time the clan leader arrived from the Elder's residence, it was already around 5 in the afternoon. Upon learning of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki's rampage within the Uchiha grounds, he grew increasingly tense. It wasn't until Haneda mentioned that Minato and Jiraiya were also at the scene that he finally relaxed. You managed the Jinchuriki situation quite well, Haneda? The clan leader praised, patting Haneda's shoulder. Observing Haneda's refined features, his satisfaction grew, leading him to commend, assisting Jiraiya's pupil, Minato, in healing, and having Obito notify the Umbu instead of us. This approach is quite astute. It won't disturb the higher-ups of Konoha and will foster trust between you, Obito, and even Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. After expressing these thoughts, the clan leader's gaze shifted to his son. He contemplated whether to assess Fugaku's understanding but hesitated, recalling past responses that left him somewhat embarrassed. Fugaku, what are your thoughts on this matter? What should we Uchiha do? The clan leader ultimately voiced his concerns, feeling the need to clarify certain issues. Otherwise, his role as clan leader in educating the younger generation would be deemed inadequate. Chapter 078. The Uchiha's Ultimate Eye Technique. Fugaku pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, Father, I believe the incident with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was entirely accidental. She ventured into our territory without authorization, and it was a failure on the Umbu's part. It bears little relevance to us Uchiha. As he spoke, he noticed his father's increasingly furious expression and quickly shifted the conversation to how they should handle the situation. As for the resolution, I believe it is best left to Haneda. Though Fugaku's response was not entirely satisfactory, he had at least identified the right person for the task. As the clan leader, it is not crucial to manage every matter personally. It suffices to delegate responsibilities to those capable. The patriarch nodded slightly, as he had little hope for Fugaku's vision of the clan's future. As long as Hatena remained, the Uchiha clan would not face significant issues. While contemplating how to further secure Hatena's loyalty, Fugaku interjected, By the way, Father, Hatena has recently completed a high-level mission, defeating a ninja with both steel and swift-release bloodline limits. This ninja likely possessed at least elite J-nin strength, as only then could he reach such a rank. At that time, Hatena nearly killed him in tandem with Kakashi, and together with Minato, they ensured his demise. Father, Hatena has become quite strong. It is time to teach him some of the clan's secret techniques. Hearing the praise in Fugaku's tone and his request for benefits for Hatena, the patriarch smiled with satisfaction. His son had finally grasped the importance of forming alliances at opportune moments. However, unbeknownst to him, Fugaku's intentions were purely to impart the clan's secret arts to Hatena, as his current strength warranted such knowledge. His request was merely to inform his father. Indeed, it is time, the patriarch replied with a gentle nod, instructing Hatena and Fugaku to follow him. They arrived at a concealed bookshelf in the study, where the patriarch raised his index finger to unlock a seal. Instantly, a long passageway revealed itself, similar to the one in the Hatena household. This entrance required a specialized technique to open, albeit a more advanced one. With a soft breath, the patriarch ignited the oil lamps lining the passage, casting a dim glow that barely illuminated the corridor. Traversing the dim tunnel led them to a secret chamber filled with numerous scrolls, meticulously categorized upon the shelves. This was a repository of the clan's historical records and various secrets, accumulated over centuries. What I am about to teach you are the ultimate ocular techniques of the Uchiha, Izanagi and Izanami, the patriarch stated, retrieving 2 scrolls from the shelf and handing them to Hatena. Hatena was already familiar with Izanagi and Izanami. One was used by Danzo as a means of resurrection. while the other allowed the Dream Master to reclaim his identity. Mastering Izanagi would provide him with a costly trump card, sufficient to preserve his life in dire circumstances. As he examined the scrolls in his hands, Hatena's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The more hidden cards one possessed, the better. One could never know when they might be needed. Izanagi consists of 3 hand seals. You, I, and me activating this technique would render all unfavorable events into mere illusions for a finite duration, allowing only those advantageous to oneself to materialize. For instance, facing certain death on the battlefield could be transformed into a second chance at life. Conversely, Izanami is the technique employed to counter Izanagi. This technique records a sequence of actions between oneself and another, trapping that moment in an infinite loop. One could consider it a form of Jinjutsu, with only one means to break its hold, accepting one's fate and recognizing oneself. Both Izanagi and Izanami come at a cost, the permanent blindness of one Sharingan. At this point, the Patriarch's expression grew serious as he admonished, "Remember, Hatena, Izanagi should only be used in life or death situations. Izanami is designed to thwart Izanagi. I hope you will never have to resort to them." Hatena, observing the Patriarch's grave demeanor, instinctively nodded. "I understand, Uncle Patriarch." Afterward, Hatena discerned the Patriarch's underlying thoughts. He did not wish for him to meet an untimely demise, nor to suffer betrayal from the Uchiha clan. This concern was both altruistic and personal. The excitement Hatena initially felt while holding the scrolls had turned into a weighty responsibility. Nevertheless, it remained an unexpected boon. "Very well, should you need to consult any materials, feel free to seek me out, and I shall bring you here," the Patriarch said, his serious expression replaced by a warm smile. That night, Hatena found himself at his doorstep. Under the glow of the streetlight, he noticed someone waiting for him at the entrance. It was Obito. "What's wrong? You're not planning to drag me back to your house again, are you?" Hatena approached with a smile. "No, Hatena." Obito shook his head, fidgeting with his fingers, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "It's still early. Let us go train, shall we?" Curious, Hatena asked, "Why aren't you going home to sleep? I vaguely recall you saying 5 years ago that there was no point in training if you didn't sleep at night. You even asked me if I trained." Obito's face flushed slightly, his thoughts difficult to articulate. Having witnessed his comrades Rin, Hatena, and Kakashi narrowly escape death at the hands of enemies, he loathed his own helplessness. Thus, he sought to change his fate. Today's events, particularly Minato-sensei's words, "I truly don't want to lose you," rekindled the pain of his inadequacy. He did not want to lose Rin, Hatena, or Kakashi again. He wished to avoid experiencing such pain once more. "Fine, I need to train too, so I'll take you with me." Hatena discerned Obito's unspoken thoughts through his eyes. Since Obito was unwilling to voice them, Hatena agreed to accompany him. Moreover, Obito had grown and wanted to exert himself. As a friend, Hatena was happy to assist. Upon hearing Hatena's acceptance, Obito's eyes brightened. Although Hatena excelled in lightning release, swordsmanship, Jinjutsu, and Taijutsu, his fire release was also commendable, and he was well versed in the usage of the Sharingan. With Hatena as his mentor, Obito believed he could at least catch up to Kakashi, if not surpass Hatena himself. At that moment, a familiar yet foreign system notification echoed in Hatena's ear. Beep. Uzumaki Kushina S Affinity 3. Beep. Uzumaki Kushina S Affinity 7. Host affinity with Uzumaki Kushina has reached 81, earning 06 chakra, understanding of basic sealing techniques, and a trace of Ninetales chakra enhancement. Chapter 079. The agreement between the Ninetales and Kushina. It seems Kushina has awakened. Hatena understood well the reasons behind the increase in her affinity. Firstly, he had assisted her in battling the Ninetales, buying her some time. Secondly, he had employed medical ninjutsu to save Minato. Hatena speculated that the latter contributed significantly to her improved feelings. Meanwhile, in Konoha Hospital, Kushina lay on a hospital bed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as if she were trapped in a nightmare. At that moment, within her mental space, the Ninetales was bound by countless golden chains, its head weighed down by a spiral-like sealing technique. Its eyes were shut, appearing to be in slumber. Upon returning to her mental space, Kushina was taken aback by the sight. Typically, at this hour, the Ninetales would be at its most ferocious, while it was during the day that it would exhibit such docility. Could it be that the sealing technique had subdued it to the point of apathy? With this thought, Kushina gazed at the 4-symbol seal left by Minato, her face breaking into a sweet smile. Hey, Ninetales, I ask you, how is Minato faring now? Summoning her courage, Kushina inquired of the Ninetales. You don't even know my name? The Ninetales opened its eyes slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Kushina. Do you even have a name? Ninetales? Humans have names. Why should tailed beasts not? Kushina retorted. The Ninetales responded with a mocking tone. It seems that the inherently wicked Uchiha brat has made you forget what transpired this afternoon. You still haven't told me how Minato is doing. After enduring a barrage of meaningless words, Kushina couldn't help but stamp her foot in frustration. Saved by that brat. Hayate now? Kushina felt a surge of joy upon hearing that Minato was unharmed. The thought of losing someone who praised her, acknowledged her, and loved her dearly filled her with dread. It turned out that his name was Uchiha Itachi. Surely, he could not possess both the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines simultaneously, the Ninetales mused. Suddenly, a thought emerged from the depths of the Ninetales' mind. Since there was no escaping the girl before him and the boy named Minato behind her, why not? The Ninetales lifted its head, fully opening its eyes to gaze at Kushina. Do you wish to break free from your seal, Ninetales? I will never allow you to harm Minato or anyone else. Kushina warned, golden chains sprouting from her back, her eyes brimming with warning. Such fury, such unreasonable behavior. No wonder you are called the blood-red chili, the Ninetales quietly muttered. It glanced at the swirling four-symbol seal, its expression and tone softening considerably. I wish to propose a deal. What kind of deal? Kushina asked, her expression laced with suspicion, wondering if the Ninetales was concocting some nefarious scheme. You will help me gather information on Uchiha Itachi and attempt to get closer to him, and from now on, I shall not interfere with you. Though the Ninetales claimed this, it knew that interfering with Kushina had become exceedingly difficult, as long as she remained in the village or Minato was present. Regaining its freedom was utterly unrealistic. This meant that the deal was undoubtedly beneficial for Kushina. The Ninetales felt quite clever for devising such a contract. Perfect. Really? Kushina suppressed her excitement and inquired. Would I deceive a mere girl? The Ninetales' words caused a flicker of doubt in Kushina. The wicked beast had indeed manipulated her in the past. However, the terms it proposed seemed relatively easy for her to fulfill, so she ultimately agreed. All right, I accept your terms, but you must not harm my comrades, Konoha or Minato. Upon hearing the mention of harming Konoha and Minato, the Ninetales' demeanor shifted uncomfortably. Setting aside Minato, the deeply hidden Uchiha Itachi was not something it could contend with. The three-tomo Sharingan combined with would release was not something it could handle, especially given its sealed power. The following morning at Konoha Hospital, many visitors arrived in Minato's room. Itachi and Obito entered with a bouquet of daffodils. After surveying the room, they noticed Jiraiya and Tsunade standing at the head of the bed, while Rin and Kakashi stood nearby. Kushina was sitting at the head of the bed. Itachi was curious to see Tsunade there. He remembered he hadn't seen her in years. By the timeline, she should have been wandering with Shizune. However, considering Kushina's relationship with her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, it became understandable. Itachi, Obito. Oh, the little Uchiha has also come. The five in the room divided into three groups, turning their attention to Itachi and Obito. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, there's no need for pleasantries. Little one, are you here to visit Minato? Tsunade interrupted Itachi. Of course. Minato-sensei was injured in my training ground, and I must check on my patient, Itachi replied, meeting Tsunade's gaze. He had changed significantly since 5 years ago. Now, he relied not solely on his background, but also on his strength to converse with Tsunade. Your patient? So you were the one who stopped his injuries, Tsunade said. A hint of surprise in her voice. It seems much has happened at the training ground since I left. Jiraiya chuckled heartily. You lecherous sage, how can you laugh? If you hadn't left, Minato-sensei and Kushina wouldn't have been injured. Obito shouted. You little brat. I am already a ninja. Jiraiya observed the resemblance between Obito and his younger self, choosing to ignore him. Quiet down, dead last, Kakashi chimed in. Shut up, stupid Kakashi. Obito retorted, while Itachi interjected. Obito, they make a valid point. Let us keep our voices down so Minato can rest. Obito is right. We should be quieter, Rin agreed. Upon hearing Rin and Itachi, Obito nodded. They're right. I won't hold it against you today, stupid Kakashi. Kushina, seated at the head of the bed, observed Itachi with a peculiar gaze. Why was the Ninetales so curious about this boy, even willing to sign a peace treaty with her? Itachi, with tousled hair and bright black eyes, appeared youthful yet mature in his white shirt and dark blue pants. The dark gray arm guards and the short blade at his waist only added to his striking demeanor. Kushina silently compared Hatake to Minato. While Minato was undoubtedly more handsome, Hatake was not far behind. A bold speculation crossed Kushina's mind. Could it be that the Nine-Tails had a preference for such dashing and somewhat mature young boys like Hatake? Just as Kushina's thoughts wandered, Minato suddenly coughed a few times and propped himself up against the pillow. Looking at the group gathered before him, he asked, "Huh?" Before he could finish his sentence, Kushina embraced him tightly. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Minato, catching a whiff of Kushina's familiar fragrance, was momentarily surprised before breaking into a gentle smile. Kushina, please don't do that. Everyone is watching. At the sound of his voice, the four young ones turned away in unison, leaving a bewildered Obito behind. Lucky golden-haired brat, Tsunade mused internally. Though she felt this way, a light smile graced her lips. She had come to recognize her feelings for Minato, but it simply didn't sit well with her. Jiraiya, witnessing Minato's affection, cast a casual glance at Tsunade, only to be caught by her glare, forcing him to feign nonchalance as he stared out the window. By the way, Minato, that technique from yesterday seemed quite similar to the tailed beast bomb. How did you come up with it? Kushina inquired, recalling the events of the previous day. Oh, that, Minato said, glancing at Hatake, who was sneakily observing him and Kushina, and smiled. I witnessed the release of the tailed beast bomb on the battlefield, which sparked my initial inspiration. With Hatake's guidance, I was able to develop it further. At this point, Minato's face flushed slightly, his voice softening. Because I want to teach you a ninjutsu to deal with tailed beasts, so you need not fear the Nine-Tails or any other Jinchuriki. Upon hearing this, Hatake and the others exchanged knowing smiles, except for Obito, who remained oblivious to Minato's true intentions. The tailed beast was merely an excuse. Love was the reality. And this technique shall be called Spiral Water Sphere Ball of Light. Minato exclaimed at lightning speed, eagerly looking into Kushina's eyes. What do you think? Isn't that a lovely name? Kushina, momentarily speechless, expressed her disdain. How tacky. And that name is far too long. At that moment, Obito chimed in, Kushina-ne. Minato-sensei's ninjutsu is super cool and sounds amazing, okay. Plus, it even has Hatake's name in it. What did you say, you brat? Kushina's red hair stood on end as the blood-red chili erupted in fury. Cough, cough. I think Kushina-ne is right. Obito hastily retracted. Huh, dead last, Kakashi quipped coldly. Shut up, stupid Kakashi. Enough, Obito and Kakashi are friends. There is no need for discord. Hayate pressed his hands on Obito and Kakashi's shoulders, interjecting. How about we call it the Rasengan? Rasengan. Minato and Kushina momentarily froze in place. The name possessed an inexplicable allure, as if the technique was always meant to be called thus. This sentiment evoked memories for Minato of the moment he fought to protect his beloved with the four-symbol seal. For Kushina, it brought to mind the time Mito took her to the Vortex Tower. Those were cherished, serene memories. Kushina, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. We are at the center of the vortex. Yet if we strive upward, we shall undoubtedly discover our own love. In this way, the vortex shall ultimately become a spiral. Mito's words echoed in Kushina's ears. Vortex, spiral, Minato's resolve to protect her, even at the cost of his life and the experiences of the past, coupled with their current circumstances, enlightened her to the truth that the spiral symbolizes love. Then let us name it the Rasengan, this name that embodies love. Kushina smiled as she gazed out at the Hokage rock. A blue butterfly fluttered past the window. Minato's smile was just obscured by the statue of the third Hokage. The Rasengan, a spiral of love? What a splendid name, Kushina. As Hayate listened to the couple express their affection, he couldn't help but feel vexed about future matters. Giving Obito's arm a firm pinch. Ah, ouch, what was that for, Hayate? Obito exclaimed, feeling both confused and slightly aggrieved. Cough, cough. Just reminding you to show a bit more respect to your teachers, Hayate awkwardly replied. What nonsense. I, Uchiha Obito, am the epitome of respect. Obito retorted, indignant. You can't win now, and you won't be able to in the future either, dead last, Kakashi remarked, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish. Shut up. Stupid Kakashi. Obito shouted back. All right, you three, cease your bickering. Noticing Minato-sensei and sister Kushina looking their way, Rin quickly intervened. At that moment, Kushina leaned closer to Minato and whispered a few words, causing Minato's gaze towards Hayate to soften slightly, as he became aware of what transpired the previous afternoon. Hayate had saved both him and Kushina. Beep. Minato Namikaze's affection 3. Beep. Minato Namikaze's affection 7. Beep. Kushina Uzumaki's affection 3. Host affection with Kushina Uzumaki reached 91. Gaining 0.6 chakra and a trace of Ninetales chakra enhancement. Host affection with Minato Namikaze reached 103, gaining 0.2 chakra, wind release. Vacuum sphere, space-time affinity 3, space-time affinity? When this reward appeared, Hayate nearly disregarded all previous gains. 5 years prior, he had found learning the Flying Thunder God technique exceedingly difficult. Aside from the sealing techniques and the immense demands on reaction time, the greatest obstacle lay in his lack of talent. The enhancement of space-time affinity meant he could restart the Flying Thunder God project. Over the past few days, Hayate had genuinely felt the overwhelming power of the Flying Thunder God. The bloodline limit, swift release, connected with speed, paled in comparison to the speed offered by space-time ninjutsu. In the future, Minato would collaborate with the inherently malevolent second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, showcasing the Flying Thunder God to its fullest. Not only could they transfer tailed beast bombs, but they could also move Sage Art. This was a technique with incredibly high ceilings. Hayate had initially engaged with Minato and Kushina without contemplating the affection-building aspect. Adult friendships and emotions were not so easily cultivated. The more mature individuals became, the harder it was to penetrate their hearts. Moreover, in a few years, Minato would ascend to the position of Hokage, a role not suited for the faint of heart. Upon reflection, Hayate realized that aside from saving Minato's life, the most significant aspect was his affection for Kushina. Indeed, aiding Kushina was tantamount to rescuing her. Perhaps this was the primary cause of his actions. Hayate never doubted Minato's love for Kushina. Chapter 081. Winning big at that moment, Kushina suddenly spoke up. Hayate, thank you for saving me and Minato yesterday. If you ever have any questions regarding sealing techniques, feel free to approach your sister. Observing Kushina's reluctance to lower her pride, the Ninetales couldn't help but chime in. Kushina, do not forget our agreement. I know, and I am currently fulfilling it, am I not? You should take the initiative, the Ninetales insisted. Kushina thought to herself that she already had a boyfriend. How could she take the initiative? Minato was watching, after all. This Ninetales is so oblivious. Suddenly, Minato suggested. How about you and I teach Hayate together? I promised to instruct him in the four-symbol seal. Minato, having noticed Kushina's troubled expression, sought to assist his beloved by offering this idea. However, he did not realize that Kushina's intent was not merely to repay Hayate. Hearing Minato's offer to help her, Kushina responded with a smile. Sure, Minato. Then, turning to the fox within her, she declared, Did you see that? I have my own way of handling things. Ninetales. The Ninetales fell silent, lowering its head and squinting its eyes, pretending to sleep. Are there unexpected benefits? Have I once again boarded the ship of the Uzumaki clan? Is the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan now within my grasp? Hayate did not believe that with Kushina present, Minato would limit his teachings solely to the four-symbol seal. The four-symbol seal was a prior promise made by Minato, while Kushina's desire to repay him was something separate. Yet, it seemed that Kushina was intentionally seeking to engage with him. He was unsure if it was due to the Ninetales' influence. In any case, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were now his. Hayate felt as if he had just completed a significant task, teaching the Rasengan and saving Minato and his wife. And thus, he had won big. This sensation was absurd yet strangely fitting, a touch ludicrous. However, he wondered if his close association with the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales would provoke the nerves of the third Hokage, Shimura Danzo, and other high-ranking officials in Konoha. Konoha, Hokage Tower. The third Hokage listened to reports from the Umbu regarding the happenings in Minato's hospital room. His gaze drifted silently towards the Hokage Rock, where the statues of the first and second Hokage stood. Even Minato and Kushina acknowledged Hayate. Tsunade and Jiraiya did as well. It appeared that a new gem had emerged from the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage took a few puffs of his pipe, setting it down, shaking it, and exhaling a plume of smoke. Where the leaves danced, the fire would continue to burn brightly. The glow would keep illuminating the village, allowing new leaves to sprout. Lord First Hokage, my teacher, when the villagers gather for you, perhaps an Uchiha will truly rise to become Hokage. The third Hokage reflected on the attitudes of his three disciples, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, letting out a deep sigh. I may truly be growing old. Deep within the forest of death, in the underground base of Root. Bang! The sound of a palm striking the table echoed through the empty underground chamber. Danzo widened his left eye, listening intently to the news delivered by his subordinate. Say that again. Minato Namikaze and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki are personally instructing that inherently malevolent Uchiha brat, Hayate. Lord Danzo, the information was intercepted from the Umbu and is entirely credible, replied the root ninja. Damn it. Danzo slammed his hand on the stone table repeatedly, leaning over the surface to fix his gaze on the passage leading to Konoha. I knew it. Sooner or later, you would regret your actions, Hiruzen. Initially, you did not oppose Uchiha Mikoto's involvement with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and now you allow Uchiha Hayate, that inherently malevolent brat, to do the same. What on earth are you trying to achieve? Feeling a sense of suffocation as the third Hokage continued to impose limitations on himself regarding the Uchiha clan, Danzo grew increasingly frustrated. His exasperation heightened further upon learning that Hiruzen planned to turn a blind eye to Uchiha Itachi. After all, the inherently malevolent Uchiha should be dealt with decisively. 2.5 days later, Minato's injuries had nearly healed. The members of Team 7, along with the additional member Kushina, gathered at the third training ground, where Uchiha Itachi also arrived. Good morning, Kakashi, Rin, Itachi greeted as he approached with Obito. However, when Minato and Kushina looked over, Itachi promptly abandoned Obito and moved to Kakashi's side. You came to learn sealing techniques this morning, Itachi? Kakashi smiled. Of course. Didn't Uncle Shikaka mention it to you? He did, but he felt there was nothing more to teach you, so he left you to your own devices. I thought you might practice something else this morning. As they conversed, Minato bid farewell to Kushina and approached the four, saying, Rin, you'll practice by the lake with Kushina. Obito, you go with Rin and continue working on your water walking. As for Itachi and Kakashi, follow me. Itachi and Kakashi exchanged a knowing glance and followed Minato, engaging in conversation as they walked. Why are you learning sealing techniques, Kakashi? Aren't you going to practice your swordsmanship? Like you, I've reached a plateau in my training, so I'm exploring breakthroughs in other areas, Kakashi replied, recalling something. And besides, the Flying Thunder God technique requires proficiency in sealing. At the mention of the Flying Thunder God, Itachi smiled slightly. He had attempted to learn the technique again yesterday and discovered that he indeed possessed the aptitude for it, sensing the spatial nodes. Although his perception was somewhat vague, he was at least able to sense something. As long as he could surpass the threshold of 0, Itachi was confident that with persistence and effort, he could bridge the gap and achieve a breakthrough from 0 to 1. At that moment, his shadow clones, exhausted from a night of arduous training, transmitted information back to him. Itachi's mind became momentarily chaotic, taking several seconds to regain composure. What's wrong, Itachi? Is it the shadow clones? Kakashi inquired with concern. The influx of information from the night was overwhelming. My mind is a bit foggy. I won't be able to rely on shadow clones for sealing techniques later, so it seems I'll be lagging behind you, Kakashi. Based on his years of experience, Itachi estimated that he would need at least half an hour before he could effectively use multiple shadow clones again. Otherwise, his mind would be too muddled in the days to come. Balancing work and rest, and exercising scientifically, was a truth Itachi had long since realized. Don't worry, Itachi. Besides relying on shadow clones for training, you possess many other strengths. I am not as adept as you in the application of Chidori, and my swordsmanship is a step behind yours. To be honest, my talent for sealing techniques is not particularly remarkable. Not particularly remarkable. You mastered the explosive tag creation in 3 days, and you claim your talent is lacking? Relative to ninjutsu, especially lightning release, it seems insufficient, doesn't it? As for the application of Chidori, given your 3-tomo Sharingan, it's no wonder you excel. Chapter 082. Kushina's meal and the Nine-Tails test arriving at a waterfall. Minato paused and turned back with a smile, saying, This shall do. Isn't it a bit too noisy here, Minato-sensei? Itachi asked, noticing the sound of rushing water. Just perfect. We can't expect complete silence when performing sealing techniques, can we? Minato explained, producing 2 scrolls and handing them to Itachi and Kakashi. The 4 symbols sealing technique is quite complex, so we'll start with the simpler ones. Today, we'll learn the finger engraving seal and the contract seal. Pausing briefly, Minato continued. The finger engraving seal allows one to release chakra, concentrating it at the fingertips to generate heat, thereby inscribing text onto the target. This seal can be applied to skin or metal plates and is commonly used for recording information. It's a D-rank ninjutsu, perfect for practice. Upon hearing about the skin and information recording, Itachi recalled that Jiraiya had seemingly used this seal just before his demise to convey information about pain, inscribing it on Fukasaku's back. Curiously, he unrolled the scroll, the ink still faintly fragrant, as if freshly written. Most likely, Minato had prepared it for them in advance. At that moment, Kakashi interjected, "What about the contract seal, Minato-sensei? Is it related to summoning techniques?" Minato extended his index finger with a smile and explained, "It's used to sever the connection between an enemy and their summoned beasts, Kakashi. By the way, you should have a summoned beast by now, correct?" "Yes. They are the 8 ninja dogs, a birthday gift from my father." Kakashi nodded, a smile appearing on his face as he reminisced about the occasion. His father, knowing his fondness for dogs, had carefully selected 8 renowned breeds from various pet shops in Konoha. Each one was exceptionally intelligent, capable of understanding human speech. And some had even learned to talk. "What about you, Itachi?" Minato inquired, recalling the Uchiha tradition and smiling. "It should be a ninja cat, right?" Reflecting on the matter of cats and dogs, Minato remembered some amusing anecdotes he had read and chuckled. "I've heard that cats and dogs fight when they meet. I wonder if that's true." "Not at all, Minato-sensei. Pakin and the others are very well behaved. Itachi's cat should be too," Kakashi quickly replied. "Is that so?" Minato asked, looking curiously at Itachi, who was known for his love of reading and seemed to ponder the veracity of such tales. "Ahem, I don't have a summoned beast yet." "Minato-sensei," Itachi said, a bit awkwardly. Due to the Uchiha clan's collaboration with the Ninja Cat clan, many of its members indeed chose ninja cats. However, Itachi was different. He had high standards for his summoned beast, desiring one as formidable and grand as those from the 3 great summoning realms. Thus, he had subconsciously shelved the matter of summoning beasts. Noticing the discomfort in Itachi's eyes, Minato decided to change the subject, smiling. "Let us begin practicing the finger engraving seal. You'll watch me demonstrate first, and then it will be your turn to practice." The finger engraving seal, being a D-rank ninjutsu, was not overly difficult. The challenge lay in the precise control of chakra and a requisite understanding of sealing techniques. Itachi and Kakashi mastered it after only a few attempts, leaving them to practice on stones. However, they merely skimmed the principles of the contract seal, as Itachi had yet to acquire a summoned beast, making practice somewhat cumbersome. Most of their time was spent learning the techniques of the Flying Thunder God from Minato. At noon, Obito and Rin arrived at the waterfall where Itachi and the others were. Upon seeing Minato, Obito couldn't help but complain, "Minato-sensei, Kushina-nichan is so inconsiderate. She keeps hitting me on the head. She promised to guide me and Rin in our training, but I don't know where she disappeared to, leaving us waiting for so long." Hearing that Kushina was missing, Minato frowned. Just as he was about to inquire about Kushina's whereabouts from Rin, a familiar voice rang out from behind him. "Obito, are you talking bad about me again?" Kushina approached, carrying a basket. She handed a delicate pink lunchbox adorned with heart patterns to Minato. "Here, this is the meal I just made. Enjoy it while it's hot." After handing the lunchbox to Minato, Kushina's gaze shifted to Itachi, and a flicker of guilt crossed her eyes as she passed a box to him, followed by another to Kakashi. "Humph, why the guilt? He won't be poisoned. He'll just feel a bit uncomfortable," the Ninetales remarked. "That's because of you," Kushina shouted back at the Ninetales before stepping in front of Rin. The idea of adding a little extra to Itachi's lunch had been the Ninetales' suggestion, and Kushina was unsure of its rationale. However, the Ninetales offered a compelling reason that Rin could not refuse: to teach her how to wield the tailed beast ball. Gazing at Rin's adorable visage, Kushina instinctively forgot the earlier unpleasantness and smiled, saying, "Here, this is for you, Rin." "Thank you. I absolutely adore the meals prepared by Sister Kushina." Upon hearing the latter part of Rin's statement, Kushina was instantly flattered, her eyes sparkling with delight. Unable to resist drawing near to Rin, exclaiming, "What a lovely child you are, Rin. You truly are a good girl." Nearby, Obito, witnessing his beloved Rin being teased, could not help but snort in discontent, turning his back. Yet, at that moment, Kushina had already stretched her head around to Obito's rear, somewhat incensed, declaring, "I, the esteemed lady, have graciously brought you a bento, and you're still ungrateful, aren't you? Would you be so kind as to adjust your attitude? I never asked you to bring it. And besides, I'm not hungry," Obito retorted, turning his head completely away from Kushina. This scene made Hate both amused and irritated. It seemed absurd that Obito, who had never tasted Kushina's cooking, would express disdain. Nevertheless, It appeared that everything was back to normal because of Rin. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed, revealing that it was Obito's stomach grumbling. Embarrassed, Hayate rubbed his temples and, in a somewhat exasperated manner, intervened. "Oh, Obito, come join us. I'll share my bento with you." Kakashi glanced at Hayate, then at Obito, and added, "Come on, Obito, it's not like you haven't tasted Sister Kushina's cooking before. So sit down and eat already." "Shut up, you fool, Kakashi," Obito exclaimed, as Kushina delivered a playful smack to his head. At that moment, Kushina resembled a crimson pepper, her fiery red hair standing on end, exuding an aura of intimidation. "Eat. Just eat. You violent woman. Who are you calling violent?" Thud. Thud. Obito received another couple of light taps, this time settling into compliance. Observing Obito, who now bore 3 large bumps on his head as he silently consumed his meal, Kushina felt a mix of joy and guilt. After all, she had acted out of kindness, not wanting Obito to suffer through Hayate's bento, which had a few added ingredients. Recalling this, Kushina fixed her gaze intently on Hayate, who was steadily feeding himself, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. With each spoonful entering his mouth, Kushina found it increasingly strange. She distinctly remembered adding a touch of laxative to the meal. Indeed, the Ninetales lay sprawled on the floor, its head resting on the ground, contemplating. Were it not for Hayate's black eyes, it might have believed this young man to be the prophesied child spoken of by the Sage of Six Paths. Speaking of the prophesied child, the Ninetales could not help but chuckle. Hundreds of years had passed, and it began to wonder if the sage had been pulling their tails all along. After a day of training, Hayate and Obito returned home together. As they walked along the path, Hayate casually observed the cats and dogs around them, pondering whether he should acquire a summoning beast for certain unique situations, such as intelligence gathering. The Ninja Cat clan seemed quite suitable. They could converse, possessed a degree of intelligence, much like Kakashi's ninja dogs. Moreover, the Ninja Cats could directly connect with the Uchiha clan, proving beneficial for both village missions and his personal ties with them. However, he was uncertain if his cat would engage in battles with Kakashi's dogs. With a silent shake of his head, he dismissed the extraneous thoughts. Perhaps he should let his elder brother Fugaku assist him in finding a suitable ninja cat. At the Uchiha clan's estate, within the patriarch's home, Fugaku expressed his surprise. "You wish for a ninja cat as your summoning beast? I thought you would choose a crow. Ninja cats are quite good. Some are even large enough to perform jinjutsu and ninjutsu," he continued, glancing at his son, who had a fondness for crows, before smiling at Hayate. "The Ninja Cat clan serves as our source of intelligence. They reside in the ruins zone under the contract with Granny Cat, and one must have a guide to see them. Are you in a hurry, Hayate? If so, I can contact them right away. Tomorrow will be fine. It's too late today." "Thank you, Uncle Patriarch," Hayate replied with a slight bow of gratitude. "I will send a letter to Granny Cat tonight. I expect a ninja cat to escort you by tomorrow morning." "That's not necessary, Uncle Patriarch. Just help me find a ninja cat skilled in intelligence work." Hayate gestured dismissively. He did not place much emphasis on the strength of the ninja cats. He simply needed one capable of delivering intelligence effectively. "Very well. In a few days, a ninja cat will be sent to you, Hayate." Fugaku thought to himself that given the Uchiha's relationship with the Ninja Cat clan, Granny Cat would likely not refuse to provide a ninja cat for this talented youth. In the ensuing days, Hayate immersed himself in intensive training. Since his swordsmanship, jinjutsu, and lightning techniques had all reached a bottleneck, making further progress difficult, he redirected his focus toward the flying Raijin and sealing techniques. Utilizing the multi-shadow clone technique, he had preliminarily completed his study of the flying Raijin. While he had yet to master spatial teleportation, he at least learned the technique's formula and could sense its location. His most notable progress lay in sealing techniques. Under the guidance of Minato and Kushina, Hayate's understanding of sealing techniques was rapidly advancing. After half a month, he was barely able to perform the 4-symbol seal. On a clear morning at the 3rd training ground, Hayate sat upon a large stone, with Kakashi beside him, also practicing sealing techniques. Below them, a yellow tabby cat was playfully teased by 8 dogs. After half an hour of frolicking, the tabby could no longer endure and leapt to Hayate's side, curling into a ball and falling asleep. This tabby was Hayate's summoned beast, which he affectionately referred to as Kiku, although it had its own name, Suinzai. Before long, a masked Umbu appeared, shattering the tranquility of the scene. "Uchiha Hayate, the Hokage requests your presence in the office," the Umbu ninja stated, handing Hayate a mission scroll before departing. Looks like we're going on a mission again, Kakashi. Hayate unfurled the scroll and glanced at the personnel and location listed. It indicated that Team 9 was to assemble, with their destination set for the Land of Rain. What is the mission? Kakashi paused his writing. Sunagakure has been frantically searching for something within the Land of Wind. Chiyo herself has gone to the Land of Rain, seemingly to ally with Hanzo, the leader of Amigakure. Uncle SHM and I are tasked with gathering intelligence in the Land of Rain. Hayate neatly rolled up the scroll and stowed it away in his waist pouch. Rising, he released the summoning technique. It may be another half-month before we meet again, Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi stood as well, extending his left fist toward Hayate. Understanding the gesture, Hayate mirrored him with his right fist, and they bumped fists. Take care, Kakashi. Hayate took a few steps before turning back to Kakashi. You too. As they walked through the bustling streets of Konoha, lined with a variety of shops, the atmosphere felt both crowded and prosperous. War is imminent, Hayate mused silently. He touched the scroll in his pouch, reflecting on the news of Sunagakure's large-scale operations in the Land of Wind. As a time traveler, he naturally understood the underlying reasons. The third Kazekage had been assassinated by Chiyo's grandson, Sasori, and turned into a living puppet. Without their third Kazekage, Sunagakure was now desperately seeking a new leader. Once they searched for a period and found no leads, they would undoubtedly select the fourth Kazekage. Leadership requires merit, and war is the opportune moment to dismantle the legacy of the previous Kazekage and establish authority. Regardless of who ascends to the position of Kazekage, it is inevitable that they will instigate war. The recent contact between Sunagakure and Amigakure is likely tied to the fate of the third Kazekage. However, over time, it became intertwined with the invasion and assault on the Land of Fire. Hanzo of the Salamander from the Hidden Rain village had long abandoned the ambitions of the Second Great Ninja War. He merely wished to maintain the status quo, while the intentions of the Hidden Sand were destined to come to naught. Chiyo, a figure of considerable caliber akin to a Kage, would likely resort to force if discovered. Merely relying on Uncle Tsukumo would not suffice to halt everyone, and as I contemplated my current strength system, I activated the display panel. As I pondered, Hayate silently recited the command, and a pale blue screen materialized before my eyes. Uchiha Hayate, Strength, Jonin, 70100, Chakra, 131 cards, Attributes, Water, Earth, Wind, Fire, Lightning, Yin, Yang, Bloodline Limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Mangeki 69, Basic Sage Body, Intermediate Sage Body 18, Would Release, Special Abilities, 8 Gates Release, 73100, Proficient in the Konoha Blade Technique, 77,100. Flying Thunder God Technique, 3,100. My strength remains woefully inadequate. Not only do I fall short of Kage level, but I am also incapable of altering the fates of Obito and the others, let alone protecting myself. While lost in thought, I soon arrived at the Hokage building. Within the office of the third Hokage, the members of Team 9 had already gathered. Aside from Team 9, the entirety of Team 3 was also present, led by Orochimaru. Hayate, you've arrived. Asuma and Guy greeted. I apologize for my tardiness. I didn't mean to hold everyone up, Hayate replied with an air of contrition. Orochimaru merely glanced at the wall clock, noting that we had not exceeded the allotted time, and spoke up. Hayate-kun arrived 3 minutes early. Now that everyone is here, Sensei, please assign the specific tasks. Chapter 084. New missions and crises. Have you all reviewed the intelligence scrolls? The third Hokage inquired. Not receiving any response, he continued. According to reports from our spies, the Hidden Sand is conducting a large-scale search for something in the Land of Wind. They have now reached the Land of Rivers. And Chiyo has traveled to the Land of Rain, seemingly seeking an alliance with Hanzo. The Sand may declare war on Konoha at any moment. The village requires precise intelligence and must prepare for the imminent outbreak of war. At this point, the third Hokage paused for a moment, addressing Tsukumo and Orochimaru. Tsukumo, you will lead Team 9 to investigate Chiyo's meeting with Hanzo and ascertain Hanzo's stance on the Sand and Konoha. Orochimaru, you will lead Team 3 to the Land of Rivers, stationed at the border of the Land of Rain, to command and deter the Sand and the Rain, while remaining ready to provide support at a moment's notice. This is a deployment order. I appreciate your cooperation for the safety of Konoha. Upon concluding, the third Hokage handed the deployment order, a symbol of command, to Orochimaru, and then approached Tsukumo, whispering, If any unexpected situations arise during the mission, Tsukumo, you must ensure the students return safely. I will, Lord Hokage. Tsukumo nodded in agreement. As a father, he naturally understood the third Hokage's concerns. Moreover, Hayate was now crucial to the village's stability. The assignment of tasks was brief, and soon Team 3 and Team 9 departed. As they passed through the office door, Hayate inadvertently noticed Orochimaru, who was holding the deployment order, excitedly licking his lips. A chill ran down Hayate's spine as he recalled Orochimaru's clandestine human experiments. Surely, with the onset of war, Orochimaru would have ample material for his experiments? Fortunately, it seemed that Orochimaru was not so heartless as to use villagers for his experiments. After leaving the Hokage building, Guy and Asuma seemed to shed their shackles, instantly exhilarated. Hayate, we will fight side by side on this mission. I had originally intended to reserve a move for you, but it seems I must save it for the enemy, Guy expressed, his tone shifting from excitement to regret. From his words, Hayate sensed that Guy did not possess a strong awareness of the war's implications. However, the move Guy mentioned, which he intended to reserve for Hayate, could not possibly refer to the Eight Gates release, could it? Hayate thought of Night Guy, who had shattered half of Madara's body, and felt invigorated. That technique should be reserved for Madara and Kakashi, Hayate mused, struggling to withstand Guy's youthful exuberance. Not long after Guy's declaration, Asuma chimed in excitedly, Big brother Hayate. This time, I will not be overshadowed as I was last time. Is that so? Hayate glanced at the confident Asuma, thinking he was still too young. The last opponent they faced, Elon, who possessed dual bloodline limits, was already formidable enough. This time, they would be confronting the seasoned Kaga-level powerhouse, Chio. When battling such an individual, even a Jonin could only manage a fleeting encounter. Do your best, Asuma, Hayate encouraged, despite his inner thoughts. Hastily making their way, the 8 of them reached the village gate. At this juncture, Orochimaru halted and said to Tsukumo, Let us part ways here, Tsukumo. I have some personal matters to attend to. Very well. Though Tsukumo found Orochimaru's peculiar behavior somewhat unsettling, he did not press for further details. Hayate understood that Orochimaru might be going to meet Danzo or attend to the experimental materials left in Konoha. As Orochimaru prepared to leave, Guy and the others followed suit. However, after a few steps, Guy abruptly stopped and turned back, reluctantly addressing Hayate. Once this mission is complete, I will challenge Kakashi and defeat him. Hayate, at our next confrontation, I will wager my youth to conclude our fateful duel. All right. Hayate waved his hand in farewell. He did not believe Guy could triumph over the undeterred Kakashi. In the land of water, within a concealed underground chamber, White Zetsu emerged from the earth and reported to the slumbering Madara, who sat high upon a stone chair. Lord Madara? Team 9 led by Hayate is once again leaving the village. Upon hearing White Zetsu's voice, Madara slowly opened his eyes and inquired, What mission have they accepted? And where are they headed? They are going to the land of rain, where Nagato is, to investigate Chio's purpose for traveling to the Hidden Rain village, White Zetsu replied. Nagato. Madara furrowed his brow and asked again, How many people are accompanying them? There is a team of Umbu following, and Orochimaru may also be present. Then let us arrange for Tsukumo to meet his end there, Madara declared, tapping the armrest of the stone chair, seemingly contemplating how to orchestrate the plan. After a while, Madara spoke in a deep voice. Sasori has already transformed the third Kazekage into a puppet. He seeks vengeance, does he not? Let us disclose the location to him. Furthermore, we will issue a substantial bounty in the black market to entice the bounty ninja named Kakazu to pay a visit as well. At the appropriate moment, we will have the mist ninjas disguise themselves as root to assassinate Tsukumo, making it known that Sasori desires Tsukumo alive for the purpose of creating a puppet. In a desperate situation, we will compel Hayate to personally kill his teacher. Upon hearing Madara's series of arrangements, Black Zetsu immediately flattered. Lord Madara's plan is impeccable. This boy Hayate, driven by vengeance against Konoha, will undoubtedly join us. Coupled with his bond to Obito, it will certainly propel the Moon Eye plan forward. Madara merely cast a faint glance at Black Zetsu before closing his eyes and descending into slumber. A day later, in the land of sand, within an artificial mine, Sasori's eyes were fixated on a blue-haired, black-eyed, rigid puppet. As the chakra threads from Sasori's hands began to move, strands of iron sand coiled around the puppet. A satisfied smile graced his face, though it bore a hint of stiffness. Truly a perfect work of art. Eternal beauty. Sasori manipulated the third Kazekage puppet, as strands of iron sand wreaked havoc around it. He toyed with the puppet like a child with a newfound plaything. At that moment, someone cautiously entered the secret chamber. Reporting to Sasori, Lord Sasori, news of Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki, has surfaced in the black market. Where is he headed? Upon hearing the words Konoha's White Fang, Sasori's expression turned frigid, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Tsukumo Hitaki was the enemy responsible for the deaths of his parents. Sasori's prior assassination of the third Kazekage had not only pursued artistry, but also harbored the desire to kill Tsukumo. He seeks strength and then revenge. In the Land of Rain, Master Scorpion, Kakashi Hitaki will lead the third Hokage's son, Asuma Sarutobi, along with Uchiha Hitaki and Yuhi Kurenai, to execute a clandestine mission. As the reporting individual finished speaking, a strand of iron sand instantaneously ended his life, as effortlessly as one might crush an ant. With an impassive expression, Scorpion departed from the secret chamber, while a tempest of iron sand engulfed the entire mine. All information he possessed here was buried beneath the earth by the iron sand. In this eternally weeping nation, let them fashion you into a beautiful yet grotesque puppet. Amidst a vast desert, Scorpion's solitary figure gradually receded, leaving behind traces that were swiftly erased by the wind and sand. Chapter 085. Arrival in the Land of Rain in a town located in the western part of the Land of Fire. Kakuzu trudged forward with a corpse draped across his back, stepping into a public restroom. He paused before a wall, touched it lightly, and then pushed forcefully, revealing a hidden door. This was the money exchange, colloquially known as the black market. "This way, please," announced a scarred, bald man in a deep voice. He then retreated inside, with Kakuzu following closely behind. The bald man opened a cabinet resembling a coffin and instructed, "Please place it here." Afterward, he retrieved a dossier containing bounty information. "Kazuki Momonosuke, indeed, you have made a significant score this time, Mr. Kakuzu." After confirming the identity, the bald man went to retrieve the payment, bringing back a briefcase and handing it to Kakuzu. As expected, Kakuzu began counting the money, his instincts delighting in the fragrance of wealth. "Are there any substantial bounties recently?" Kakuzu inquired while counting. "Most of the large ones have already been taken care of by you, Mr. Kakuzu. However, there have been recent high-value bounties, though it's uncertain if you would dare to take them on." "Who?" "Kakashi Hitaki, 50 million. Additionally, his student has a considerable bounty as well. Asuma Sarutobi, the third Hokage's son, 10 million, and Uchiha Hitaki, with the 3-tomo Sharingan, 8 million. Kakuzu contemplated these bounties, weighing the decision to accept them. He indeed possessed strength at the level of a Kage, yet taking on Kakashi Hitaki alone felt somewhat reckless. At that moment, the bald man whispered, "The ninja who killed the third Kazekage is also targeting Kakashi Hitaki, Mr. Kakuzu. Where is that individual?" "In the Land of Wind, en route to the Land of Rain." Kakuzu felt a jolt of apprehension. No wonder there had been significant movements from Sunagakure lately. But what did that have to do with him? Kakuzu only cared for money and loved wealth. "The one who killed the strongest Kazekage deserves to work with me. I shall accept this bounty. 2 Kage-level warriors. Kakashi Hitaki, advantage lies with me." Kakuzu held ample confidence that he could detain Hitaki in the Land of Rain. As for Hitaki and Asuma, those youngsters could easily be turned into bounty as well. 2.5 days later, Class 9, led by Hitaki, arrived in the Land of Rain. Unlike the Land of Waves, which is surrounded by ocean, the Land of Rain is perpetually drenched, earning its moniker as the Weeping Nation. The term weeping reflects the oppressive lives of its inhabitants. Since Hanzo the Salamander instigated the Second Shinobi World War, many orphans have emerged, giving rise to countless evils. Gradually, the nation became engulfed in frequent internal conflicts. The constant protection arranged by Hanzo around the clock, alongside frequent assassination attempts, underscores this turmoil. Treading through the muddy, sewage-laden streets, raindrops the size of beans incessantly fell upon them. Yuhi Kurenai could not help but inquire, "Sensei Kakashi, how much longer until we reach the mission site? At this rate, we might catch a cold from the rain." "Soon," Kakashi replied. "According to the intel from the Umbu, Hanzo will be receiving Chio near the town of Gamu." "Just a little longer," Kurenai, Asuma encouraged. To be honest, he felt the weight of the environment weighing down on him too. However, noticing the lack of expression on Hitaki's face, Asuma re-energized himself. "Brother Hitaki, what are you thinking about?" Asuma asked with a smile. Hatake glanced at Asuma, but did not respond. He was contemplating the Akatsuki organization, information that could not be disclosed at this time, yet feeling it rude not to respond. Hatake casually remarked, I was pondering when this eternally weeping nation will cease its tears. In other words, he was thinking about the Akatsuki organization. Truly, Brother Hatake, your thoughts always align with national concerns, reflecting a mindset akin to that of a Kage. Asuma stated. Upon hearing the familiar praise, Hatake turned his head and asked, Is that what your father said? Impossible. That has always been my belief. Hatake assessed Asuma seriously and subtly shook his head. While he indeed preferred to consider issues from a higher perspective, it did not mean he was willing to sacrifice himself like a Kage for such matters. Suddenly, Hatake inadvertently glanced toward a tree, sensing something lurking there, yet upon looking closer, he found nothing. Let us keep moving. The land of rain is rife with treachery. If our conversation is overheard, we risk exposure. Soon, the four arrived at their destination, Gamma Town. Unlike towns in the Land of Fire, this place bore a distinct technological aura. Steel reinforcements and pipes crisscrossed the town, and towering buildings revealed an industrial atmosphere. Gamu Town's drainage system was well constructed, and the streets showed no significant pooling of water. Let us find a place to stay. If time permits, we can enjoy a hot spring, Kakashi smiled. They had traveled nearly 3 days, and with time still on their side, they hurried to rest. The days ahead would not be easy. Gamma Town had few inns, all located on the town's outskirts. Kakashi found a relatively ordinary, slightly dilapidated abode to temporarily reside in. Upon moving into the room, Kakashi stated, This place sees few outsiders. To minimize exposure risks, let us avoid crowded areas. Kurenai, Asuma, you two should freshen up and then return to rest. Hatake, come with me. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Asuma could not help but ask, Sensei Kakashi, where are you and Hatake going? Can I join? No, Kakashi shook his head, explaining. I'm taking Hatake to the black market. It's not wise to bring too many people inside. You and Kurenai appear too inexperienced. Seasoned individuals would easily see through you. What? Sensei Kakashi, my disguise is impeccable, and my transformation technique is quite good. Let me join. Asuma protested. Experience is evident in your gaze. You should stay with Kurenai, Kakashi reiterated. He handed Hatake a mask and then jumped out the window. Hatake, understanding Kakashi's intent to gather intelligence, donned the mask and followed suit. On the outskirts of the town lay a slum, close to the inn and home to the black market. Entering the black market, Hatake and Kakashi found a dozen individuals inside, most armed with blades, comprising either wandering samurai or unorganized ninjas, many of whom were rogue ninjas. Kakashi led Hatake deeper inside. ID like recent intelligence regarding the Land of Rain, Kakashi rasped. Outsider, are you? The bald man at the front desk scrutinized Kakashi, and as he glanced toward his eyes, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. What would you like to know, sir? Significant recent news from the Land of Rain, Kakashi replied. The leader of Amigakure, Hanzo, is set to meet with Chiyo of Sunigakure. The renowned Konoha White Fang, Kakashi Hatake, will be present, and Orochimaru, the Cold Lord, is leading a ninja army stationed at the borders of the Land of Rain. That's the hottest news of late, sir. The bald man handed Kakashi a price list, with the top price at 500,000 Ryo, followed by 300,000 and 200,000. Chapter 086, Scorpion, Kakuzu, Assassination. When Shomo's information surfaced in the black market, a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. The 9th squad he led had been dispatched on the direct orders of the 3rd Hokage that very day. Logically, only a handful of individuals should have been privy to this information. How did the black market acquire such news? Suppressing his inner doubts, Shomo replied, We all need a copy. As soon as the words left his lips, Hidaka promptly handed a suitcase brimming with cash to the bald man. After the black market's overseer completed the verification, the two successfully obtained the intelligence scroll and departed. Chiyo was en route to the Land of Rain to negotiate with Hanzo, seeking his permission to search for a certain individual and attempting to forge an alliance with the Rain Village, with intelligence provided by a jonin from Sunigakure. The famed Konoha White Fang was covertly dispatched to investigate the specifics of Chiyo's meeting with Hanzo, receiving their information from a reputable informant. Orochimaru stationed his forces at the borders of the 3 countries. Shomo quickly scanned the scroll and handed it to Hidaka, declaring, The information has been leaked. We must leave tonight. Hidaka, momentarily bewildered by this statement, quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation upon reviewing the details within the scroll. It became evident that Danzo, the root leader, sought his demise, or perhaps the shadowy figures behind the scenes, Madara and Kaguya, were orchestrating a grand scheme against him. What frightened him most was the likelihood of the latter being far greater than the former. Despite Danzo's malevolence, he was not a fool. Only a madman would betray Shomo himself and Asuma. With trembling hands, Hidaka secured the scroll and inquired, "Should we return, or use the planned signal to notify Asuma and the others, Uncle Shomo?" "We should return first. I hope our current information has not been compromised," Shomo replied. They navigated swiftly through the rainforest, and within 3 minutes, they arrived back at the inn. Noticing the lights spilling from the windows and the sounds of chatter or arguments within, they breathed a sigh of relief. Climbing through the window, Hidaka glanced at Asuma, who was sitting beside Kurenai, engrossed in a book, and urged, "We need to go." "Where to, Brother Hidaka?" Asuma asked, somewhat confused, still unaware of the unfolding events. At that moment, Shomo entered as well. "The information has been leaked. We must leave immediately," Shomo stated. Upon hearing this, Asuma and Kurenai recognized the seriousness of the situation and hastily followed Hidaka and Shomo without hesitation. "Sensei, are we really abandoning the mission?" Asuma inquired as they hurried along. In his mind, Chiyo from Sunagakure was hardly a match for Shomo, especially with Brother Hidaka by their side. Even if the information was compromised, the mission could still be accomplished. This mission may very well attract the intervention of a third party, and your lives are far more valuable than the task at hand. Shomo replied softly. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he drew his short sword, positioning Hidaka and the others behind him. "Who goes there? Show yourself." The rain pattered against Shomo's silver blade, and Hidaka too unsheathed his weapon. He glanced at the sky. Fighting in the rain was decidedly disadvantageous for him. True to the reputation of Konoha's White Fang, his perceptiveness was remarkable. A dispassionate voice emerged from behind the trees, and a figure with blue hair and black eyes clad in a gray robe stepped forth. The moment he appeared, Shomo and the others were taken aback. The newcomer was none other than the legendary third Kazekage. Why was he here attacking them? Was he declaring war on Konoha? Before Shomo could voice his inquiries, the Kazekage's puppet opened its mouth wide and unleashed a multitude of poisoned Senbon needles. This bizarre spectacle resembled a puppet show, intensifying the shock in the eyes of Shomo and his companions. The third Kazekage had been transformed into a puppet. What a ludicrous jest. Earth release, earth flow wall. Hidaka quickly formed hand seals and pressed down, causing a wall of earth to rise swiftly in an attempt to intercept the Senbon. However, the needles seemed to be manipulated as they circled around and attacked from above and the flanks. This was indeed magnet release. The puppet could unleash a bloodline limit. Shomo inhaled deeply, suppressing his astonishment. He swiftly swung his sword, executing a cross slash that knocked the airborne Senbon from the air. But just then, another figure appeared behind them. It was a rogue ninja from Takigakure, whose shoulders bore two strange masks. One exhaled a gale of compressed wind, creating a swirling tempest, while the other unleashed flames akin to seawater, consuming everything in its path. This was the fiery technique known as flame wind chaos, a combination of fire release and wind release. The raging flames, driven by the wind, devoured everything around Hidaka and his companions. The damp earth beneath them turned to ash upon contact. The onslaught was far from over. Beneath their feet, countless iron sand spikes erupted, forming numerous deadly protrusions from the ground. This was a comprehensive, all-encompassing assault. There was no escape. Moreover, if even one direction went undefended, they would be engulfed by the flames and iron sand. Hidden in the shadows, Scorpion observed the unfolding scene, a stiff smile creeping across his face. This strike would likely be difficult for even Konoha's White Fang to evade. Yet before he could finish his thought, torrents of water surged from the very ground where Hidaka and his group stood, enveloping them in an impenetrable water barrier. Water release? Scorpion was taken aback. Intelligence had indicated that Uchiha Hidaka excelled in sword techniques, lightning release, and genjutsu. Such a vast scale of water release defense could only be executed by an Uchiha ninja. The iron sand under Scorpion's control was entirely eroded by the water, making it difficult for him to manipulate and reclaim it. The inferno that had raged was now completely thwarted by the water barrier. Dense mist rapidly enveloped the area, reducing visibility to a mere few meters. The probing skirmish came to an unspoken pause, both sides momentarily halting. "Well done, Hidaka," Shomo remarked. "When did you acquire such proficiency in water release?" Asuma inquired with admiration. "Let us not dwell on that. Our primary concern now is the enemy," Hidaka replied, activating his three-tomo Sharingan with a hint of anxiety. The foes before them were destined to become members of the Akatsuki organization, a formidable duo, Scorpion and Kakazu, both of whom were exceptionally challenging opponents at the level of shadows. At that moment, Shomo addressed Kakazu, his tone laced with an unmistakable warning. "Who are you? A black market operative? We are all ninjas from Konoha. Are you not finding it difficult to survive in the land of fire?" In response, Kakazu chuckled coldly, stating, "I am a ninja who has assassinated the first Hokage and lived to tell the tale. Do you think I care about such matters?" Upon hearing this, all the ninjas present, except for Hidaka, revealed expressions of shock. To have crossed blades with the god of ninjas and emerged unscathed, this individual's strength was likely even more exaggerated than previously demonstrated. Shomo and Asuma silently concluded that their situation was perilous indeed. Kakazu paid no mind to the astonishment of Shomo and the others, continuing, "I have no fixed allegiance. I merely follow the scent of gold, and there are those willing to pay a handsome price for your lives." Suddenly, Hidaka pointed at the third Kazekage puppet and boldly declared, "What if I offer 1.5 times the price to buy my life and hire you to deal with him?" He was straightforward, declaring, "I, Uchiha Hidaka, am willing to pay more." Scorpion glanced nervously at Kakazu, seeing that he seemed tempted. He genuinely worried that Kakazu might change his mind at any moment. "I am a man of my word. If I accept the bounty, I will fulfill it." Kakazu's eyes flickered with intrigue. Yet, he was more inclined to uphold the professional ethics of a bounty ninja. "I'll double the price," Hidaka proclaimed with a grand gesture. He had recently received a substantial sum of money, making this an opportune moment to entice Kakazu. Seeing Kakazu still hesitating, Hidaka extended 3 fingers, coolly stating, "3 times the amount. This is a deposit." Upon finishing his words, Yakumo directly kicked a suitcase filled with cash towards Kakazu. The suitcase opened midair, releasing the familiar and comforting scent of ink from the bills. Kakazu quickly utilized his Earth Grudge fear to catch the scattered notes, weighing the suitcase in his hands, his face breaking into a satisfied smile. He was genuinely interested. Kakazu placed the suitcase into a sealing scroll and turned to Scorpion, saying, as a temporary ally, "I have no desire to engage in combat with you." Upon hearing this, Scorpion's gaze became chillingly ominous, as if it could drip with malice. He was acutely aware of Kakazu's intentions to demand payment while preserving his strength for further negotiations. This thought unsettled Scorpion. At this moment, he had just completed the creation of 3 third Kazekage puppets and had yet to fully master the use of magnet release. It was already a struggle to contend with Shoma, and now he also had to face a Uchiha with a 3-tomo Sharingan. "Aren't you afraid they might default on their payment?" Scorpion coldly reminded him. "Default? The only people I've ever dared to default on have all met their demise, without exception." Kakazu replied nonchalantly. He was a formidable figure, and Konoha had no desire to create unnecessary enemies. Defaulting was simply not a viable option. Moreover, Kakazu could easily approach the Uchiha himself to collect the debt. Selling Sharingan was indeed a lucrative enterprise. When Kakazu made this remark, not only did Scorpion feel a surge of panic, but even the hidden black Zetsu became anxious. Similarly, Asuma and Kurenai, who stood behind Yakumo, were left in astonishment. Marveling at Yakumo's audacity, they could hardly fathom that disputes could be resolved through monetary means, effectively bribing their enemies. To be frank, it was somewhat outrageous, nearly redefining their understanding of ninjas. "I never imagined you could sway the enemy with just a few words," Yakumo, Shoma exclaimed in surprise. After decades of missions, he had never encountered such a situation. The most absurd part was that the person before him was also a shadow-level powerhouse, just like himself. As the atmosphere became tense and the prospect of battle loomed, the head of the black market hurried over, shouting at Kakazu. "The exchange office is willing to pay 10 times the price." 10 times. Kakazu's expression changed immediately. He never doubted that the exchange office would dare to deceive him. "Ahem, I have always prided myself on my credibility across nations and would never engage in betrayal, which would tarnish my reputation. Konoha's ninjas, enough talk, let us fight." Seeing his temporary ally shift allegiances yet again left Scorpion momentarily speechless. However, the hatred simmering within him suppressed these distracting thoughts. planting seeds of doubt in his mind. Kakuzu was not to be fully trusted. Cooperation must be approached with caution. Realizing the serendipitous arrival of the black market leader, Yakumo instantly grasped that this situation had been orchestrated by Madara and Black Zetsu. It was inconceivable that an ordinary person could evade his Sharingan's perception and suddenly appear in this vicinity. He was not inclined to believe in such coincidences. Moreover, the timing was too perfect. It seemed that combat was indeed the only option. Uncle Shoma. As Yakumo spoke, lightning flickered, and the brilliance of the Chidori glinted upon his blade. Yakumo, you three deal with that puppeteer, Shoma commanded swiftly, while he himself prepared to engage Kakashi, who was notorious for having successfully assassinated the first Hokage and escaped unscathed. Understood, Yakumo comprehended Shoma's intentions. Although Kakuzu's bravado about throwing kunai from 800 miles away was exaggerated, there was no denying that his strength was significantly greater than Scorpion's, who had just recently assassinated the third Kazekage. Kakuzu was an established shadow-level ninja, while Scorpion was still just a teenager, newly mastering the third Kazekage puppet and yet to fully adapt. It was a reasonable match of strength against strength, weakness against weakness. Uchiha brat, huh? Konoha White Fang truly looks down on me, Scorpion thought as he controlled the third Kazekage puppet to charge at Yakumo, intent on eliminating him first. Magnet release, Iron Sand Ring. As the hand seals were completed, the iron sand on the ground surged like waves towards Yakumo, transforming into countless fine needles that shot at him from every angle with lightning speed, akin to bullets. Perhaps this technique can be utilized with magnet release. Yakumo mused as the short blade in his hand crackled with electrical energy, the sound of the Chidori echoing incessantly. Lightning release, Chidori stream. The area attack of Chidori stream unleashed a powerful current, disrupting the surrounding magnetic field. Simultaneously, the intense electrical energy collided with the iron sand, causing the fine needles to come to a halt, falling powerless to the ground. Magnetism generates electricity, and electricity generates magnetism. The relationship between magnet release and lightning release was inherently one of mutual restraint, with the battle ultimately determined by the strength of control. Undoubtedly, Yakumo's lightning release triumphed. If you merely rely on magnet release, an inferior bloodline limit, your defeat is inevitable. Yakumo's three-tomo Sharingan fixated on the treetop, where Scorpion's true form was concealed. Lightning release, Chidori sharp spear. A beam of light shot forth, forcing Scorpion to leap from the tree and land on the ground, mud splattering across his face. Yet at this moment, Scorpion paid no mind to such trivialities. Your lightning release is impressive. It qualifies you to be crafted into eternal art. Scorpion remarked with a soft chuckle, his gaze towards Yakumo akin to that of an art connoisseur, filled with whimsical appraisal, yet marked by indifference and distance. My mastery of magnet release is not deep. I shan't indulge in this any longer. Next, let me show you the art of the puppeteer. Scorpion tore open a sealing scroll at his side, and several puppets emerged from within. With a subtle movement of his fingers, chakra strings connected the puppets to him. He moved his fingers like a pianist, imbuing his control with an aesthetic beauty. However, the puppets he commanded were merciless killing machines, converging upon Yakumo with lethal intent. Yakumo's Sharingan spun rapidly, noting the sheer number of puppets before him, each of considerable quality. Through his Sharingan, he discerned that most of the puppets were constructed from the corpses of at least Chunin-level ninjas, including 5 Jonin. At this point, Scorpion had already begun to take shape in the art of the 100 machine manipulation. Yakumo furrowed his brow tightly, given his strength. It would be a daunting challenge to contend with Scorpion, and he feared he would not last long. Chapter 088. Yakumo vs. Scorpion. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Yakumo pondered, the puppets had fully encircled him. Their mouths, hands, and other body parts unleashed countless needles coated in venom. A mere scratch would spell death within 3 minutes. The Sand Village's puppet techniques also encompassed poison. Yakumo's Sharingan whirled rapidly, desperately seeking an optimal escape route. Yet the dense barrage of poisonous needles left no openings. Earth release or wind release. There was no time for contemplation. Yakumo swiftly formed hand seals. A mound of earth rose, encasing him, but just then, the third Kazekage puppet moved in. Magnet release, iron sand barrier. Countless large, spiked iron sand pillars pierced the surroundings, enclosing Yakumo like a barrier, while the third Kazekage puppet moved freely within this confines. Fire release, ash pile burning. Asuma exhaled a cloud of high-temperature ash, attempting to tear a hole in the barrier surrounding Yakumo. The heat proved ineffective against the iron sand, and the subsequent explosion of ash could not breach the defenses. Such was the terrifying nature of the third Kazekage's magnet release. For ordinary ninjas, even Jonin, it was an exceedingly challenging ordeal. Yakumo, brother. Kurenai attempted to use Genjutsu to control Scorpion, but he seemed immune to illusions, rendering her efforts futile. Meanwhile, Asuma watched in horror as Yakumo was about to be overwhelmed by the puppets, his anxiety palpable. Is this the end? Scorpion commanded several puppets, their sharp blades thrusting towards the earthen mound. This strike was unavoidable. He could only brace for impact, yet it appeared that the conclusion was not yet at hand. Surrounding Scorpion, iron sand coalesced around him, while Yakumo's figure emerged behind Scorpion. He concealed himself behind a mound of earth, traversing through the earth release, hiding technique, maneuvering underground to position himself behind Scorpion. The piercing cries of 1,000 birds resonated as lightning glimmered upon his short blade. Thunder release, 1,000 birds blade. The dagger plunged in, and under the concentrated explosion of high-voltage current, the magnetic field was utterly disrupted. Iron sand cascaded from around Scorpion. Got you. The falling iron sand revealed Scorpion's indifferent gaze. With a slight flick of his right hand, the feathered dart, controlled by chakra threads, was violently hurled against a tree trunk 5 meters away. Awaiting him were a sky full of hidden weapons and iron sand rolling across the ground like ocean waves. Brother Yuta, Asuma roared. He rushed forward, attempting to slash the hidden weapons descending towards Yuta. Just then, a voice echoed in his ear. You should escape, Asuma. This level of battle is beyond your capability. Blood stained the corner of Yuta's mouth, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly, as time seemed to slow momentarily. Clang, clang, clang. Yuta's swordsmanship was fierce and swift, devoid of any hesitation or superfluous movements. Soon, the myriad of hidden weapons was either severed or knocked down, leaving countless scars on the ground. The iron sand beneath him was immobilized by Yuta's 1,000 birds flow. Glaring intently at Scorpion, Yuta urged Asuma and Kurenai. You must leave and seek reinforcements from Konoha. Brother Yuta, I cannot abandon my comrades. I refuse to be someone even worse than a failure. Asuma understood Yuta's intentions all too well. He merely sought an excuse to allow himself and Kurenai to depart. They were situated near the borders of the rain and wind countries, far from the fire country. The journey to the fire country and back would take at least half a day. This battle had long since concluded. I didn't expect you to remember that phrase. Yuta smiled faintly, casting a Genjutsu, one he had just named, the technique of seeking assistance from the village. Asuma and Kurenai were instantly ensnared by the illusion, moving towards the fire country. However, at that moment, Kurenai swiftly dispelled the Genjutsu. She glanced at Asuma, then at Yuta, who was wiping the blood from his mouth, momentarily torn between staying and leaving. Go. You staying here won't aid me and Uncle Sakumo, but will only be a burden. Yuta's cold voice echoed through the rainforest. Realizing she could be of no help, Kurenai gritted her teeth and fled alongside Asuma. Meanwhile, Scorpion observed as they departed, allowing them to leave. He did not anticipate a Uchiha ninja to possess such loyalty. Tell me your name. I shall remember you and name the artful body I am about to create after you. Scorpion fixed his gaze upon Yuta. His eyes, transformed by puppet techniques, showed no fear in meeting the Sharingan stare. Uchiha Yuta, remember it well. Next, I shall shatter your puppets and your grotesque body. Yuta's three-tomo Sharingan remained firmly locked onto Scorpion, his short blade gleaming once more. That is eternal art, supreme beauty, Uchiha Yuta, Scorpion corrected. As his words fell, the puppets he had controlled encircled Yuta once more. Last time, Scorpion had not anticipated Yuta would utilize Earth Release to burrow underground. This time, Yuta would not have such an opportunity. No matter, Yuta coldly declared as he charged towards Scorpion. As for abandoning Uncle Sakumo to flee alone, he, Uchiha Yuta, could not entertain such thoughts. He could not betray his conscience nor face Kakashi's disappointed gaze. Furthermore, Madara and Black Zetsu had already set their sights on him. Fleeing would be futile. Scorpion watched Yuta charge, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. With a casual flick of his finger, the puppets, including the third Kazekage, charged towards Yuta. The numbers included 1 Shadow, 5 Elite Jonin, and 12 Chunin. Given Yuta's currently displayed strength, Scorpion estimated he could not endure for even a quarter of an hour. Crackle. Crackle. The sound of electricity echoed in front of Scorpion as steam erupted from Yuta's body. This was the 8 gates release, the 4th gate, the healing gate. Yuta's speed surged, cutting through the blockade of iron sand and slicing through the 3 puppets in his path. The immense dynamic visual acuity provided by the Sharingan allowed him to easily discern the puppets' movements. The temporary explosive speed granted by the 8 gates release enabled him to swiftly advance during the moment Scorpion was occupied with controlling the puppets. Scorpion of the red sand is formidable. Even if I sever the chakra threads or destroy the puppets, he can swiftly regain control. This implied that only by vanquishing Scorpion could the battle be concluded. This was nearly the sole method. The iron sand surged towards Yuta like a tidal wave, while the iron sand beneath Scorpion began to levitate, rapidly enveloping him. Yuta's short blade surged forward, aimed at Scorpion. The blade, imbued with 1,000 birds, disregarded the heavy iron sand as it slashed towards Scorpion. An arm was severed, tumbling to the ground. Got it. A fleeting glimmer of joy crossed Yuta's eyes, but a detached voice whispered in his ear. What makes you think my magnetic release is as feeble as before? You Uchiha are all geniuses, but I, Scorpion, am no different. Chapter 089, The Land of Rain, a Nation Forever Weeping. The iron sand ensnared Yuta's short blade, sliding along the edge towards his hand. At this moment, the iron sand displayed none of its previous impotence against the 1,000 birds. Scorpion's magnetic release had unexpectedly suppressed Yuta's lightning release. Yuta had no choice but to abandon the short blade and retreat sideways. Meanwhile, the tidal wave of iron sand had obscured half the sky, bearing down upon Yuta. The iron sand transformed into countless whip-like tendrils, lashing out at him. Scorpion had already reattached the lost limb that Yuta had severed. With a wave of his fingers, he elegantly and coldly directed the iron sand towards Yuta. The chakra threads pierced through layers of iron sand, reaching Yuta's side, forcing him to defend himself. At that moment, an iron sand whip struck Yuta's back, sending him crashing into a tree over 10 meters away. The immense force caused the tree to collapse to the ground. The cold rain continued to pour, and in the dim environment, hope seemed utterly absent. Your arrogance will ultimately cost you dearly, Uchiha Yuta. The sound of footsteps drew nearer. It was the 3rd Kazekage puppet. Your strength is impressive, at least within the realm of elite jonin. But my art transcends yours, and I shall grant you no opportunities. A nail coalesced in the hand of the 3rd Kazekage puppet, aimed at Yuta's head. Become eternal art, Uchiha Yuta. The iron nail, formed from iron sand, shot towards Yuta like a bullet. Under the gaze of Yuta's 3-tomo Sharingan, the nail loomed larger, and time seemed to slow. Yet, he could not muster significant strength. Moreover, Scorpion's chakra threads firmly restrained his body. Yuta felt the specter of death encroaching upon him. But at that moment, a silvery figure shielded him. It was the Leaf's white fang, his mentor, Tsukumo Hatake. Apologies for my tardiness. With swift movements, several flashes of blades manifested, knocking the nail down and severing Scorpion's chakra threads. Even the 3rd Kazekage puppet, 5 meters behind, was torn open, revealing the chest of its puppeteered form. Uncle Tsukumo, Yuta exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, not far from Scorpion, Kakuzu's figure also arrived. His clothing bore several cuts from sharp blades, stained with blood, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. In truth, Kakuzu paid the price of 2 hearts for this. Had it not been for his 5 lives, he would have perished by now. And thus stands the fearsome Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake. Hatake, one of us must stay behind to cover the retreat, Tsukumo declared, brandishing his short blade as he fixed his gaze upon Scorpion and Kakuzu. Uncle Tsukumo, you can't hold on much longer. You are a burden to me now. You are astute, and I trust you understand this, Hatake urged. Yet Tsukumo remained resolute, positioning himself protectively in front of his junior, the silver blade glinting in the light. I made a promise to Kakashi and the others to protect you. This is a man's vow. Should I fall, please return to Kakashi and inform him that he is the son of a hero. This is your promise and your duty. Hatake's eyes dimmed. He never anticipated becoming a burden, much like Asuma and Kurenai before him. Uncle Tsukumo, listen. Kakashi, Obito, and Guy are waiting for your return in Konoha. Tsukumo's voice rang out sternly. Very well. A glimmer of tears welled in Hatake's eyes as he nodded firmly. With renewed strength, he fled towards the land of fire, leaving only 3 combatants on the battlefield, Tsukumo Hatake, Kakuzu, and Scorpion. To his surprise, The one who had slain his parents revealed a gentler side. Scorpion, having glimpsed the shadow of his parents in Tsukumo, allowed Hitaki to escape once more. Kakazu, however, dared not charge in alone. Tsukumo's might was overwhelming, evoking a sense of facing the first Hokage. In the land where Konoha flourishes, the flame of hope continues to burn, illuminating the village and nurturing the budding leaves. This spirit of fire has been passed down since the era of the first Hokage. Rain fell upon Tsukumo's blade, splashing droplets that marked his visage. The land of rain, a realm eternally weeping. Meanwhile, Hitaki hastened towards the land of fire, weaving through the rain-soaked forest and leaping across sturdy branches. Suddenly, a group of masked ninjas obstructed his path. For in total, they formed a complete squad. Who are you? Umbu or Root? Hitaki asked warily. Uchiha Hitaki. Lord Danzo has taken an interest in your eyes. Comply and meet your demise. One of the masked ninjas lunged at him with a kunai. Currently, Hitaki was severely injured. Even Sage Mode would struggle to restore him fully in such a short span. He was utterly incapable of fighting back. With a swift motion, he dodged to the right, casting a cold glance at the suspected Root ninjas. He was unaware if they were impersonating White Zetsu, or if they were truly Root ninjas led by Madara and Black Zetsu. Nevertheless, these distinctions mattered little to him. Whether it was Madara, Black Zetsu, or Danzo, they were all his adversaries. The rain intensified, a cacophony echoing in his ears. Exhausted from his relentless flight, Hitaki reached a dead end, a precipice overlooking a river, its depths unknown. He glanced back at the four pursuers closing in behind him. One day, I shall slay you all, he vowed without hesitation, leaping into the abyss. At that moment, the battlefield between Tsukumo, Scorpion, and Kakazu had become exceedingly fierce, with Tsukumo finding himself at a distinct disadvantage. His right arm had been struck by Scorpion's hidden weapon, the poison rapidly eroding his strength. Both Scorpion and Kakazu were acutely aware of this, coordinating their attacks to apply relentless pressure upon him, as if slowly carving away at his resolve. Even heroes must eventually face their twilight. Kakazu observed the panting Tsukumo with a sense of melancholy. It is time to end this, the enemy who killed my parents. Scorpion's indifferent voice resonated through the rain-soaked forest. Visions of his childhood, waiting for his parents to return home, flooded his mind. Culminating in the heart-wrenching moment, he learned of their demise. This was both the hopeful and tragic essence of his youth. Today, all misfortune would come to an end. Yet, Scorpion found himself devoid of the anticipated thrill of vengeance, feeling only indifference. Perhaps it was the actions of Hitaki and Tsukumo that stirred his emotions. Or perhaps he understood that his parents would never return. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and sensing something amiss, Scorpion retreated hastily. Kakazu, still watching Tsukumo, turned his ire towards Scorpion's abrupt departure, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You can handle this alone now." Scorpion's cold voice echoed back to Kakazu. At that moment, an elderly woman appeared on the battlefield. Hearing a familiar voice, she peered into the depths of the rainforest, catching sight of the unmistakable red hair. Scorpion. Scorpion did not respond. Neither his lingering emotions nor his rational mind could compel him to face his grandmother, Chiyo. At that juncture, the Sand Village ninjas had completely encircled the area. Kakuza hesitated, weighing whether to stay. If Tsukumo's corpse fell into the hands of the Sand Village, he would miss out on the bounty of 500 million. Such a sum drove him to madness. "Tsukumo Hitaki, it is you," Chiyo exclaimed upon recognizing the silver hair that haunted her thoughts day and night. Understanding why Scorpion was present, remembering her grandson and son, she tore open a sealing scroll. 10 white figures emerged before her, the puppet brigade of Chikamatsu, crafted by the esteemed puppeteer, Zoamatsu. Each puppet bore its own weaponry, tools, and methods of assault. In Tsukumo's current state, he was utterly incapable of combat, especially with Kakazu lurking nearby, ever watchful. May Hitaki escape safely, Tsukumo thought. His eyelids heavy as Scorpion's poison coursed through his body. His breaths grew labored, fatigue enveloping his mind. Just then, a familiar cold voice pierced through the haze. "Tsukumo, it is rare to see you in such a dire state." Orochimaru materialized before him, alongside Guy, Anko Mitarashi, and Kakashi. "Uncle Tsukumo." Guy rushed to assist him, while a medical ninja hurried over to administer a vial of antidote. Serpent's hand. Orochimaru's hand transformed into a serpent, blocking the advance of the puppet brigade. He coldly warned, "If the Sand Village wishes to provoke war in the Land of Rain, Let them take one more step forward. At that moment, another figure emerged at the standoff, a man unmistakably known as the leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo of the Salamander. The Rain Village had no desire to engage in conflict with Konoha, nor did they wish to offend the Sand. "Gentlemen, please withdraw," Hanzo stated, planting his chained sickle into the ground. Witnessing Hanzo's polite, yet menacing demeanor and Orochimaru's mocking gaze, Chiyo reluctantly swallowed her anger. The Rain Village did not want their territory to become a battleground, nor did the Konoha support troops led by Orochimaru find it prudent to strike now. "Very well. I shall take the Sand Village ninjas and depart," Chiyo gritted her teeth. As a high-ranking figure in the Sand Village, her village's interests outweighed her personal feelings, a testament to her broader perspective. Subsequently, the Sand ninjas retreated, and Orochimaru cast a glance at Hanzo, deep in thought. Moments later, he too departed with the Konoha ninjas, while Kakashi silently slipped away, regretting why he had not accepted Itachi's offer earlier. 3 times the bounty, 240 million. The pain was unbearable. Returned to eliminate the black market leader. It is fortuitous that he lacks a heart. In an obscure underground chamber, shrouded in blood mist, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu emerged from below, reporting to Madara, who reclined in a stone chair above. "Lord Madara?" Shikaku Hatake sacrificed himself for Yada and was on the brink of death when Chiyo arrived. At that moment, Scorpion suddenly departed. Just as Chiyo was about to strike Shikaku, Orochimaru from Konoha and Hanzo from Amigakure appeared, and Shikaku was rescued. Listening to Black Zetsu's report, Madara rested his right arm on the armrest, his hand cradling his cheek. And with an indifferent smile, remarked, "The plan has failed." Perceiving Madara's displeasure, Black Zetsu hastily added, "Lord Madara, the strategy of disguising as root ninjas to pursue Yada was remarkably successful. Currently, Yada lies unconscious in a river, under White Zetsu's watch, and is not in immediate danger." Madara, still with his hand against his cheek, took a moment before raising his head and stated, "This time, they were merely fortunate. Have White Zetsu transport Yada to Nagato. Let us test his perspective on peace." The following morning in Konoha, as Asuma and Kurenai safely returned to the Land of Fire, news of Yahada's disappearance in the Land of Rain reached Konoha. The third Hokage swiftly enacted a news blackout. This information must not reach the Uchiha clan. The consequences could be catastrophic. His own son was safe, yet Yada was missing. Who could fathom how the Uchiha would react or how the other ninjas of Konoha would perceive him as Hokage? If those allied with Yada united with the Uchiha clan, Shikaku, Dai, Minato, and Kushina, the third Hokage dared not envision the repercussions, even though he understood that the probability of such an outcome was low. What if it were to happen? After taking a drag from his cigarette to calm his nerves, he instructed the concealed Umbu in his office, notify Jiraiya, Might Guy, and Minato to immediately lead a team to the Land of Rain to search for Uchiha Yahada's whereabouts. Inform them that this is a confidential mission, strictly prohibiting any disclosure. Additionally, have the Umbu captain lead 10 squads to hasten towards the Land of Rain with the same objective. In short, we must either find him alive or retrieve his body. Suddenly recalling something, the third Hokage directed another Umbu, have Elder Danzo come to my office. 15 minutes later, Danzo pushed open the door to the Hokage's office and directly addressed the third Hokage, Hiruzen. "What urgent matter requires my attention?" Danzo understood Hiruzen's character all too well. As the Hokage basking in the sunlight, he needed Danzo to handle matters that were too dark for him to manage. With Hiruzen personally summoning him, it was evident that there was something of great importance at hand. "Danzo, I require your assistance. Last night, Shikaku's team encountered 2 unknown formidable adversaries. One was a puppeteer who transformed the third Kazekage into a puppet, while the other was a rogue ninja from Takigakure, possessing an unusual physique with at least 3 hearts. After the battle, Shikaku was poisoned and injured, and Yada went missing. Upon hearing the news of the inherently malevolent Uchiha boy's disappearance, a fleeting glimmer of delight flickered in Danzo's eyes. It was indeed fortuitous that Uchiha Yada had vanished. However, Danzo was premature in his joy, for the third Hokage had more to say. "I need you to locate Yada, Danzo, and bring him back to Konoha at all costs." Danzo's countenance darkened instantly. "What, Hiruzen? You expect me to rescue that inherently evil Uchiha boy?" he exclaimed incredulously. "This is not a request, it is an order. Remember, Danzo, I am the Hokage." The third Hokage asserted with rare firmness. Under Danzo's increasingly perplexed gaze, the third Hokage continued. This child is connected to too many individuals. The Uchiha clan, Shikaku, Dai, Minato, and even the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina. For the sake of Konoha, Danzo, the village's interests supersede personal feelings. As the gravity of the situation dawned on him, Danzo's expression darkened further, tinged with a sense of profound frustration. As the leader of Root and a staunch executor of the second Hokage's policies towards the Uchiha, it felt absurd to be tasked with rescuing an Uchiha boy. Yet, for the sake of Konoha and the stability of Hiruzen's position as Hokage, he, Shimura Danzo, had no choice but to comply. He gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well. I will lead Root to search for Uchiha Hayate, Hiruzen." Chapter 091. Minato's team and Suna's reaction in Konoha's third training ground. Minato's team was engaged in training. Suddenly, an Umbu ninja arrived, teleporting directly in front of Minato, presenting him with a mission scroll. This is a task assigned by the Hokage, set out immediately after reviewing it. Furthermore, the details of this mission must be kept strictly confidential. No one must be informed. Upon hearing the Umbu's serious tone, Minato's expression grew somber. He accepted the scroll, unfurling it with his right hand. The scroll contained only a few terse lines. Shikaku's team was ambushed in the Land of Rain. Shikaku is severely injured, and Hayate is missing. Minato, you are to lead Team 7 immediately to search for Hayate, and do not disclose this to the Uchiha, except for Obito. As Minato finished reading the mission scroll, the gravity of the situation struck him. His Team 7 comprised individuals with complex backgrounds, including Kakashi, the son of White Fang, and Obito, an Uchiha. As a representative of the Hokage, it was imperative for him to lead the team, both to reassure the Uchiha and to honor his senior, Shikaku. At that moment, Obito and Kakashi noticed Minato's troubled expression and approached him. "Minato-sensei, is this a mission from Grandpa Hokage?" Obito inquired, a mix of curiosity and excitement in his tone. He leaned closer, glimpsing the scroll, and froze in place. Seeing Obito's unusual demeanor, Kakashi felt a sense of foreboding and walked up to Minato. As the contents of the mission scroll registered in his mind, Kakashi too was taken aback. "Obito, Kakashi, what is wrong?" Rin asked, approaching with a puzzled expression as she examined the scroll. With her empathetic nature, she quickly grasped the situation. "Minato-sensei, we must set out at once," Obito urged, looking up at Minato with an earnest, urgent tone. Meanwhile, Kakashi's expression dimmed with concern, knowing that even his own father had been gravely injured and feared for Yahate's fate. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. It was Minato. "Kakashi, don't lose hope. If the Hokage has sent us, then Hayate surely has a chance of survival." Minato's golden hair and gentle smile reminded Kakashi of Yahate's cheerful face. At that moment, Rin's comforting voice chimed in. "Minato-sensei is right, Kakashi. As long as we search together, we will surely find him." Even Obito chimed in, trying to uplift Kakashi. "Come on. Kakashi, are you going to be so downcast?" In truth, Obito shared the same worries for Hayate. However, he always believed that his dear friend and brother would overcome any obstacle. Listening to Minato-sensei, Rin, and Obito's encouraging words, flashes of past memories surged in Kakashi's mind. Memories of his father, wounded by rumors, and Hayate standing up for him in solidarity. Memories of his near-death experience from an explosive tag, where Hayate had ignited a spark of hope. It was the unwavering belief he held in the son. Kakashi regained his composure. In his heart, Hayate was someone capable of miracles. Bearing the Uchiha name, he could not falter. "I want to become a ninja, even worse than a fool," Kakashi retorted to Obito and then addressed Minato. "Let us depart, Teacher Minato. It will take at least 2 days to travel from Konoha to the Land of Rain. We must hurry." As Team 7 arrived at the village's entrance, they spotted a familiar figure leaning against the railing. The tall man, adorned with an oil-stained forehead protector and long white hair cascading down to his waist, was none other than Jiraiya. "Ah, Minato. I see you're also leading a team to the Land of Rain," Jiraiya remarked with a smile. Upon receiving the mission to head to the Land of Rain in search of Hitachi's whereabouts, he had anticipated that Minato would undoubtedly lead the charge. "Perverted sage. Don't block the way," Obito shouted loudly at Jiraiya. "Why is it always you, Uchiha brat?" Jiraiya replied. "Come on, let us chat as we walk," Minato said with a resigned smile. He was uncertain why Obito and Jiraiya seemed to clash so naturally, bickering like children every time they met. "All right," Jiraiya glanced at Obito and then quickly set off towards the land of rain. I heard from the old man that Shikaku and his team encountered two peculiar individuals, one with at least 3 hearts and another who turned the third Kazekage into a puppet. The third Kazekage, Minato exclaimed, astonished as he looked at Jiraiya. Indeed, the recent upheaval in Sunagakure is likely connected to this. Hatake fought valiantly against the mysterious puppeteer, while his comrade Asuma was forced to retreat back to the land of fire by Hatake's Jinjutsu. Speaking of which, the Uchiha clan has always been known for their strong sense of loyalty, Jiraiya mused. Perverted sage, what happened to Hatake afterward? Tell me. Obito insisted loudly. Afterward, Shikaku chose to stay behind, facing the 2 elite shinobi alone to protect the younger generation. Reflecting on this, Jiraiya couldn't help but compare Shikaku to the old man. He realized that perhaps Shikaku was the true heir to the will of fire, rather than the third Hokage, who remained confined to his office. So, there's a significant chance that Hatake is hiding somewhere to recover? Obito said, his face lighting up with excitement. Perhaps, but we do not know why he has not sent word back to Konoha, which is why the old man dispatched us to find him. The land of rain has been chaotic in recent years. We cannot be certain whether he has been captured. Jiraiya recalled his past experiences mentoring Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. He reminisced about the small hut with their names carved on a red wooden plaque. Since the Second Shinobi World War, the land of rain had been plagued by frequent conflicts, earning it the moniker the Land of Eternal Rain. He wondered how Nagato, Yahiko, and the others were faring. Konan must have grown quite beautiful by now, and it seemed Nagato had a crush on her. Poor Konan's affections seemed to lie with Yahiko. Reflecting on these complicated emotions, Jiraiya saw a reflection of himself in Nagato and quickly shook his head to refocus on the journey. At this moment, on the border of the Land of Wind, when the spies hidden within Konoha relayed the news of Jiraiya, Minato, and the others heading towards the Land of Rain, Chiyo felt perplexed and anxious about the third Hokage's unusual orders. Currently, 2 of the legendary Sannin were in the Land of Rain, along with Shikaku, renowned throughout the shinobi world. Moreover, even the new generation of Kumo's elite, Minato, had arrived. All 4 were powerful shinobi of the highest caliber. Was Konoha's bold maneuver a response to the fear of an alliance between Sunagakure and Amagakure? Chiyo was skeptical. Given the third Hokage's temperament, he would never have sent Jiraiya and the others to the front lines unless war was imminent. But why had the third made such an odd decision? Chiyo pondered, still underestimating Konoha's depth. Might Guy, another powerful shinobi, had also arrived, accompanied by the captain of the Umbu and a full squad of 10 Umbu members. The Land of Rain was about to host 9 formidable shinobi, with Konoha alone contributing 5. Chapter 161. To confront, not to evade suddenly, a mature woman with long, light yellow hair kicked open the door with a forceful slam. The newcomer was Tsunade. She addressed the third Hokage, old man. Do you always enjoy wasting time with these 3 relics of a bygone era? Upon seeing her, Danzo couldn't help but reprimand, Tsunade, you are being utterly uncivilized. This is the Hokage's office. Tsunade dismissed Danzo's remarks, pulling up a chair and sitting beside Hatake. A prolonged silence enveloped the office. The third Hokage took a few puffs from his pipe and, maintaining his composure, said, I summoned you all today for no particular reason. That will be all, Shikaku, Hatake. You should return and rest. Konoha will not neglect its heroes. Upon hearing this, Danzo understood the underlying message and interjected, Hiruzen, let us consider today, as events concluded. The third Hokage interrupted Danzo. Not so fast, Danzo. Realizing that Hiruzen intended to smooth over tensions as if nothing had transpired, Danzo stood, frustrated, and declared, You will regret this, Hiruzen. I am the Hokage. With a loud bang, the newly installed door was slammed shut. Hatake exchanged glances with Shikaku and Tsunade before they all pushed the door open and exited the office. Mito and Konoha's Haruno quietly exchanged glances and sighed before departing. The Hokage's office was left with only the third Hokage, alone, smoking his pipe. Meanwhile, Hatake, Shikaku, and Tsunade left the Hokage Tower, walking through the commercial district. Tsunade and Shikaku accompanied Hatake for some time. Noticing the somber expression on Hatake's face, Tsunade halted her steps and confronted him. I've heard about what happened to you. I've been through similar experiences. I understand your feelings. Noticing Hatake's unchanged demeanor, she bit her lip and said, Hey, you think you're above everyone just because you've had a rough time? Listen up. If you're dissatisfied with this world, Then change it instead of merely fleeing or complaining. These are your words, and I'm returning them to you now. Get lost, you Uchiha brat. Releasing her grip on Hataki's collar, Tsunade turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Hataki opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately fell silent. Finally, he addressed Shikaku. I need some time alone. Let us part ways here, Uncle Shikaku. All right. Take care, Shikaku nodded, watching Hataki walk alone towards the Uchiha compound. His shadow stretched long under the sun, ultimately blending into the crowd. Returning to the Uchiha compound, the place where Hataki had lived since birth, he found himself unconsciously at Obito's doorstep. Holding Obito's amulet, he stood beneath a tree for a long while. Eventually, a familiar, warm voice broke the silence. Little Hataki, you've returned. Obito's grandmother exclaimed joyfully. Startled, Hataki quickly hid the amulet and feigned nonchalance, smiling. Oh, Grandma, it's been so long. I've missed your cooking. Ah, it's tough to eat well on the battlefield, she said, taking his hand with affection. Come on, let us go inside and talk. I've just finished cooking. I wanted to sit outside for a moment while the food cooled, and then I saw you. You must be hungry. Hataki initially intended to decline, but his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. Grandma chuckled, grasping his small hand and leading him inside. It felt just like when he was a child, with her inviting him for a meal. Nothing had changed. Upon entering the house, a rich aroma of cooked food envelopes the air. Familiar memories surge forth, only to be interrupted by a gentle voice. Come, sit down and eat, she says. I had no idea you were returning today, so I prepared a feast of your favorite dishes. Grandmother retrieves a bottle of orange juice from the refrigerator, filling a bowl to the brim and placing it in front of Yuta. Just then, the rice is served. Yuta gazes at his beloved drink. A pang of nostalgia stirring in his chest, his throat tightening with emotion. Yet, he maintains an air of nonchalance to prevent his grandmother from noticing his turmoil. By the way, is little Daitu returning today as well? Grandmother inquires after finishing her tasks. Upon hearing this, Yuta quickly responds, Daitu. Although the village and Awagakure have ceased hostilities as the year draws to a close, he chose to remain behind to guard against any surprise attacks from Awagakure. You know, Grandmother, Daitu has always been so devoted to our village. Grandmother's expression shifts from disappointment to joy as she exclaims, Indeed, little Daitu dreams of becoming Hokage. He once told me to wait and witness him achieve that dream. Yes, Grandmother, I believe he will become Hokage, Yuta replies with a smile. Suddenly, a loud knocking interrupts their conversation. Yuta, fearing it might be news of Daito's demise, rushes to open the door. Upon seeing Fugaku and the clan leader, he breathes a sigh of relief. Fugaku, upon noticing Yuta, reassures him, We are aware of the situation at the Hokage building. Though Daitu, he is safe. Yuta interrupts Fugaku, pulling him aside. The clan leader glances between Yuta and grandmother, understanding the unspoken concern, and silently follows. Fugaku, please help me keep Daito's situation a secret. And do your best to keep it from the village as well, Yuta pleads earnestly. This tone is unfamiliar to Fugaku, who hesitates only a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, I will do my utmost to assist you. The clan leader then speaks. The Uchiha will help you conceal this information, and I will communicate with the Hokage on your behalf, Yuta. Nevertheless, you must also consider your own well-being and those close to you. I've heard that your teacher, Shikumo, and your friend Kakashi are quite concerned for you on the battlefield. Placing a hand on Yuta's shoulder, the clan leader adds, Once this tumultuous period passes, you will find that you and we will return to our former selves. The village will remain unchanged, as will everyone else. Take heart. At these words, Yuta lifts his gaze, declaring, No, Daitu is not dead. I will bring him back. The clan leader and Fugaku exchange a glance, silently sighing. Meanwhile, Yuta's thoughts drift towards Daito's home, recalling the battle at Jikyu Mountain. Daitu will surely arrive in time to assist Kakashi and Rin. This is Madara and Kurizetsu's design. They must have orchestrated it this way. Just wait, Obito. I will bring you back to us. Chapter 162. 6 months later after the new year, Awagakure attempts to invade the land of fire once more, with a great battle looming on the horizon. Following the peace treaty between Kumogakure and Konoha, half of the ninjas stationed in the land of frost have been reassigned to the battlefield in Awagakure. In the 49th year of Konoha, Kumogakure, unwilling to remain idle during the Third Shinobi World War, launches an incursion into the land of Earth under the leadership of the Third Raikage. In a swift turn of events, Iwagakure finds itself besieged on two fronts. On the surface, Oenoki feigns preparations for a large-scale assault on the Land of Fire, while secretly deploying thousands of IWA ninjas as ambushes along the route of the Third Raikage's advancing forces. Thus begins the legendary battle of the Third Raikage, who single-handedly faces thousands of IWA ninjas. Ultimately, Iwagakure pays a steep price, leading to the exhaustion and demise of the Third Raikage. With a vacancy in the position of the Hokage, after A assumes the role of the Fourth Raikage, he withdraws from the Shinobi World War to solidify his position. Meanwhile, when A becomes the Fourth Raikage, Yuta's name once again rises to prominence. In his earlier battles against the Frost Ninja Village and during the Battle of Hajikiyama, he significantly injured A and captured the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer B. This remarkable feat allows the Fourth Wind Shadow, Raza, to finally erase his name from the list of the village's disgraces. Simultaneously, the distant Kirigakure unexpectedly declares war on Konoha, alleviating Iwagakure's earlier setbacks. Oenoki, unwilling to accept a ceasefire, even relinquishes the grudges of the previous generation to join forces with Kirigakure against Konoha. At this time, Minato's team is redeployed to the southeastern coastal region to counter Kirigakure's surprise attacks. Shikumo's 9th Squad, having served on the battlefield in the Land of Frost, is reassigned to the Land of Waterfalls and the Land of Grass. As time passes unnoticed, Yuta has spent nearly 6 months on the battlefield in the Land of Earth. Although there have been no significant movements, he has claimed the lives of many IWA ninjas, earning numerous accolades: the Blue Flash, the Demon Blade Yuta, the Kirin Ninja, and Blood-Eyed Yuta. Even Oenoki holds him in considerable regard, granting him the same treatment as the Yellow Flash. Encounters with Uchiha Yuta can lead to mission abandonment without punishment. On the battlefield in the Land of Earth, a fierce clash among ninjas erupts at the base of a cliff. Hundreds of shinobi engage in combat, their forehead protectors indicating they are from Konoha and Iwagakure. At this moment, the number of IWA ninjas exceeds that of Konoha's by threefold. Leveraging their numerical superiority, the IWA ninjas dominate the fight, forming a siege to annihilate their foes. Captain, what are our orders? Break through. Attack the northern perimeter where the defenses are weakest. The young Konoha ninja, accustomed to the smoke of war, nods in agreement, sounding the signal to mobilize. The other teams, displaying remarkable coordination, fight while retreating towards a designated position. Seizing the moment, they launch a fierce assault on the eastern encirclement. From the cliff, it is evident that the IWA ninjas have surrounded Konoha's forces, who form a line heading east. The ground is littered with corpses, and as one moves eastward, the bodies become fewer. The IWA ninjas, unhurried, strike down Konoha's fleeing ninjas with ease. A newly arrived genin finds himself encircled by IWA ninjas, clutching his blade in fear as he surveys his surroundings. The IWA ninjas advance with kunai, large shurikens, and an array of lethal weaponry. As they close in on the boy, he desperately throws kunai and shurikens, but they are effortlessly deflected. Just when the distance narrows to mere meters, despair consumes him. In that instant, a flash of lightning surges through the air. The speed is so astonishing that even the IWA Jounin captain fails to react in time. The screech of Chidori resonates in the ears of the IWA ninjas, evoking memories of a certain individual, causing sweat to bead on their brows. Uchiha Yuta, the Blue Flash. Uchiha Yuta, whatever you do not meet his gaze. The IWA Jounin shouts a warning. Meanwhile, a figure stands before the terrified boy, wielding a dazzling silver blade crackling with lightning, his 3-tomo Sharingan focused on the 8 IWA ninjas. Are you alright? Yuta glances at the boy, sensing his fear, but chooses not to linger. He merely takes a step forward, causing 2 fully equipped IWA ninjas to hastily retreat. As lightning bursts forth from Yuta, even the IWA Jounin cannot help but issue the command, flee, run. This is Uchiha Yuta's lightning chakra mode. Before the words can fully escape his lips, a flash of blue light cuts through the air, and a head tumbles to the ground. An IWA Jounin falls effortlessly to Yuta's blade. As he sheathes his sword, Yuta casts a calm glance at the fleeing IWA ninjas. Drawing his blade once more, the lightning crackles anew. Another hidden stone Jounin fell to the ground. Faced with surrender or death, Hayate observed the fleeing stone ninja and spoke calmly. Noticing that some continued to escape, he extended his right hand, summoning Chidori, which transformed into a flurry of 1,000 needles, raining down upon the retreating stone ninjas like a tempest of arrows. 6 stone ninjas exerted all their strength, either burrowing underground or erecting earthen barriers, yet they still succumbed to the onslaught of Chidori. I have already granted you the chance to live, Hayate stated, sheathing his blade into the clothing of the fallen Jonin, wiping off the blood before putting away his sword. He turned to glance at the young boy, reminding him, "This is still a battlefield, and the Leaf's reinforcements have yet to arrive. I merely acted first." With that, Hayate leaped onto a tree, standing atop its canopy, surveying the battlefield. After a moment, he transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished from sight. In the distance, the boy's voice of gratitude reached him. "Thank you. Thank you." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Leaf's ninjas were collecting the bodies of their fellow villagers, leaving the corpses of the stone ninjas unattended on the ground. Vultures circled overhead, awaiting the moment when the bodies would decay, the most delectable time for them. Hayate sat upon a large stone, drinking from his water pouch. The Leaf ninjas passed by him, gazing with either admiration or awe. Undoubtedly, this small-scale conflict concluded with a decisive victory for the Leaf, while Uchiha Hayate alone had sent the stone ninjas into retreat. Shikumo approached and sat beside Hayate. "It is hard to believe that in just 6 months, your swordsmanship has undergone such remarkable transformation." "It's manageable," Hayate replied, taking a sip of water while observing the battlefield. "Perhaps having taken many lives has imbued me with a sense of bloodlust." Upon hearing this, Shikumo shook his head. He could discern that Hayate wielded his blade with a distinct resolve. This determination was unwavering and could not merely be attributed to bloodlust. Hayate was not a person who delighted in killing. "Hayate, I have gathered the information you were concerned about. According to intelligence from the Umbu, the Mist Village is planning a large-scale assault on the Leaf soon. The Stone Village has suffered greatly in the year-long war, and this is their last opportunity. If all goes as expected, the Stone will ally with the Mist to launch a simultaneous offensive." Chapter 163, News from Kaiki Mountain. Hearing that the Mist and Stone were preparing a large-scale attack, Hayate instinctively thought of the Battle of Kaiki Mountain. Given Tobi's injuries, he must have nearly recovered by now. The next phase of Madara's plan is about to unfold. "When, Uncle Shikumo?" Hayate inquired. "It won't exceed 3 days. The location is likely near the coastal area of the Leaf," Shikumo responded with certainty. Whether based on intelligence from the Umbu or the current situation, the Mist must initiate a major war promptly to reverse the tide of battle. Otherwise, the longer the war drags on, the more the Mist will suffer from the Leaf's logistical advantage. Furthermore, the Stone's ally, the Mist, is already in dire straits. 3 days will suffice, Hayate thought to himself. He stood, gazing towards the direction of the Shinbai Bridge, and declared, "Uncle Shikumo, I wish to visit the battlefield of the Mist." Shikumo recalled that Minato's team was there and asked with a smile, "Are you worried about Kakashi?" Hayate contemplated for a moment before nodding. "Yes. I have already lost one important friend. I cannot afford to lose another." "What do you think, Uncle Shikumo? Is it permissible?" "Outside of Noki, there are no formidable figures left in the Stone," Shikumo instinctively reminded. "The Stone still has 2 Jinchuriki, Han and Old Purple." "Jinchuriki?" With both the Sharingan and Wood Release, Hayate held no fear of such individuals aside from the perfect Jinchuriki. "Understood, Uncle Shikumo. So, may I leave this place?" Shikumo was aware of Hayate's intentions and chuckled. "In principle, it is not allowed, but I am the overall commander here." Hearing this, Hayate smiled as well. Before him, a faint blue light flickered, and lines of text materialized in his vision. Uchiha Hayate. Strength. Kage, 7100. Chakra, 191 cards. Attributes water, earth, wind, fire, lightning, yin. Yang. Bloodline limit. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Manjiki 93. Initial Sage Body. Intermediate Sage Body 33. Would release. Special abilities. 8 Gates of Death. Injury Gate. 91,100. Mastery of the Konoha Swordsmanship. 37100. Flying Thunder God Technique. 13100. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. 43100. After 2 intense battles with AI a year ago, Hayate inadvertently grasped part of the conditions for activating the Lightning Release Chakra Mode during the Shinbai Bridge battle. Through 6 months of diligent effort, he perfected the incomplete version of the Lightning Release Chakra Mode, achieving full body coverage. This advancement greatly enhanced both his speed and defense. Coupled with swordsmanship that complemented the Chidori technique, Hayate's strength had undeniably ascended to the level of Kage. A slight smile crept across his face as he gazed at the word Kage. He retrieved a talisman from his waist pouch, reminiscing about Tobi's honest smile. This time, he would surely bring Tobi back. Nightfall in the land of blood mist. In the basement where Madara and Tobi resided, Kuro and Shiro emerged from the ground. Noticing the peculiar creation that was Kuro, Tobi's gaze subtly shifted towards Madara. What is going on? Madara glanced at Tobi, responding coolly. Kuro approached Madara, whispering, Lord Madara. Uchiha Hayate has left the land of water and is heading southeast towards the land of fire. His speed is remarkable. He is likely to arrive within a day. Upon hearing this, Madara smiled. He had anticipated Hayate's journey to the battlefield of the mist. The news of the mist's impending large-scale offensive against the Leaf was information he had deliberately leaked through Shiro. Otherwise, under the mist's isolationist policies, it would be nearly impossible for Leaf ninjas to obtain such confidential information. Excellent. Let the plan commence, Madara stated, his tone indifferent. Tobi, lying on the bed, had been eavesdropping. However, Madara and Kuro's conversation seemed muffled, leaving him in a daze. Unable to contain himself, Tobi shouted, What are you talking about? Hearing the noise, Madara shot Tobi a glance before closing his eyes and falling into slumber. Kuro ignored Tobi's inquiries, detaching from Shiro and vanishing underground. Meanwhile, Shiro chuckled exaggeratedly. Guess what? Ha ha ha. Baka. How am I supposed to guess when I haven't heard a word? Another Shiro covered his mouth, laughing. As long as you tell us what it feels like to take a dump, I'll secretly tell you. Idiot, Lord Madara is still up there. What did I just say? Shiro scratched his head, laughing heartily. At this moment, Tobi could no longer tolerate the antics of these two fools, exclaiming, Hey. How am I supposed to describe what it feels like to take a dump? Do you expect me to do it in front of you? And could you be a little more normal? Shiro dismissed Tobi's complaints, mocking, as if you're so normal. Someone keeps shouting Rin, Hayate in their sleep. Are you planning to go outside and pick up bells? The other Shiro chimed in. Sometimes, you even mix in Baka. You must be calling for Baka Kakashi, right? Yes, I've shouted that sometimes. The two Shiro continued their chattering. After a while, both Shiro turned to the embarrassed and deeply ashamed Tobi. One of the Shiro raised a hand, curiously asking, Can I ask a question? What does it feel like to have the urge to go? Tobi waved his right hand in exasperation. Baka, just how obsessed are you two with poop? Is it really that angry? Shiro muttered quietly, pondering the urge. The next day, within the borders of the land of fire, Hayate swiftly made his way towards Kaiki Mountain. Located in the southeastern direction of the Leaf, barely a line away from it. According to the original text, during the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha was driven back to the vicinity of Kaiki Mountain, almost at the village's doorstep. The brutality of this war is evident. Reflecting on this, Hatena instinctively reached for the hilt of the blade at his waist. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to reach the battlefield, conceal himself beside Kakashi, and await the opportune moment to strike. The sound of footsteps echoed softly as he treaded upon the branches and ground. Suddenly, three figures emerged before Hatena: the third Tsuchikage Noki, the Akatsuki member Kazu, and the Scorpion of the Red Sand. A full 3 shadow-level ninjas. Hatena's gaze sharpened. He could not comprehend why Noki was present here. It was known that if Noki left the front lines of a Wagakure, it would be akin to a headless dragon. I can't believe you truly showed up here, Scorpion said with a hint of excitement. He had received an offer from Noki and initially intended to decline. However, upon learning that Noki had laid a trap for Uchiha Hatena, he agreed without hesitation. As for Kakazu, his motivation was purely monetary. In a word, the amount offered by Noki was sufficient to buy Hatena's life. Uchiha Hatena, to date, you have single-handedly slain nearly 1,000 Wagakure shinobi. Whether it be the hatred of a Wagakure or your reputation as a genius, I cannot stand idly by and watch you continue to grow, Noki declared. Fixing his gaze upon Hatena, everyone, attack. Chapter 164, Escape. Wait. Hatena tore open a scroll from his pouch, and a suitcase materialized at his side. He addressed Kakazu. 100 million. Help me get out of here. What do you say? 100 million? Kakazu coughed, casting a glance at Noki. The implication was clear. The price needed to be raised. 100 million and 10,000. The Wagakure offers 100 million and 10,000. Noki did not hesitate to increase the sum. For him, the desire to eliminate the renowned genius from Konoha outweighed any financial considerations. 200 million. Guaranteed by the honor of the Uchiha. Hatena opened the suitcase, revealing bundles of banknotes emitting a rich aroma of ink. It was the scent of wealth, which made Kakuzu's eyes glimmer with greed. Seeing Kakuzu's eagerness, Noki raised 2 fingers. 200 million and 10,000. Kakuzu, do not forget that I am the 3rd Tsuchikage. Once the task has been accepted, it must be completed to standard, correct? Puppet Master, what do you say? Noki, fearing Hatena might raise the price again, using a Wagakura's leverage, dragged Scorpion into the fray to instill caution in Kakuzu. Kakuzu glanced at Scorpion and Noki, hesitating for a moment before saying, Ahem, I have always prided myself on my reputation across the nations, and I would never commit an act of betrayal that would tarnish my name. Everyone, let us attack together. Seeing that the increase in price had failed, Hatena wasted no time and threw the suitcase into the air, shattering it. Banknotes cascaded down like cherry blossoms. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed, and he unhesitatingly extended a multitude of black threads to seize the falling money. Noticing this, Noki and Scorpion wore expressions of dismay. Hatena seized the opportunity while Kakuzu was preoccupied, activating the 8 gates and lightning release chakra mode. The fusion of physical and ninja arts propelled him backward like a cannonball, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning. With no time to concern himself with Kakuzu, Noki immediately unleashed dust release. A beam of white light coalesced into a cube, shooting towards Hatena like a laser. This was the dust release, destruction of the original world technique. It was swift and immensely powerful. Should it make contact, it would instantly reduce Hatena to atoms, resulting in immediate death. Even with the lightning release chakra mode, he dared not gamble. Noki was already well aware of the capabilities of the lightning release chakra mode. He anticipated Hatena's movement direction. The laser-like dust release forced Hatena to halt, pivot, and evade the attack. At that moment, Scorpion also made his move, manipulating the 3rd Kazekage puppet. He sent a wave of sand and iron crashing towards Hatena. Boom! The dust release exploded, and Hatena had to use his hands to block. Simultaneously, the tide of sand and iron surged from all sides towards him. Uchiha Hatena, this time, I will not grant you another opportunity, Scorpion declared, employing magnet release to constrict the flow, ultimately forming a massive birdcage above Hatena. The cage glimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Having faced such a situation before, Hatena understood that the only way to escape the birdcage was through a large-scale ninjutsu attack. Relying solely on his swordsmanship and lightning release could only sever it temporarily, but it would restore instantaneously. Gazing at Noki above and Scorpion perched upon a mechanical bird, Hatena's expression turned grave. He calculated the time Kakuzu would take to gather the money and began to perform ninjutsu. With a swift motion, he formed 3 shadow clones. As the clones materialized, they quickly executed the wind release and fire release, combining their techniques into a fiery tempest directed northward. Boom! The extensive sea of flames melted the sand and iron, and Hatena's figure rapidly moved towards the north. Simultaneously, one shadow clone charged directly at Noki and Scorpion. Seeing this, Noki shouted, "Quick! He intends to escape." As he spoke, he unleashed dust release, completely disregarding the approaching shadow clone. Meanwhile, Scorpion divided some of the sand and iron into spears to attack the incoming shadow clone. Bang! The northern shadow clones dissipated into smoke. At this moment, Noki realized with alarm that the one charging towards them was Hatena's true body. He had instinctively presumed that Hatena's real self was attempting to flee. Bang! The spear lunged at Hatena, vanishing into smoke. Under the perplexed gazes of Scorpion and Noki, 3 shuriken shot forth from the smoke, each flying in different directions. Do not hesitate. One of them must be his true body. The battle-hardened Noki discerned Hatena's intent and urgently warned. As he spoke, he unleashed dust release towards the shuriken heading north. Scorpion, after a moment's hesitation, tore open a scroll. Hundreds of red-cloaked puppets materialized. Scorpion commanded the multitude of puppets to split into 2 waves, pursuing the other 2 shuriken. Bang! The northern shuriken disintegrated into smoke. Noki had again miscalculated. Simultaneously, the eastern shuriken transformed into a figure resembling Hatena. He instantly activated the lightning release chakra mode, drew his blade, and sheathed it. In an instant, he escaped the birdcage, which remained unchanged. Scorpion frowned. Uchiha Hatena had become even stronger, more than just marginally so. The sword technique he executed had instantaneously sliced through the birdcage. At the same time, he had swiftly evaded faster than the cage could recover. Hatena moved without hesitation, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he sped eastward. That direction pointed towards Kaiki Mountain. If all went as expected, both the Konoha and Kirigakure ninja forces would be positioned there. Hatena could leverage the Konoha forces as a diversion to escape. Moreover, he could also venture to rescue Obito and Rin. A twofold triumph. Suddenly, a wave of flames surged towards Hatena. It was the fire release, wind and flame tempest. Hatena had borrowed this technique from Kakuzu. Undoubtedly, Kakuzu was upon him. Cold sweat broke out on Hatena's forehead. 3 shadow-level ninjas, 2 capable of unleashing large-scale ninjutsu attacks. One controlling hundreds of puppets to form an encirclement, and the other, Noki, posed a grave threat. One touch from dust release would mean certain death. Hatena could only activate the lightning release chakra mode and his 3-tomo Sharingan to evade. However, both the lightning release chakra mode and the 3-tomo Sharingan continuously drained his chakra. The shadow clones he had just created had already consumed nearly 40% of his chakra. With his current chakra reserves and the recovery power of Sage Mode, he could not endure for long. At this moment, the puppets of Scorpion had caught up, yet they did not hasten to strike. Instead, they dispersed around, forming a circle of encirclement to trap Hatake. Scorpion was acutely aware of Hatake's formidable prowess. He would not, as he had in previous encounters, succumb to arrogance and underestimate Hatake. This time, Scorpion opted for the most prudent and rational approach. By creating a surrounding formation, he aimed to close in step by step, ultimately exhausting Hatake right here. His mastery of 100 machines, the unpredictability of the Kankuro technique, and the bloodline elimination of Yuki were more than sufficient. Once again, a birdcage entirely composed of iron sand emerged around Hatake. Unlike the last time, Scorpion had entirely forsaken any notion of attack, dedicating all the iron sand to fortifying the birdcage. This time, it was a double-layered cage. Each layer was a reinforced version. Despair now, Uchiha Hatake. Even if you were to once again employ wood release, escape would be impossible. Only eternity is true art. Scorpion gazed at Hatake, speaking with a hint of fervor.